Chapter 1 Super Sign-In System. Ding, the Super Sign-In system has been successfully bound. Please go to Magic City Riverview Garden to sign in. System. An expression of ecstasy suddenly appeared on Suja's face. As an old bookworm, he knew too well the capabilities of the system. Originally, he thought he was going to play ball, but unexpectedly, things took a turn and he actually got the system. Previously, the original body owed the bank 5 million due to the frame-up by that bastard boss Chen Chang. This is 5 million. 5 million may be a small amount for a rich person, but for an orphan like him, he would have to go without food and drink for many years to earn that much. Fortunately, the arrival of the system gave Suja hope, otherwise he would have to fight Chen Chang to death. Suppressing the excitement in his heart and stopping thinking about that bastard, Suja quickly called upon the system in his heart. System, do you have any functions? Seeing that the system did not respond, he was a little stunned. Is it because I opened it the wrong way? So he quickly cleared his throat and asked loudly, System, are you there? Unfortunately, there was still no sound from the system. Is this stuck? Suja was very depressed. But at this moment, he suddenly thought of the system's prompt just now. Please go to Riverview Garden to sign in. Riverview Garden? He is so familiar with this place. It is not an exaggeration to say that almost everyone in the entire Demon City knows this place. Because this is the only residential community in Shanghai that is built within a commercial district. It goes without saying that the price of a residential community built in this commercial district of Shanghai, where every inch of land is valuable, must be very high. In fact, this is true. The cheapest house in the entire Jiangjing Garden has reached a terrifying price of more than 500,000 yuan per square meter. It is said that even with such terrible prices, houses here are in short supply. If you don't have a certain identity, you are not even allowed to buy it. However, thinking of his life-saving system, Suja quickly rode on the electric scooter that had not been taken away by the bank and quickly arrived outside Jiangjing Garden. Perhaps it was because of his anxiety that the journey, which was supposed to take an hour, ended up taking him half an hour. Just as he was about to ride to the gate of the community, a shiny head popped out of a nearby Porsche 19 model. When the man saw Suja, he rubbed his eyes in disbelief, and finally a mocking look appeared at the corner of his mouth. Suja, are you planning to come to Riverview Garden to commit fraud? Suja, who was riding on the bike, frowned deeply when he heard the voice. He looked carefully for a long time before he remembered who the person in front of him was. This person is Wang Peng, the original Body's college classmate. He comes from a well-off family and is considered a wealthy second generation. It's a pity that the other party has conflicts with the original body. The cause was also very funny. It was because the original body rejected a girl's confession. Unfortunately, the girl had been pursued by Wang Peng for a long time, but she refused to agree. After all, Wang Peng is half bald. As for Suja, he has always been known as the male god in school. In today's age where looks matter, he will certainly be more popular. After seeing that the girl he had been longing for was easily rejected by Suja, Wang Peng's psychology was instantly distorted. From then on, he opposed Suja in everything, and seemed determined to fight to the death. Originally Suja thought that he would never see him again after graduation, but he didn't expect to meet him here today. He didn't even expect the other party to start throwing shit at him as soon as he opened his mouth. However, since the other party was mocking him with bad intentions, Suja would naturally not be in a good temper. Chapter 2 Open the Newbie Gift Pack. After taking a look at Wang Peng's shiny bald head, Suja's eyes rolled and his face suddenly became full of smiles. I say, Baldy Wang, I haven't seen you for a while, but your light bulb has become brighter again. Wang Peng hated it most when people talked about his hair. When he heard Suja poking at his scar, he was so angry that his face turned pale and blue. That shiny head coupled with the expression at that moment actually looked like a light bulb that could change color. This made Suja outside laugh out loud. Wang Peng exploded and yelled, Suja, what are you so proud of? All of our classmates know that you, a fool, were cheated out of 5 million. As soon as these words were spoken, Suja's face instantly darkened. He snorted coldly and continued riding his bike towards the entrance of Jiangjing Garden. Seeing Suja fleeing in panic, Wang Peng and the Porsche suddenly laughed happily. He continued to shout at Suja's back, Suja, we are classmates after all. I will help you today. As long as you kneel down and kowtow to me, I will give you 1 million. How about that? Without even turning his head, Suja sneered and said, you should use your 1 million to invest in hair transplantation. You? Seeing Suja talking about his hair again, Wang Peng was so angry that he almost vomited blood. However, when he saw the security guard of Riverview Garden, an idea suddenly came to his mind. Then he quickly shouted to the security guard over there, "Security, security, come quickly, someone is trying to break into the community." Before, he just asked a few questions at the door and was ruthlessly driven away by the security guard. Now that he saw Suja was about to reach the door, he certainly would not miss this good opportunity. When Wang Peng in the Porsche thought about the embarrassing look the other party was about to show, he laughed like a pig. Suja naturally also heard Wang Peng's shouting. But he didn't care, after all, the most urgent task was to start the system. So, while watching the security guard coming over, he quickly ordered the system to sign in. Ding, sign in successful, congratulations to the host for winning the novice gift pack. As the system voice sounded, Suja finally breathed a sigh of relief. The system is real and it's not broken. However, looking at the security guard who had come in front of him, Suja felt a little distressed. How do you explain this? What surprised him was that the security guard just walked up to him with a serious face and his eyes suddenly stopped. Then, the other party's originally serious expression turned into respectful in an instant. It's Mr. Su. Your property certificate and access card are ready. How about I get them for you right away? Suja subconsciously said, then go ahead. As soon as he finished speaking, the security guard ran back happily. When Suja reacted, he was dumbfounded. As an orphan working hard in Shanghai, how could he afford to own a house? What's more, if there really was a house, it would have been mortgaged to the bank long ago. And most importantly, how did the security guard know him? Just when Suja was puzzled, the voice of the system came to his ears. Ding, the novice gift package has been opened successfully. Congratulations to the host for winning a Riverview Garden villa and 100 million in cash. Now he finally knew what was going on. What secretly shocked him was that the system actually had the ability to change other people's memories. On the other side, Wang Peng, who was originally preparing to watch the show, suddenly became dumbfounded and his face was full of disbelief after seeing the scene. Impossible. This is impossible. Chapter 3. Okay, I'm laying my cards on the table. After mumbling to himself for a few words, Wang Peng, who was still unwilling to give up, quickly ran to Suja and asked, how did you do it? Why did the security guard leave? Suja raised his eyelids and didn't bother to pay attention to him. Wang Peng was angry. Suja, what's your attitude? After sneering, Suja still said nothing. His reaction made Wang Peng's face full of anger, but just when he was about to lose his temper, his tone softened. He said to Suja, how about this, if you can tell me why the security guard was so respectful to you, I will give you 100,000 yuan. The reason why he came to ask Suja was not only because he was curious, but also because he wanted to go to Jiangjing Garden to meet someone. But Wang Peng's tone, which was full of charity, made Suja feel unhappy. But as the saying goes, if you don't make money, you're a bastard. This time, he can not only make 100,000 yuan for free, but also give Wang Peng a slap in the face. Of course he couldn't give up such a good deal. So Suja quickly pretended to be skeptical and asked Wang Peng, if I tell you, will you really give me 100,000? His look made Wang Peng on the opposite side feel proud. What's so cool? Isn't it just a matter of giving a little money and they'll tell it? He nodded proudly and said nonchalantly, it's just this little bit of money. Cheating you? I, Wang Peng, can't afford to lose face like this. Wang Peng really had no intention of lying to Suja. After all, in his eyes, Suja was just a grasshopper that could be easily crushed to death. Seeing him say that, Suja nodded and said with a smile, okay, transfer the money in first. Wang Peng on the other side picked up the phone very obediently. However, when he was about to transfer the money to Suja, he suddenly asked with a suspicious look on his face, are you lying to me? Suja said unhappily, if you don't believe it, forget it. Seeing his appearance, although he was still worried about being cheated, Wang Peng could only transfer the money half-believingly. After all, he did need to have a good relationship with the security guards in order to be able to enter Riverview Garden. But as soon as the money was transferred, Wang Peng asked anxiously, can you tell me now? Seeing him transfer the money so easily, Suja felt a little regretful that he had said too little. After all, judging from Wang Peng's current condition, even if he asked for several times more, the other party would still give it to him. Seeing that Suja was slow to speak, Wang Peng felt a little annoyed, but he could only keep it in his heart. He urged carefully, Suja, please tell me quickly. To be honest, Suja originally wanted to give Wang Peng a chance to buffer so that he wouldn't be frightened so quickly. But since the other party doesn't want it, don't blame him. So Suja spread his hands and said helplessly, okay, I'll be honest. I live in Riverview Garden, so the security guards are very respectful to me. This made Wang Peng on the other side completely angry, and he yelled at Suja, are you kidding me? Suja looked him up and down with some contempt and said, you are not a beauty, why should I play with you? Suppressing the urge to vomit blood, Wang Peng yelled again, then you still say you live in Jianjing Garden, aren't you kidding me? Suja shrugged and said helplessly, but I do live in Riverview Garden. Wang Peng laughed in anger and said sarcastically, you? Still living in Riverview Garden? That's right. Suja said innocently. Suja was speechless. Why is it so difficult to tell the truth nowadays? Seeing that he was determined not to cry until he saw the coffin, Wang Peng shook his head and said with contempt, if you can live in this Riverview Garden, then I will be the real estate developer of Riverview Garden. Suja was not angry at Wang Peng's contempt. His heart moved, and he immediately said with a smile, how about we make a bet? Wang Peng was a little surprised, bet? Suja smiled slightly, pointed at Riverview Garden, and said, how about betting whether I live in this Riverview Garden? Chapter 4 I am poor. Wang Peng felt that Suja had gone completely crazy. If he really had a house in Jianjing Garden, how could he owe the bank so much money? He shook his head and looked at Suja with eyes full of pity. However, it's just a little bit pitiful. When Wang Peng thought of Suja's appearance in school, he became ruthless. He immediately said, okay, I'll make a bet for you, and if you really live here, I'll call you Dad. No, how about I call you Grandpa? Perhaps because he felt that calling him Dad wasn't cruel enough, Wang Peng actually promoted Suja to a higher generation. He wanted to see how Suja would argue. Suja smiled in his heart and glanced at the security guard who had returned. I quickly smiled and said, then it's settled. Don't regret it. His serious look made Wang Peng nervous. However, when he saw the security guard running towards him not far away, he felt confident again. Since the security guard was able to come back, it meant that he must have come to cause trouble for Suja. Otherwise, if Suja really lived here, the security guard would not have come over. After all, I couldn't confirm who it was the first time, but it would be impossible the second time. It cannot be said that Wang Peng has no brains, but he guessed in the wrong direction. When the security guard came in front of Suja, he first looked at Wang Peng in surprise. Then, with a nervous look on his face, he quickly handed the property certificate and door card to Suja. Mr. Su, if you don't have any instructions, I'll go back first. After saying that, he ran back without waiting for Suja to react. There was no way. When Wang Peng came before, he ruthlessly drove the other party away. Seeing Wang Peng and Suja standing together, the security guard was worried that Wang Peng would say something bad about him, so he quickly slipped away. After looking helplessly at the security guard who ran away, Suja picked up the property certificate and shook it in front of the dumbfounded Wang Peng. Then he said with a smile, Wang Baldi, now that the matter is clear, shouldn't you complete the bet? Looking at the property certificate in Suja's hand, Wang Peng screamed in disbelief. Impossible. This is impossible. How could you possibly live in Riverview Gardens? Suja gave him a wicked smile and said, don't worry about what's possible or not. Grandson, just call me Grandpa. Originally, Lucia thought that he and Wang Peng had both graduated, so they shouldn't bring up things that happened in school. But he didn't expect that as soon as the two met today, Wang Peng would start talking nonsense. In this case, how could Suja possibly forgive him? Facing Suja's urging, Wang Peng on the other side shook his head again and kept saying while running, fake, all this is fake, I don't believe it. Afterwards, he took advantage of Suja's inattention, ran back to his car and drove away. This scene made Suja look shocked. I thought this grandson runs pretty fast. But the monk can run away but the temple cannot. As long as the other party is still in Shanghai, Suja will have plenty of ways to make the other party call him Grandpa. Thinking of this, Suja showed an evil smile. When he arrived at the gate of the community, before he could swipe his card, the security guard who had escaped earlier quickly opened the door for him. Maybe he was trying to please her, or maybe he wanted to find out if Wang Peng had said anything bad about him. When Suja passed by, the security guard smiled and said, Mr. Su, you are so low-key. You always ride this electric bike every time you come here. Suja was slightly stunned and realized that this was the memory that the system had changed for the other party. So I half-jokingly said, I can't help it. I'm poor, so I can only ride an electric bike. Poverty? The security guard had a weird look on his face. You know, the house Suja lives in is worth hundreds of millions. If this is being poor, then what is the point of him being a person who doesn't even have a house? Seeing his disbelief, Suja smiled and said, "Don't disbelieve me, I still owe the bank 5 million. Chapter 5, Beautiful Housekeeper Tian Shinrui. 5 million. Suja's words shocked the security guard on the opposite side so much that his jaw almost dropped. Rich people are different. They owe millions of dollars. He would have to go without food and drink for many years to earn this much. Ignoring the security guard who was still in shock, Suja shook his head and quickly entered the community. In fact, the entire Jiangjing garden does not cover a large area, so it only took Suja a few minutes to reach Villa number 8 where he lived. However, what surprised him was that as soon as he pushed the cart and opened the door of the villa, he found a beautiful woman in professional attire behind him. The beautiful woman was also stunned when she saw Suja pushing an electric car. Fortunately, she also knows that some rich people have strange tempers, and it's no big deal if they like riding electric bikes. So she quickly smiled and said to Suja, "Hello, Mr. Su, I am the housekeeper of the villa area. If you need anything, you can come to me." Suja was slightly stunned and looked at the other person's name tag. The name was quite nice, Tian Shinrui. "Okay, I'll notify you if I need anything." Nodding, Suja prepared to push the electric car into the villa. But his reaction made Tian Shinrui outside a little stunned. She thought she was not bad looking, and the owners in the community often came to bother her for no reason. But she never expected that Suja, who was about the same age as her, looked like he didn't want to talk to her anymore. For a moment, Tian Shinrui felt a little curious about Suja. "Mr. Su." Suja stopped and frowned and asked, "Do you have anything else to do?" After all, there was still some residue from the medicine his original body had taken, and at this moment he just wanted to have a good sleep. Seeing Suja frowned, Tian Shinrui's heart suddenly tightened. So I quickly asked, "Mr. Su, can I add your WeChat?" "No, I don't want to add strangers on WeChat." Suja didn't hesitate and simply refused. In fact, when a beautiful woman asked him for her WeChat, he really didn't want to refuse. But there is no way, the original second-hand mobile phone is too broken. In order not to embarrass himself, he could only pretend to be aloof. Seeing that Suja directly refused, Tian Shinrui felt a little aggrieved. "In the past, you were not happy when others wanted to add you on WeChat? But I didn't expect that things would turn out the other way around today. I took the initiative to ask to add Suju on WeChat, but he refused. Now, he was confused and found himself in a dead end. I must add Suju's WeChat today." Fortunately, she quickly came up with a brilliant idea. With a slight smile, Tian Shinrui said to Suja, "Mr. Su, it's like this. I added you on WeChat not for anything else, but just to be able to contact you in time, in case there's no one around when you need help." To be honest, Tian Shinrui felt a little embarrassed when she said this. She never thought that there would be a day when she would lie, and the reason was to get someone else's WeChat. Suja frowned again, and finally pretended to be reluctant and told Tian Shinrui the WeChat address. As for asking him to add the other party's WeChat? That's impossible. Tian Shinrui, who got Suja's WeChat ID, immediately smiled and said to Suja, "Mr. Su, if you are free, you must pass it as soon as possible." Afterwards, Tian Shinrui left with a smile. But the other party's behavior made Suja feel a little confused. Is it necessary to do this? Chapter 6, Kind-Hearted Qin Shuyao. Shaking his head, putting the electric bike away, Suja walked into his villa. However, as soon as he walked in, he was shocked. Because he didn't expect that his house was not only luxuriously decorated, but even all the daily necessities were arranged. Especially the ridiculously large TV in the living room left him speechless. He hasn't used a TV for many years, so it's useless to give him such a big one. After curiously walking around the 600 square meter villa, Suja had almost figured it out. The living facilities here should all be arranged systematically. After all, the developer is not a fool, how could he give him such good decoration and furniture? After once again marveling at the system's magical powers, Suja turned into the bedroom. If it weren't for the life-saving system, he would have laid down as soon as he came here. But before he could even touch the bed, the original body's worn-out second-hand cell phone started to make a hoarse sound. Picking up the phone impatiently, Suja could only press the answer button after seeing the 3 words Bank Qin on the caller ID. Forcefully cheering himself up, Suja asked with a smile, "Sister Shuyao, are you not busy today?" The person on the other end of the phone was Qin Shuyao, the deputy manager of CCB, and she was in charge of Suja's debts. But the tone of Suja's voice made Qin Shuyao on the opposite side stunned. She picked up the phone with some disbelief and looked at the number again. After confirming that it was Suja who called, she asked in surprise, "Suja, why are you like a different person today?" After all, Suja was always trembling with fear when facing her before, but unexpectedly, today he made her feel relaxed and at ease. "Isn't this too weird?" Facing Qin Shuyao's question, Suja was too lazy to explain anything and asked directly, "Sister Shuyao, what's the matter with you calling me?" With his reminder, Qin Shuyao on the opposite side finally remembered her purpose. Feeling like throwing away the previous doubts, he said, "Suja, my friend opened a company and just needs someone to help out. Do you want to give it a try?" Her words made Suja speechless, but he was not speechless towards Qin Shuyao, but towards his original body. Through his memory, he could clearly find that Qin Shuyao on the other side was a kind-hearted girl who often helped and persuaded the original body to face life bravely. You know, Qin Shuyao is the deputy manager of construction bank in Shanghai. With the other party's high status and position, there is no need to treat the original body like this. Unfortunately, the original person did not know what was good for him. Perhaps it was because he was cheated by his previous boss Chen Chang, so he was particularly vigilant and always assumed the greatest malice towards others. However, this was the original body's fault, and Suja did not intend to take the blame. So he smiled and said to Qin Shuyao, "Sister Shuyao, thank you for your kindness, but I really don't need it now. By the way, will you be in the bank tomorrow? I'll come to see you." Qin Shuyao was not surprised by Suja's rejection. After all, Suja had always been like this before. However, Qin Shuyao was a little surprised when Suja said he would go to the bank to find her tomorrow. After all, Suja didn't want to see anyone because he was cheated before. After thinking for a while, Qin Shuyao nodded and said, "Okay, I'll wait for you at the bank tomorrow." In fact, Qin Shuyao originally wanted to ask Suja why he came to see her, but then she gave up after thinking about it. Because she was planning to persuade Suja tomorrow, she didn't want to scare him away now. Chapter 7 I'm here to pay back the money. After hanging up Qin Shuyao's call, Suja turned off his phone to avoid being disturbed again. After all, the original body was truly free of worries. Apart from those who came to collect debts, no one cared about him. Perhaps that was why his previous boss Chen Chang came to cheat him. Suja slept until noon the next day before he climbed out of the soft and comfortable big bed. And the moment he opened his eyes, the voice of the system came to his ears. "Ding, please go to Jin Jang Hotel to sign in today." Recalling the information sent by the system and looking at everything in the room, Suja laughed excitedly for a while. He understands. This is not just a dream, he has really become rich. After the excitement, Suja regained his composure. Then he rode the electric scooter slowly to the first destination of the day. Construction Bank of Shanghai. After all, compared to Jin Jang Hotel, the Construction Bank of China in Shanghai where Qin Shuya works is obviously closer. Although today is Sunday, there are not many people in CCB. Only after parking the electric car did Suja step into the door of CCB. What he didn't expect was that Qin Shuyao discovered him as soon as he walked into the hall. "Suja, you are finally here." Qin Shuyao on the opposite side ran towards Suja with a happy face as if she had seen a savior. This look made Suja feel a little surprised. Although he knew that Qin Shuyao was a kind-hearted older sister, there was no need to be so exaggerated, right? What's more, he didn't tell Qin Shuyao in advance that he had to pay back the money today. However, when he saw a young man in a suit and tie following Qin Shuyao, his eyes narrowed and he instantly had a bad guess. On the other side, the man in a suit was very unhappy when he saw Qin Shuyao suddenly running over to greet Suja. After seeing Suja's appearance, his face became even gloomier, as if ink was about to drip out. Frowning, the man in the suit pointed at Suja and asked Qin Shuyao, "Shuyao, who is he?" But before Qin Shuyao could speak, Suja, who didn't want to cause trouble, said quickly, "I came to the bank to see Sister Shuyao for business." Hearing that Suja only came to Qin Shuyao to do something, the man in the suit's expression relaxed a lot. However, perhaps he was trying to find a balance between the worries in his heart just now. Or maybe it was because Suja's outfit gave him a sense of superiority. So the man in the suit snorted coldly and said to Suja in a condescending tone, "Do you have the right to speak here? I'm asking Manager Qin." His words immediately made Suja furious. But before Suja could get angry, Qin Shuyao stood up with a stern face. "Xiao Yang, Suja is my guest, please be respectful when you speak to me." Seeing Qin Shuyao defending Suja like this, Xiao Yang immediately started yelling in dissatisfaction. "Shuyao, does this kid really need you to protect him like this?" After all, judging from Suja's attire, the other party was at best a clerk. Regardless of his or Qin Shuyao's identity, they could easily kill Su Zhou, so Chao Yang was a little confused as to why Qin Shuyao was protecting the other party so much. Even though he looks handsome, it's useless. Qin Shuyao on the opposite side glanced at Chao Yang and said, Chao Yang, if you don't speak, no one will think you are dumb. After these words were spoken, Chao Yang did not dare to speak up even if he had any objections in his heart. After all, the gap between their family and the Qin family was quite large. Now that Princess Qin is angry, he dare not offend her. So he could only snort coldly at Su Zhou and stand aside quietly without saying anything. In fact, Su Zhou on the other side originally wanted to get angry, but seeing that Qin Shuyao helped him vent his anger, he had to give up. After wasting so much time, Su Zhou quickly stated his purpose, Sister Shuyao, I came to you today to pay you back. Chapter 8. You thought it was Zimbabwe. Pay back the money? Qin Shuyao was slightly stunned, and then she quickly said, Su Zhou, you don't have to be so anxious, I can give you a few days. Qin Shuyao thought Su Zhou was preparing to pay off this month's debt. After all, the total debt of 5 million yuan would take several decades to pay off even if Su Zhou didn't eat or drink. In order to recover part of the debt, the bank agreed with Su Zhou that he would pay back 90% of his income to the bank every month. But now Su Zhou has no job, so naturally he has no income. It was for this reason that Qin Shuyao generously said that she could give him a few days' rest. Su Zhou naturally understood what Qin Shuyao meant, but he didn't come here today to pay back a few cents, he was ready to pay it all back. So he said to Qin Shuyao with a smile, Sister Shuyao, don't get me wrong, I'm going to pay off the bank debt this time. Pay it back? Qin Shuyao looked at Su Zhou in surprise, and then said, Su Zhou, don't joke with me. This is 5 million. How are you going to pay it back? You owe the bank 5 million? Before Su Zhou could say anything, Chao Yang on the side almost laughed out loud. Although this amount of money is nothing to the Chao family, who is Su Zhou? How could such a poor man have the capital to owe the bank so much money? Suddenly, Chao Yang's eyes froze, and then he pointed at Su Zhou and asked with a laugh, Are you the idiot who was cheated by Chindadu? Although 5 million is nothing in the Magic City, it can't even make a ripple. But the problem is that the reason why Su Zhou owes money is too dramatic, and many people can't even understand why there would be such a stupid person in the world. Therefore, Su Zhou's deeds were widely circulated in Shanghai, and Chao Yang also heard the news by chance. Therefore, when I heard that Su Zhou's surname was Su and that he owed the bank 5 million, I immediately thought of this matter. On the other side, seeing that he was making trouble again, Qin Shuyao first looked at Su Zhou apologetically, and then angrily said to Chao Yang, do you know how to speak? Su Zhou is just a little naive. Please forgive Qin Shuyao for racking her brains to find such a not-so-good adjective. After all, Su Zhou was really stupid in this matter. But before the depressed Su Zhou could say anything, Chao Yang on the side started to mock him. Yes, naive, too naive. How many years will it take you to pay back 5 million? By the way, why don't you go buy a lottery ticket? Maybe you can win 5 million. Ha ha ha. In fact, it was Su Zhou's appearance in Qin Shuyao's protection that made Chao Yang jealous. So when he found out that Su Zhou owed the bank so much money, he naturally wanted to vent his anger. So what if he's handsome? You will have to spend the rest of your life under the shadow of paying back the debt. Qin Shuyao, who was standing at the side, saw Chao Yang start to attack Su Zhou again, and shouted angrily, Chao Yang, shut up. Okay, I'll shut up. I'll shut up. Chao Yang nodded obediently at Qin Shuyao, and at the same time looked at Su Zhou proudly. What can you do even if Qin Shuyao protects you? You can't ask Qin Shuyao to use so much money to save you, right? Qin Shuyao naturally saw Chao Yang's smug look, glared at him fiercely, and quickly said to Su Zhou, don't be too sad, I will help you find a solution. Qin Shuyao was just saying this, after all, it was 5 million. Although the Qin family is quite powerful, that is only in the official sense. Therefore, it is feasible for her to help Su Zhou find a job, or postpone the loan for a period of time, but it is simply impossible for her to help him solve the problem. After all, even if she was attracted by Su Zhou's beauty, she would not dare to joke with the future of the Qin family. So Qin Shuyao knew very well in her heart that she could not get too involved with such a handsome brother like Su Zhou. Su Zhou on the side felt a little touched. No matter whether others would really help or not, it was already a rare thing for them to comfort him at this time. With a slight smile, Su Zhou quickly said, Sister Shuyao, I really came here to pay back the money today. I'll pay it back in full. But as soon as Su Zhou finished speaking, Chao Yang on the other side immediately became sarcastic. Pay it all back? Ha, do you think this is Zimbabwe? Aren't you afraid of blowing your own trumpet? Chapter 9. Look at how much money I have in my card. Then, without waiting for Suja to react, Xiao Yang quickly said to Qin Shuyao, Shuyao, this guy is just a bunch of bullshit, don't be fooled by him. Although Xiao Yang was blinded by jealousy, it must be said that he was also quite wise. After Suja finished his big talk, he immediately gave Qin Shuyao some good advice, without even having to exaggerate. Sure enough, Xiao Yang's words did work. Qin Shuyao looked at Suja with a hint of disappointment in her eyes. After all, the reason why she came to help Suja was that she felt that he was naive to the point of being stupid, so she felt a little distressed for him. But now Suja has become a person who talks nonsense, of course she will be disappointed. Although he didn't notice Qin Shuyao's expression, Suzhou on the side had already been furious because of Xiao Yang's continuous sarcasm. He looked at Xiao Yang with a cold look in his eyes and said, what if I can really come up with 5 million? Unexpectedly, after hearing Suzhou's words, Xiao Yang on the opposite side burst into laughter as if he had heard a huge joke. Ha, can you come up with 5 million? If you can come up with 5 million, I'll call you daddy on the spot. Suzhou snorted coldly, then don't regret it. Seeing that Suzhou was still stubborn, Xiao Yang looked at him arrogantly, and then said, don't worry, I, Xiao Yang, will keep my word and will never regret it. Since someone took the initiative to call him dad, Suzhou naturally would not let go of this opportunity. What's more, he had long wanted to teach Xiao Yang on the opposite side a lesson. It was obvious that he did not provoke the other party from beginning to end, but the other party kept biting him like a wild dog. Suzhou casually took out a bank card and said to Qin Shuyao, Sister Shuyao, go and see how much money is in this card. Qin Shuyao did not take the bank card. Instead, she frowned, sighed and said to Suzhou, Suzhou, stop making trouble and go back quickly. She is so disappointed with Suzhou now. Originally, she thought Suzhou was just a simple handsome guy, so she wanted to help him. But she never expected that Suzhou was actually a smooth talker. But she still felt sorry for Suzhou, so she wanted him to leave here to avoid embarrassment. Qin Shuyao's reaction left Suzhou speechless. Why can't you just take a look at your bank card? Helplessly, he could only take the card to the counter. Suzhou's actions made Qin Shuyao even more disappointed. I helped him with good intentions, but I didn't expect that he would not appreciate it at all. However, there was still a trace of sympathy in his heart, so he hurriedly followed him to avoid Suzhou feeling embarrassed when he was ridiculed by Xiao Yang. Unlike her, Xiao Yang on the side followed happily. Because he wanted to see how the other party would argue after the balance in Suzhou's card was revealed. Especially when he thought that Suzhou was about to be stepped on under his feet, the strong sense of satisfaction made him so happy that he almost laughed. It was Qin Shuyao's behavior towards Suzhou just now that made Xiao Yang so jealous that his heart was almost twisted. Although it was almost noon, there were not many people in the bank. In addition, with the presence of Qin Shuyao, the deputy manager, even if some counters are full of queues, another window will be opened. Although the young lady at the counter was very surprised as to why Qin Shuyao and her group came in such a large group, she also knew that this was not something she should ask. Help me check how much money is in the card. Suzhou handed the bank card to the staff opposite. In fact, he was quite nervous because he had not activated the account arrival notification, so he didn't know whether the system had transferred the money. Of course, even if he lost, Suzhou would not suffer any loss. After all, when the two of them made the bet, he did not mention what would happen if there was no money in the bank card. So at most it was just a loss of face, which was nothing for the shameless Suzhou. The young lady opposite was surprised when she heard Suzhou's words. You can also check your balance at any ATM outside. Is it necessary to come to the counter? Of course, she just complained a little in her heart. After all, the deputy manager was still out. After Suzhou entered the password, she took a look at the balance displayed on the computer and said to the outside with a smile on her face, Sir, the balance on your card is. Having said this, she suddenly paused, and then looked at the computer screen again as if she had seen a ghost. Chapter 10. There is a 100 million in the card. When Xiao Yang, who was outside, saw the bank staff's appearance, he suddenly became uneasy. He was so impatient that he even shouted directly into the room, Hurry up and tell me, how much is it? After confirming several times, the staff inside finally said to Suzhou, Hello, sir, the total balance on the card is 103,563 yuan. In fact, working in a bank, she had seen balances of over 100 million yuan before. But the problem is that an ordinary card like Suzhou's has a balance of 100 million yuan, which she has never seen before. After all, there is so much balance in the bank card that it has long been upgraded to a gold card. That's why she looked like she had seen a ghost before. It was really unbelievable. Outside, listening to the balance reported by the staff, Chao Yang shouted inside with a look of disbelief on his face. Impossible, this is impossible. How could this poor boy have 100 million? Are you seeing things? Chao Yang's shouting made the staff inside very depressed. Don't slander people out of thin air. The deputy manager is still here. Suppressing his depression, the staff member smiled and said to Chao Yang, Sir, I am not mistaken, there is indeed 100 million in the card. Qin Shuya, who was standing by, saw that Chao Yang was still trying to question his man, so he frowned and quickly stepped forward and said, Come on, Chao Yang, this is a bank, not your home. Afterwards, regardless of how ugly Chao Yang's expression was, Qin Shuya looked at Suja with curiosity again. Suja, where did you get so much money? As the deputy manager responsible for liaison with Suja, Qin Shuya believed that he had thoroughly investigated Suja's identity and background. But how did the balance of 100 million yuan come about today? At this moment, she had completely forgotten how disappointed she was with Suja just now. Suja naturally couldn't answer her question. After all, although he knew that the money rewarded by the system must have come from a formal channel, the problem was that he had no memory of it, so he had no way to explain even if he wanted to. With a slight smile, Suja quickly said to Qin Shuyao, Sister Shuyao, don't worry about where this money comes from. Now you should quickly pay back the money I owe to the bank. Listening to Suja's words, Qin Shuyao was about to turn around but suddenly stopped. With an embarrassed smile, she said to Suja, Suja, why don't you pay the money back in a hurry? Let's talk about it in a few years. In a few years? Suja pondered for a moment, and then figured out why Qin Shuyao said that. The bank was worried that he would not be able to repay the loan, so it asked him to use 90% of his monthly income to repay the loan. But now that he has the ability, he is naturally much more relieved. Of course, the most important thing is that Suja has only owed the bank less than a month. The interest hasn't even been generated yet. If he pays it back now, wouldn't the bank have worked in vain? That's why Qin Shuyao on the other side looked embarrassed and advised Suja to pay it back in a few years. After thinking about it for a while, Suja refused. Sister Shuyao, I want to pay off the money as soon as possible. Qin Shuyao on the opposite side was a little disappointed, but didn't say anything. After all, she was just considering the issue from the perspective of the bank's deputy manager. Since Suja refused, she naturally wouldn't talk about it anymore. Okay, wait a moment, I'll get the contract now. Nodding, Qin Shuyao quickly ran back to her office. Not long after she left, Suja looked at Chao Yang next to him again. With a raised corner of his mouth, Suja said, Chao Yang, according to the bet, shouldn't you call me Dad now? Chapter 11, It's Just a Scam. As soon as Suja finished speaking, Chao Yang's face opposite him turned red. Of course, this was not because he was shy, but because he was angry with Suja. Now the facts are before him and the outcome has been decided, but Chao Yang still can't believe it. Where does a poor boy get so much money? There must be a problem. Once this thought popped up in his mind, Chao Yang could no longer get rid of it. As if he had gained some confidence, he started shouting loudly. Impossible. You are trying to trick me. How can a poor boy like you get so much money? There must be something wrong with your money. These words made Suja speechless. If there was really something wrong with his money, it would have been seized by the government long ago. Looking at the people who were starting to gather around to watch, Suja frowned. But before he could say anything, Qin Shuyao ran back panting. She had heard the quarrel between the two from a distance, so as soon as she came over, she said to Suja, Suja, please give me some face and let Chao Yang apologize to you. To be honest, Suja really didn't want to give Qin Shuyao face. After all, he had only traveled through time for one day, and their relationship was not actually very deep. But looking at the crowd around him, Suja didn't want to make a big fuss. So he frowned and said, okay, today I'll give Sister Shuyao a favor and let him apologize. Seeing Suja's tone soften, Qin Shuyao was delighted and quickly ordered Chao Yang, apologize to Suja immediately. Although Qin Shuyao really looked down on Chao Yang, they were from the same circle after all, and she didn't want to embarrass the other person. It's a pity that Qin Shuyao had no idea how strong Chao Yang's jealousy was. When Chao Yang heard that she actually asked him to apologize to Suja, his face suddenly became gloomy and terrifying. But he couldn't disobey the Qin family princess's order, so he could only grit his teeth and yell at Suja, I'm sorry, I was wrong. Suja was originally prepared to let the other party go. But what he never expected was that Qin Shuyao on the side was somewhat dissatisfied with Chao Yang's low voice. He frowned and shouted, Chao Yang, didn't you eat? Can you speak louder? As soon as these words were spoken, Suja felt something was wrong. Sure enough, he found that Chao Yang opposite him was looking at him with resentment. Suja was not surprised by this. After all, it was not difficult to see from her performance just now that Qin Shuyao's status was much higher than Chao Yang's. So even though he lost face because of Qin Shuyao, the other party only dared to hate Suja. "I'm sorry, I was wrong." Chao Yang shouted at Suja with resentment on his face. Anyone who is not deaf can hear the resentment in this voice. Seeing Qin Shuyao wanted to say something again, Suja quickly stepped forward to stop her. "Sister Shuyao, let's sign the contract quickly." At this time, Suja couldn't wait to leave. This Qin Shuyao is such a scumbag. Although she is kind-hearted, she is not very smart. Originally, Suja came here just to repay the money today, and didn't want to cause any trouble. But because of Qin Shuyao, he directly became enemies with Chao Yang. From the resentful look on Chao Yang's face as he looked at him, it was not difficult for Suja to see that the hatred between the two was simply unresolved. After listening to Suja's words, Qin Shuyao, who had caused Suja a lot of trouble, finally came to her senses and quickly took out the contract and handed it to Suja. After checking that there were no traps, Suja quickly signed his name and then transferred the money and the card to the bank account. Seeing him finish signing the contract, Qin Shuyao on the side hurriedly smiled and congratulated him. "Suja, congratulations, you are now debt-free." Chapter 12 Jin Jang Hotel. As the saying goes, don't hit someone who smiles at you. Besides, although Qin Shuyao is not very smart, she is still a very kind person. So Suja said to her with a smile on his face, "Sister Shuyao, thanks to your help during this period. Otherwise, I would not have been able to hold on until now." His compliment was quite appreciated by Qin Shuyao, who was standing opposite him. She narrowed her eyes and smiled and said, "Then are you going to thank me and treat me to a meal?" Suja was stunned for a moment, but then he smiled and said, "Don't worry, Sister Shuyao, I will definitely treat you to a meal when I am free." Of course, this is just Suja's statement. As for when he is free, that is of course up to him. However, Qin Shuyao on the opposite side had no idea what Suja was thinking, so her face was still full of happiness. He said with a smile, "Then it's settled. I'll wait for your call." Nodding, Suja prepared to leave the bank. After all, the work had been done and there was no need for him to stay here any longer. But just as he was leaving, he noticed that Chao Yang next to him was looking at him with hatred and muttering something. Suja knew in his heart that there was no way Chao Yang would let him go. However, he didn't care. Because of the sign-in system, wealth and power are within his reach. After walking out of the bank, Suja threw away his broken mobile phone and the card in it. After all, the original body's troubles have been solved now, and from now on, everything about the original body has nothing to do with him anymore. As for Qin Shuyao, although she is kind-hearted, she is also a trouble, and Suja does not want to have too much interaction with her. Riding on an electric bike, Suja headed to his destination, Jin Jang Hotel. This is today's sign-in location. He was very curious about what the system would reward him today. After all, the novice gift package can get a villa and 100 million cash, so today's sign-in should not be bad, right? Jin Jang Hotel. If we only talk about the level of luxury, it is not the best in this international city of Shanghai. But in terms of popularity, it is definitely ranked first in Shanghai. The reason is simple. Jin Jang Hotel is not only the first state-owned hotel in China, but also has a history of nearly 100 years. Moreover, it has received countless celebrities and dignitaries from around the world, and even the president alone has received no less than 10 of them. Today, its market value is approaching 15 billion yuan, making it a giant in the domestic catering industry. Of course, Suja felt that these had nothing to do with him. After all, he was just here to sign in. After placing the electric scooter nearby, Suja walked into the Jin Jang Hotel with his head held high and full of confidence. When the security guard saw what Suja was wearing, he had some doubts in his heart, but he didn't dare to step forward to stop him. After all, Suja's attitude clearly shows that he is fearless. Besides, no one can guarantee that Suja has any bad taste, right? This may be a joke to rich people. But for them, it is their job. In order to avoid any trouble, the security guard even smiled warmly at Suja. Suja, who had just walked into the restaurant, was a little confused. Am I so handsome that I can charm men? Otherwise, why would the guard smile at him in particular? Thinking of this consequence, Suja felt a chill in his heart and quickly walked into the hall. When he came to the center of the hall and was about to give the order to sign in, a rather surprised voice sounded behind him. Suja, long time no see. With a hint of doubt on his face, Suja slowly turned around. Chapter 13: The Recognized School Prince. Who are you? Looking at the beautiful woman in front of him who was wearing a white business suit, black stockings, long legs, elegant temperament, and gold-rimmed glasses, Suja was extremely confused. After all, through the memory of his original body, he didn't seem to have any impression of this person. When Lin Mengdai on the opposite side heard Suja's question, a hint of disappointment flashed in her eyes. But then she quickly forced a smile and said, Suja, I'm Lin Mengdai. Lin Mengdai? Suja's face was filled with even more confusion, because he searched through all the memories in his mind and could not find this name. Seeing this, Lin Mengdai on the opposite side could only grit her teeth and say reluctantly, okay, I'll be honest, I'm the nerd in our class. She really didn't want to reveal her shortcomings in front of Suja, but there was nothing she could do because Suja couldn't remember her. Oh, I see. With Lin Mengdai's reminder, Suja finally figured out who she was. But then he looked at the other person's face with a puzzled look, and then asked, I remember you didn't look like this when you were in school? How come you are so beautiful now? After all, in Suja's memory, Lin Mengdai in front of him seemed to have always been very ugly, so much so that the original body was left with some impression. But the question is, how long has it been since graduation? Why did the other party make a 180-degree turn? When Lin Mengdai heard Suja praising her beauty, the depression she had just felt after exposing her shortcomings disappeared. She smiled and said to Suja, I am pretty, okay? It's just that I don't like to dress up when I go to school. In fact, she felt very regretful. If I could dress myself up carefully when going to school, Suja might be able to recognize me. Listening to her answer, Suja's mind also emerged the image of Lin Mengdai when he was in school. Different from other students. When Lin Mengdai was in college, she not only had no makeup on all day long, but the most terrifying thing was that she wore a pair of glasses that were thicker than the bottom of a beer bottle every day. Plus, she always has a book in her hands, so her classmates like to call her a nerd. When I was in junior high and high school, I never put down my books the whole time, and perhaps everyone would admire me. But if you still hold a book all day long when you go to college, people will not like you. After all, many people relax themselves as soon as they arrive at university, so when they suddenly see a classmate with strong self-control, they will naturally feel jealous. It was precisely because of this that Lin Mengdai was often bullied by her classmates when she was in college. It seemed that in Suja's vague memory, he had helped the other party several times. However, because the original body didn't care much about it, the impression left was not deep. By the way, Suja, are you here at Jin Jang Hotel to meet someone? Seeing Suja remain silent for a long time, Lin Mengdai on the side took the initiative to ask. When she was in school, she didn't have much chance to talk to Suja, but now that she is out of school, she naturally wants to make up for her previous fantasies. Shaking his head slightly, Suja said with a smile, No, I just came to the hotel to take a look. Turning around? Lin Mengdai was a little surprised by his words. Of course, this doesn't mean she looks down on Suja. It was because she knew very well that Suja was now heavily in debt and probably didn't have the time to hang around here. In fact, if she hadn't known that Suja owed the bank 5 million, she wouldn't have dared to approach him. Who is Suja? He is the recognized handsome boy in the school. Previously in school, someone who was bored started an activity in the school forum to select the school's most handsome boy, and Suja was included in the list. This has really stirred up a hornet's nest. The school forum, which originally had few active people, was so crowded that it collapsed after this activity was launched. In the end, nearly 20,000 out of more than 30,000 people in the school voted for Suja. According to Lin Mengdai's understanding, almost all the girls in the school voted for Suja. Even some teachers came out in person to vote for Suja regardless of their status. And she, who only devoted herself to reading the books of sages, was no exception. Chapter 14: Class Reunion. From then on, Suja was recognized as the school idol by the whole school. But times are different now. She has the ability to repay the 5 million owed by Suja. It is precisely for this reason that Lin Mengdai has great courage in her heart. Especially when she thought about how after she helped Suja pay off his debts, the other party had no way to repay her but to give himself to her. Lin Mengdai almost laughed out loud. Fortunately, she was still a little sober, and immediately said to Suja with a smile, Suja, you haven't eaten yet, how about we talk while we eat? In fact, she came here to meet a client today. But now that she has met Suja, she naturally will not meet clients again. After all, it's just a business worth tens of millions, how can it be as important as Suja? But her words made Suja a little confused. What's going on? Is our relationship so deep? We've only said a few words and you're already treating me to a meal. If it were before, Suja would naturally not refuse. But with the previous experience of Qin Shuyao, he really didn't want to get into any trouble again. So Suja immediately smiled and refused. Forget it, this is a bit inconvenient. As soon as these words came out, Lin Mengdai on the opposite side suddenly became anxious and said quickly, convenient, how can it not be convenient? Helpless, Suja could only change the subject and said, by the way, you must have something to do at Jin Jang Hotel, right? Why don't you go and do your work first? I'll be leaving now. After saying that, Suja quickly ordered the system to sign in, and then took a step forward to leave. Hey, don't leave in such a hurry. I'm not going to eat you. On the other side, seeing that he was about to leave, Lin Mengdai stepped forward and hugged Suja's arm tightly. This intimate action was a bit too much for Suja to handle. Although Lin Mengdai would not eat people, the problem was that he didn't want to cause any trouble. Just when Suja was thinking about how to break free, a voice with a bad tone suddenly came from behind him. Hey Suja, why are you here? Who notified you? Suja turned around and found that the person who spoke was his college classmate Li Wan. Behind Li Wan are Suju's former college classmates. It just looks like they are getting ready to attend some party. In fact, Suja's guess was correct. Li Wan and others did come to attend the class reunion. However, whether intentionally or unintentionally, none of them informed Suja and Lin Mengdai. After all, Suja just graduated and he already owed 5 million. If nothing unexpected happens, his future life will definitely be miserable. And what about Lin Mengdai? Since she is not popular in the class, naturally no one will notify her. Even the group of classmates in front of them didn't realize that the beauty next to Suja was Lin Mengdai. Suja frowned and looked at Li Wan coldly. Li Wan, this is a restaurant, not your home. I can come whenever I want. According to Suja's temper, he was too lazy to pay attention to Li Wan. But because of the bad things that happened in the bank before, he was angry, so when facing Li Wan's unfriendly tone, he certainly didn't have a good temper. Li Wan was almost speechless after being confronted by Suja. However, when he secretly glanced at Lin Mengdai beside Suja, he began to become arrogant again. Suja, what's so great about you? Who in our class doesn't know that you owe the bank 5 million? In fact, he had noticed Lin Mengdai as soon as he came in, but he just thought that this was another beautiful woman who had taken a fancy to Suja. That's why he asked, because he was filled with jealousy. His purpose was very simple, which was to suppress Suja in front of the beauty. Chapter 15, Finding a Sense of Existence. Hearing Li Wan say such a familiar sentence, Suja looked at the classmates behind him. What disappointed him a little was that Wang Peng was not among them. Of course, this makes sense. After all, although Wang Peng is Suja's classmate, they are not in the same class. Seeing Suja looking behind him several times, Li Wan thought he was looking for help. He immediately laughed and said, Suja, stop looking. Do you think you are still the school hunk? No one in our class will come to help you. If they were still in school, the girls in the class would definitely come to help Suja. But unfortunately, now that we have graduated, all we care about is profit. In particular, Li Wan opened a company with a market value of over 10 million with the help of his family. Nowadays everyone is busy trying to establish good relations with Li Wan in order to seek some benefits. So naturally no one would speak for Suja, who owed 5 million. Some people even mocked Suja in order to please Li Wan. Suja, you were pretty smart in school, didn't you? How come you owe the bank 5 million now? Yeah. With your current salary, it will probably take you decades to pay it off. Ha ha. Hey Suja, didn't Li Wan open a company? You can go and beg him to help you. The crowd became more and more excited as they talked, and they looked like they would not stop until Suja was suppressed. It's no wonder. When he was in school, Suja was so brilliant that he suppressed everyone else's brilliance and made people feel resentful. Now that I see him fallen into the dust, I naturally want to find a sense of existence. Li Wan felt very proud, especially when a group of people helped him to criticize Suja. This was the treatment that only Suja could enjoy in the past. With a turn of his eyes, Li Wan looked at Lin Mengdai, who was still hugging Suja's arm. Then he said kindly, Beauty, I advise you to leave him as soon as possible, otherwise he will drag you to pay off the debt together. This is 5 million. I have to say that Li Wan is extremely insidious. He keeps asking for 5 million each time. If it were an ordinary girl, she would definitely be scared and run away. But Lin Mengdai is different. Only 5 million. It's not like she can't pay it back. She immediately said to Li Wan with disdain, "Li Wan, do you think you are interesting? We are all classmates. Do you really think Suja will die if he owes 5 million? Seeing Lin Mengdai speaking up for Suja, Li Wan was almost going crazy with jealousy. How come Suja is so lucky? There are beautiful women to help you wherever you go. With a cold snort, he said dissatisfiedly, "Beauty, don't blame me for not reminding you, Suja really can't survive without 5 million. He is just a poor boy who doesn't even have a home." Seeing Li Wan's rude remarks again, Lin Mengdai carefully glanced at Suja, and then said loudly, "No home? Who said Suja has no home? I tell you, my home is his home." As she said that, she snorted coldly and hugged Suja's arm tightly again. Being hugged tightly again, Suja, who had been unresponsive for a long time, finally came to his senses. He slowly glanced at the group of classmates, and then said to Lin Mengdai, "Okay, Mengdai, they are a bunch of people who curry favor with the powerful. There is no need to pay attention to them." After saying that, Suja pulled her upstairs to the private room area. In fact, no one knows why Suja didn't react at all to the ridicule of everyone just now. That was because he was stunned by the rewards from the sign-in system. Chapter 16. He is not able to give you the life you want. Ding, sign-in successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 8% of the shares of Jin Jang Hotel. 8% of the shares of Jin Jang Hotel. This is a group with a market value of 15 billion. 8% is worth more than 10 billion. Of course, what shocked Suja was not the value of these shares. What he values is the influence brought by these shares. As a state-owned enterprise, Jin Jang Hotel has 40% of its shares circulating on the stock market. Of the remaining 60%, only 20% are in the private sector, and they are very dispersed. Now that Suja owns 8% of the shares, he can be said to be the largest private shareholder of Jin Jang Hotel. Although this controllable power cannot allow Suja to act recklessly, at least ordinary people dare not provoke him. It was for this reason that Suja was surprised by Li Wan and others. They are just a bunch of clowns. Care about them? Suja felt that he was a little sorry for the system. Among these classmates, only Li Wan's family has a relatively good background. He has assets worth hundreds of millions and has some influence in the Magic City. But how can such little assets compare to Jin Jang Hotel? Not to mention that Suja himself has nearly 100 million in liquid funds. This alone makes it much better than Li Wan's home. Even though Li Wan's family has assets worth hundreds of millions, if they can come up with 50 million in cash, Suja would give them a thumbs up and say it's amazing. On the other hand, when they heard Suja say that they were people who curry favor with the powerful, the group of people became angry instantly. "Suja, who the hell are you talking about? Believe it or not, I'll let Brother Li crush you to death. I just want to be Brother Li's dog, so what? You want to be one but you can't?" These people not only belittled Suja, but also flattered Li Wan. I have to say that after leaving school, everyone became a lot more disgusting. Unlike them, Li Wan was stunned after hearing Suja's words. It took him a while to react. Without paying attention to the classmates who were flattering him, he shouted at Lin Mengdai with a look of disbelief on his face, "Are you Lin Mengdai? The ugly nerd in our class?" Li Wan's shout made the surroundings quiet instantly, and then a group of people started talking in disbelief. "Who? Lin Mengdai? Brother Li, you said the person next to Suja is Lin Mengdai? That's impossible, Brother Li. Could you have seen it wrong? How could that beauty be Lin Mengdai?" Originally, Lin Mengdai planned to keep in sync with Suja and ignore these jumping clowns. But these people's surprised comments made her feel comfortable. When she was in school before, was there anyone in the class other than Suja who looked at her seriously? So, she pulled Suja and stopped. She glanced at these people who once looked down on her, and then a hint of sneer appeared at the corner of her mouth. She said, "Yes, I am Lin Mengdai. And, I just didn't like to wear makeup before." Ah! She is really Lin Mengdai. Everyone was shocked to see her admit it. Even many boys started to have evil thoughts in their minds. When Lin Mengdai was in school before, no one paid attention to her, and she must have felt very inferior. If I take the initiative now, maybe I can win. I have to say that they had a really good idea, and some people have even started to take action. As the man who seems to have the most powerful background in the class, Li Wan naturally wants to save Lin Mengdai from the dire straits. He tried his best to hide the lust in his eyes, and said with a smile on his face, Meng Dai, as an old classmate, I advise you to stay away from Suja. He is not capable of giving you the life you want. As soon as these words came out, Lin Meng Dai looked at him with disdain on her face. Chapter 17 Furious Suja. How could she not see what Li Wan was thinking? It's a pity that this is just like a toad wanting to eat swan meat. It's a beautiful thought. And whether before or now, she has never taken Li Wan seriously. What's more, it doesn't matter if Suja can't give her the life she wants. As long as she has the ability. Li Wan, give up your inconspicuous fantasy. Lin Meng Dai looked at Li Wan with sarcasm on her face. Then she stretched out her little finger, pinched her fingertips, and said to Li Wan, compared with Suja, you are this. You. Pointing at Lin Meng Dai angrily, Li Wan was so angry that he couldn't speak for a long time. At this moment, a man with a pointed face and a lewd smile said to Li Wan, Brotherly, don't be angry. Once you find out where Lin Meng Dai works, you can make her crawl over here by yourself. Li Wan felt that this person's words made some sense. After all, their family has some influence in Shanghai. By then, wouldn't it be easy to control Lin Meng Dai, who seems to have no background? Thinking of this, he no longer hid his lustful eyes when he looked at Lin Meng Dai. He even laughed lewdly occasionally, and no one knew what bad things he was thinking about. Lin Meng Dai was not deaf, and her face suddenly turned gloomy after hearing this. Then she snorted coldly and said angrily, You don't need to check, I'll tell you, I work at the Lin Group. Lin Group? Li Wan was stunned. He didn't expect that Lin Meng Dai would actually work in the Lin Group. Although the Li family has some influence, it is nothing compared to the Lin Group. Not to mention interfering in the personnel management of the Lin Group. In fact, it was not just him. No one present had expected that Lin Meng Dai would actually work in the Lin Group. For a moment, many boys quickly gave up the bad thoughts in their minds. Especially the classmate who had just given Li Wan advice, he was sweating profusely and almost fainted on the spot. Even if Lin Meng Dai is just an ordinary employee of the Lin Group, she is not someone they can afford to offend. In fact, if the two sides were not hostile to each other at the moment, perhaps someone would have come forward to curry favor with him. Unlike them, Suja thought a lot. He knew very well that the two of them did not come to Jin Jang Hotel together. He came here to sign in, but where is Lin Meng Dai? Thinking of this, Suja glanced at her inconspicuously. On the other side, seeing that Lin Meng Dai was not someone he could deal with, Li Wan turned his attention to Suja. Suja, if you have the guts, come out. What's the point of hiding behind a woman? As soon as Li Wan finished speaking, a group of people who bully the weak and fear the strong began to mock Suja again. Suja, are you still a man? That's right. If you're a man, stand up and fight one-on-one. I feel embarrassed to have a classmate like you. As a group of people spoke foul language, Suja's face darkened. Just because he doesn't speak doesn't mean he's easy to bully. He immediately rushed to a nearby area and shouted angrily, Someone, kick them out. Who knew, after hearing Suja's roar? Instead of feeling scared, the classmates pointed at Suja and burst into laughter. Suja, who do you think you are? Are you coming? I would like to ask, are you the owner of Jin Jang Hotel? Or the president of some country? Li Wan also said with a mocking look on his face, Suja, do you really think you are an important person? You can show off in school, but this is not a school, let alone your home. Who will listen to you? Ha ha ha. But just as he finished speaking, the voice behind him made him stunned. Chapter 18 Getting Used to It. Mr. Su is indeed the owner of our Jin Jang Hotel. The person who came was the lobby manager of Jin Jang Hotel. He had seen Suja in the hotel lobby before, but because of the rumors he had heard, he did not dare to go up and disturb him. But now that Mr. Su was furious, of course he had to rush over. Coming in front of Suja, the lobby manager said nervously, Mr. Su, I'm really sorry to have frightened you. I'll chase them away right away. Then, regardless of the stunned expressions of Li Wan and the others, the lobby manager quickly shouted at the door, Security, security, drive them away quickly. We don't welcome them in Jin Jang Hotel. It was not until the security guard ran over that Li Wan and others reacted. They shouted in disbelief. Impossible, this is impossible. How could Suja be the owner of Jin Jang Hotel? Isn't Jin Jang Hotel a state-owned enterprise? Didn't he owe the bank 5 million? How did he become the owner of the Jin Jang Hotel in the blink of an eye? Unlike other classmates, Li Wan knew the lobby manager. But it was precisely because of this that he felt even more anxious and uneasy. Especially when he thought that he not only provoked Suja, but also made Suja angry. The sweat on his forehead flowed down like water. After taking a few deep breaths, Liwan quickly smiled humbly and looked at Suja over there. Suja, we are classmates after all, why don't you just treat me like a piece of shit and let me go today? He was so scared. Jin Jang Hotel could easily crush him to death, as easy as crushing an ant. Not even his own family could save him. With a cold snort, Suja was too lazy to pay attention to him. At this time, when the other students saw Liwan begging for mercy, they suddenly came to their senses. Suja is indeed the owner of Jin Jang Hotel. Someone immediately begged for mercy. Suja, what happened just now was all instigated by Liwan, it has nothing to do with me. Yes, Suja, it was Liwan who forced us to do this just now. Suja, please, let us go. Seeing that the situation had turned into a dog-eat-dog situation, Suja felt a little annoyed. Without saying anything, he pulled the confused Lin Mengdai to the second floor. He felt ashamed to be classmates with such a disgusting group of people. It is understandable that he seeks profit and avoids harm, but it is wrong for you to flatter the powerful and belittle the weak in front of others. It was him just now, and now it's Liwan. When the lobby manager on the side saw Suja leaving, he quickly trotted over to catch up. Although he had seen Suja before in his memory, this was the first time he came to the hotel. Especially since such a terrible thing happened on the first day, the lobby manager was a little nervous. When he came to Suja, the lobby manager quickly showed a respectful expression and said, "Mr. Su, you are still as low-key as ever." Suja was stunned for a moment, then he realized that it was the system that instilled memories into the lobby manager. After sighing in his heart how convenient it was to have a system, he said with a smile, "Actually, I'm not being low-key, I'm just used to it." Of course, this was Suja's trick to fool the lobby manager. He had only been in this world for less than 2 days. "What kind of habit do you want to go to? I just didn't have time to change clothes." But the lobby manager next door doesn't know this. He thought that this was Suja's true feelings, so he gave him a thumbs up on the spot and looked at Suja with admiration. "Mr. Su, you are really at a higher level. If we were ordinary people like you, we would have started to live a life of debauchery and completely forgotten the virtues of our ancestors." Chapter 19 Is Mr. Chow as great as our President Su? The lobby manager's words made Suja feel a little embarrassed. In fact, he also wanted to live a life of debauchery and extravagance. But isn't it too late? But he was very happy to be praised, so he smiled and said to the lobby manager, "Thank you for the compliment. Actually, you are not bad." Although Suja just said this casually, it was a different story when it reached the ears of the lobby manager. He thought Suja was speaking sarcastically, blaming him for not arriving in time. The lobby manager was so scared that cold sweat broke out on his forehead. In fact, he didn't come to see Suja earlier because he heard from others that Mr. Su was a low-key person. But if he had known earlier that group of people dared to offend Suja like this, he would have come to stop them even at the risk of his life. Immediately, the lobby manager, with a trembling heart, said nervously, "Su, Mr. Su, I really didn't mean it, please forgive me." Suja was completely confused. This lobby manager was smiling just now, why does he look like he's afraid that I'll kill him now? After thinking about it for a while, Suja finally understood why the manager in front of him was like this. Glancing at the name on the other person's badge, Suja said gently, "Manager Zhou, don't worry. What happened before has nothing to do with you." As soon as these words were spoken, Manager Zhou instantly realized that he had misunderstood Suja's meaning. As he breathed a sigh of relief, he immediately flattered the person. "Mr. Su, you are so magnanimous. If this happened to someone else, I would definitely be in big trouble." Suja smiled and nodded without saying anything else. At this time, everyone had arrived on the second floor. Looking at the person in charge of the second floor not far away, Manager Zhou waved his hand and called him over. "Hurry up and open the number 1 box. Mr. Su wants to have lunch here." However, after hearing Manager Zhou's order, the person in charge showed a bitter smile on his face. "Manager, Mr. Chow also booked number 1 at noon." "Master Chow?" Manager Zhou looked confused. Because he couldn't remember which Mr. Chow it was. But then he frowned, pointed at the person in charge Suja-cha next to him and angrily said, "Where do you get so much nonsense from? Is Mr. Chow as senior as our President Su? Mr. Su?" The person in charge on the second floor was stunned, obviously not expecting who Mr. Su was. Seeing this, Manager Zhou became even angrier and shouted, "I think you don't want to be in this business anymore. This is Mr. Su, the largest shareholder of our Jin Jang Hotel. The person in charge on the second floor finally woke up from his dream and ran to open the Emperor's #1 box. Seeing him run away without saying a word, Manager Joe frowned again, then quickly looked at Suja with a flattering expression. Boss Su, my subordinates are not very sensible. I will teach them a lesson. Please don't be angry. His words surprised Suja. Originally, he thought that Manager Joe was a flatterer because he kept flattering others. But he didn't expect that Manager Joe would be so skillful in protecting his own people. For a moment, Suja developed some affection for Manager Joe. He smiled slightly and said, "It's okay. In fact, if I hadn't come, he wouldn't have been so embarrassed." As soon as these words were spoken, Manager Joe's face suddenly became full of joy. He understood that Suja was not angry. He then respectfully took Suja to the #1 box. No matter who it was, no one asked to change to another box. Manager Joe, needless to say, since his boss is coming to have dinner, he must choose the best place. As for Suja, he was quite curious about this box, which was rumored to often host presidents of various countries. As for Lin Mengdai standing aside, her mind was full of one thing at the moment. How come Suja hid it more deeply than her when he was in college? Chapter 20 True Identity. As the daughter of Lin Wenshan and the only heir to the Lin group, she thought she had hidden herself well enough when she was in college. In order to reduce other people's attention, she even went out without makeup all day and even wore cheap clothes. But now that she had met Suja, she suddenly felt a little ashamed of herself. You know, Suja is a very famous figure in the school, and everyone knows him. But even so, many people just thought that Suja was an orphan with no background. This may be the legendary meaning of great hermits hide in the court, medium hermits hide in the city, and small hermits hide in the wild. Lin Mengdai couldn't help but think in her heart. Suja's level has reached the 3rd level, while she has only reached the 1st level. Suja had no idea about Lin Mengdai's wild thoughts. At this time, he was led by Manager Joe to the #1 box. But as soon as he walked in, a hint of disappointment flashed across his face. Originally, he thought that room #1 was very special. But I didn't expect that there was no other difference except for the larger area. This made him feel cheated. Manager Joe, who was standing by, felt a little embarrassed when he saw this. Family members know their own business. Suja has never been here, so he doesn't know. But he had been the manager of this hotel for so many years, so he naturally knew that apart from its great reputation, there was nothing else worth mentioning about the #1 box. Worried that Suja would be angry, Manager Joe quickly explained. Boss Su, don't be angry. You are the boss of our restaurant, so I will tell you the truth. Most of the people who come here to eat are just looking for fame. Our hotel has hosted many presidents before. They just want to come and enjoy the president's blessing. Suja nodded and was not angry. After all, he is not a moody person. Besides, he was just disappointed just now because he felt that the title of #1 did not live up to its reality. But I didn't expect that Manager Joe saw it. Feeling relieved, Manager Joe quickly asked the waiter to come in and personally handed the menu to Suja. After just looking at the menu, Suja said, "Manager Joe, just order what you want. This is my first time in this restaurant." Manager Joe was slightly stunned, then nodded repeatedly with a happy expression. "Okay, Mr. Su, please wait for a moment, the food will be here soon." Manager Joe was quite happy that Suja asked him to supervise the serving of the dishes. After all, this shows Suja's trust in him. After Manager Joe left, Lin Mengdai on the side finally spoke. Just this opening made Suja a little confused. With a little emotion, Lin Mengdai said to him seriously, "Suja, how come you hide it so deeply?" Suja was a little confused. Why does he hide so deeply? Could it be that my identity as a time traveler has been discovered? Suddenly, Suja looked at Lin Mengdai with horror, wondering whether he should destroy her ruthlessly. While he was hesitating, Lin Mengdai on the other side asked again, "I'm really curious, you were so famous in school, why hasn't anyone discovered your true identity?" "In school? That's good, it's none of his business." Suja felt relieved. Then he said with a smile, "What kind of hidden identity is this? I am far inferior to you." After all, Lin Mengdai was such a beautiful girl, but she behaved so badly in school that no one noticed what she really looked like. Chapter 21, How Smart. But Suja's words surprised Lin Mengdai on the other side. She couldn't help but ask, "Have you discovered it a long time ago?" Suja rolled his eyes. He just remembered who Lin Mengdai was today. How could he know what she looked like at school? Of course, I just found out today, Suja said honestly. Today? Lin Mengdai was even more surprised. She wouldn't be surprised if her identity was discovered while she was in school. After all, we have been in contact with each other for a long time in school, so maybe we can discover our identity. But what I discovered today is not right. You know, the two have not met each other since graduation. Unless. Suddenly, Lin Mengdai felt happy and thought of a possibility. Could it be that Suja has been secretly paying attention to me? Once this idea came into her mind, she could no longer get rid of it. Suddenly, Lin Mengdai's face began to turn red. On the other hand, Suja felt a little frightened when he saw Lin Mengdai blushing for no apparent reason. Is there something wrong with this child Lin Mengdai? If she hangs here, I won't be able to escape. Immediately, Suja asked her with a worried look on his face, "Are you okay?" Seeing his worried expression, Lin Mengdai's face turned even redder. After a while, she whispered, "I'm fine." After hearing this, Suja breathed a sigh of relief. "I'm glad you're okay." Seeing that he stopped talking, Lin Mengdai asked again, "By the way, Suja, how did you find out my identity?" Suja was slightly stunned. He was a little confused about what Lin Mengdai meant. But this did not prevent him from fooling the other party. With a slight smile, Suja said, "That's how I discovered it." His relaxed look made Lin Mengyao feel frustrated. She was obviously very low-key, but I didn't expect Suja could still discover her identity. At the same time, she was also very happy in her heart. After all, Suja is the man she likes. The smarter he is, the better her vision is. Finally, Lin Mengdai happily praised, "Suja, you are so smart." But after hearing her praise, although Suja had a smile on his face, he felt so depressed that he wanted to vomit blood. Originally he thought that Lin Mengdai would take the initiative to speak out. But he didn't expect the other party to not play by the rules, and in the end he just praised him for being smart. Smart as hell. He is still confused and doesn't know what Lin Mengdai's identity is. Fortunately, Lin Mengdai on the opposite side did not continue asking, otherwise Suja, who knew nothing, would definitely be exposed. Manager Zhou, who was busy arranging meals on the other side, did not dare to neglect him. After all, he was his own boss. So while Suju and the other person were chatting, the food was served one after another. There was no surprise. Manager Zhou prepared a table full of delicacies from gold and jade, including mountain and seafood. Suja felt a little embarrassed. After the food was served, Suja saw Manager Zhou was about to leave, so he quickly asked, "Manager Zhou, how about sitting down and eating together?" Manager Zhou waved his hands repeatedly and said with an embarrassed look on his face, "Mr. Su, no need. I have something else to do. I won't delay your meal." After he finished speaking, Manager Zhou hurried out of the box without waiting for him to say anything else. Suja shook his head helplessly and said nothing more. After all, the hotel manager is really busy and he can't delay other people's work. On the other side, as soon as Manager Zhou walked out of the box, the person in charge of the second floor ran to his side. Glancing at the already closed number 1 private room, he asked in a low voice, "Brother Zhou, Mr. Su asked you to stay for dinner, why did you leave?" Hearing this, Manager Zhou immediately looked at him with a look of disappointment. Chapter 22, Continuous Flattery. After a while, he sighed and said, "Is Mr. Su asking me to stay for dinner? He is testing me." "Test you?" The person in charge on the second floor was a little surprised. Nodding, Manager Zhou said with emotion, "Ever since Mr. Su asked me to arrange the meals, he has been testing me step by step to see if I am competent as a manager." "Ah. No way. But I think Mr. Su just wants you to stay for dinner." Manager Zhou's words made the person in charge of the second floor a little unbelievable. He felt that Brother Zhou was just overthinking. "Xiao Li. You are still too young." Manager Zhou patted Xiao Li on the shoulder and left shaking his head. Xiao Li's face was full of confusion, and he kept muttering, "Did I really not understand? But why do I feel that Mr. Su really wants to keep Brother Zhou for dinner?" Xiao Li, who was full of doubts, didn't know that Manager Zhou was full of regret at this moment. In fact, through Xiao Li's interruption just now, he also realized that he seemed to have really thought too much. After all, Suja didn't seem to be being polite. But he had already walked out, and he didn't have the courage to go back. The most important thing is that he doesn't want to lose face in front of Xiao Li. So, after fooling Xiao Li, Manager Zhou left quickly. When Xiaoli saw that his brother Zhou had left, he looked at the second floor and saw that it was not very busy, so he immediately chased after him. He wanted to figure out whether he was too young or brother Zhou was fooling him. However, not long after Xiaoli left, a group of young people came to the second floor in a casual manner. The leader among them was Chao Yang, with whom Suja had just made an enemy in the morning. As soon as the group of people went up to the second floor, a lackey came over to flatter Chao Yang. "Master Chao, you are so influential that you can even let Jin Jang Hotel reserve the number 1 box for you." Chao Yang looked quite pleased with himself at the flattery of this lackey. Then he shook his head and said casually, "How can this be because of my face? It's obviously because our old man has enough face." As soon as he finished speaking, someone immediately expressed his objection. "Mr. Chao, what you said is wrong." Chao Yang was not angry, but asked with a smile, "What's wrong?" The man immediately showed a flattering look on his face, and quickly said, "Isn't your old man's face your face?" As soon as he finished speaking, the lackey next to him immediately echoed, "Yes, Mr. Chao, as the heir of the Chao family, you will have the same status as your father sooner or later." After a pause, he smiled and said, "So, I think the manager of Jin Jang Hotel must have reserved this number 1 box to please Master Chao." Seeing that the lackey was so clever, the other man felt a little depressed. After all, this is what he should have said. But the important thing at this time is to flatter Chao Yang. So he quickly said, "Young Master Chao's family controls 2% of the shares of Jin Jang Hotel. This is the largest private shareholder of Jin Jang Hotel. In the future, young Master Chao will be the boss of Jin Jang Hotel." Then he looked at the lackey with a smug look, and then spread his hands and said to everyone, "Tell me, can this hotel manager not please our Master Chao?" The continuous flattery from these two people made Chao Yang smile so much that his eyes were almost narrowed into slits. Although the others did not react as quickly as these two, they all felt very comfortable seeing Chao Yang being flattered. Immediately, they all started talking at once. "Yes, this hotel manager must please our Master Chao. Maybe he's worried about not being able to serve our Master Chao well?" At this time, a group of people also came to the number 1 box, and Chao Yang immediately pushed open the door with a smile. Chapter 23, Too Much Bullying. But just as he was about to open the door, Xiaoli, who was walking back, shouted hurriedly, "Don't open it." Chao Yang was stunned. Then, with a hint of anger on his face, he asked Xiaoli, "Xiaoli, what do you mean? In front of so many people, I made a big promise before. But now Xiaoli doesn't let him open the door. Isn't this just a slap in his face?" Xiaoli on the other side ran over and said with an embarrassed look on his face, "Master Chao, there is someone in the number 1 box." "Anyone?" Chao Yang yelled at Xiaoli, "Didn't I tell you before that I would come here for lunch? How dare you let anyone in?" Xiaoli's face was slightly bitter, and he muttered in a low voice, "But you haven't paid the deposit yet." As the signature room of Jin Jang Hotel, a deposit is required to book room number 1. Normally, it would be fine if acquaintances did not pay the deposit, but since Suja, a major shareholder, came to dinner, we naturally had to follow the rules. It was for this reason that when manager Zhou first brought Suja here, he didn't care at all who the Mr. Chao that Xiaoli was referring to was. Although Xiaoli's mumbling was soft, Chao Yang next to him heard it. He yelled at Xiaoli with a look of disbelief on his face, "Deposit? You actually want me to pay a deposit? I think you don't want to live anymore." He was already very unhappy that there was someone in room number 1. But he didn't expect that Xiaoli in front of him wanted him to pay a deposit. Especially, the flattery from those lackeys was still ringing in my ears. So Xiaoli's behavior of slapping someone in the face made Chao Yang extremely angry. Xiaoli's heart tightened, and he quickly said, "Master Chao, I just said it casually. Don't take it to heart." "Just saying it casually?" Chao Yang snorted coldly and then said, "It seems that if I don't teach you a lesson today, you don't know who I am, Chao Yang." As soon as these words came out, Xiaoli on the opposite side was frightened and turned pale. He quickly begged for mercy, "Master Chao, I really didn't mean it. Please spare my life." As a person from Jin Jang Hotel, how could he not know Chao Yang's background? Seeing him begging for mercy, Chao Yang said with a sinister smile, "If you want me to spare you, you can. All you have to do is kneel down and kowtow to me." Xiaoli was stunned. Seeing that he didn't look like a joke, he immediately shouted angrily, "This is impossible." There was no way he could accept such an insulting condition. He would rather quit working at Jin Jang Hotel than kneel down and admit his mistake to Chao Yang. But before he could leave angrily, Chao Yang on the side immediately gave a look to the person beside him. "Hold him down for me." Immediately, several of Xiao Yang's lackeys stepped forward and pressed Xiao Li, who had no time to react, to the ground. "What do you want to do?" Xiao Li shouted in horror. The lackeys on both sides chuckled and said, "What for?" "Of course, I want you to kneel down and admit your mistake to Master Qiao." In fact, they already knew this outcome when Xiao Yang put forward the conditions. After all, this kind of thing has happened before. The words of several lackeys made the frightened Xiao Li struggle desperately. He kept shouting, "I quit. I want to resign." "Resign?" Xiao Yang sneered disdainfully, "You want to resign? Kneel down and admit your mistakes and I'll let you go." He was already furious with Suzhou this morning, but unfortunately Qin Shuyao was there, so he didn't dare to be too presumptuous. But he didn't expect that when he came here to eat at noon, the person in charge of a small private room actually had a grievance against him. How could he bear this? Now he had to vent his anger. "You are going too far." Xiao Li, who was pinned to the ground, roared in unwillingness. This leaves him no chance of survival. Unexpectedly, after hearing his words, Xiao Yang burst into laughter triumphantly. "What's wrong with me bullying you? If you have the ability, you can bully me too. Ha ha ha." And along with his loud laughter, the door of the number 1 box suddenly opened. Chapter 24 Fun Ideas. It was Suzhou who opened the door. He and Lin Mengdai were having a good meal in the private room. But the noisy noise coming from outside the door from time to time made Suzhou a little annoyed, so he wanted to see what was happening outside. As soon as he opened the door, he was stunned. "Qiao Yang?" Suzhou frowned. He didn't expect that the person outside the door was Qiao Yang, an enemy he was not familiar with. On the other side, Xiao Yang, who was teaching Xiao Li a lesson with a look of arrogance on his face, was also stunned when he saw that it was Suzhou who opened the door. But then he burst out laughing. "I'm so lucky today. Not only can I teach a blind man a lesson, but I can also get my revenge this morning. This is simply buy one get one free." Originally, Xiao Yang thought it would take a long time for him to find Suzhou. But unexpectedly, the two met again not long after they separated. Especially since this is his territory and everyone around him is his. "Suzhou, I'll see where you can run today. Capture him for me." With a grim smile on his face, Xiao Yang immediately ordered his lackeys to capture Suzhou. As for Suzhou, who came out of the number 1 box, he might have some background. Xiao Yang didn't think about this question. Because he knew that Suzhou had nearly 100 million in cash on him, it was not surprising that he came here. On the other side, Suzhou was shocked to see so many people surrounding him. But he didn't dare to run. After all, Lin Mengdai was in the box. In order to prevent this group of people from rushing into the box, he even closed the door. And just when Suzhou was about to force his way in, Xiao Yang on the other side suddenly laughed and said to his lackeys, "Don't rush to do anything. I just thought of a fun idea." Everyone was a little surprised, but no one dared to object. He immediately took a step back slowly, still surrounding Suzhou. On the other side, Xiao Yang came to Xiao Li and waved his hand to ask someone to let him go first. Then he said with a smile on his face, "Xiao Li, I am merciful today. As long as you can go over there and beat Suzhou up, I will let you go today." Xiao Yang's words made Xiao Li a little confused. Beat Suzhou? Did I hear that correctly? Mr. Su was the major shareholder of Jin Jang Hotel. Should we beat him? Don't I want to live anymore? Fortunately, Xiao Li was quite smart. After seeing Xiao Yang let him go, he said nothing and immediately ran towards Suzhou. Seeing this, Xiao Yang laughed triumphantly. After all, dogs biting each other is the most exciting thing to watch, and he doesn't have to do anything. The lackeys nearby finally understood what Xiao Yang's good idea was. So, when they saw Xiao Yang laughing, they laughed too. For a moment, the entire corridor of the second floor box was filled with laughter. Unfortunately, things were not at all as they imagined. When Xiao Li ran in front of Suzhou, he turned around and shouted angrily at Xiao Yang and the others, "You want me to deal with Mr. Su? Don't even think about it." As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's laughter stopped abruptly, as if someone had suddenly pinched their throats. They were all stunned and looked at Xiao Li and Suzhou in disbelief. This is not right. Why are the two of them standing together? A trace of anger flashed across Xiao Yang's face, and he shouted, "Xiao Li, you better think it over. If you offend me, you will suffer the consequences." Faced with his threat, Xiao Li sneered. With Suzhou as the major shareholder, he would not be afraid of the other party at all. Previously, he had obtained the real information through constant persuasion of Manager Zhou. Suja really had good intentions and wanted Manager Zhou to stay for dinner. Because of this, Xiaoli felt that as long as there was a possibility, he would stay close to Suja. Chapter 25 The Poor Boy with 100 million cash. After all, a boss who really allows these low-level people to have a meal together must be a kind-hearted person. So when he saw Suja appear, he racked his brains to think of ways to win the other party's favor. Let the other person save your life. But what he never expected was that before he could come up with any solution, Xiao Yang on the side started behaving in a very funny way. Not only did they let him go, they also told him to beat Suja up. How is this possible? He is not stupid. Can't he tell who is older between Xiao Yang and Suja? It was for this reason that Xiaoli directly stood on Suja's side. After he calmed down, he first looked at Suja respectfully. Then he puffed out his chest and shouted at Xiao Yang over there, "Xiao Yang, I'm telling you, if you dare to hurt Mr. Su, I will never let you go." After these words were spoken, Xiao Yang on the opposite side almost vomited blood. Wasn't he this Xiaoli a coward before? Why have you become so tough now? He snorted coldly, not understanding what was going on, and then said disdainfully, "Even if two losers unite, they are still losers. You dare to act arrogant in front of me? I think you are tired of living." Xiao Yang immediately waved his hand and ordered the lackeys around him, "Hit me." Just when Su Zhao and Xiaoli were preparing to break out, Manager Zhou, whom Suja was worried about, finally arrived. When he saw Suja was surrounded by people, he was immediately frightened and shouted, "Stop." Xiao Yang felt very unhappy when he heard Manager Zhou's shouting. It's okay that Xiaoli has no vision, but as a lobby manager, can't you see the situation? Frowning, Xiao Yang shouted at Manager Zhou unceremoniously, "Manager Zhou, if you don't want to be fired, get out of here." Manager Zhou's face turned cold, and he pointed at the calm Suja over there and shouted at Xiao Yang, "Xiao Yang, do you know who he is?" After hearing this, Xiao Yang smiled disdainfully. "Who do I care who he is? The most important thing is that you get out of here right now, right now." Later, he saw that his men had stopped because of Manager Zhou's arrival, and he immediately shouted angrily, "What are you standing there for? Fight!" On the other side, seeing that Xiao Yang was so unwilling to listen to advice, Manager Zhou sneered and shook his head. "Xiao Yang, since you are determined to die, don't blame me for not reminding you." Immediately, he called out all the security guards in the hotel and surrounded Xiao Yang and others. Seeing the hotel security guards surrounding him, Xiao Yang's face turned cold and he asked, "Manager Zhou, what do you mean?" "What do you mean?" Manager Zhou sneered, then said, "If you offend our CEO Su, will you be able to have an easy time? Mr. Su?" Xiao Yang was shocked and immediately felt that something was wrong with the development of the situation. Manager Zhou on the other side quickly ran to Su Zhu and asked respectfully, "Mr. Su, what are you going to do with Xiao Yang?" Manager Zhou's words shocked Xiao Yang. Isn't Su Zhu just a poor boy with 100 million in cash? Why is Manager Zhou so respectful to him? He immediately asked loudly, "Who are you?" If Su Zhu knew what Xiao Yang was thinking, he would definitely call him an idiot. If you have 100 million in cash, can you still be a poor boy? Of course, Su Zhu was too lazy to pay attention to him. Glancing at Xiaoli beside him, he smiled and said to Manager Zhou, "Manager Zhou, I think we should let Xiaoli handle this Xiao Yang." "Leave it to Xiaoli?" Manager Zhou was a little confused. Then he quickly smiled and said to Su Zheng, "Boss Su, Xiaoli is still young and doesn't know the severity of the situation. How about I take care of it?" Su Zhu was a little surprised. I wonder if Manager Zhou and that Xiaoli are relatives. Otherwise, why would you always protect each other? After all, although Xiao Yang is nothing in Su Zhu's eyes, he is a giant in Xiaoli's side. Manager Zhou was worried that if Xiaoli didn't handle the matter properly, it might cause trouble, so he volunteered. Originally Su Zhu wanted to give him face, but before he could open his mouth, Xiaoli on the side spoke. Chapter 26 Hearty Laughter. Xiaoli first looked at Su Zhu with gratitude, and then said to Manager Zhou, "Brother Zhou, my request is very simple, as long as Xiao Yang can apologize to me in person." As soon as Xiaoli finished speaking, Xiao Yang's eyes were filled with resentment, as if he wanted to eat him. For someone as arrogant as him, apologizing to others is more painful than killing him. If it weren't for Qin Shuyao's powerful background, he would not have apologized to Su Zhou in the morning. Now that Qin Shuyao is gone, how could he possibly apologize? He even cursed at Xiaoli arrogantly. Apologize? That's impossible. There's no way I'm going to apologize to a lowly inferior like you. Lowly inferior person. the air around them suddenly became cold. All the employees present looked at Xiao Yang with anger in their eyes. You know, Xiaoli is the person in charge of the box on the second floor, and he is also a small leader. If Xiaoli is an inferior person, then what about them? Are you not even a human being anymore? Being stared at by everyone made Xiao Yang feel nervous, but he still shouted arrogantly, "What are you looking at? Don't think that I can't do anything to you just because Su is protecting me. He can take care of you temporarily, but not forever. There will always be a time when you are left alone, so don't blame me for being rude when that happens." The people around were shocked and immediately showed fear on their faces. Because Xiao Yang was right, Suju was not their nanny and it was impossible for him to always be with them. Seeing this, Xiao Yang was delighted. These lowly people are so easy to deceive. So he continued to pursue his victory. "I advise you to let me go quickly, otherwise, you will be in trouble." Seeing that Xiao Yang's words had taken effect, several of his lackeys quickly echoed, "Yes, quickly release our young master Xiao, or else I will make your life worse than death." The noisy voices made the hotel employees start to panic. Looking at Xiao Yang's arrogant appearance, Manager Zhou on the side suddenly remembered something. So he quickly came to Su Zhou and asked in a low voice, "Mr. Su, I seem to remember that the 2% of the Qiao family's shares seem to be acquired by you, right?" Su Zhou was confused. He only knew that the system rewarded him with 8% of the shares. But he didn't know where it came from. Even now he has not received the share certificate. So when faced with Manager Zhou's questions, Su Zhou didn't know how to answer. But at this moment, Manager Zhou's phone suddenly rang. After looking at the caller ID, he frowned slightly and finally pressed the answer button. However, after answering the phone, Manager Zhou's expression gradually became happy. Finally, he said to Su Zhou, "Mr. Su, Mr. Chao is here." "Mr. Chao?" Su Zhou was slightly stunned. He didn't know anyone with the surname Chao. Fortunately, Manager Zhou on the other side thought that he knew too many people and didn't remember it for a while. Therefore, he glanced at Xiao Yang over there, and then quickly explained, "Mr. Su, it's Chao Tianfang who sold you 2% of the shares." Su Zhou nodded in understanding. Especially the look Manager Zhou gave Xiao Yang made him realize that Chao Tianfang was Xiao Yang's father. But he was a little confused as to why the other party suddenly came over. Could it be that the other party had the ability to predict the future and knew that his son was surrounded, so he came to rescue him? However, thinking about Manager Zhou's happy expression just now, Su Zhou felt that Chao Tianfang might not be here to save his son. Fortunately, he didn't feel confused for long, as a burst of hearty laughter came from the elevator. Chapter 27: An Unexpected Slap. "Mr. Su, you are really rich. If there is any good business, please don't let me, Chao, take it." Before the elevator door was fully opened, Chao Tianfang's hearty laughter came in. But as soon as he stepped out of the elevator, he was stunned. Although he knew Su Zhou was in the corridor when he talked to Manager Zhou on the phone just now, he never expected that there would be so many people in the corridor. At first glance, there were more than 20 people. Perhaps because the distance was too far, Chao Tianfang did not notice that his son was among them. When he came to his senses, he smiled at Su Zhou and said, "Boss Su, you are acting a bit too arrogantly. If someone didn't know you well, they would think you were going to teach someone a lesson." Su Zhou was not surprised that Chao Tianfang knew him. The ability to be more systematic is very powerful. With a slight smile in his heart, Su Zhou said, "Boss Chao, you really guessed it right. I was just teaching someone a lesson today." "Oh?" Chao Tianfang was a little surprised. "If you dare to provoke this mysterious Mr. Su, you will be like an old man hanging himself, and he will be impatient." He immediately put on an appearance of wanting to watch a show, and asked slyly, "Boss Su, which beast dared to provoke you?" Su Zhou found it a little funny. Chao Tianfang was really cruel. He even scolded himself. After all, if the son is a beast, then what would the father be? With a slight smile, Su Zhou said, "This man's name is Xiao Yang, and he actually dared to ask someone to beat me up in this Jin Jang Hotel." "What? Someone is so bold as to take action on your turf, Mr. Su?" Chao Tianfang exclaimed in surprise. But then he opened his eyes wide, his face full of disbelief. Xiao Yang? This name made Chao Tianfang's heart tighten. Then he pushed aside the hotel staff who were blocking the corridor and went to the innermost part. But when he saw that his son Xiao Yang was really inside, his face suddenly turned gloomy. He is angry with his son. Who is Su Zhou? Someone who can buy 8% of the shares of Jin Jang Hotel. This not only reveals the astonishing financial strength, but also the background that cannot be small. Otherwise, would others directly sell 6% of the shares to Su Jia? If it weren't for this, he wouldn't have been so frightened as to sell his shares without hesitation. But he never expected that a man with such strong financial resources and powerful background would be blocked in his own restaurant. The person who blocked Su Jia was Chow Tianfang's son. On the other side, Chao Yang also spotted his father and shouted happily, "Dad, you have to teach Su Jia a lesson for me later." Hearing what Chao Yang said, Chow Tianfang became furious. Even at this time, he still hasn't forgotten to stir up hatred. Immediately, he ignored Chao Yang's happy expression and slapped him in the face. Bang! Even Su Jia, who was several meters away, could hear the crisp sound clearly. You can imagine how much effort Chao Tianfang put in. "Dad!" Chao Yang roared in disbelief. Perhaps because he was so angry, Chao Tianfang acted very calmly. He said to Chao Yang calmly, "Sorry, I don't have a son like you." "Dad, what's wrong with you? Don't scare me." Chao Yang asked anxiously again. The only one he could rely on was Chao Tianfang. If anything went wrong with Chao Tianfang, he would be finished. So when he saw that something seemed wrong with his father, he was very anxious. Perhaps it was this concern with ulterior motives that softened Chao Tianfang's heart. So the other party snorted coldly and said to Chao Yang, "Hurry up and apologize to Mr. Su." Apologize? Chao Yang's face was full of reluctance and he didn't want to apologize. Then he looked at Chao Tianfang and asked, "Dad, who is he?" But just as he finished speaking, Chao Tianfang slapped him in the face again, unexpectedly. He yelled, "Go apologize." Chapter 28 Chao Tianfang's Gratitude. Chao Yang was scared. Especially Chao Tianfang, who looked furious. It made him tremble with fear and his liver and gallbladder were broken. He quickly walked past the employees in the corridor and came in front of Su Jia. Looking at his nonchalant expression, Chao Yang wished he could eat him alive. It's him! Not only did he lose all his face, but he also had to apologize again and again. But thinking of Chao Tianfang behind him, he could only try his best to suppress the anger in his heart and made a sound through gritted teeth. Sorry. These 3 words seemed to weigh 1,000 pounds, so Chao Yang didn't dare to say them easily. Louder! Suddenly, Chao Tianfang's furious voice roared again. Chao Yang's heart tightened, and he quickly shouted to Su Jia, "I'm sorry, I was wrong." The sudden shout startled everyone present. Chao Tianfang on the other side ran over and kicked Chao Yang hard, then said with an embarrassed look on his face, "Mr. Su, I am sorry for scaring you because I didn't teach my son well." Chao Yang, who was kicked to the ground, ignored the pain and yelled at his father, "Dad, who is he?" Unfortunately, what awaited him was another kick from Chao Tianfang. Seeing this, Su Jia shook his head secretly. He understood that Chao Tianfang's actions were to save his son. Unfortunately, Chao Yang was blinded by anger and didn't notice anything, so he was kicked twice. On the other side, Chao Tianfang had a flattering look on his face. He said to Su Jia with a humility, "Mr. Su, I have already taught this bastard son a lesson. How about you be magnanimous and forgive him this time?" Although these words made Chao Yang furious, he learned his lesson this time. He just stared at Su Jia fiercely, not daring to make any sound. Unfortunately, Su Jia still looked indifferent, and even his emotions did not fluctuate. Glancing at Xiaoli over there, Su Jia said, "Boss Chao, I can let him go, but I have one condition." Chao Tianfang's heart tightened, and he quickly asked, "What are the conditions?" Pointing at Xiaoli over there, Su Jia said calmly, "It's very simple, just ask him to apologize to Xiaoli." That's the condition? Chao Tianfang's face was full of surprise. What is the condition? Isn't it too simple? Chao Tianfang even felt that Su Jia picked it up high and put it down gently in order to prevent the conflict between the two sides from deepening. After all, more friends mean more paths in the business world. He was afraid that Su Jia would go back on his word, so he immediately grabbed Chao Yang's ear and came to Xiaoli. He ordered, "Hurry up and apologize to Xiaoli." Chao Yang's face flushed, his eyes filled with resentment. He broke free of Chao Tianfang's hand and yelled frantically, "No way! There is no way I am going to apologize to this lowly inferior person." As soon as these words were spoken, Chao Tianfang's face suddenly turned gloomy. Before, he was still wondering why Su Jia asked Chao Yang to apologize to Xiaoli. At this moment he finally understood that this was simply saving his own son. Even though he looked down on these poor workers in his heart, he would never show hostility towards them outwardly. After all, he still needs this group of people to do things. If what happened today gets out, who will come to work for the Chao family? For a moment, Chao Tianfang's heart was filled with gratitude towards Su Jia. He took one look at his arrogant son, got so angry that he kicked him hard. Chao Yang, who had no time to react, fell to the ground instantly. Seeing this, Chao Tianfang frowned again and dragged him in front of Shaoli. She yelled at him, "Apologize now." On the other side, looking at Chao Yang's behavior at this time, Su Jia almost laughed out loud. Chapter 29, Unspoken. At this moment, Chao Yang looked as if he was kneeling down to Shaoli. When he thought about how Chao Yang wanted Shaoli to kneel down and apologize, but that didn't happen because of his arrival, Chao Yang himself was forced to kneel down in front of Shaoli by his father. Su Jia couldn't help but want to laugh. Fortunately, he had amazing self-control and held it back. However, the situation was different for the lackeys who followed Chao Yang. Some of them burst out laughing on the spot. In fact, these people didn't want to laugh. But the problem is that this reversal was so interesting that they couldn't help but laugh. Chao Yang was enraged and humiliated. He stared at those people with flaming eyes and struggled to stand up. Unfortunately, just as he was about to make a move, he was held down by his father. Those lackeys were also frightened by his vicious look. They immediately lowered their heads and dared not look at Chao Yang again. However, the occasional shrugging of shoulders at that time still proved their true thoughts. "What are you standing there for? Apologize to me now." Seeing that his son was slow to speak, Chao Tianfang became anxious and slapped him on the head again. Feeling a sudden pain in his head, Chao Yang immediately glared over. But when he turned halfway, he realized who had slapped him. "I could only say aggrievely, Dad, what are you doing?" Chao Tianfang's face darkened, he said nothing, and slowly raised his arm. Seeing this, Chao Yang was horrified and quickly said to Shaoli, "Shaoli, I was wrong. I'm sorry." After saying that, he quickly looked at Chao Tianfang. Chao Yang breathed a sigh of relief only when he saw the other party take his hand back. Chao Tianfang nodded with satisfaction, then looked at Shaoli, who was dumbfounded, with a gentle expression. "Shaoli, you know Chao Yang is a very outspoken kid, so don't take it to heart." These words made Su Jia next to him frown, and he felt even more disgusted with Chao Tianfang. What does it mean to speak without restraint? Isn't it because that's what I think in my heart? Originally he thought that Chao Tianfang and his son were different. But now it seems that the reason why Chao Yang looks down on others is that he learned it from Chao Tianfang. On the other side, Shaoli was still young after all. After hearing this, he didn't think much about it and just thought that Chao Tianfang was a good person. So he quickly said with a smile on his face, "Mr. Chao, don't worry, since Mr. Chao has already apologized, I will definitely forgive him." As soon as these words came out, Chao Tianfang sitting opposite him suddenly felt a little dissatisfied. "My son is not apologizing to you, so you don't need to forgive him. Do you really think of yourself as someone important?" Of course, he wouldn't say that, after all, Su Jia was there. So he just smiled and nodded at Shaoli, and then he no longer paid attention to this little person. Coming back to Su Jia, Chao Tianfang asked in a flattering manner, "Mr. Su, are you satisfied with this?" Unlike when facing Shaoli, even in his heart, Chao Tianfang did not dare to be disrespectful to Su Jia. After all, the other party seemed to have a very powerful background and was not someone he could afford to offend. And Su Jia didn't want to dawdle any longer, after all, he hadn't finished his meal yet. He immediately said with a smile, "Now that the lesson has been learned, I think we should just let it go." Seeing that he had let the matter go, Chao Tianfang felt relieved. Then he took out something and handed it to Su Jia with a smile on his face. After taking a casual look at it, Su Jia took it and said with a smile, "Boss Chao, thank you for making this extra trip. This is what I should do, it's what I should do." Chao Tianfang on the opposite side said quickly. Chapter 30. I'm actually very quiet. In fact, what Chao Tianfang gave Su Jia was nothing but the share certificate. This is also the reason why he suddenly came to Jin Jang Hotel. However, because the matter involved commercial secrets, the two did not go into details. So others only saw Chao Tianfang mysteriously handing a document to Su Jia. Just when everything was done and Chao Tianfang was about to leave with his son, there was suddenly a loud noise. Bang! The door of the number 1 box was violently kicked open from the inside. At this moment, Su Jia remembered that he had closed the door in order to protect Lin Mengdai. After breaking open the door of the box, Lin Mengdai was stunned to see so many people outside. Then she quickly ran to Su Jia and asked with concern, "Su Jia, are you okay?" Su Jia pointed at the door of the box that was about to fall down and said speechlessly, "I'm fine, but this door needs to be repaired." His words made Lin Mengdai feel regretful immediately. It's over. Suja, please don't misunderstand that I'm a girl who likes violence. Actually, I am very quiet. Just now, because she heard the noise outside had stopped, she became anxious and used all her strength. But who knew that the door was so fragile that it was kicked open by her? Lin Mingdia's sudden kicking of the door surprised everyone. However, when they saw the door of the box that was beginning to shake, everyone's eyes were filled with fear again. After a long while, Chao Tianfang next to him asked Suja with a smile on his face. Mr. Su, who is this? After all, Lin Mengdai ran towards Suja as soon as she came out, which made people feel that the relationship between them must be unusual. Now that he wants to curry favor with Suja, of course he has to understand all the relationships around Suja. Hearing his question, Suja said casually, "This is my classmate, Lin Mengdai." If the two of them had not fallen out, Suja would not have bothered to pay attention to him. Chao Tianfang on the side naturally didn't know what Suja was thinking. He felt a little confused when he heard Lin Mengdia's name. Because he seemed to have heard it somewhere. But he didn't have time to think about it now, so he quickly greeted Lin Mengdai with a smile on his face. "Hello, Miss Lin. I'm Chao Tianfang." "Hello, Mr. Chao." Lin Mengdai just nodded casually. He didn't want to talk much with others. After all, she had finally met Suja, and she didn't want their time together to be delayed because of someone else. You know, she just turned down that business deal worth tens of millions easily. Seeing this, Chao Tianfang on the side didn't want to stay here and continue to embarrass himself. So he quickly took his son and left Jin Jang Hotel. However, as soon as the two of them walked out of Jin Jang Hotel, Chao Yang, who had been afraid to speak, spoke. He asked curiously, "Dad, don't you know Lin Mengdai?" In fact, Chao Yang discovered Lin Mengdia's identity as soon as she appeared. But he didn't expect that his father wouldn't recognize him. "Do you know him?" Chao Tianfang asked angrily. After all, Chao Yang almost caused him a huge disaster today, how could he not be angry? And now he acted as if it was strange that he didn't know Lin Mengdai. He is not God. How is it possible that everyone knows him? So, at this moment, Chao Tianfang wished he could beat him to death. Chao Yang was frightened by the angry look on his face, and he quickly said, "Dad, don't be angry, I really know that Lin Mengdai." Chao Tianfang frowned and asked worriedly, "Who is it?" He thought Lin Mengdai was the woman Chao Yang had played with before, so he was very nervous. Now that we have finally resolved the conflict, we must not make enemies with Suzhou again. Chapter 31. Is this so popular with women? But Chao Tianfang completely misunderstood. Not to mention that Chao Yang didn't have this idea, even if he had this idea, he didn't have the courage. Because Lin Mengdai is the heir to the Lin Group. Although the Chao family is a behemoth in the eyes of many people, in the eyes of the Lin Group, it is just a small family in business. Lin Mengdai can just move her fingers casually and the Chao family will be wiped out. The reason why Chao Yang knew Lin Mengdai was just that they met her from afar by chance. So, he quickly said, "Dad, she is Lin Mengdai from the Lin Group." Lin Group. Chao Tianfang was shocked and shouted out loud, but then he suddenly realized. After all, since he knows Suja, how could he not have some status? Glancing at his son beside him, Chao Tianfang said, "Alright, remember this, don't mess with Suzhou again in the future." Suja, a man with a mysterious background, and the heir to the Lin Group, either of these two could plunge the Chao family into the abyss. Seeing his father mention Suja again, Chao Yang asked with a puzzled look on his face, "Dad, why are you afraid of Suja? Who is he?" Chao Tianfang was speechless for a moment when asked by his son. In fact, he didn't know what Suja's background was. However, just considering that the other party knew Lin Mengdai, he couldn't afford to offend him. So he said directly to Chao Yang, "Suzhou and Lin Mengdai are classmates. Do you think he is someone you can mess with?" Chao Yang's face was full of surprise. Because Dad clearly didn't know Lin Mengdai just now. Why are people now saying that Suzhou should not be provoked because of Lin Mengdai? Suddenly, an idea popped into his mind, which even he himself thought was a little silly. Was Dad pretending not to know Lin Mengdai just now? The purpose is to deepen the impression that Lin Mengdai is someone who cannot be provoked. So he quickly asked, "Dad, are you sure this is the only reason? Then how many more do you want?" Chao Tianfang said impatiently. He was almost driven crazy by Chao Yang today. Isn't one reason not to mess with enough? Chao Yang's heart tightened, and he quickly nodded and said, "Okay, Dad, I understand." "I'm glad you understand." With a cold snort, Chao Tianfang quickly drove Chao Yang home. However, Chow Tianfang had no idea that his words had caused Chow Yang to misunderstand him. At this moment, Chow Yang was even more certain of his previous silly guess. The reason why his father was afraid of Suja was because of Lin Mengdai. Otherwise, why did my father only mention Lin Mengdai and not Suja? Thinking of this, Chow Yang clenched his fists tightly. Since Suja only relies on women, there is nothing to be afraid of. At the same time, he was also jealous of Suja's good luck. In the morning, it was Qin Shuyao who protected him, but in the afternoon it was Lin Mengdai who came to protect him. Is this guy so popular with women? Touching his face, which was swollen from being slapped by his father, Chow Yang felt envious and jealous. He decided that the next time he met Suja, he would tear his face off. It's a pity that Chow Yang seemed to have forgotten one thing. You are staring into the abyss, and the abyss is also staring into you. Suja may not care about Chow Yang, but some people say that he might choose to take action to win his favor. Jin Jang Hotel, in the number 1 private room. At this time, the door of the box had been repaired, and Suja and Lin Mengdai returned to the box to eat. Suja, do you have a conflict with that Chow Yang? Lin Mengdai asked tentatively. Chapter 32, Making a Fortune. After all, when Suja walked out of the box and had not yet had time to close the door, she also heard Chow Yang's arrogant shouting. There was some embarrassment on Suja's face. Because the reason for his conflict with Chow Yang is really funny. It would be fine if he really had some relationship with Qin Shuyao. But the problem is that not only do the two of them have no relationship at all, but Chow Yang also envies him. Seeing his look, Lin Mengdai on the side became even more curious. So she quickly came to sit next to Suja, gently hugged his arm, and said in a soft tone, "Just tell me." Lin Mengdai is such a beautiful woman, but now she speaks in such a tone, which makes Suja feel numb all over and uneasy. After a while, he finally came to his senses. She first moved her hips quietly, and then began to tell the story of the beginning of the conflict between her and Chow Yang. Because it was not too complicated, Suja finished his talk very quickly. After listening to this, Lin Mengdai frowned and said, "Isn't this too hateful?" Suja thought he was talking about Chow Yang, so he nodded and said that Chow Yang is indeed too hateful. Hearing this, Lin Mengdai rolled her eyes and quickly said, "I'm not talking about Chow Yang, but the woman named Qin Mengyao. She is so hateful. If it weren't for her, you and Chow Yang would never have a conflict." Suja was completely confused after hearing this. He has a conflict with Chow Yang, not with Qin Shuyao. He immediately said, "This has nothing to do with Sister Shuyao, it's mainly because Chow Yang looks down on others." Although what Suja said made sense, Lin Mengdai felt a little sad when he spoke up to explain for Qin Shuyao. She immediately retorted unreasonably, "But if she had chased Chow Yang away at that time, you wouldn't have had any conflicts." Suja was speechless. Why did it bring Qin Shuyao up again? These two women shouldn't know each other. In the end, considering that Lin Mengdai had known him for more than an hour, which was much longer than Qin Shuyao's half an hour. So Suja followed the principle of keeping a distance between the close and distant, nodded helplessly and said to her, "You are right, okay?" This look made Lin Mengdai angry. I was clearly telling the truth. If it weren't for the woman Qin Shuyao, Suja would not have encountered any trouble at all, and he almost got beaten up. Suddenly, she thought of Suja's trouble which had not been solved yet. He immediately said with a smile, "Suja, how about I help you solve this problem?" Suja was stunned for a moment, then he remembered who was the troublemaker. He shook his head and said, "Forget it, you can't solve it." Although he knew that Lin Mengdai seemed to have some background, the problem was that Chow Yang's family had a good background too. And even if she could get rid of the Chow family, no one would listen to what she said as a young girl who had just graduated. What's more, Suja didn't take Chow Yang seriously at all. But his suspicious look made Lin Mengdai next to him a little dissatisfied. "What's up? Who are you looking down on here?" She immediately said to Suja angrily, "How about we make a bet? If I help you solve the problem, you have to treat me to a meal." This serious look made Suja feel funny. But he was too lazy to compete with Lin Mengdai for anything. He immediately said with a smile, "Okay, then it's settled." Seeing that Suja agreed, Lin Mengdai immediately felt that she had made a fortune. Chow Yang, who was full of hatred in his heart, would never know that in Lin Mengdai's eyes, he was not even as valuable as a meal from Suja. Chapter 33 Bad Woman. Lin Mengdai's happy expression left Suja puzzled. "Why are you so happy? Even if you really win, it would be too much of a loss to eliminate the Chow family just for a meal, right?" In fact, if Suja had ever been a bootlicker, then he might understand the joy in Lin Mengdai's heart. After all, seeing the people you love happy makes you willing to do anything for them. Soon, the mealtime was over. Despite Lin Mengjia's repeated requests, Suja still refused her request to stay. The main reason was that Lin Mengdai would lean towards him from time to time while eating, which made him scared. She can't even eat honestly, there must be something wrong with her. With this thought in mind, Suja rode his electric bike and staggered back to Jianjing Garden. But before he drove into the gate of the community, a voice came from behind. Lao Su, you finally came to pick me up. This sentence made Suja confused. Neither the original body nor him seemed to have many familiar friends, right? What's the matter with calling myself Lao Su when I open my mouth? With curiosity, Suja turned his head. Just by taking a quick look, Suja was speechless and at the same time felt it was incredible. Because the person who called him was none other than Tian Xinrui, the beautiful housekeeper of the villa area. He was very curious, how did Tian Xinrui get the courage to call him Lao Su directly? But before he could open his mouth to ask, he saw Tian Xinrui opposite him winking at him. Suja's heart tightened, and a bad guess came to his mind. Sure enough, he saw a man who was slightly uglier than Chao Yang walking towards him with a gloomy face not far away. This somewhat familiar routine made Suja curse a few words in his heart. This is never going to end, right? Can't you just let me live in peace for a day? He knew without thinking that the slightly ugly man must be Tian Xinrui's suitor. And most importantly, he must have misunderstood his relationship with Tian Xinrui. Frowning, Suja asked Tian Xinrui coldly, Butler Tian, what do you mean by this? Tian Xinrui on the opposite side was shocked. He didn't expect Suja to still be so cold. But when it comes to emergency help, she doesn't care too much. Immediately, she had an idea and came to Suja, putting her hand intimately around his waist. Then she said to Suja in a coquettish tone, Old Su, I know I usually control you very strictly, but you don't have to call me housekeeper outside, okay? If others hear this, they will definitely think I'm a bad woman. After hearing this, Suja was so depressed that he wanted to vomit blood. When did I call you housekeeper? I was calling you the housekeeper, okay? What's more, doesn't it mean you are a bad woman for just using anyone as a shield? But before he could speak, Tian Xinrui said to the ugly man, Li Guang, thank you for your kindness, but now my husband is here, so I won't bother you to send me off. Hearing this, Li Guang suddenly asked with a gloomy face, Xiaorui, aren't you unmarried? Tian Xinrui was stunned. She remembered that she seemed to have said that she was single. Then she quickly explained, I am not married. But Lao Su is my boyfriend. I will not marry anyone else from now on. When she said this, her face was filled with happiness, making Li Guang's face opposite her look so gloomy that it seemed like water was about to drip out of it. But where he couldn't see, Tian Xinrui quickly showed a pleading expression to Suja. Unfortunately, Suja doesn't want to indulge her bad habit. If Tian Xinrui is used to it, then whenever someone comes, she will ask him for help. Wouldn't Suja be annoyed to death? So, he immediately pushed Tian Xinrui away, and then said to Li Guang, don't get me wrong, I'm not familiar with her. Originally Suja's explanation made Li Guang's expression much more relaxed. But Tian Xinrui's next words made the other party angry again. Chapter 34, A Cold Man. Hubby, don't be angry. I was wrong, okay? How about this, as long as you don't get angry, I'll agree to your posture tonight. Tian Xinrui blushed slightly as she said these words that made her feel shy. But there is no way. Since Suja, this cold and aloof man, refused to cooperate, she had no choice but to resort to this last resort. Suja on the side was shocked by Tian Xinrui's bold words. Li Guang, whose expression had just relaxed, suddenly yelled in unwillingness after hearing Tian Xinrui's bold words. Xiaorui, he's just a poor boy riding an electric bike. How can I be inferior to him? At this point, he no longer doubted the relationship between Suja and him. If there was nothing to do with it, how could Tian Xinrui say such bold words? On the other hand, Suja, who was originally implicated innocently, became furious when he heard others call him a poor boy again. Didn't I just not have time to change the car? Is it necessary for each of you to come here and look down on me? He immediately shouted at Li Guang with a cold face, I just like riding an electric bike, so what? Get out of here and screw yourself. Li Guang didn't expect Suja to suddenly explode, so he was frightened and took several steps back. But when he stood firm, his face began to turn pale and blue. He didn't expect that he would be scared by this poor boy Suja. He was so angry that he quickly used loud shouting to cover up his embarrassment. Boy, do you know who I am? Suja sneered disdainfully. Is it really possible that anyone dares to guess my face? He threw the electric bike in his hand to the ground, and then rushed to Li Guang. I don't care who you are, get out of here right now. Although Li Guang looks tall and strong, he is actually very timid. Now seeing Suja's ferocious look, he was immediately frightened and trembled all over. He pointed at Suja tremblingly and issued a weak threat. You, don't be so arrogant. My father is Li Chang. But when he saw that Suja was not afraid, but took a step forward viciously, his inner defenses were finally broken by fear. He just ran away screaming. Coward! Looking at Li Guang's fleeing back, Suja's face was full of contempt. Tian Xinrui, who was standing by, saw Li Guang being chased away, and a look of joy immediately appeared on her face. After she helped Suja park the electric bike, she quickly ran over. Then, she expressed her sincere gratitude. Mr. Su, thank you so much for what I did just now. If you hadn't been here, I wouldn't know what I would have done. Suja's face turned cold, and he immediately said to Tian Xinrui, don't get me wrong, I wasn't trying to help you just now. If it weren't for Tian Xinrui, how could he be hostile to Li Guang? What's more, the reason why he took action was because Li Guang spoke rudely. It would have been fine if Suja hadn't said it. After he said it, Tian Xinrui on the opposite side thought that his cold personality was showing up again. Immediately, she said with a smile, I understand, Mr. Su, you are not trying to help me. At the same time, she was also sighing in her heart, what a cold man he is. Even if he is kind enough to help me, he has to refute me. Seeing her like this, Suja felt puzzled. Why are there so many sick people today? Lin Mengdai was nervous at noon, and Tian Xinrui in front of her was acting stupid again. Shaking his head, Suja was too lazy to bother with this bad woman and walked straight to his electric car. Mr. Su, please wait a moment. But before Suja turned the handle and went home, Tian Xinrui's voice sounded again behind him. However, Suja, who was angry with her, didn't want to stop. He immediately turned the handle hard and rode his bike into the community. In the end, Tian Xinrui, who could only see his back, stomped her feet in anger. Chapter 35, Being Tricked. I just want to buy you a cup of coffee, do you have to run? Tian Xinrui was very dissatisfied. Before she could say anything, Suja ran away. No, I must make you go with me for a cup of coffee. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became, and finally she got mad and chased after him. She made her decision. If Suja didn't agree, she would just block the door. Anyway, as the housekeeper of the villa area, she knew where Suja lived. Unfortunately, Tian Xinrui had never expected that she waited until it got dark but still didn't see Suja come out of the house. As for knocking on the door to call Suja out, she had never thought about it. After all, Suja is the owner and her breadwinner. Some little jokes were harmless, but if she really pissed off Suja, she would be doomed. As a beautiful housekeeper who has been able to hang around in the villa area for several years and still remain unscathed, she naturally has her way of dealing with things. Early the next morning, Tian Xinrui, who came to work, looked towards Suja's villa number 8 as usual. However, what made her somewhat happy was that Suja happened to open the door of the villa at this time. Immediately, Tian Xinrui ran over with a happy face to say hello. Good morning, Mr. Su. On the other side, seeing that it was Tian Xinrui again, Suja frowned. However, since one should not hit someone who smiles at him, he still nodded lightly at the other party. Tian Xinrui felt helpless. Suja was still as cold as ever. But she didn't dare to get angry, and immediately said with a smile, Mr. Su, I wonder if you are free today? Suja raised his eyebrows, somewhat confused about what the beautiful housekeeper in front of him meant. Seeing his puzzled look, Tian Xinrui quickly said, I just want to buy you a cup of coffee to thank you for your help yesterday. It would have been fine if she didn't mention what happened yesterday. When she did, Suja's face turned cold again. He frowned and said, No, I don't like coffee. If it were based on Suja's original personality, he would definitely be happy to go if someone invited him to a meal. But the problem is that Suja always felt that Tian Xinrui, this bad woman, would cause him trouble, so he simply refused. Tian Xinrui on the opposite side was a little angry. She didn't expect Suja to refuse so bluntly. Who is she? A big beauty. However, thinking of the other party's identity, she could only suppress her anger. After taking a few deep breaths, she forced a smile on her face. Since Mr. Su doesn't like coffee, how about I treat you to a cup of tea? She just doesn't believe it. If you don't drink coffee, you can't not drink tea either, right? Suja frowned, feeling a little annoyed with Tian Shinrui in front of him. Can't you see that you don't want to go with her? He immediately said in a cold voice, Butler Tian, are you done yet? Get out of the way, I'm leaving. After saying that, Suja honked the horn of the electric car again. The sound of the horn startled Tian Shinrui, and she involuntarily made way. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Suja immediately turned the handle of the electric bike and rushed out. Tian Shinrui slowly came to her senses only after Suja, who had rushed out, had run a long way. Am I being fooled? Furious, she clenched her fists and yelled at Suja's back, Suja, I'm not done with you. When has Tian Shinrui ever felt so aggrieved? However, just as she finished venting her anger, she saw Suja coming back on his electric bike not far away. Tian Shinrui was very nervous as she thought she was heard. So she quickly forced a warm smile on her face and respectfully asked Suja, Mr. Su, do you have any other instructions? Chapter 36 Not a Troublemaker. Suja was a little surprised that Tian Shinrui suddenly became so enthusiastic. Is she from Shu? Have you learned how to change faces? He was so angry but unable to speak just now. Why is he so enthusiastic now? On the other side, seeing that Suja was slow to speak, Tian Shinrui became even more uneasy. Mr. Su, do you have any other instructions? With her reminder, Suja finally came to his senses. He immediately asked, Oh, I just want to ask, where is the Tianhai Convention and Exhibition Center? Tianhai Convention and Exhibition Center? Tian Shinrui was slightly stunned, then she felt relieved. It's good that Suja is not here to cause trouble for her. But at the same time, some curiosity arose in her heart. So he quickly asked, Mr. Su, what are you doing at Tianhai Convention and Exhibition Center? Her question caused a fleeting embarrassment to appear on Suja's face. In fact, if the system hadn't prompted that the check-in location was here, he wouldn't even know that there was such a place in Demon City. After thinking for a moment, he immediately covered up his embarrassment with a smile. I'm just going to take a look around here. Unlike Suja, Tian Shinrui knew clearly where Tianhai Convention and Exhibition Center was. However, just as she was surprised, she suddenly came to her senses. The Suja in front of him was also of a different status, so it was normal for him to go to that kind of place. Just as she was about to tell Suja the location, something clicked in her mind and she immediately said, Mr. Su, how about I take you there? You'll take me there? Suja frowned, feeling somewhat reluctant. Seeing this, Tian Shinrui next to him quickly assured, Don't worry, Mr. Su, I will definitely leave when we get there. She had figured it out by now. The reason why Suja was so resistant to himself was because what happened yesterday afternoon left a shadow in his heart. So she wanted to prove to Suja that she was not a troublemaker and that what happened yesterday was just an accident. After hearing this, Suja still hesitated and asked, Are you sure you will leave after you get there? I'm sure. Tian Shinrui nodded vigorously. Then she was afraid that Suja still didn't believe her, so she quickly said, How about this, Mr. Su, in order to assure you that I can be back soon, I won't ask for leave. What do you say? Although he had only lived in Riverview Garden for a few days, he had already understood the service attitude here. If a property staff member leaves his or her post for more than half an hour, he or she will be dismissed directly without any mercy. Therefore, Tian Shinrui's guarantee really made Suja feel a lot more at ease. Nodding, he said reluctantly, Okay, I agree. Tian Shinrui on the opposite side suddenly smiled and got directly into Suja's electric car. After sitting down, she quickly said with a smile, Mr. Su, let's get going. But her words made Suja a little dissatisfied. What's up? Still want me to take you there on my bike? He immediately got off the electric bike, and Tian Shinrui said dissatisfiedly, Get off and ride the bike. Tian Shinrui was speechless. How can a grown man let a girl ride his bike? Do you still understand how to be gentle and considerate to women? Unfortunately, the situation is stronger than the person, and now she is begging Suja. So Tian Shinrui could only pout and get on the bike reluctantly. After leaving Jiangjing Garden, Suja and his strange group frequently attracted the attention of passers-by. After all, one of them is a handsome guy and the other is a beautiful girl, so they have attracted a lot of attention. Now they are all on a shabby electric car, which makes many people unable to help but talk about it. Chapter 37, Use and Throw Away. Wow, isn't that guy so handsome? How could you bear to let him sit on the back of an electric bike? As soon as some girls saw Suja sitting on the back of the electric bike, they immediately felt heartbroken. Such a handsome man should be well protected. As soon as the girl finished speaking, a boy next to her who was carrying a lot of bags immediately refuted her. But I feel like it's a bit unkind to let a girl ride on an electric bike. The girl glared at the boy and said, "What do you know? A handsome man like him shouldn't have to do anything." After being glared at, the boy suddenly felt scared. I could only smile ingratiatingly, nod my head and say, "You're right, you're right." After hearing this, the girl nodded with satisfaction and then threw her bag to the boy. The boy's face turned bitter as he felt something more on his body. Then he asked with a look of trepidation, "Can you take a few? I can hardly carry them." The girl's face immediately turned unhappy when she heard this, and she asked directly, "You can't even carry such a small thing? How did you carry this 100-pound body of mine at night?" After these words came out, the boy's face turned slightly red, and he muttered softly, "But you were able to pity others just now, can't you pity me now? Is it the same? He is a male god, a very handsome one. What about you?" The girl rolled her eyes and said dissatisfiedly. After hearing what the girl said, the boy's face darkened, and he asked with some dissatisfaction in his heart, "What's wrong with me?" When the girl saw his look, she immediately smiled and shook her head. He said, "You are my man. If you don't help me, do you want others to help me?" As soon as these words were spoken, the boy's expression suddenly changed from gloomy to bright, and he couldn't stop laughing. Even his body seemed to be filled with infinite power. Too bad he'll never know. If he was replaced by Suja, the one holding the thing would be a girl. Still very willing. On the other side, Suja and his companion quickly arrived at the Tianhai Convention and Exhibition Center. When Suja saw the countless luxury cars and beauties inside, he realized that this Tianhai Convention and Exhibition Center was actually an international auto show. After parking the electric car, Suja hurriedly urged Tian Xinrui to leave. After all, so many troubles happened yesterday, and he didn't want to experience it again today. But his reaction made Tian Xinrui feel a little dissatisfied. What kind of person is this? Just throw it away after use? What a scumbag! Of course, even though she was full of contempt for Sujo in her heart, her face was still full of smiles. "Mr. Su, if you have any instructions, you can call me again." Suja nodded and then waved at him. After cursing Sujo in her heart again, Tian Xinrui prepared to leave. But before she could turn around, a woman's voice was heard nearby. "Is it really you, Xiaorui? Are you here to buy a car too?" Turning around, Tian Xinrui was stunned at first, then said calmly, "Deng Hui? I'm not buying a car, I just came here to take a look." Although Deng Hui was one of her classmates, she could not bring her any joy. The reason is simple. The two have a conflict, and it is not a small one. Before, when she was in school, Tian Xinrui was framed by Deng Hui for stealing money. Fortunately, she reported the matter to the authorities directly, and with the help of the government's technical means, she was able to avoid this inexplicable frame-up. Otherwise, she might have been expelled from school. Tian Xinrui has always remembered this incident. It's a pity that Deng Hui's family background is not ordinary, so she has no way to take revenge. She originally thought that they would never meet again after graduation. But she never expected to meet him again at this exhibition. Suja, who was standing by, heard someone greeting Tian Xinrui in a sarcastic tone again. He felt nervous and wanted to run away immediately. But when Deng Hui spoke to Tian Xinrui again, Suja stopped. Chapter 38, Preparing to Buy a Car. Deng Hui suddenly realized something and said to Chong Tian Xinrui, "I told you that your family has not yet paid off their high-interest loan of 3 million yuan, so how could you possibly buy a car?" Suddenly, she pretended to be surprised and asked, "Uyo, you are not here to hook up with rich men, are you?" Finally, she deliberately amplified her voice, attracting the attention of everyone in the convention center. There were even quite a few old men with flickering eyes, and no one knew what they were thinking. Seeing so many people looking at her with strange eyes, Tian Xinrui wanted to explain. But the strange looks from everyone and the ridicule from Deng Hui across from her made it impossible for her to muster up the courage. For a moment she looked pale, pitiful, and helpless. Although Suja never wanted to cause any trouble. However, when he saw so many people bullying a weak woman, he still felt a little sympathy in his heart. Especially when he thought of how Tian Xinrui always had a strong smile on her face when facing his difficulties, Suja felt guilty. Before, he thought that Tian Xinrui didn't dare to resist him because she had some special intention. But after listening to Deng Hui's words, Suja realized that Tian Xinrui didn't want to lose her job at Riverview Garden because her family had millions of dollars in high-interest loans. Even the other party's promise to him at the cost of losing his job seemed particularly serious at this moment. Suja immediately strode to Tian Xinrui's side, hugged her shoulders, and then shouted angrily to the people around him, "If anyone looks at me again, I will dig out his eyes." After saying that, Suja glanced at the people around him with a vicious look. Everyone was frightened by Suja's sudden rage and quickly lowered their heads and dispersed. Seeing this, Suja snorted coldly, and then said to Tian Xinrui gently, "Xiaorui, are you okay?" In the past, Suja only called Tian Xinrui housekeeper Tian, but now that he knew her true situation, Suja, who felt a little pity for her, simply changed his address. Facing Suja's care and feeling his broad and strong arms, Tian Xinrui, whose face was pale, felt warm in her heart. Then she shook her head gently and said, "I'm fine, thank you, Mr. Su." Unlike Suja, Tian Xinrui is well aware of the difference in their status, so she will not break the rules. Suja didn't care about these. He nodded slightly and then looked at Deng Hui opposite him. He frowned and yelled, "Deng Hui, right? Get out of my sight right now." If Deng Hui and Tian Xinrui were just arguing and swearing at each other, he certainly wouldn't be so angry. But the other party directly instigated everyone to bully Tian Xinrui, which he couldn't stand. "Just wait for me, humph." Deng Hui on the other side felt uneasy after being yelled at by Suja. She snorted coldly and ran away quickly. Seeing that the matter was over, Suja was too embarrassed to drive Tian Xinrui away again. Immediately, he said to her with a smile on his face, "Since you are out now, don't rush back. Why don't you help me introduce the situation of this exhibition?" Seeing that Suja, who had always been very cold, was now smiling, Tian Xinrui was a little stunned. But she quickly reacted and said bitterly, "Mr. Su, I didn't ask for leave this time. If I go back late, I will definitely be fired." Suja smiled slightly and said, "Don't worry, I will help you explain it when we get back." After hearing this, Tian Xinrui finally nodded. Then the two bought tickets and entered the venue. Looking at the countless luxury cars in this exhibition center, Suja felt a little tempted. He had been feeling impatient for a long time because he was always looked down upon by others because he rode an electric bike. Now that he has come to this luxury car exhibition, he will certainly not return empty-handed. Thinking of the nearly 100 million in cash in his hand, Suja looked at Tian Xinrui with a smile on his face. After all, compared to him, Tian Xinrui is obviously more familiar with this luxury car exhibition center. Chapter 39: Huge Wealth. But before Suja could speak, his face darkened. He originally thought that now that the trouble just now was over, there would be no other troubles. But what he never expected was, not far from the two of them, Li Guang, who was chased away by him yesterday, was walking towards them with a nervous yet proud look on his face. He was worried that Suja would teach him a lesson again. He was proud because he could buy a car in this exhibition center, but what about the poor boy Suja? "I can't even afford a hair." Finally, he mustered up the courage and walked over to say hello. "Xiaorui, are you guys here to look at the car?" After hearing this voice, Tian Xinrui frowned. Then he said, "Li Guang, why are you here?" "I came here to buy a Ferrari to drive around," Li Guang said proudly. Suja and Tian Xinrui were speechless. Can't this person tell the difference between good and bad words? No one asked you what you were buying. Li Guang over there seemed to be getting excited. He shook his head slightly and continued to talk to himself. "Actually, I wanted to buy a top-of-the-line model, but it's out of stock here now." Then he looked at Suja in a questioning manner. "Oh, by the way, are you here to buy a car too?" In Li Guang's eyes, Suja came here just to satisfy his eyes. Therefore, he wanted to show off his financial resources in front of Suja. It would be best if Tian Xinrui next to him could regret her decision and even throw herself into his arms. Suja on the side naturally saw through Li Guang's ridiculous idea. If he was really a poor boy, he might be smugly belittled by the other party. But the problem is, he has money. Therefore, Suja was not affected at all and said calmly, "Yes, I came here to buy a car." But before Suja finished speaking, Li Guang said with a smug look on his face, "I told you that you can't afford the cars here." Seeing how funny he was, Suja had no choice but to remind him, "Hey, I'm planning to buy a car here." "What?" Li Guang suspected that he had heard it wrong. Then he quickly shook his head. He said to Suja with disdain on his face, "Impossible, a poor boy like you, how can you afford a car here?" Suja was speechless. "I'm too lazy to continue paying attention to this idiot." He simply pulled Tian Xinrui, who was about to laugh out loud, away. "Stop right there." Seeing the two people leave directly, Li Guang suddenly felt offended. Who is he? He is Li Guang, the son of Li Chang. They have a factory with annual profits of over 10 million. He even has several houses in Shanghai. Their family has such huge wealth, but they are ignored by Suja, a poor boy who can only ride an electric bike. Unfortunately, despite hearing Li Guang's roar, Suju and the other man didn't stop at all. The others present were all shocked. Immediately, a security guard stood up and said to him, "Hello, sir, no loud noises are allowed in the venue." Listening to the security guard's warning and feeling the crowd around him looking at him with strange eyes, Li Guang clenched his fists tightly, and his hatred for Suja reached its peak. He felt that all this humiliation was brought by Suja. If Suja knew what he was thinking, that will definitely lead to scolding. It was obviously your yelling that attracted the security guard. Why are you blaming me? On the other hand, after turning around a few times, Suja had basically made a choice in his mind. Immediately, he smiled and said to Tian Xinrui beside him, "Xiaorui, what do you think of the Bugatti Veyron just now?" Tian Xinrui was stunned, as if she thought she had heard it wrong. Then he asked again, "Mr. Su, can you say it again? I mean, what do you think of the Bugatti Veyron just now? I want to buy it." With a slight smile, Suja continued to repeat. But just as he finished speaking, before Tian Xinrui could speak, loud laughter came from all around him. Chapter 40. I'm a little embarrassed. Suja, you're not afraid of getting tongue-tied for bragging. Can you afford that Bugatti Veyron? Suja frowned and looked at the person who came, feeling very speechless. He originally thought that after getting rid of Li Guang, he could have some peace and quiet today. But what he didn't expect was Li Guang got rid of him, but the bald guy Wang Peng came. His face turned cold, and he said to Wang Peng impatiently, "Wang Baldy, if you don't speak, no one will think you are dumb. Whether I can afford it or not is my business. What does it have to do with you?" Wang Peng on the opposite side heard Suja call him Wang Baldy again, and he was so angry that his face turned blue. With a cold snort, he looked at Suja with disdain. "Suja, what's so great about you? You live in Jiangjing Garden, so what? This Bugatti Veyron is worth more than 80 million, which is more valuable than your house." After hearing this, Suja finally understood why Wang Peng dared to confront him. It turns out this guy didn't even know he lived in a villa area. Shaking his head, Suja felt it was very funny. Even though due to system limitations, his villa worth tens of billions of dollars cannot be sold. But the cash he had was enough to buy that luxury car. Thinking of this, he smiled slightly and said, "But what if I can afford it?" Wang Peng was shocked. Then he pointed at Suja and laughed disdainfully. "It's impossible for you to buy such an expensive car." Although he was slapped in the face by Suju at the gate of Riverview Garden last time. But this time it's different. This is a car worth more than 80 million. Even if Suja could afford the house in Riverview Garden, he couldn't just buy such an expensive car casually, right? A house can be lived in for a lifetime, but a car will be scrapped after only a dozen years at most. Suja on the other side saw Wang Peng swearing that he could not afford a Bugatti Veyron, and originally wanted to make a bet with him. But when he thought about how his grandson ran away after losing last time, he no longer had the intention to do so. He immediately said, "Wang Baldy, I won't bet with you anymore. I'm going to buy this car today." What he didn't expect was, seeing that he didn't want to make the bet anymore, Wang Peng became anxious. Wang Peng had always wanted to get back at his bet after losing it last time. Now that he finally has a chance to win, how could he possibly give up? What's more, Suja's statement that he would not make a bet seemed to prove that the other party was guilty. So, Wang Peng quickly said, "Suja, come on, I'm making a bet with you." Suja was slightly stunned. He didn't expect that Wang Peng would actually like to actively put his face close to him to be slapped. But in the end he still shook his head and said with disdain, "Forget it, last time you lost and ran away, it was not interesting at all. I won't run away this time, I definitely won't run away." Wang Peng said quickly. The more Suja didn't want to gamble, the more guilty he felt the other party felt. Perhaps in order to increase the weight of his words, Wang Peng directly called the people around him over. "Friends, are you interested in coming to bear witness?" In fact, when the two were arguing, someone looked over from time to time. However, many people saw Suja's outburst outside the venue, so they hesitated and did not dare to watch. But now they saw Wang Peng taking the initiative to invite them to come and watch. Of course they wouldn't miss this good opportunity to watch the fun. Looking at the crowded wall of people around him, Wang Peng's face was full of pride. Then he shouted to Suja, "How about it, with so many witnesses, you should believe that I won't run away, right? Suja felt a little helpless. Originally he wanted to save some face for Wang Peng. But I didn't expect that the other party would insist on letting me slap him in the face. This made Suja feel a little embarrassed. So, he immediately asked with a smile, okay, I'll bet with you, but what's the bet? Chapter 41. It's right there, go buy it. Seeing that he agreed so readily, Wang Peng on the opposite side was not worried at all, but was extremely happy. He felt that the time had come for him to get his revenge. He was afraid that Suja would go back on his word, so he immediately said, okay, let's play a big game. Whoever loses will take off all his clothes and run around the exhibition hall. How about that? Suja was stunned, and then hesitantly said, isn't this a bit too harsh? Isn't it a bit too harsh? After all, this exhibition center covers an area of more than 100,000 square meters. It takes Wang Peng more than an hour to run one lap. Not to mention being naked. But the more Suja hesitated, the more Wang Peng on the opposite side felt that he was bluffing. In his joy, he quickly urged Suja, Suja, are you still a man? Why are you so fussy? Now that he finally sees the dawn of revenge, how could he give up so easily? The crowd watching nearby were surprised to see that the two men were betting so heavily, and they also started to make a noise. Yes. As a man, you should end the battle quickly. Where did your macho look go just now? Isn't it just taking off all your clothes and running around the hall? It's no big deal. Faced with the crowd's booing, Tian Xinrui beside him suggested in a worried voice, Mr. Su, why don't we leave first? After all, although Suja lived in a villa area, she didn't know how much he was worth. Therefore, I was particularly worried that Suja would lose. Suja gently shook his head at her and gave her a reassuring look. Then he looked at Wang Peng, who was urging him anxiously. He is really speechless. Originally, he didn't want the two of them to become mortal enemies. But there was no way. Wang Peng was eager to make a big news. Then Suja could only do as he wished. Immediately, he sighed and said to Wang Peng, okay, I agree. Seeing Suja agreed, a smile instantly appeared on Wang Peng's face. He felt it was too difficult. In order to get Suja to agree to the bet, he not only used the imminent method, he also gathered the strength of people around him to put pressure on Suja. Even now, Suja almost did not agree. But fortunately, the other party has agreed now, and he will take revenge. Thinking of this, Wang Peng almost laughed like a pig. Seeing this, Suja interrupted his fantasy directly, let's go to the Bugatti Veyron showroom over there. Wang Peng's fantasy was suddenly interrupted. Although he was very unhappy, he also knew that now was not the time to be happy. He immediately took a step forward and excitedly followed Suja. And when a group of people came to the Bugatti Veyron showroom, Suja was somewhat surprised to find that Wang Peng had actually pulled a reporter over from somewhere. And look at the reporter's face full of surprise. It goes without saying that Wang Peng must have given him a lot of benefits. Shaking his head, Suja found it very funny that he was getting into trouble. When the group stopped, Wang Peng stood up and said to Suja with a mocking look on his face, Suja, don't you want to buy that Bugatti Veyron? It's right there, go buy it? The people at the Bugatti Veyron showroom were surprised by the influx of Suja and others. After hearing Wang Peng's words, those who didn't know about the bet were suddenly surprised. Did I hear you right? Someone wants to buy a Bugatti Veyron? That's a car worth over 80 million. Who is so rich? A group of people looked at Suja in the crowd in surprise. Even the car models with enchanting figures and very eye-catching appearances at the booth looked at Suja with twinkling eyes. Chapter 42. Naked Man appears at a convention center. As models of luxury cars, they are naturally proud. Ordinary people are simply not in their eyes. However, when he heard that Suja was going to buy the Bugatti Veyron worth more than 80 million, they all threw flirtatious glances at Suja as if they were not afraid of damaging their eyes. Wang Peng, who was seeing this scene, instantly became gloomy. He shouted that sentence just now to embarrass Suja, not to let him show off. He immediately shouted again, Suja, no one will say anything if you can't afford a car, but it's wrong for you to be so stubborn about face. As soon as these words were spoken, those who were extremely surprised at Suja just now instantly changed their tone. I told you, how could anyone be willing to buy this $80 million car? In fact, I knew from the look on that boy's face that he definitely can't afford it. TSK, after all this time you turned out to be just bragging. Now someone has exposed you. The car models who had been flirting with Suja instantly regained their pure and innocent appearance. It seemed as if the people who were eager to climb on Suja just now were not them. Suja didn't care about their reactions, and he didn't even pay attention to Wang Ping, who was mocking him. He just asked Tian Xinrui beside him calmly, "Xiaorui, what do you think of me driving a car?" If it was before, Tian Xinrui might have persuaded Suja again. But when everyone came to this global limited edition blue Bugatti Veyron, even if she was worried, she wouldn't show it. After all, he couldn't lose Suja's face. What's more, Suja, this cold and aloof man, never seems to fight a battle without confidence. Therefore, Tian Xinrui was also calm and said to Suja with a gentle expression, "Mr. Su, this car suits your status. It's just a little high profile." After all, Suja's behavior of always riding an electric bike made her think that he didn't want to be too high profile. But as soon as she finished speaking, before Suja could say anything, Wang Ping on the other side burst into laughter. "If you can't afford it, then you can't afford it. Why are you saying it's too high profile?" As soon as these words were spoken, many onlookers couldn't help but laugh. At this time, someone suddenly exclaimed, "I remember they came here on electric bikes." As soon as this person finished speaking, someone nearby started talking in surprise. "What? You came here on an electric bike? Is this a joke? How can you, riding a shabby electric bike, have the guts to criticize a Bugatti Veyron?" Some people even stood up and said kindly, "Brother, I advise you to apologize quickly, otherwise you will have to take off your clothes and run around the venue." With this person's reminder, the other onlookers who did not know the truth finally understood why so many people were running towards this side. "That's what I said. No wonder all these people came here. It turns out they were making a bet. What a bummer. I thought someone was actually going to buy a Bugatti Veyron. But this bet is quite interesting. Is this going to be on tomorrow's headlines?" A naked man was found at a convention center. As a group of people were talking at once, Wang Ping over there became even more proud. Especially when he saw Suja over there was so scared that he didn't even dare to make a sound, he laughed even more. Suja was very surprised when he saw Wang Ping making inexplicable pig-like sounds next to him. But at this moment he was too lazy to pay attention to the other party. Because he has decided to buy this Bugatti Veyron sports car. He jumped directly onto the booth, pushed open the eye-catching car model who was posing next to the car door, opened the door and got in. Before the car model next to him could get angry, Suja poked his head out and shouted, "I'll buy this car." In an instant, everyone looked at Suja in disbelief. Chapter 43. If you are interested, please come to me. The dazzling car model next to her, who was about to get angry, was stunned on the spot. But soon Wang Ping on the other side reacted first, and then pointed at Suja and laughed. "Suja, this car is worth 80 million, not 8,000 yuan. Stop joking." Suja was too lazy to talk nonsense and shouted directly to the complacent Wang Ping over there, "Stop laughing, get ready to take off your clothes and run around." Then he mentally instructed the system to sign in. In fact, he could have signed in as early as after entering the convention and exhibition center. However, the sign-in rewards for the previous times were all related to the location. So Suja planned to ask the system to reward him with a car, and he didn't sign in until now. Suja was a little surprised when he heard the system prompt sound indicating successful sign-in. Ding, sign-in successful, congratulations to the host for obtaining 16% of the shares of Tianhai Convention and Exhibition Center. 16% of the shares of Tianhai Convention and Exhibition Center? Suja was confused. This is different from what I imagined. What I want is a car, not shares. Just when Suja was confused, Wang Ping on the other side became angry. "Suja, why are you so arrogant? Wait until you buy the car." Hearing this, Suja couldn't help but feel emotional. Wang Ping really wanted to cry until he sees the coffin. Immediately, he took out a card and casually shouted to the manager of the booth outside, "I bought the car, swipe the card." It looks as easy as buying groceries. All of a sudden, the dazzling car models who had just retracted their eager gazes, immediately began to flirt again. The car model next to the Bugatti Veyron was even clinging to the window. She flirted with Suja deliberately and said, "Boss, are you free later?" Looking at the car models that seemed to have some damaged models, Suja shook his head. Then he pursed his lips and said, "You have a lot of customers, so I'd better not patronize you." After hearing this, the dazzling car model was angry but did not dare to show it. After all, someone who can buy a Bugatti Veyron is not someone she can afford to mess with. The car model even smiled and said to Suji, "Boss, if you are interested, you can come to me." After saying that, the car model threw a few seductive glances at Suja, threw a business card and left. Now that the car has been sold, she naturally has to go somewhere else. After just looking at the business card in his hand, Suja thought about it for a moment and threw it away. Outside the car, the person who had originally mocked Suja for not being able to afford this car suddenly changed his tone. They all started praising him again. "That's what I said. If they dare to bet, they must be ready to buy it." Just from the nonchalant look on his face, you can tell he has the financial resources. Yeah. Look at them, they buy cars just like we buy vegetables, so rich. As for Wang Peng, after hearing Suja say he wanted to buy the car, he was so frightened that his face turned pale and cold sweat was pouring down his forehead. He trembled and uttered a weak questioning voice, "Hasn't he paid yet? Who knows if he has so much money in his card?" Listening to his questioning, the onlookers nearby also felt that there was some truth in it. But having been slapped in the face so many times before, they now dare not express any opinions at will. After the booth manager took the card from Suja, a puzzled look appeared on his face. Then he asked respectfully, "Sir, are you sure you didn't take the wrong card?" Suja smiled and said, "Yes, it's this card." Seeing this, the booth manager could only explain, "But sir, this is just an ordinary card." After hearing the words of the booth manager, Wang Peng, who was frightened and pale, instantly perked up. Chapter 44, Fence Sitters. He immediately burst into laughter to cover up his embarrassment. "Suja, you finally revealed your true identity now, right? Ha ha ha. You're really good at playing. You fooled so many people. It's just an ordinary card, how much money can you put in it?" As soon as these words were spoken, those who had just suspected that Suja didn't have much money in his card began to agree with him. "If it's just an ordinary card, it shouldn't be worth 80 million. Yes. If he had 80 million, the bank would have upgraded his card. Damn it, I got fooled by this kid." For a while, because of Suja's ordinary card, many people who felt cheated began to curse angrily. "Get out of the car. Yes, get out. Take off his clothes and make him run around the exhibition hall." Watching the excited scene. At this moment, Wang Peng felt as if he had drunk Yakult after being constipated, and his whole body felt refreshed. I was almost shouting out how great it was on the spot. Suja in the car was looking at these fence sitters. The only word in my heart is admiration. Are you so eager to express your opinion, afraid that others don't know you are an idiot? Shaking his head, he said to the manager, who was beginning to look suspicious, "Just check your bank card and you'll know." After hearing this, the manager felt much more at ease. Since he was able to check the card, it means there is money in the card. What's more, even if there is not 80 million in the card, it is entirely possible to pay in installments. He is not as brainless as those fence sitters around him. What the manager didn't expect was that he had just picked up the card to check it. The crowd in the audience immediately rushed forward, shouting, "Pull this guy out." Seeing this, the manager quickly shouted frantically to the people around him, "Security, security, come quickly. After all, this Bugatti Veyron is worth 80 million. He can't afford to take responsibility for the slightest bump." In fact, the security guards started paying attention to this side when there was a commotion here just now. So when they saw a group of people rushing up to the booth, they immediately rushed over to maintain order. After everything was settled, Wang Peng looked at Suja, who was still in the car, and shouted at the security guard in dissatisfaction, "Why don't you kick him out too?" There were also fence sitters who immediately started to make a noise. "Yeah. Why don't you kick him out? I don't accept it. You guys at Tianhai Convention Exhibition Center look down on me. I want to expose the shady dealings." Seeing that trouble was about to arise, the booth manager immediately shouted, "Everyone, the cause of this incident is that everyone suspected that Mr. Su had no money in his card. In that case, how about we check the bank card right now? If Mr. Su doesn't have enough money in his card, we at Tianhai Exhibition will kick him out without you telling us." After hearing the booth manager's assurances, the crowd in the audience was no longer so excited. Seeing this, the booth manager gently wiped the sweat from his forehead, and then ordered someone to bring a POS machine. What he didn't expect was that before the POS machine arrived, all the senior executives of the exhibition came over. Some of the onlookers in the audience also knew these exhibition executives. Someone immediately said, "Look, Director Chen, Director Li, and several other managers from Tianhai Exhibition are here. What are they going to do? Are you coming here to chase that guy away personally?" This is too easy for him. He should be allowed to take off all his clothes and run around the exhibition center. For a moment, because of the arrival of Tianhai's directors and managers, people present started talking again. Especially Wang Peng over there. After learning the identities of those people, he laughed like a pig. What no one expected was that these people from Tianhai did not stop and went straight to the booth. Chapter 45. Just drive away. They all bowed to Su Zhou and said respectfully, "Hello, Mr. Su." In an instant, everyone present gasped, with an expression of disbelief on their faces. Many people even began pinching the people next to them to see if they were dreaming. At this time, Su Zhou, who was sitting in the car, was not surprised. Because he knew that the system had changed the memories of these people. But unfortunately, Su Zhou's memory was not changed by the system, so he did not recognize these people. In order to avoid embarrassment, he immediately said with a smile, "You guys are making too much of a fuss. I came here today just to buy a car, nothing else." After hearing what he said, someone immediately praised him. Mr. Su is still as low-key as ever. Yes. As the largest shareholder of Tianhai Exhibition, Mr. Su is our role model. However, some people's eyes lit up, and after looking at the Bugatti Veyron, they said respectfully, "Mr. Su, do you like this car?" Su Zhou was slightly stunned, then he said, "I think this car is okay, so I want to buy it and drive it." Hearing this, Mr. Chen next to him quickly said, "Mr. Su, you are the largest shareholder of Tianhai, what else are you buying? Can't you just drive away?" Then, Mr. Chen looked at the confused booth manager next to him. "Shaolin, Mr. Su likes this car, please cross it off the list of exhibitors." After hearing what Mr. Chen said, Shaolin immediately broke out in a cold sweat. The person sitting in the car turned out to be the largest shareholder of Tianhai. And what about him? Just now he almost caused Su Zhou to be offended by the people in the audience. On the other side, Su Zhou, who was sitting in the car, was a little dazed when he heard Mr. Chen tell him to just drive away. This is a sports car worth more than 80 million? Just let me drive away like that. In fact, this was mainly because Su Zhou himself underestimated the identity of Tianhai's major shareholder. Otherwise he wouldn't be in such a daze. As the largest luxury car exhibition center in the country, Tianhai's quarterly revenue amounts to tens of billions. Not to mention the various privileges that Su Zhou enjoys as a major shareholder. Basically, he can drive any car in the venue. It's just a car, it's really not worth much for Tianhai Exhibition. When Wang Peng, who was in the audience, saw that several senior executives of Tianhai were so respectful to Su Zhou, he couldn't accept it and started shouting, "Impossible! Impossible!" Facing his doubts, Su Zhou gently got out of the car and asked him calmly, "Why not?" Wang Peng hysterically yelled at Su Zhou, "Aren't you an orphan? Even if you live in Riverview Garden, you can't have such a high status." It was really that the impact Su Zhou brought to him was too great. Even living in Riverview Garden is far from comparable. Living in Riverview Garden means having a house at best. But Tianhai Exhibition is different, it is a company. Not to mention the influence, the annual profit alone amounts to tens of billions. So Wang Peng was almost going crazy at this time. When the people around heard Wang Peng say that Su Zhou lived in Jiangjing Garden, they instantly became angry. It would be fine if Su Zhou was just a shareholder of Tianhai Exhibition. But now, after hearing what Wang Peng said, they realized that they were being used as guns. How could someone living in Riverview Garden not have some strength? Wang Peng in front of him clearly knew it, but deliberately didn't say anything. Immediately, someone angrily shouted at Wang Peng, "Beat him to death. You dare to use me as a gun? You don't want to live anymore, do you? You almost killed me." For a moment, the scene that had just become quiet suddenly became lively again. However, unlike just now when they were targeting Su Zhou, now they are targeting Wang Peng. On the stage, seeing the fight about to break out, Su Zhou immediately stood up and shouted, "Everyone wait a moment." As soon as these words were spoken, everyone present stopped what they were doing and looked at Su Zhou with confusion on their faces. This Wang Peng has been causing trouble for Su Zhou. Why is Su Zhou asking to save the other person now? Chapter 46. Convincing you. Of course Su Zhou didn't want to save Wang Peng. He is not that generous. The reason why everyone stopped was because the bet between the two had not been completed yet. If Wang Peng was just beaten up, wouldn't that be too easy for him? Su Zhou didn't just want him to be beaten. And he must be on the front page of tomorrow's news. Immediately, he smiled slightly and looked at the stunned people in the audience. "Everyone, the bet between Wang Peng and I has not been completed yet, how about you hand him over to me first?" After listening to Suja's words, the people in the audience finally came to their senses. Yes, this grandson's bet with Mr. Su hasn't been completed yet? After this grandson completes the bet, we will beat him up. If this grandson dares to run, I will skin him alive. Faced with the chorus of condemnation from the crowd, Wang Peng, who had just been full of joy at Suja's sudden call to stop, was so frightened that he almost fainted. He showed a smile that was uglier than crying, and begged Suja for mercy. Suja, we are classmates after all, just treat me like a fart today. When these words were spoken, everyone present showed a hint of surprise in their eyes. Mr. Su and Wang Peng are classmates? Immediately, everyone looked at Suja at the booth. On the booth, seeing that everyone was looking at him, Suja showed a hint of sneer on his face. Now you remember that Wang Peng is your classmate? Then why didn't you miss the friendship with your classmates when you were in school? If the original body wasn't so handsome and there weren't female classmates helping him, then maybe the original body would be killed by Wang Peng. In fact, if he hadn't come, the original body would have been finished when he met Wang Peng a few days ago. Despite such a deep hatred, the other party actually wanted to let him go so easily. How is this possible? Is he capable of taking responsibility for his own fart? Immediately his face turned cold and he shouted at Wang Peng mercilessly. Now you remember that we were classmates? Then when you targeted me in school and humiliated me outside of school, why didn't you think of the fact that we were classmates? You should have understood long ago that there is no friendship between us as classmates. Let me let you go? Forget it. As soon as Suja finished speaking, everyone present was shocked. Although he didn't say anything specific. But everyone could guess from his angry expression the deep hatred between the two. From then on, no one felt sympathy for Wang Peng anymore. Even those with a kind heart would not speak for Wang Peng. After all, it is obvious that they have a deep hatred for each other, so why are they standing out and making sarcastic remarks? Below the stage, as Suja shouted, Wang Peng collapsed to the ground with a thud. No one was willing to help him. Not only did Wang Peng's behavior of using them as a gun just now make everyone angry. Just Suja's words at this moment made them understand that Wang Peng was not a good person. Suja snorted coldly and shouted at Wang Peng, who was lying on the ground, I will not use my power to bully you today, since we just made a bet to buy this 80 million car. Then I'll convince you. Afterwards, Suja took out the ordinary card that was misunderstood and inserted it into the POS machine without hesitation. As Kobayashi, who looked respectful, performed the operation skillfully, everyone present held their breath, quietly waiting for Xiaolin to report the balance. Over there, looking at the balance in the card, Xiaolin's eyes widened in disbelief. Finally, under everyone's expectant gaze, he said with a little shock, the balance is 95 million. As soon as Xiaolin finished speaking, Wang Peng on the other side let out a loud shout of unwillingness. Why? Why? You are just an orphan? Why are you so rich? Faced with his unwillingness, Suja just sneered. Chapter 47. Suja wants to cry but has no tears. Who says orphans have no money? What's more, he has a system that defies the heavens. But he couldn't say that. Finally, after Suja thought for a while, he sighed and looked at the audience with emotion. I originally wanted to interact with you as an ordinary person, but I didn't expect to be humiliated and bullied in return. I always thought you would correct yourself, but now I finally understand that a dog will never stop eating shit. If that's the case, then why should I hide it? I'm showing my hand. I am the heir to a 100 billion fortune. As Suja's words fell, everyone present looked astonished and shocked. If he had said that before, people would definitely think he was crazy. But now it's different. There were senior executives of Tianhai exhibition testifying, and there was also more than 90 million in Suja's ordinary card. All these prove that Suja's identity and background are strong enough. So everyone present was just shocked but didn't doubt it. After a while, the crowd in the audience came to their senses and became lively again. A fortune of hundreds of billions. My goodness, no wonder the top executives of Tianhai are so respectful to him. This is a truly rich person. No, I have to take a picture as a souvenir. Although the top executives of Tianhai on the other side were also a little shocked, they quickly recovered. After all, in their memory, Suja's purchase of Tianhai exhibition shares seemed as easy as buying vegetables. Therefore, it is not impossible that Suja has a net worth of hundreds of billions. However, when they saw someone trying to take a photo of Suja, they immediately stepped forward to stop him. Someone, put away their cameras. Yes, delete the photo of Mr. Su from their hands immediately. We must not reveal Mr. Su's identity. Because in their impression, Mr. Su is a person who likes to keep a low profile. So in order not to make Suja angry, they would never allow anyone to disclose Suja's identity. After finishing all this, they said to Suju as if to take credit, "Mr. Su, don't worry, no one will spread your information today." But their words made Suja so depressed that he wanted to vomit blood. Does he like to keep a low profile? He clearly didn't have time to change his clothes, okay? I looked at the people below who were looking dissatisfied because they were ordered to delete the photos. Suja's heart moved, and he quickly pretended to be embarrassed and said, "Everyone, I'm so sorry. Actually, if you don't want to delete it, you can do it." His original intention was not to let the people in the audience delete the photos. After all, Suja really hopes that his identity can be spread. Because only in this way, some cats and dogs will not dare to come and provoke him. But what he didn't expect was the crowd, who were originally full of dissatisfaction, suddenly felt valued when they saw Suja actually apologize to them. They patted their chests and assured Suja, "Don't worry, Mr. Su, we will definitely delete this photo. Yes, since Mr. Su thinks highly of us, we will definitely protect your identity." There were even strong men who stood up and threatened, "Whoever doesn't delete the photos, I will beat him to death." Looking at the enthusiastic people below, Suja felt like crying but had no tears. "What trouble are you guys making? Don't you see that I don't want to delete the photos? Where did all the anger on your faces just now go?" When the Tianhai executives nearby saw Suja, they calmed down the anger in everyone's hearts with just one sentence. Suddenly I was filled with emotion. Mr. Su is really great. Not only did it save the relationship, but it also solved the problem. Chapter 48. A cold light flashed in his eyes. I watched the people in the audience delete the photos quickly. Some people even held up their phones to show him to prove their innocence. Suja could only sigh and accept this cruel reality. At this moment, someone in the crowd suddenly exclaimed, "Oh no! This bastard is trying to run away." When everyone looked over, they found that it was Wang Peng who was secretly crawling out on the ground. Seeing that his intention had been discovered, Wang Peng, who was sitting on the ground, smiled humbly and explained, "I'm just a little tired, I want to sit down and rest, I don't want to run." Everyone snorted in disdain, then headed towards the booth to see what Suja had to say. Suja smiled slightly, and then asked Wang Peng, "Wang Peng, is the money I have on my card enough to buy this Bugatti Veyron?" Wang Peng was slightly stunned. He was somewhat confused about what Suja meant. But he still said honestly, "Enough to buy." Suja nodded, then his face turned cold and he asked, "If that's the case, then do you admit defeat in this bet?" After these words were spoken, Wang Peng below finally realized what kind of bet he had made with Suja. He cried out immediately and quickly shouted to Suja, "Suja, I beg you to forgive me this time. I promise I will never dare to provoke you again next time." Facing Wang Peng's repeated plea for mercy, Suja sneered a few times. "Do you regret it now? What were you doing before that?" Before he could even open his mouth to speak, someone in the audience suggested, "Boss Su, why don't we help you take off this grandson's clothes right now?" They were fooled by Wang Peng so many times in a row that they almost offended Suja. Now I am full of hatred. So, as soon as this person finished speaking, several people came to Wang Peng eager to try. Seeing that they were more anxious than himself, Suja on top was slightly stunned. When Wang Peng, who was sitting on the ground, saw a group of people coming over, he quickly shouted, no need, I'll do it myself, I'll do it myself." He was really afraid that these people with anger in their hearts would not act gently. As soon as he finished speaking, he started to do it himself. Several women nearby screamed and quickly turned their heads away. Originally, Wang Peng didn't want to keep any clothes. It was a pity that the man present did not want all males to be despised because of his little house sparrow. So in the end I left him with only one pair of underwear. The weather had not yet warmed up, so when Wang Peng was only wearing a pair of underwear, he was shivering from the cold. But he didn't dare resist. He even looked at Suja with a flattering expression. "Suja, do you think I can do this?" In fact, as early as when the senior executives of Tianhai exhibition came to Suja, he already knew that he was finished. All subsequent actions were simply a result of not wanting to admit this fact. On the other hand, seeing that he endured such a great humiliation and still smiled at him, a cold light flashed in Suja's eyes. People with such strong endurance will definitely be terrible in the future. And just when he was thinking about how to use the strength in his hands to crush Wang Peng to death, Wang Peng on the other side seemed to sense some kind of danger, and hurriedly cried to Suja, Suja, I will never cause you any trouble in the future. I promise. I really promise. He is really scared now. Especially the cold light that flashed in Suja's eyes just now made him understand. If you are not honest, what awaits you will be the abyss. Hearing him say this, Suja frowned and finally made a decision. Chapter 49. What do you think? He nodded, then smiled, and said to Wang Peng, Don't worry, we are classmates, and after today, all our grudges will be resolved. After hearing Suja's words, Wang Peng in the audience finally burst into laughter. Even in his heart he was grateful to Suja for being so magnanimous. It's a pity that he had no idea what was hidden behind Suja's smiling face. If Wang Peng could really behave himself, Suja might be in a good mood and let him go. However, as long as the other party shows a trace of unwillingness, then Suja would use the power of thunder to quickly and fiercely wipe him out. Suja had no interest in Wang Peng running around the exhibition center. So he just had a brief chat with the Tianhai executives around him, took the share certificates, and then drove away with Tian Xinrui. On the way, Tian Xinrui, who was sitting in the passenger seat, asked in surprise, Mr. Su, did you really inherit hundreds of billions of assets? Suja smiled slightly, and then asked, What do you think? Tian Xinrui was a little dazed. Are rich people's tempers so strange now? What could she think? Of course it's envy, jealousy, and hatred. But I can only think about this in my heart and must never say it out loud. So she just smiled and said to Suja, Mr. Su inherited so much wealth, but he is still so low-key. I admire him deeply. But her answer made Suja, who was driving, almost throw the steering wheel off. Am I asking how you feel? I'm clearly asking you whether you believe that I inherited hundreds of billions of assets, okay? In fact, this was also because Suja had shocked everyone so much just now that Tian Xinrui never doubted what he said. Suja, who was speechless, just nodded casually and then stopped talking. Seeing him become cold and aloof again, Tian Xinrui beside him was a little stunned. I didn't provoke him. Is it because the way I praise people is wrong? Tian Xinrui wanted to ask Suja again, but when she saw the other party's expression that said, Don't approach me, she suddenly didn't dare to do so. In the end, the two never spoke to each other again along the way. When they arrived at the entrance of Jiangjing Garden, Suja directly drove Tian Xinrui down. After all, he doesn't want people to think that he is already taken. Who are you? What's wrong with taking me a few steps? With a hint of dissatisfaction, Tian Xinrui made several vicious gestures towards Suja's departing back. However, after she took a few steps, she found that Suja's electric car key was still in her hand. Helplessly, she had to run to Villa number 8 happily. At this moment, a shout suddenly came from behind her. Tian Xinrui, where did you go just now? This voice made Tian Xinrui stunned, and then she turned around with a bitter expression. She timidly said to a fat middle-aged man, Manager Pang, I just went to do something. This person is Manager Pang of the property, Tian Xinrui's immediate superior. He has a certain say in personnel management, which is why Tian Xinrui is so afraid of him. Doing business? Manager Pang suddenly raised his voice, and then sneered, I think you are just being lazy. His slander made Tian Xinrui panic a little, and then she quickly explained with a pleading look on her face, Manager Pang, I'm not lazy, I really went to do my job. Seeing her like this, Manager Pang on the other side sneered, You will know whether you are lazy or not when you wait until you reach my office. As soon as these words were spoken, Tian Xinrui's face suddenly became angry. Chapter 50. Lao Su, help! She immediately said angrily, Pang Feizhu, you have made a wrong calculation. Even if I resign today, I will not go to the office with you. Outsiders may not know what it means to go to Pang Wang's office. But as the property manager of the Riverview Garden Villa District, Tian Xinrui knows it all too well. The other party simply used the power in his hands to coerce and bribe some female colleagues to achieve his own ulterior motives. And Tian Xinrui has always known that Pang Wang had bad intentions towards her. So she never dared to make a mistake, for fear that Pang Wang would find an excuse to drag her to his office. But she didn't expect that after helping Suja today, she would be caught by Pang Wang. She did not resent Suja because she was the one who took the initiative to ask to bring him there. And when he met Deng Hui at the convention and exhibition center, it was Suja who stepped forward to help her. Therefore, Tian Xinrui has always been grateful to Suja in her heart. Pang Wang, who was standing opposite her, grinned grimly after seeing her tough attitude, This is not up to you. Immediately, he stretched out his hands to grab Tian Xinrui. Seeing Pang Guang being so bold and reckless, Tian Xinrui felt a little frightened. She dodged and shouted at him, "Pang Guang, what do you want to do?" Pang Guang on the other side didn't seem to be afraid. He said with a lewd smile on his face, "What do I want to do? You'll know when I bring you to my office." Tian Xinrui's heart tightened, and she quickly threatened, "Aren't you afraid that I will report you to the police?" "Haha, report to the police?" Pang Guang on the other side sneered, and then said, "When the time comes, I can just say that I caught you stealing the owner's money, so you seduced me and didn't let me expose it. You are shameless." Tian Xinrui was extremely furious, and at the same time, she became even more frightened. Because Pang Guang has a certain say in personnel management, many people will definitely support him. If Tian Xinrui is slandered by those people at that time, she will never be able to clear herself even if she jumps into the Yellow River. "I'm shameless? Ha, it's obviously you who stole the owner's money." Pang Guang laughed disdainfully and even directly put the blame on Tian Xinrui. After hearing his words, Tian Xinrui, who was panic-stricken, ran towards Villa Number 8 for her life. Because in Tian Xinrui's heart, only the cold and aloof man Suja can save her. Pang Guang, who was chasing behind, was surprised to see Tian Xinrui running towards Villa Number 8. Because in his impression, Villa Number 8 had not been occupied for a long time. But then Pang Guang felt happy. Since no one lives in Villa Number 8, it will be more convenient for him to do his job. And most importantly, he had never tried to do anything outside the villa. Thinking of this, an obscene smile appeared on Pang Guang's ugly fat face. He even deliberately slowed down when he was about to catch up with Tian Xinrui. Although Tian Xinrui in front was surprised, she did not dare to be distracted. When she arrived outside the villa, she immediately shouted inside, Lao Su, open the door quickly. Help!" Perhaps because she was too anxious, Tian Xinrui only had time to call him Lao Su, and did not call him Mr. Su. Seeing Tian Xinrui shouting for help towards the empty Villa Number 8, Pang Guang behind her laughed arrogantly and complacently. "It's useless. No one will come to save you even if you scream your throat out." Just as he finished speaking, the door of Villa Number 8 opened. Chapter 51. Do you really think you're the only one who can call people? Suja rushed out of the villa and said coldly, "Who said no one would come to save her?" In fact, when Suja heard Tian Xinrui shouting for help, he didn't want to come out. After all, this bad woman must have gotten into trouble again. But thinking of the other person's lonely and helpless look outside the Tianhai Convention and Exhibition Center, Suja's heart softened and he opened the door. After seeing Suja open the door, Tian Xinrui ran over excitedly and hugged him tightly. Then she cried and shouted, "Lao Su, you are finally here." Taking Tian Xinrui away from him, Suja asked coldly, "What's going on?" He couldn't help but look sullen. "I finally got out of the vortex of the auto show, but before I could even get comfortable, Tian Xinrui brought trouble again." However, before Tian Xinrui next to her could speak, Pang Guang outside sneered and said, "Boy, I advise you to just pretend that nothing happened, otherwise you will be in trouble." After Pang Guang said this, Tian Xinrui was not afraid, but looked at him with disbelief. "Who is Suja?" "This is the owner of Villa Number 8. He also revealed that he was the heir to hundreds of billions of assets. Where does this fat pig get the confidence to be so arrogant towards Suja?" In fact, not only she couldn't figure it out, but Suja next to her also couldn't figure it out. Looking at the name and position on the fat pig's badge, it is obvious that he is a property staff member of Riverview Garden. But since he is a property staff, why would he treat me like this? Or are real estate agencies so awesome nowadays? They are starting to threaten the owners. In fact, this is also Pang Guang's fault for not getting the latest news in time. So when he saw Suja, he just thought that he was a repairman who came to the villa to repair it. In addition, Tian Xinrui just called out Lao Su in a hurry and climbed on Suja. Pang Guang simply didn't think about the fact that he was the owner of Villa Number 8. After all, if Tian Xinrui really knew someone who lived in a villa area, then how could her family still owe high-interest loans and even have to work so hard? Seeing that Suja was slow to speak, Pang Guang thought he was frightened. He immediately sneered and said, "Boy, hurry up and get out of my way." After saying that, he was about to reach out to grab Tian Xinrui. But this time Tian Xinrui didn't feel scared. Pang Guang on the opposite side was surprised, but he didn't think much about it. On the other side, Suja frowned when he saw his actions, then raised his foot and kicked him hard. "How dare anyone be so arrogant in front of me? Do you dare to arrest someone in front of me? Tired of living?" Pang Guang on the other side didn't react in time and was kicked several meters away. After stumbling to his feet, Pang Guang wiped the corner of his mouth and found that he was bleeding. He immediately started screaming at Suja. "Boy, you're done. Just wait, I'll go get some help right away." Hearing his threat, Suja sneered. "Still calling for help? Do you really think you are the only one who can call for help?" After Pang Guang left, Suja frowned and asked Tian Xinrui, "Butler Tian, tell me, what trouble have you caused me again?" In fact, until now, he still hasn't figured out what happened. After all, before Tian Xinrui even opened her mouth, Suja had a conflict with Pang Guang. Now that he saw the other party leaving, he naturally wanted to clarify the doubts in his heart. But in response to his question, Tian Xinrui said anxiously, "Lao Su, that fat pig has gone to call for help. What should we do? After all, most of the property's security guards are Pang Guang's men, and there are only 2 of them, so how can they resist?" Seeing her anxious look, Suja was speechless and could only say, "We can also call for help." Tian Xinrui was slightly stunned, and then asked in surprise, "We are also calling people? Who can we call?" Chapter 52, Betrayal. Are you stupid? Isn't it better to call your property manager over instead of calling a bunch of people? Suja looked at Tian Xinrui speechlessly. I thought to myself, wasn't he this bad woman quite smart before? Why have you become so stupid now? In fact, the reason why Tian Xinrui didn't think of this was because she forgot that Suja was the owner. So I thought in my heart that the property management leader would definitely go along with Pang Guang. However, after Suja's reminder, she came to her senses. Suja is the owner. And he is also the owner of the villa area. Immediately, she picked up the phone and called the general manager of the property company. After hearing that it was the owner of the villa area who wanted to see him for something, the general manager became a little flustered and immediately said that he would be there right away. As a senior executive of a property company, he is well aware that none of the owners living in the Riverview Garden Villa district are simple. Just a few words could even cause their property management company to go bankrupt. So he was so panicked that he wanted to fly directly to Suja. While waiting for the property management to arrive, Suja also learned what happened from Tian Xinrui. Suja frowned and snorted angrily. What a scumbag! Originally, he thought that Tian Xinrui had just made a mistake, so she came to him for help. But now he finally understood. It turned out that Pang Guang, who was so arrogant in front of him just now, could be so dirty. Tian Xinrui, who was standing by, felt warm in her heart when she saw him cursing Pang Guang with an angry look on his face. After all, although Suja is aloof, he still cares about her a lot. What Suju and the others didn't expect was the general manager of the property did not come, but Pang Guang came over arrogantly with a few people. Seeing that Suju and the other man did not run away, Pang Guang was extremely happy. Then he laughed and shouted, "Boy, let's see how arrogant you can be this time." Immediately, he ordered his men with a sinister smile on his face, "Come on, everyone. Remember, don't kill them." In Pang Guang's eyes, Suja was just a repairman with no background. So even if he was beaten all over, he would never dare to cause trouble. But if someone dies, it will become a big deal and the government will definitely come to investigate. By then, if his previous crimes were discovered, even if he is not sentenced to death, he will have to spend decades in prison. Therefore, Pang Guang absolutely did not want anyone to beat Suja to death. What he never expected was, although he gave the order, the people who followed him did not move. This made him a little annoyed, and he immediately yelled, "Do you still want to continue working in Riverview Garden? Hurry up and beat him up." Faced with Pang Guang's urging, several security guards looked at each other. Then they all said to Pang Guang with bitter faces, "Manager Pang, the one opposite is Mr. Su." Pang Guang didn't think much about the security guard's words. He still shouted with disdain on his face, "I don't care who Mr. Su is. In this Riverview Garden, I am the boss." Then he looked coldly at the security guards and shouted angrily, "Hurry up and get to me." Hearing this, several security guards looked at each other and then ran to Suja. Of course, they didn't dare to do anything bad to Suja. Therefore, when they came in front of Suja, they turned around and shouted to Pang Guang, "Pang Guang, if you want to harm Mr. Su, you have to get past US first." The sudden betrayal of several security guards almost made Pang Guang vomit blood. Then he shouted in disbelief, "Are you kidding me? That guy is just a repairman." Chapter 53. Isn't it just that he looks a little more handsome? Seeing Pang Guang speaking rudely to Su Zhao again, a hint of joy flashed in the eyes of several security guards. Although they didn't know what made Pang Guang so crazy that he dared to teach Mr. Su a lesson. But now that Pang Guang has given them a chance to draw a clear line between the two, they naturally won't let it go. Immediately, everyone began to denounce Pang Guang indignantly. Manager Pang, even if Mr. Su is just a repairman, we will not allow any bullying of good people to happen in Riverview Garden. Yes, protecting the owners is the duty of all our security guards at Riverview Garden. Manager Pang, don't resist any longer. Just surrender immediately. Pang Guang was extremely angry at the crowd's reaction. He didn't even notice the information secretly revealed by the second security guard. At this moment, he was filled with rage and only wanted to take revenge on these traitors, so he shouted directly, "You are finished. Wait, I will call and fire you bastards right away." After saying that, he immediately picked up his phone and called the company's human resources department. When the security guards saw Pang Guang pick up the phone, they not only did not feel scared, but they were even a little happy. After all, with Su Zhao, the owner of the villa complex, here, nothing will happen to them. In fact, if they make a big deal out of it, they will be safer. On the other side, Su Zhao was quite surprised when he saw these security guards turning against them. After all, these people were called by Pang Guang, which means they are trustworthy. But what he didn't expect was that these people discovered the identity of his owner. His first reaction was to draw a clear line with Pang Guang instead of reminding him. However, after hearing the threat from Pang Guang, he finally understood why this happened. Faced with a leader who threatens you all the time, who wouldn't he want to see him get into trouble? After the call, Pang Guang shouted at them with a smug look on his face, "From now on, you are no longer the security guards of Riverview Garden. Get out of here." It's a pity that his words really didn't carry much weight, and he even gave several security guards the opportunity to gain Su Zhao's favor. Immediately, a smart person shouted without hesitation, "Pang Feizhu. Even if you fire me, don't even think about touching Mr. Su. Yes, if you want to touch Mr. Su, you have to get past us first." Some even said to Su Zhao respectfully, "Mr. Su, don't worry, we will never let you get hurt by this fat pig." Seeing his former subordinates calling him fat pig all the time, Pang Guang was almost furious. Who among those present before didn't call him Pongo often? But I didn't expect that they would change their attitude and start calling him a fat pig. Where does that repairman boy get his charm from? Isn't he just a little more handsome? It would be fine if Tian Xinrui hung on him. But his men were all men, so why did they immediately rebel as soon as they saw Su Zhao? Just when Pang Guang was puzzled, he suddenly heard hurried footsteps behind him. After seeing this person, everyone present except Su Zhao showed a happy expression. The person who came was none other than Mr. Li from the property company who had just talked to Tian Xinrui on the phone. After receiving Tian Xinrui's call, he immediately ran over without stopping. But as soon as he stopped and hadn't even taken a few breaths, he was stunned for a moment. In addition to Su Zhao and Tian Xinrui, there were actually other people at the scene. And when he saw Pang Guang over there, a look of joy instantly appeared on his face. Chapter 54, Brain is not working well. Since Pang Guang, who was in charge of this area, has come, maybe Su Zhao's problem has been solved. But before he could walk over to praise him, Pang Guang came running over from the opposite side. Then he pointed at Su Zhao and the others with a sad face and said, "Bossly, I discovered these people who teamed up to steal things from Villa number 8. How about we report it to the police?" In fact, Pang Guang just casually said that he would report to the police. He knew very well that Mr. Li would never let him report to the police. After all, the company has never wanted to have any problems with the Riverview Garden business card, so as long as it is not a big deal, everything will be suppressed. On the other side, seeing his face full of worry, Mr. Li nodded with satisfaction. Then he explained to Pang Guang, "Xiao Pang, don't misunderstand, the person opposite is Mr. Su, the owner of Villa number 8 in our community. As for those security guards, maybe they were helping Mr. Su move things just now." At this time, Mr. Li did not know that these security guards were called by Pang Guang. He just naively thought that Pang Guang discovered a group of people entering Villa number 8, so he misunderstood them as stealing things. Although Mr. Li was somewhat dissatisfied that Pang Guang did not know Su Zhao. But he was satisfied with the other party's loyalty to duty and even his impartiality. After all, he also noticed that several security guards seemed to be Pang Guang's men. Pang Guang, who was standing aside, was filled with disbelief after hearing what Mr. Li said. That repairman boy is the owner of Villa number 8? How is this possible? This is simply impossible. Pang Guang, who didn't believe this, immediately said to Mr. Li with a smile on his face, "Mr. Li, please stop joking. How could that guy be the owner of Villa number 8? As soon as Pang Guang said this, Mr. Li frowned. He said unhappily, "Xiao Pang, how do you address Mr. Su? He is our owner." After teaching Pang Guang a lesson, Mr. Li looked at Suja with embarrassment on his face. "Mr. Su, I'm so sorry. My subordinates are not very smart. Please be magnanimous and don't take it as an offense." Hearing Mr. Li say that Pang Guang's brain wasn't working well, the people on Suju's side almost laughed out loud. Because that seems to be the case. What did Pang Guang do just now? Not only did he threaten Suja, he even called people to beat him up. If this isn't a problem with my brain, what else could it be? Pang Guang, who was standing by, was dumbfounded when he heard Mr. Li say this again. At this time, he had completely believed what Mr. Li said. Especially now thinking back to the sudden betrayal of those subordinates, Pang Guang no longer had any doubts. And what shocked him the most was how familiar Tian Xinrui and Suja were with each other just now. If nothing unexpected happened, Suja must have known that I was planning something bad to do to Tian Xinrui. Thinking of this, Pang Guang's face turned pale and his body began to tremble involuntarily. Then he forced a smile on his face that was uglier than crying, and stammered to beg for mercy from Suja. "Su, Mr. Su, can you please forgive me for once? Just treat me like a fart." Hearing his begging for mercy, Mr. Li next to him was a little confused. After all, even if he didn't recognize Suja's identity, there was no need to kneel down and admit his mistake, right? On this side, seeing him begging for mercy, Tian Xinrui looked at Suja with a nervous face. You know, this fat pig almost succeeded before. If Suja lets him go out of pity, all his sins would be in vain. Similarly, several security guards nearby looked at Suja with trepidation. After all, they had just offended Pang Guang badly. If Suja softens his heart, they will be finished. For a moment, everyone present was waiting for Suja's response. Chapter 55 Property Fee Waived. Before everyone had to wait long, Suja snorted coldly and looked at Pang Guang with disdain. "Be my fart? You're dreaming." Then he looked at Mr. Li over there and said casually, "Mr. Li, report to the police." "Report to the police?" Mr. Li on the opposite side exclaimed. "Isn't this just a case of mistaken identity? Why do we need to report to the police?" After hearing Suja's words, Pang Guang's face turned pale instantly and he collapsed weakly. He understood that he was finished. He didn't even run away because he knew he couldn't escape. The company didn't dare let him escape. And Suja will not let him escape. Pang Guang, who has worked in Riverview Garden for so many years, knows the tempers of these rich people very well. If he really got away, those rich people who felt humiliated would kill him directly. Looking at Pang Guang, who had collapsed on the ground, Mr. Li seemed to have guessed something. Without hesitation, he reported the case to the authorities on the spot. The security guards nearby were also busy. They worked together to take Pang Guang, who was once a powerful figure in Jiangjing Garden, aside. Then Mr. Li came to Suja with a flattering smile. With an embarrassed look on his face, he said, "Mr. Su, please don't be angry. It's my fault for not managing things properly. How about this? I'll waive your property management fee for this year." Although he still doesn't know what happened. But he knew very well that the only thing he could do now was to apologize instead of reopening the wound. After all, things can be understood later, but there is no time to waste in apologizing to Suja. Suja, who was standing at the door, frowned slightly, then nodded and said, "Okay," under Mr. Li's nervous expression. In fact, Suja was quite happy about Mr. Li's conditions. After all, not only did Pang Guang fail to touch him, but he was kicked hard by him. However, thinking about all the things that happened in this day, Suja still felt a little unhappy. That's why he looks like he wants to keep strangers away. Of course, although his answer was only 2 words, Mr. Li next to him still breathed a sigh of relief. After all, since the other party has accepted it, it means that he is willing to reveal the matter. Just as Mr. Li was about to turn around to deal with Pang Guang, Suja spoke again. "By the way, Mr. Li, Butler Tian was almost scared by Pang Guang just now. I wonder if your property management has any compensation?" After hearing this, Mr. Li and Tian Xinrui were both a little surprised. Tian Xinrui never expected that Suja would ask Mr. Li to take care of her, and her heart was filled with warmth for a moment. Mr. Li on the other side did not expect that Tian Xinrui would be so important in Suja's eyes. After all, Suja only uttered 2 words to apologize just now. But so much has been said about Tian Shinrue's matter. Although he had many doubts in his heart, he would not speak them out. After all, I had just received Suja's forgiveness, and it would not be good to make him angry again. He immediately assured with a smile on his face, "Don't worry, Mr. Su, our company will compensate Butler Tian for the shock he just received." Hearing this, Suja nodded with satisfaction. Then, under the surprised gazes of the two people, he walked into the villa and closed the door. Bang! As the door closed tightly, Mr. Li and Tian Shinrue outside stared at each other in disbelief. After a while, Mr. Li finally sighed, "Mr. Su is a real person." Hearing what he said, Tian Shinrue beside him quickly nodded and agreed, "Mr. Li is right." But in her heart she was thinking, Suja is becoming arrogant again. Chapter 56, Pretty Thick-Skinned. Not long after, people from the government came. Faced with their knocking on the door, Suja had no choice but to open it even if he was impatient. Fortunately, the authorities only asked him to make a statement and left quickly. After a morning of chores, Suja was exhausted both physically and mentally. Originally he wasn't going to move anymore. But when the doorbell continued to ring, he had no choice but to walk over and open the door with dissatisfaction. As soon as he opened the door, he frowned. "Butler Tian, why are you here again?" After saying that, Suja looked outside several times with worry in his heart. The truth is that he was too afraid that Tian Shinrue would bring him more trouble. Fortunately, the bad luck seemed to have passed, and unexpectedly there was no one else behind Tian Shinrue. Tian Shinrue, who was standing opposite Suja at this time, naturally had no idea what he was thinking. However, seeing that Suja didn't look like he was welcoming her, Tian Shinrue immediately muttered in dissatisfaction, "I'm worried about you because you haven't come out yet." "Really?" Suja looked at her doubtfully. He always felt that Tian Shinrue's purpose in coming to him was not that simple. As if she was frightened by Suja's gaze, Tian Shinrue sighed and said, "Okay, I did come to see you for something." Suja rolled his eyes and gave her a look that said, "I knew it would happen." Then he asked, "Tell me, what's bothering me again?" His words immediately made Tian Shinrue unhappy again. He immediately retorted, "What do you mean? Can't it be a good thing for me to ask you to come here?" This made Suja laugh several times, and then he said, "You? Can anything good happen? I have to go see if the sun rises from the west today." After saying that, Suja pretended to look outside. Seeing him like this, Tian Shinrue stomped her feet in a frenzy. She found that Suja could really make people angry. But when she thought of the purpose of her visit, she could only suppress her restless emotions. He quickly pulled Suja back, and then said with a smile on his face, "Old Su, don't worry, I really have good things to do this time." Suja didn't mind her calling him Lao Su. After all, the two of them have gone through some trivial things and are relatively familiar with each other. But Suja still had doubts about the so-called good thing she mentioned. But after thinking about it, he still asked, "Tell me, what is the good news?" Seeing that his attitude had softened, Tian Shinrue immediately smiled. Then he quickly said, "How about giving you a beautiful lady's WeChat ID? Do you think it's a good thing? Beautiful lady's WeChat ID?" Suja's face was full of surprise. Could Tian Shinrue be so kind? Suddenly, he remembered something. "It seems that I have never added the WeChat account of this bad woman Tian Shinrue." So he sneered, and then said, "I find that you are quite thick-skinned." Tian Shinrue was slightly stunned, somewhat confused about what he meant. Seeing this, Suja looked her up and down and continued, "How can you have the nerve to call yourself a beauty when you look like this?" After saying this, he looked at Tian Shinrue with a hint of contempt. However, after hearing Suja's contempt, Tian Shinrue on the opposite side was not angry at all, but looked surprised. He quickly asked with curiosity, "How did you know?" Suja gently patted Tian Shinrue's little head and said mysteriously, "How could I not know what you were thinking about?" Chapter 57, Surrounded by Artificial Beauties. Covering her head in pain, Tian Shinrue said to Suja with an unhappy face, "Who do you say has a small head? Do you believe I will beat you up?" After saying that, Tian Shinrue waved her fist as if she was going to hit Suja. Suja smiled nonchalantly. He didn't believe that Tian Shinrue dared to hit him. Even though the two of them are now very familiar with each other, the other party would never dare to beat him as a joke. On the other side, Tian Shinrue felt helpless when she saw that Suja was not afraid at all. She found Suja to be a little too smart. Not only did he guess my purpose with just a few words, now I know that I dare not touch him. Honestly speaking, facing such a person who has a cold face all day long and is terrifyingly smart, one would probably feel very nervous and scared. But after a few days of contact, Tian Xinrui only felt an inexplicable sense of security from Suja. Although Suja would sometimes make him crazy, it would basically be gone after a short while. Hey, what are you thinking about? Seeing that Tian Xinrui's eyes were distracted and no one knew what she was thinking, Suja quickly knocked on her little head again. Ignoring the pain in her head, Tian Xinrui quickly said with a smile on her face, "Lao Su, since you know everything, why don't you include me?" Seeing her like this, if it were anyone else, they would definitely take out their phone and add her on WeChat. But Suja is different. He threw away his cell phone a few days ago and hasn't bought a new one yet. So he immediately shook his head and said, "Not now." Tian Xinrui's eyes dimmed for a moment, then she asked, "Why?" Suja shrugged and said with a smile, "Of course I lost my phone. So if you want to add me on WeChat, you have to wait until I buy a phone." Hearing this, Tian Xinrui felt relieved for some reason. Then a bright smile appeared on his face again. After chatting briefly for a few minutes, Tian Xinrui left in a hurry. Because just after Pang Guan was taken away by the government that morning, Mr. Li promoted Tian Xinrui to the property manager of this area. As a new property manager, she certainly needs to familiarize herself with the area under her jurisdiction. After she left, Suja couldn't help but smile bitterly while sitting on the sofa. Originally he wasn't planning to go out. But after talking with Tian Xinrui, he realized that he had not used his mobile phone in the past few days. "I didn't feel anything before, but now I always feel like something is missing in my hands, and I feel very uncomfortable." In the end, Suja drove out. On the other side, Tian Xinrui, who was wandering around the area under her jurisdiction, also smiled bitterly. Because she found that Suja's electric car key was still on her. But after thinking about it, she still didn't give it to Suja immediately. When Suja drove onto the bustling streets of Shanghai, he immediately caused quite a stir. Many people began to point and comment on this Bugatti Veyron worth more than 80 million yuan. Fuck, this is the limited edition Bugatti Veyron. I just checked, it's over 80 million. More than 80 million? Just to buy a car? Isn't that too much? And many artificial beauties were attracted by the sight of such a handsome guy like Suja getting out of this luxury car. His eyes were shining, and he was almost sticking directly to Suja. "Handsome, are you free to go for a drink? Handsome guy, give me your WeChat." Some were so bold that they leaned directly on Suju and said, "Handsome guy, do you want to sweat it out together?" Surrounded by this group of artificial beauties, Suja felt a little scared. To be honest, he still prefers the natural type. And what about these artificial beauties? It doesn't meet his requirements at all. Chapter 58. I feel sorry for myself. In the end, Suja could only squeeze out with a stern face. Some boys really couldn't stand the way Suja treated those beautiful girls. He immediately began to speak indignantly and contemptuously. "What kind of person are you? You think you're so great just because you have a luxury car? This kind of person is just a mean person who has achieved success. He doesn't have any of the self-restraint of a rich kid. Yeah, maybe this car is rented." Unlike them, none of the artificial beauties on the other side would despise Suja. In addition to the bonus of Suja owning a luxury car, his appearance is eye-catching enough. Wow, it's so cool, I love it so much. This aloof temperament, this way of walking through a field of flowers without getting a single leaf on him, is twice as good as the Prince Charming I imagined. Some people even trembled and thought to themselves, "No, I have to go to the toilet." Suja, who caused all this, had already arrived at the mall. Different from the lively discussion he caused outside before, he no longer had the bonus of a luxury car this time. Therefore, apart from some girls who were surprised at why he was so handsome, not many people paid attention to him. But this is exactly what Suja wants. He doesn't like being bothered by others. They arrived at the mobile phone store in the mall very smoothly, but before Suja could walk in, a voice of surprise and disbelief came from behind. "Suja? How do you still have money to buy a cell phone?" After hearing this voice, Suja paused slightly. Then he went straight into the mobile phone store without hesitation. He doesn't want to get into any more trouble today. So just ignore it. But what he never expected was that he didn't want to pay attention to the other party. But the other party shouted at Suja with an angry face, "Suja, what are you so proud of? If it weren't for Mr. Chen's kindness, you wouldn't know 5 million. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone present looked at Suja, who walked into the specialty store with some surprise. After all, 5 million is not a small number for ordinary people. But when many girls saw how handsome Suja was, they felt very sorry for him. Why would such a handsome man owe so much money? Of course, there were also some older and wealthy women in the crowd whose eyes flickered when they looked at Suja. Such a handsome man is now at rock bottom. It would be a shame if I don't take this opportunity to buy it. Suja, who was about to step into the store, stopped with a frown. Although many people knew that he owed the bank 5 million. But not many people know who caused it. When he turned around, he finally understood why the other party knew about this. Because this person was his former colleague and also his accomplice who helped that bastard Chen Chang to cheat him. Immediately, Suja's face turned cold and he said, "Xing Chang, go back and tell Chen Dada that I will kill him in a few days." Originally, Suja planned to cut off all ties with his original body. But since someone came over to him on his own initiative, don't blame him for being cruel and ruthless. But his words made Zhang Chang on the opposite side stunned. Then he burst into laughter as if he had heard the funniest joke. Pointing at Suja with disdain on his face, he shouted, "You poor boy, you still want to fight with Mr. Chen? Wait until next life." Zhang Chang didn't care at all about Suja's outrageous words. Since he dared to help Chen Chang frame Suja, he must have investigated Suja's identity long ago. Not only is he an orphan, but he doesn't even have any friends. He would feel sorry for himself if he let go of such a good target. Chapter 59. The things in the novel came true. Suja didn't care about Zhang Chang's disdain. After all, who cares about an ant that is about to be crushed to death? So, he shook his head and continued walking into the specialty store. However, although this behavior was normal in Suja's mind, Zhang Chang felt insulted. With a thought in his mind, he immediately shouted in a sarcastic tone, "Suja, you are penniless now. You are not going to steal anything by entering this mobile phone store?" As soon as these words were spoken, the employees in the mobile phone store immediately turned their attention to Suja. If no one tells them to, they won't. After all, it is the new century now and petty thefts rarely occur. However, Zhang Cheng's malicious words made the employees in the mobile phone store more alert. How could someone who owes 5 million be able to afford an expensive mobile phone? Of course, although these employees were wary, no one kicked Suja out. After all, they are not Zhang Chang, they still have some qualities. Besides, if they kicked the guests out based on a little suspicion, they would have no chance of success. Seeing that his plan had failed and made Suja embarrassed, Zhang Chang, who was annoyed, went straight to Suja. He shouted angrily, "Suja, you're done. You've completely pissed me off." Suja glanced at him, then shook his head and chuckled a few times, still saying nothing. In fact, he felt that Zhang Cheng's helpless and furious look was quite funny. His reaction made Zhang Cheng furious. He roared loudly with a dark face. "Suja! You are too arrogant. Where do you have the capital to look down on me now? Do you believe me? I'll have someone kick you out right away." Suja smiled and did not talk to Zhang Cheng. Instead, he asked the employees in the store, "Is this man your boss?" The employee being questioned was stunned, then shook his head and said, "No, I don't know this gentleman at all." After getting the answer, Suja laughed a few more times, but still did not look at Zhang Cheng. Zhang Cheng next to him was about to explode with anger. Although Suja had never spoken to him, it was this attitude of indifference towards him that made him furious. Especially Suja's repeated laughter made him so angry that he wanted to eat Suja alive on the spot. Therefore, he shouted directly to the employees in the store, "As long as you can drive this guy away, I will buy all the mobile phones here." As soon as these words were spoken, the crowd watching the excitement suddenly burst into laughter. "Oh my god, so domineering. Yeah. I bought all the cell phones in the store just to drive one person away. I didn't expect that something like this in a novel would actually happen in real life." Listening to everyone's discussions, Zhang Cheng seemed a little elated. He looked at Suja arrogantly with a disdainful smile on his face. "Suja, you poor boy, I'll just crush you to death for fun." In fact, after hearing Zhang Cheng's words, Suja was also shocked. He didn't expect Zhang Cheng to be so rich. I even thought to myself, could this guy be a hidden rich second generation? Otherwise, how could he talk so easily about the mobile phones worth millions in this store? Don't be fooled by the fact that this mobile phone store is not very big, it is only about 100 square meters. But the problem is that the phone is not that big. Not to mention that this store sells high-end goods, otherwise Suja would not come here. So it is normal for the mobile phones in this store to sell for millions. Just as Zhang Chang was feeling smug, the clerk came back to his senses from his shock. Chapter 60, More than 2,000 mobile phones. She asked in disbelief, "Sir, are you sure you want to buy all the mobile phones in our store? This deal is really big. The store recently received a new batch of high-end mobile phones, the total price of which is almost tens of millions." So the clerk wanted to confirm again whether Zhang Chang was joking. Zhang Chang, who was feeling very proud at the moment, didn't understand what the clerk meant. He frowned and asked, "Why? Are you afraid that I can't afford it?" The clerk was shocked and immediately said apologetically, "Sir, I'm so sorry, we will count all the phones right away." Zhang Cheng's expression improved a lot after hearing the clerk's apology. Then he looked at Suzhou with disdain, and then asked the clerk, "Can we send him away now?" Hearing what he said, the clerk looked a little embarrassed. But then he came out and said to Suzhou with an embarrassed look on his face, "Sir, all the phones in the store are now bought, please leave." Suzhou was not angry. He just gave Zhang Cheng a thumbs up and said, "You are really generous." Then he walked out of the store leisurely. Anyway, this floor sells mobile phones. If he can't buy it in this store, can't he just go to another one? Zhang Cheng, on the other side, was still a little angry after seeing Suzhou leave like this. However, when I thought that the other party was driven away by me, I suddenly felt a sense of satisfaction in my heart. After a while, all the customers in the store were asked to leave. All mobile phones were also counted. Then the store manager came to Zhang Cheng with a respectful look on his face and said, "Sir, we just counted the mobile phones in the store, and the total value is 9.86 million yuan. How many?" Zhang Cheng screamed in disbelief. 9,860,000 yuan, the store manager replied with a smile on his face. Seeing the manager say this again, Zhang Cheng still didn't believe it. "Don't be ridiculous. It's just a mobile phone store. At most, it's worth hundreds of thousands. How could it be worth so much? If it was worth hundreds of thousands, he could buy it. After all, the reason he came here was because Qin Chang asked him to help purchase prizes for the employees, and the amount given to him was no more than 100,000. But I never thought that the mobile phones in this store are worth almost tens of millions." When the store manager opposite heard Zhang Cheng's words, his face instantly turned gloomy. But he hadn't given up hope yet, and continued, "Sir, I'm not kidding. We have a total of 2,300 mobile phones in our store, with a total value of 9.86 million yuan. More than 2,000 mobile phones? This is impossible. How could there be so many? You are definitely trying to trick me." When Zhang Cheng heard the store manager say that there were more than 2,000 mobile phones in total, he was so scared that his body trembled. That is more than 2,000 mobile phones. He could never use it all up even if he died. Not to mention, it would cost more than 9 million to buy it. How could he have so much money? Immediately, he revealed a smile that was uglier than crying, and said to the store manager, "Well, I'll go to the bank to withdraw some money." After seeing his expression, the store manager's heart sank. Then he waved his hand and asked someone to bring the POS machine over. He said calmly, "Sir, you don't have to go to the bank. We can pay by card here." Zhang Cheng's body trembled and he almost fell to his knees. With a sudden thought in his mind, he quickly said, "I'm going to the bathroom. Leave the phone to me first." After saying this, he turned and left. Unfortunately, before he could take a step, the store manager grabbed him from behind. Chapter 61, Good Service Attitude. "Sir, as our biggest customer, we guarantee you good service. Don't worry, there is a toilet in the store, you can use it whenever you want." The store manager's face turned cold, and he ordered several male employees to roughly take Zhang Cheng to the toilet in the store. Since he wants to use the toilet, let him go to the toilet. Anyway, all the customers in the store have just been driven away, so they have plenty of time. Suzhou on the other side naturally had no idea about the situation here. At this moment, he was looking at the woman in front of him with a distressed face. "Lin Mengdai, why are you here in this mall?" The woman in front of Suzhou was Lin Mengdai, his classmate whom he met last time at Jin Jang Hotel. Logically speaking, no one would feel distressed when seeing such a beautiful and elegant lady. But the shadow that Lin Mengdai left on Suzhou was a bit serious. Especially the other party's behavior of hanging himself from time to time always made him feel that the other party was trying to scam him. Lin Mengdai was stunned after hearing Suzhou's words. Then he patted Suzhou on the shoulder and said with a smile, "Suzhou, I find your way of greeting people is quite peculiar. This is the mall, why can't I come here? Besides, this mall is also owned by our family, so I have to come here." Lin Mingjia's words startled Suja a little, and he quickly asked, "Is this mall owned by your family?" The truth is that this mall occupies a large area and it would cost tens of billions to buy it. Faced with his surprise, Lin Mengdai was a little confused. Yes. What's so strange about this? Didn't you already know about our family's situation? Then, she pursed her lips again and said reluctantly, "If it weren't for the hundreds of millions of profits every year for this small mall, I wouldn't want to come here. Looking at the beautiful woman in front of me who goes crazy when she sees me. When talking about hundreds of millions in profits, it seems like that is just small money." Suja was extremely shocked. Who is this big shot? He is too rich, right? A few hundred million is nothing. While Suja was in a daze, Lin Mengdai over there quickly asked, "By the way, Suja, what are you buying in the mall?" With a slight smile, Suja remembered his purpose and said quickly, "I'm here to buy a mobile phone to use." As soon as Suja finished speaking, Lin Mengdai on the other side quickly said, "By the way, you left in a hurry last time, and I didn't have time to add your phone number. I'll add you this time." In fact, Lin Mengdai had this idea when she first met Suja. She was almost going crazy because I forgot to exchange contact information. Now she will definitely not let go of this opportunity. Lin Mengdia's words made Suja's face bitter. In fact, he was very reluctant to add the other party. But he had no choice, the other person was right next to him, it would be unkind of him to go back on his word. Therefore, Suja just nodded. Seeing him nod, Lin Mengdai was delighted and quickly asked, "By the way, Suja, what phone are you going to buy? How about the latest Apple phone?" Hearing her suggestion, Suja quickly shook his head. "I'm still used to using domestic mobile phones. I'm not used to using Apple." Seeing that he didn't listen to her suggestion, Lin Mengdai didn't get angry. Then he said, "Oh, there's a specialty store here with good service. Why don't we go there?" This time, without waiting for Suja to speak, she pulled him forward. Suja had no choice but to run after him. But when he came to the specialty store that Lin Mengdai mentioned had a better service attitude, he was stunned. Chapter 62 Pig-headed. Because this was the store he had just left. Thinking that Zhang Chang had already bought all the phones in the store, Suja said, "We are late. All the phones in this store are sold out." After hearing this, Lin Mengdai on the other side was stunned, and then she said with emotion, "Who is so rich? Can buy thousands of mobile phones." Although she is the heir to the Lin Group, she has also handled countless projects worth hundreds of millions. But she had never thought about buying thousands of mobile phones. "It's not that I can't afford it, but there's no need to do such stupid thing. How many years will these phones last?" And even if she wanted to provide benefits to the company's employees, she would definitely use the company's account and make large purchases. If she had to buy these with her own money and give them to her employees, wouldn't she feel heartbroken? Just as the two were about to leave, the store employees ran out with smiles on their faces. "Don't misunderstand me, we haven't sold out all the phones in our store." After hearing this, Suja was slightly stunned, and then he quickly asked, "Didn't Zhang Cheng just say that he wanted to buy all the mobile phones in your store?" After hearing this, the employee looked at Suja carefully. Then he realized that Suja in front of him was the customer they had kicked out because of his stupid words. Since Zhang Cheng's words were not credible, it meant that Suja in front of him did not owe 5 million at all. Especially when I think about how Suja had faced all kinds of verbal attacks from Zhang Cheng but had an indifferent look. It is obvious that he has the confidence. Immediately, the clerk hurriedly said to Suja, "Sir, I apologize to you for what happened just now. We believed the idiot and kicked you out. How about this? As long as you're not angry, I'll give you a 10% discount on the phone you bought." As the clerk kept saying stupid things, Suja finally understood what was going on. Zhang Cheng just now was just trying to show off. When the truth was finally revealed, he was severely beaten up by the shop assistants who drove the customers out. After thinking for a moment, Suja walked in without hesitation. After all, if you can get a good deal, you'd be a fool not to take advantage of it. A 10% discount is not bad at all. Lin Mengdai, who was standing by, looked a little unhappy when she heard that Suja had just been kicked out. She must be tired of living if she dares to bully the man she cares about. However, when she saw Suja walk into the store without hesitation, she could only follow him with dissatisfaction. But she had already decided in her heart to raise the rent of this store. Anyway, there is no problem renting out the shops here. What's more, the other party dared to kick Suja out. How could he not teach him a lesson? Not long after the two of them walked in, a man with a bruised face and nose limped out from the back of the store. After taking a closer look, Suja realized that it was Zhang Chang. Originally Suja didn't want to laugh, but Zhang Chang's current appearance was too funny. In the end, he could only half suppress his smile and ask, "Zhang Chang, how did you become such a pig head now?" Zhang Chang on the other side tried hard to open his swollen eyelids, and then he saw that it was Suja. He snorted coldly and said, "Suja, don't be so complacent. Do you have any money on you? You might get kicked out too." Suja laughed, "You don't have to worry about this, just think about how you go out and meet people first." At this moment, the store manager, who was shaking his hands and cursing, came out from the back. However, when he saw Lin Mengdai behind him, his face suddenly changed and he quickly ran over. Chapter 63 The misunderstanding deepens. "Boss Lin, why are you here?" The store manager came to Lin Mengdai with a respectful look on his face. But as soon as he opened his mouth, Lin Mengdai asked with a gloomy face, "Are you the manager of this store?" The store manager's heart tightened, and he quickly said with a nervous look on his face, "Boss Lin, I'm Li Zhengyang, the store manager of this store." Li Zhengyang asked himself that he had never provoked Lin Mengdai, but why did the other party look angry when he asked? Suddenly, he looked at Zhang Chang beside him in disbelief. Could this idiot be Mr. Lin as friend? As for why he did not suspect Suja, the reason was very simple. They did not provoke Suja. So Lin Mengdai would definitely not be angry with them because of Suja. At that moment, sweat was pouring down Li Xinyan's forehead. He quickly said to Lin Mengdai with a panicked look on his face, "Boss Lin, I didn't know he was your friend. Can you please forgive me this time? Let you go?" Lin Mengdai snorted coldly, and then said, "If I let you go, wouldn't his sin be in vain?" When Lin Mengdai thought of Suja's frustration at being kicked out, she felt particularly distressed. She hadn't done anything to Suja yet, but she didn't expect that Li Zhengyang would be so bold as to make Suja suffer injustice. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. Lin Mengdai said directly, "Li Zhengyang, right? Starting next month, your rent will double." Li Zhengyang was shocked and said with a sad face, "Boss Lin, aren't you pushing me to death by doubling the rent?" He had no doubt whether Lin Mengdai dared to do so. Nowadays, there are countless people who want to rent shops in this mall. As soon as he dared to leave, countless people would come in waving banknotes. Hearing what he said, Lin Mengdai looked at him with disdain. Then he said, "Since you dared to take action in the first place, you should be mentally prepared for this." Suzhou on the side also heard that Lin Mengyao seemed to want to double the rent for Li Zhengyang because of him. But before he could open his mouth, he saw Li Zhengyang actually running in front of Zhang Chang. Then he said respectfully, "Little brother, I didn't recognize you. How about this? I'll give you 5 million. Can you forgive me this time?" Hearing this, Zhang Chang was a little dumbfounded, but also a little surprised. Especially Li Xinyan's sincere look made him realize that this seemed to be true. Unfortunately, before Zhang Chang, with a bruised face and nose, could nod and agree. But Lin Mengdai on this side shouted coldly, "Li Zhengyang, what do you mean? Are you mocking me?" Lin Mengdai was furious. Originally, she just wanted to teach Li Zhengyang a lesson. But unexpectedly, the other party actually ran to Suja's enemy and begged for mercy. This simply shows that they don't take her, the heir of the Lin group, seriously. On the other side, listening to Lin Mengdia's words, Li Zhengyang was about to cry. "I am clearly asking for forgiveness from your friends, how could I dare to mock you?" Suddenly, he thought of a reason. Is it because the compensation is too little? After all, given Lin Mengdia's background, this little money really seemed like a mockery of her. Immediately, Li Zhengyang gritted his teeth and said to Zhang Chang, "How about this, little brother, I will give you 10 million, can you forgive me?" Since Mr. Lin thinks 5 million is not enough, then 10 million should be enough. Seeing that he added another 5 million, Zhang Chang's face was full of joy. But at this moment he was not in a hurry to agree. Since it could be increased to 10 million, it could definitely be increased to 20 million. On the other side, seeing that Li Zhengyang refused to repent, Lin Mengdai sneered a few times. Then he said, "Okay, you are the first person who dares to mock me, Lin Mengdai, in person." As soon as these words were spoken, Li Zhengyang's face turned pale with fear. "I have already increased it to 10 million, why is Mr. Lin still so angry?" As the misunderstanding deepened, Suzhou realized that it was time for him to step forward. After all, the store manager's act of teaching Zhang Chang a lesson was actually helping him. Chapter 64 Headache. Immediately, Suzhou stood up. Facing the frosty Lin Mengdai, he said softly, "Shao, this store manager Li may have some misunderstandings, so don't be angry." As soon as Suja finished speaking, Li Zhangyang on the other side finally came to his senses. No wonder even though I had offered 10 million, Mr. Lin was still furious and looked like he wanted to kill me. It turned out that I had made a huge mistake, and a fatal one at that. For a moment, Li Zhangyang was filled with panic and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Then he glanced at Zhang Cheng, who was still waiting for him to add money. Under the other party's puzzled eyes, he slowly raised his foot and kicked hard with all his strength. Ah! With a shrill scream, Zhang Cheng flew backwards several meters away. Then his head tilted and he fainted on the spot. Li Zhangyang on this side didn't even look at him. Instead, she showed a smile that was uglier than crying, and came to Suja with trepidation in her heart. He opened his mouth and said, "Little brother." But before he could finish his words, Lin Mengdai next to him angrily said with a cold face, "Who says I am your little brother?" Li Zhangyang's heart tightened and he quickly gave Lin Mengdai a humble smile. Then he quickly said to Suja, "Sir, I will personally contribute 10 million to compensate you, and I hope you can forgive me." But just as he finished saying this, Lin Mengdai next to him started shouting angrily again. "Li Zhangyang, who are you looking down on here? Who is Suja? How could he look down on your 10 million? Her words immediately made Li Zhangyang look worried, and he didn't know what to do for a moment. "Are you going to let me take 20 million? But the question is, where did he get so much money?" Just when he was lost in thought, Suja next to him finally spoke slowly. He smiled slightly and said to Li Zhangyang, "Okay, Manager Li, it's actually not a big deal. I don't take it to heart at all." These words immediately made Li Zhangyang's face full of joy. However, Lin Mengdai on the side was a little dissatisfied because she felt that Suja was too generous. But now that the words have been spoken, she couldn't afford to embarrass Suja. So he just snorted coldly at Li Zhangyang and stopped talking. Just when the misunderstanding between the few people was resolved, Zhang Cheng, who was lying unconscious on the ground, finally woke up. He looked at Suja with resentment, and then ran away. Although several people noticed that Zhang Cheng had woken up, no one paid much attention to it. After all, he is just an ant that can be easily crushed to death. If you care about him, wouldn't life be too tiring? After looking around the store, Suja finally picked up a mobile phone. Looking at the price of 20,000 on the label, before he could pay, Li Zhangyang on the side quickly started talking with a smile on his face. "Mr. Su, this phone is given to you as an apology. If you pay for it, I will feel bad." In fact, he didn't feel bad at all. The main reason was that he was worried that if he accepted Suja's money, Lin Mengdai, who was looking dissatisfied, would deal with him. Suja, who was standing by, could guess something from the fact that Li Zhangyang looked at Lin Mengdai from time to time. "So I didn't refuse much and just accepted the phone after saying thank you." Seeing this, Li Zhangyang was filled with joy. Especially since Lin Mengdai's expression seemed to have eased a little, he was even more grateful to Suja. "Mr. Su, if you have any problem with your phone, you can come to me." In the end, the two left the store under Li Zhangyang's enthusiastic gaze. After going to the business hall to apply for a mobile phone card, Lin Mengdai finally got to add Suja's mobile phone number as she wished. Looking at the smiling Lin Mengdai over there, Suja felt a little pain in his head. He could imagine that if nothing unexpected happened, he would definitely be annoyed to death by this beautiful woman. Chapter 65, Sinister Questions. "Shao, I'm going back first." Rubbing his forehead, Suja prepared to leave. He felt that if he continued to stay, Lin Mengdai would go crazy again. On the other side, Lin Mengdai pouted slightly, showing a trace of grievance on her face. She always felt that Suja was deliberately avoiding her. But the problem is that she obviously didn't provoke the other party. Unfortunately, she never imagined that it was her excessive enthusiasm that made Suja unable to bear it. Fortunately, although she felt aggrieved, she quickly calmed down. He even smiled and said to Suja, "Okay then, be careful on the road." Seeing her let him go so easily, Suja was slightly surprised. But since the other party stopped bothering him, he felt relieved. Fearing that she would change her mind again, Suja quickly slipped away. Seeing his hurriedly leaving back, Lin Mengdai sighed deeply. To be honest, although she is already a senior management of the Lin Group, but I have no experience in love. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to rely solely on hearsay. A sentence that men all like women who are proactive and enthusiastic. He started to attack Suja directly. Fortunately, Lin Mengdai herself is also a relatively smart woman. So she soon discovered that the method she was using seemed to be wrong. So she decided to change her strategy, first get familiar with Suja, and then launch a passionate and proactive offensive. Suja, who had already left the mall, naturally had no idea that Lin Mengdai was already preparing for the next wave of offensive. After leaving the mall, he hurried to where he had parked his car. But before he could get close to his car, he suddenly stopped. Because a girl with short legs suddenly jumped out in front of him. Although the exaggerated high heels added a lot of height to her, they still did not reach Suja's chest. You know, Suja is not that tall, only about 1.7 meters. You can imagine how tall this girl is. Of course, this is not the place for Suja to complain. What really left him speechless was that the girl was holding a microphone in her hand, and not far away from him was a boy carrying a camera. This is such a familiar scene, anyone who likes to watch short videos knows it. This is the legendary street photography. He frowned slightly, and when he saw the girl in high heels just raised the microphone, Suja pushed it away. He said lightly, "Make way." Seeing her microphone being pushed away, a trace of anger flashed across the face of the girl with high heels. And in a place that Suja couldn't see, countless barrages flashed on the live broadcast interface. The anchor got slapped in the face. Finally, I met someone with a tough temper. I like this passerby's personality. Looking at the mocking comments on the live broadcast interface, the girl with high heels felt determined. He moved directly next to Suja again, not giving him any chance to react. He said directly, "Hello, sir." Unfortunately, before she could finish, Suja said coldly, "I'm not good." A trace of embarrassment flashed across the face of the girl with high heels, especially the taunts from the black fans in the live broadcast barrage. It made her almost explode with anger. But then she had an idea and ran to Suja again. To prevent being interrupted again, she blurted out a very sinister question. "How much of your monthly salary are you willing to spend on buying a gift for your girlfriend?" Suja frowned and finally stopped. Chapter 66 by a real one. I have to say that the problem of girls with high heels is really sinister. If Suja answered with a lower salary, he would definitely be ridiculed for being incompetent. And if you don't have enough money to buy gifts for your girlfriend, you will definitely be ridiculed for not loving your girlfriend. Even if Suja made up a story, the other party would be able to find reasons to mock him. For a time, not only the black fans in the live broadcast room, but even some passers-by were indignantly criticizing this host. However, the host Hatishi Ango didn't care about these at all. At this moment, she only wanted to vent her anger towards Suja. Now seeing Suja stopped, her heart was filled with pride. Unfortunately, she was completely shocked. Suja simply asked indifferently, "Salary?" "Sorry, I don't have any salary. Besides, I have never had a girlfriend in this life." Originally, Suja didn't like this so-called street photography. These people just ask eye-catching but useless questions. That's why he was so cold at the beginning. But he never expected that this hateful anchor would keep chasing him. Especially this very sinister question, which made Suja frown and at the same time a little annoyed. "Don't you want to ask? Then I will answer you. You don't have a salary? You haven't had a girlfriend yet?" The host was stunned, and then she looked at the camera with contempt. Brothers and sisters in the live broadcast room, if you meet this kind of low-level scum who not only has no salary but also has a bad temper, you must avoid him. After saying that, the host looked at Suja with a mocking expression on his face. "No wonder you don't have a girlfriend yet. Who would want to be with you, a low-level loser who doesn't even have a job?" Faced with her ridicule, Suja didn't care at all. He just smiled mysteriously at the camera, and then said, "Who told you that I don't have a job? You still have a job?" The host was stunned, then burst into laughter. "Isn't your job to wander around? Or is your job to be a vagrant?" When these words were spoken, not only the fat photographer next to them couldn't help laughing. Even the live broadcast interface that Suja couldn't see was flashed with countless 666 barrages. Of course, these people are all fans of the host Hate Tiangao without exception. As for those kind-hearted passers-by and black fans, after the first 2 rounds of barrage, they have all been banned by the room manager. Suja was still not angry. He smiled slightly, nodded and said, "You are right. My job is to go around everywhere." Seeing Suja actually foolishly admitted it. The host with the most hated looks over there laughed so hard that his stomach hurt. "I didn't expect it to be true. Ha ha ha." Shaking his head slightly, Suja took out the key to his Bugatti Veyron sports car. However, before Suja could say anything, the host on the other side burst into laughter again. Hey, the equipment is quite complete. There's even a lighter in the shape of a car key. And it's a Bugatti Veyron. Then she shook her head with disdain, pointed at the Bugatti Veyron next to her and said to Su Jia, if you have the guts, buy a real one. Why are you pretending so much? But Su Jia's next behavior not only made the host Hentiang go stunned on the spot. Even the lively comments in the live broadcast room came to a halt. Su Jia pressed the car key and the lights of the Bugatti Veyron sports car flashed a few times. Then he got in without hesitation and drove the car to the side of the host. Chapter 67. The wish finally came true. Sorry, you misunderstood. This is not a lighter. Oh, right, my daily job is really just to go around everywhere. But I visit all the companies under my control. As for the monthly income, it's not much, just a few $100 million. After saying this pretentious remark, Su Jia was originally planning to drive away. But after thinking for a while, he said again, here, I want to tell everyone in the live broadcast room, don't look down on anyone. Maybe he is a hidden boss. After saying this, Su Jia finally stepped on the accelerator and drove away. The only people left at the scene were the stunned host and the fat photographer. At this time, the barrage in the live broadcast room also began to become lively. Fuck, a big shot who earns hundreds of millions every month. Yes. I know that Bugatti Veyron, it's a limited edition, and it's said to be worth over 80 million. Is the anchor stupid now? He just randomly picked someone and he turned out to be a big shot, and he is trying to offend him to death. Yeah, luckily the boss has a good temper, otherwise he might have banned the anchor with just one order. Looking at all the sarcastic comments, the host Hentiango was so angry that he closed the live broadcast room. Watching Su Jia driving away, she shouted fiercely, just wait for me. I, Yang Rong, will remember you. Then, taking a look at the silly fat photographer beside her, Yang Rong kicked him directly. Why are you still standing there? Let's go. Aren't you embarrassed enough? Then, she yelled at the crowd of onlookers, go away, what are you looking at? You want to get beaten, right? Facing the arrogant Yang Rong, everyone felt indignant. But everyone thought that this person was a host and must have a lot of fans. It would be bad if he was exposed online. As a result, the originally bustling place was empty in an instant. At this time, Su Jia, who was driving, finally arrived at Zhongjing Garden. The security guard at the door was originally curious about which owner bought the new car. However, when he saw it was Su Jia, he immediately opened the door enthusiastically. Mr. Su, did you buy a new car? After hearing this, Su Jia turned around and saw that this person was the security guard who had delivered the property certificate to him. Su Jia still has a good impression of this security guard. With a slight smile, he casually said, yes, it's not good to always ride an electric bike. So I thought about buying a car to drive for fun first. Originally, Su Jia wanted to speak to the security guard in a relaxed tone. But the problem is, hearing him speak in such a relaxed tone. The security guard was stunned. Open for fun? A car worth more than 80 million just for fun? Isn't Mr. Su too rich? He is also a car lover, so he knows very well the price of this Bugatti Veyron. So, when I heard Su Jia speaking in such a relaxed tone, I was so shocked that I was speechless for a moment. On the other side, the security guard became silent again. Su Jia was speechless and could only shake his head and drive home. It was only when he got home and sat down that he remembered the purpose of buying the mobile phone. So I quickly downloaded WeChat and agreed to Tian Xinrui's friend request. On the other side, Tian Xinrui, who was in a meeting, heard the notification sound of her mobile phone, picked it up and took a look. Just by looking at it, she immediately started to smile foolishly. Because she waited for a long time, and finally waited until today. Su Jia finally agreed to her friend request. As soon as the two met, she asked to add Su Jia, the cool guy, on WeChat. It's a pity that the other party refused. Now, after so long, this wish has finally come true. Chapter 68, asking her to do this. In the meeting room, everyone was puzzled when they saw their manager suddenly grinning. Fortunately, Tian Xinrui recovered quickly and continued the meeting with a serious look. So everyone could only suppress their curiosity and pretend to listen to Tian Xinrui's lecture seriously. Early the next morning, Su Jia slowly opened his eyes in bed. Then the system prompt sounded in my ears. Ding, please go to the Magic City Energy Fitness Center to sign in. This wonderful sound made Su Jia rub his face and then smile. He understood that today would be another day of great harvest. I just don't know how many shares I will be rewarded with, Suja couldn't help but think in his heart. Then he got up and washed, but did not set out immediately. Instead, I did some research. He wanted to see how much the kinetic energy gym was worth. Unfortunately, he was disappointed. After checking, he found that the total value of the entire gym was only over 20 million. Even this is not including the value of various equipment. Otherwise, just based on the profitability of kinetic energy fitness gym, 10 million would be enough. Although Suja was somewhat disappointed, he was also a person who liked to take advantage. So in the end he decided to go to the gym. Just as he packed up and prepared to go out, the doorbell suddenly rang. Suja was shocked, and after hesitating for a moment, he still opened the door. There was no surprise, the person who showed up was none other than Mr. It was Tian Shinrui, who had been promoted to manager. Looking at Suja's worried expression, Tian Shinrui was speechless. Is it necessary to do this? I'm a weak woman, what are you afraid of? Of course, she was just thinking about this in her mind. In order not to worry Suja, she didn't even come in. He said directly outside, Lao Su, don't worry, I'll give you something and leave. These words finally made Suja feel relieved, but then he became curious. Something? What can you have? This seemingly contemptuous tone made Tian Shinrui a little dissatisfied. However, in the end, she still honestly took out the electric car key that Suja left in her hand. Your car keys, Tian Shinrui said dissatisfiedly with a pout. What kind of person is this? I came with good intentions to give something, but the other party treated me like this. The other person's expression made Suja realize that his attitude was not good. He immediately said to Tian Shinrui with a smile on his face, Housekeeper Tian, I'm so sorry. It's really because you have caused me too much trouble these days. However, his words made Tian Shinrui on the opposite side roll her eyes again. Okay, since I've returned the electric bike key, I'll leave now if you have nothing else to do. Tian Shinrui was very dissatisfied and didn't want to stay any longer, so she wanted to leave immediately. But at this moment, Suja quickly called her back. Butler Tian, wait a moment. Tian Shinrui, who was about to leave, was extremely surprised. Did she hear it right? Suja was actually trying to keep her? Of course, although she felt incredible in her heart, she pretended to be indifferent on the surface. Turning around gently, she asked calmly, what's the matter? Suja smiled sheepishly at first, then asked, can you help me get the electric bike back? What? Tian Shinrui cried out in disbelief. Then she shouted speechlessly, I say, Lao Su, are you still a human being? I returned the electric bike key to you with good intentions, and you treated me like this? She really didn't expect Suja to be so shameless that he could say such shameless words. After all, she is a girl. She is still a beauty. I didn't expect Suja to ask her to do such a thing. Don't even think about it. Chapter 69 Kinetic Energy Gym. Suja chuckled and then said, how about this, I'll give you the electric car. After all, he already has a car worth 80 million yuan to drive, so why should he suffer the pain of driving an electric car? What's more, there have been many cases where people have been looked down upon when riding electric bikes. Suja now has a shadow in his heart. Listening to Suja's words, Tian Shinrui pouted. Afterwards, he showed his determination to not take advantage of others' offer. He said firmly, I don't want it. Suja was stunned for a moment, then asked in disbelief, you really don't want it? After so many days, he has come to understand Tian Shinrui's family situation. She usually hitchhikes home, otherwise Li Guang wouldn't dare to block Tian Shinrui. Originally Suja thought that although this electric car was not very good, it could still be worth some money even if it was not driven. So in his opinion, Tian Shinrui will not let him go. But what I never expected was that Tian Shinrui firmly refused. In fact, Tian Shinrui regretted it when she refused. But the words had already been said, and if she took them back, how would Suja look at her? So she could only continue to shake her head and say, I don't want it. On the other side, Suja was moved by her determination and did not dare to say anything else. After all, they were friends, and he didn't want her to think that he looked down on her. Finally, Suja could only say, okay, I'll drive the car back myself. After saying goodbye to Tian Shinrui, who was regretful in her heart but had a determined look on her face, Suja walked to Tianhai Convention and Exhibition Center. Fortunately, the company has done a good job in industrial security. Even if I didn't come to pick it up for a day, the electric bike wasn't lost. When the security guard at the door saw that the electric bike belonged to Suja, he couldn't help but wipe away the cold sweat. Originally, they were planning to throw away the electric car. Fortunately, they didn't have time to throw it away, otherwise if Suja knew about it, they would be finished. As security guards of Tianhai Convention and Exhibition Center, they naturally saw Suja being warmly received by Tianhai's top management yesterday. Therefore, I knew very well that Suja must have a very powerful background. After enthusiastically seeing Suja off, the security guards at the door breathed a sigh of relief. I was so scared. Fortunately, we didn't throw away the electric bike, otherwise we would all be finished. Who says it's not? Hey, you said people with this kind of big background have weird tempers from time to time? What do you mean? Look, our company's CEO Chen and others were so respectful to him yesterday, but we didn't expect him to just ride a shabby electric bike and not show off his abilities. Yes, then we must be careful next time. Suja, who had already left on his electric bike, naturally had no idea what was happening here. Otherwise, I will definitely scold them. Do you think I like riding an electric bike? Isn't this a matter of reluctance? The Dynamic Energy Fitness Center is a bit far from the business district, so Suja rode for more than an hour before reaching his destination. Looking at this large gym, Suja nodded with satisfaction. After all, this will be our own property from now on. After parking the electric car, Suja walked in with an air of a leader inspecting the company. Seeing him like this, the girls at the front desk were a little confused. After all, there are only a few owners of gyms and everyone knows them. Then who is this person in front of me? Immediately, a beautiful receptionist came out. With a smile on his face, he asked Suja, "Hello, sir. May I ask what you can do for me?" No matter who he is, it's always good to have a good attitude. Seeing the good service attitude of the girl at the front desk, Suja nodded with satisfaction. Then he mentally instructed the system to sign in. Just when he was about to praise the girl at the front desk, the system's prompt made him feel a little embarrassed. Chapter 70 How Can I Be a Weakling? Ding, sign in successful. Congratulations to the host for receiving a body strengthening pill. Pills to strengthen your body? Not shares? Suja was dumbfounded. He originally thought that this gym would belong to him. But he never expected that the system would not reward shares today. Sir, what can I do for you? Seeing that Suja remained silent for a long time, the receptionist who came out to greet him asked again with a smile. Faced with the questions from the girl at the front desk, Suja felt a little embarrassed. After all, he looked like a leader inspecting the company just now. He could even guess that the receptionist must have misunderstood. Fortunately, Suja was thick-skinned enough, so he forced a smile and said thoughtfully, "I just came to see how the gym here is." Although his words made the girl at the front desk feel relieved, she still didn't dare to let her guard down. After all, no one can guarantee whether what Suja said is true or not. At that moment, the girl at the front desk enthusiastically introduced the layout and facilities of the entire gym to Suja. This immediately attracted the attention of those who were lifting weights in the gym. After all, they had never seen the receptionist so enthusiastic before. Suja, who was standing by, listened to the explanation of the girl at the front desk with embarrassment in his heart, and would go up to help from time to time. It was a pity that his original body's physical condition was not very good, so not only was he unable to move anything, he was even almost crushed to the point where he couldn't get up. It made everyone around laugh. Fortunately, Suja was more open-minded, and his actions even made him laugh, so he didn't feel angry. What he never expected was that he was originally preparing to find an excuse to leave. But a mocking voice came to my ears. "If you're a weakling, don't come to the gym and embarrass yourself." Not only did Suja frown at this voice, but everyone else in the gym also looked at that person with unfriendly expressions. After all, we have all worked our way up from being weak. However, when they saw the person who made the sound, they quickly put away the dissatisfaction on their faces. If we were to say who was born strong and healthy, then Lu Chang is definitely one of them. This person could push 30 kilograms of objects when he was 5 years old. At the age of 12, he represented the province in the National Weightlifting Championship and won first place. At the age of 18, he won a gold medal in the Olympics. Although he has retired now, his fame has become even greater. Not only has he won first place in several domestic bodybuilding competitions, he is also well known internationally. That is why, when everyone present saw that it was Lu Chang who made the sound, they instantly had no objections. There is no way, this is the advantage brought by strength. Even though everyone disagreed with what he said, no one dared to object. Suzhou on the side frowned, but before he could say anything, the receptionist next to him spoke in dissatisfaction. Lu Chang, what do you mean? This gentleman is a customer of our gym. Do you have the right to speak? What Suzhou did not expect was that Lu Chang, who had been very strong just now, immediately softened his tone after facing the dissatisfaction of the girl at the front desk. Xiaomei, isn't this for the sake of your gym? Then, he pointed at Suzhou and said with disdain, look at him, he looks so weak, he will affect your gym's business. His words made Suzhou's face turn red, and he was even more furious. Why does he look like a weakling? How am I a weak chicken? Chapter 71 I want to push 100 Jin. Seeing Lu Chang insulting Suzhou like this, Xiaomei next to him frowned and shouted angrily, Lu Chang, I don't allow you to insult this gentleman like this. After hearing what Xiaomei said, Suzhou's first thought was that something bad was going to happen. After all, he was not stupid and could see that Lu Chang seemed to have some unusual thoughts about Xiaomei. Now that he saw Xiaomei defending him like this, it would be strange if Lu Chang didn't get angry. Sure enough, it was not beyond his expectations. When Lu Chang heard Xiaomei say this, he became angry instantly. He shouted angrily, I insulted him, so what? He's just a weakling who can't even do a bench press. Suzhou, who was standing next to him, had a cold expression on his face and shouted angrily, that's enough. Stop calling me a weakling. Do you really think I have a good temper? Lu Chang was confused at first by this sudden roar, but when he saw that the voice came from Suzhou, a weakling, he immediately burst into disdainful laughter. I told you you're a weakling, so what? Go do that 100-pound bench press if you have the guts. Ha ha ha. Originally, Suzhou would never be fooled by such a low-level provocation. But after being called a weakling several times in a row, he was already angry. He immediately said angrily, if I can push this 100 kilograms, what are you going to do? Hearing his words, Lu Chang shook his head and said with disdain, you? Impossible, you can't push it at all. Suzhou snorted coldly and said immediately, if I can't push it, I will give you 5 million. How are you going to bet? Lu Chang laughed. He didn't expect Suzhou would actually give him 5 million. You know, he saw Suzhou's funny look just now. I couldn't even push the 20 kilograms before, let alone this 100 kilograms. He was afraid that Suzhou would go back on his word, so he immediately said impatiently, okay, I'll accept this bet. If you can push it forward, I'll also give you 5 million. How about it? Although he didn't have the 5 million on him, he would of course take up the bet since it was obvious he would win. Suzhou on the opposite side sneered. Do you really think I'm going to give you money for free? Then he took out his bank card and said to the people around him, do any of you have friends who are lawyers? I want to come over and do a notarization. When Lu Chang heard that he wanted to find a lawyer, he was stunned. He didn't expect Suzhou to take it so seriously. But then he shook his head and said, don't bother with that. It will be over soon anyway. After all, in Lu Chang's heart, Suzhou is a weakling who is destined to lose. When the people watching nearby saw Suzhou agree to the bet so easily, they couldn't help but sigh in their hearts. After all, they all saw what Suzhou looked like just now. Immediately, a kind-hearted person spoke up and advised, little brother, forget about the bet, just apologize to Lu Chang. Yes, it takes a lot of strength for us to push 100 kilograms, so just forget it. A muscular man also advised. Others also spoke up, yeah. Don't be so stubborn. Xiaomei, who was standing next to him, also didn't want to make a big deal out of it, so she said to Lu Chang, as long as you give up the bet with this gentleman, I will agree to have dinner with you tonight. As soon as these words were spoken, a look of joy appeared on Lu Chang's face. But then he remembered that the bet was 5 million, so he said hesitantly, Xiaomei, this gentleman is willing to bet, there is nothing I can do. A trace of disappointment flashed across Xiaomei's face, and then she said coldly, well, please don't bother me anymore in the future. Originally, she had a slight liking for Lu Chang. After all, the other person is strong and can give her a sense of security. But Xiaomei didn't expect that a bet made casually by others could make the other party give up on her, which made her heart suddenly filled with disappointment. Chapter 72 A must-win game. Naturally everyone heard what Xiaomei and Lu Chang said, and they immediately looked at Lu Chang with contempt in their eyes. On the other side, after seeing Xiaomei's face full of disappointment and everyone's contemptuous eyes, a trace of regret flashed in Lu Chang's eyes. However, when he saw a lawyer coming out of the scene, this trace of regret disappeared instantly. After all, with these 5 million, he can definitely find a woman prettier than Xiaomei. As for the looks of people around him, he didn't care even more. The lawyer who came out first looked at Lu Chang with contempt, and then asked Suja, your friend, do you really want to make this bet? He now regretted coming out so early. After all, if he didn't come forward, the bet might not go ahead. And Lu Chang would also be happy to see that he lost both his wife and his army. So he asked Suja again, hoping that the other party could come to his senses and not agree to the bet. Suja smiled slightly, and then said, I am sure to make this bet. Then he raised the bank card in his hand and said, here's my proof of financial resources. After saying this, Suja opened the banking app on his mobile phone and showed the lawyer the balance in the card. Although the lawyer was well informed, it was the first time he had seen such an ordinary card containing more than 90 million yuan. So I was stunned. It took him a long time to come back to his senses, but he no longer dared to question Suja's decision. After all, it is normal for such a rich man to spend 5 million to amuse fools. Taking a quick look at Suja's attire, he immediately recognized this low-key local tycoon. He immediately shouted to everyone present, this gentleman does have 5 million in his card, which is more than enough for this bet. He was also smart and knew that since Suja liked to keep a low profile, he definitely didn't want to expose his wealth. Therefore, he only said that there was 5 million in the card, but did not reveal the specific balance. On the other side, when Lu Chang heard the lawyer say that Suja had 5 million in his card, he became even happier. Anyway, in his eyes, the 5 million will be his soon. He immediately urged, now that we have the money, let's get started. But facing his urging, Suja shook his head and said, I have enough money, how about yours? Lu Chang was stunned for a moment, then he laughed out loud. You are doomed to lose this game, so you don't need to watch mine, right? The reason for refusing was that he didn't have that much money. Unless he sells his house, he won't be able to raise the money. Seeing that he was so confident that his team would lose, Suja laughed a few times in his heart. Then he said, if you don't show me proof of your property, I won't gamble. If Lu Chang had not abandoned Xiaomei, Suja might not have forced her to produce proof of property. But since the other party is a money-hungry person, don't blame him for being cruel. It's okay to like money, but giving up principles for money is unforgivable. Seeing Suja so determined, Lu Chang hesitated for a moment. Then he looked at the lawyer and asked, can I use the property as collateral? Hearing this, the lawyer on the other side was a little surprised. He asked, a house is much more important than 5 million. Are you sure you want to mortgage the house? Lu Chang smiled and said nonchalantly, of course I am sure, it is a game that I will definitely win anyway. After hearing what he said, the lawyer didn't know what to say. Although he didn't want to admit it, he knew in his heart that what Lu Chang said was the truth. This is indeed a must-win game. After Su Zhu and the other person signed and put their fingerprints on the printed notarized document, the lawyer said seriously, since neither of you has any objection, let's start this bet. However, as soon as he finished speaking, Suja stood up and shouted, wait. After these words were spoken, everyone present looked at Su Zhao in surprise. Some people don't understand what he is trying to do. Chapter 73, Bodybuilding Pills. Seeing this, Lu Chang on the side said directly, boy, the bet has been signed now, it is impossible for you to regret it. Suja smiled slightly and gave him a reassuring look. Don't worry, I won't regret it. I just want to drink some water. Drink water? Hearing his request, Lu Chang on the opposite side was surprised at first, and then burst into laughter. As a professional bodybuilder, he knows very well that he must not drink water during intense exercise, because this will increase the burden on the heart and easily lead to shock. But he didn't expect that Suja would ask for water at this time. That's why he couldn't help laughing. However, although he was well aware of the serious consequences of drinking water, he did not remind Suja. After all, in his heart, he wished Suja would just die so that he could get the 5 million. It's just that he was unwilling to remind them, but some kind-hearted people in the crowd spoke up. Brother, don't be in a hurry to drink water now. Your heart won't be able to bear it later. Xiaomei on the side also said with a worried look on her face, yes, sir, you should wait a while before drinking the water. Faced with their kindness, Suja smiled and shook his head. Then he said, it's okay, I just want to take a sip, I don't want to drink more. After hearing this, no one could object anymore. Someone immediately took out an unopened bottle of mineral water and handed it to Suja. After gently twisting open the bottle cap, Suja secretly gave orders in his heart. Let the system put the health-enhancing pill that was just rewarded to you into your mouth. Then he drank a little water and took the body-strengthening pills into his stomach. Body strengthening pill. After consumption, you can immediately obtain the strongest human physique on the earth. It was precisely because Suja saw the effectiveness of the bodybuilding pills that he made a bet with Lu Chang. After all, he is not a fool. How could he participate in a losing bet? This is the strongest human physique on earth. It is said that even boxing champion Tyson has not reached the limits of human physique. But even so, the force of his punch is as high as 800 kilograms. So Suja understood that as long as he took this bodybuilding pill, he would be able to lift the 100-pound bench press next to him with ease. Feeling the power surging into his body, Suja felt relieved. Although he never doubted the system, he was still a little worried because he hadn't truly felt its power. On the other hand, seeing Suja was dawdling here, Lu Chang became a little dissatisfied. He immediately urged, "Boy, if you want to admit defeat, do it sooner rather than later. Don't waste everyone's time." Originally, Lu Chang wanted to instigate everyone to put pressure on Suja. Unfortunately, his behavior just now had already angered everyone, so no one agreed with him at this time. This made Lu Chang look a little unhappy, and then he snorted coldly and looked at Suja opposite him. At this time, Suja was also ready. But he found it a little funny that Lu Chang was so impatient. This was the first time he had met someone who didn't leave himself any way out. Seeing Suja suddenly laughed at him, Lu Chang immediately yelled, "Boy, what are you laughing at?" Suja shook his head slightly, and then said, "Nothing, I'm just thinking about how I'm going to sell that house later." After hearing his answer, Lu Chang on the opposite side laughed disdainfully. "Boy, you are such a weakling, but you still really think you can beat me?" His words made Suja's face turn cold instantly. Since Lu Chang was so anxious to die, he had no choice but to oblige him. With a cold snort, he immediately walked towards the bench press equipment over there. Chapter 74. I'm just teasing you, okay? Seeing him lying down with non-standard movements, Lu Chang's smile became even happier. When the people nearby saw this, they hurried over to offer protection. After all, Suja couldn't even lift 20 kilograms before, so if he accidentally dropped this 100 kilograms, he would be dead. Seeing everyone trying their best to protect him, Lu Chang was very dissatisfied. He had never been treated like this before. In fact, this is also his own fault for being unpopular. Before, he was always sarcastic and looked down on everyone. However, due to his power, many people did not dare to speak out even if they had complaints in their hearts. Now that they see Suja directly resisting Lu Chang, of course they will be enthusiastic. Over there, Suja grabbed the barbell in his hand, and then smiled at Lu Chang with a relaxed look on his face. "Then I will start, okay?" Seeing that he was still calm and unhurried, Lu Chang finally began to have some doubts in his heart. However, when he thought of the other person's miserable appearance after coming to the gym, he felt a lot more relaxed. So he said disdainfully, "If you want to start, just start. No one is stopping you." Hearing what he said, Suja shook his head. Then, under the incredible gaze of everyone, he easily lifted the 100-pound barbell. It looks as easy as lifting a wooden stick. In fact, Suja thought the same in his heart. He felt that the 100 kilograms in his hand was just like holding something weighing 2 or 3 kilograms. It's so easy. With an idea in mind, Suja wanted to try how much he could lift. He immediately lifted the 100-pound barbell horizontally with one hand. He even threw it up amidst everyone's exclamations, and finally caught it safely in his hands. At this time, Lu Chang over there was completely dumbfounded. This is impossible. Wasn't this guy unable to lift even 20 kilograms just now? Suddenly, he thought of a possibility. He immediately yelled at Suja, "Boy, are you kidding me?" After all, it is possible that Suja was the only one who was hiding his strength at the beginning. Otherwise, there is no way to explain why the other party suddenly possessed such great power. Even if you take a powerful pill, it's impossible. Unfortunately, Lu Chang didn't know that Suja had swallowed something more powerful than the power pill. A pill for strengthening the body produced by the system. Listening to Lu Chang's unwilling roar, Suja easily put the 100 barbell back to its original position again. Then he stood up from the ground with a somersault and looked at Lu Chang with a smile on his face. "I'm just teasing you, okay?" Of course, he couldn't possibly tell of this system's existence. So when he heard the excuse given to him by the other party, he used it with a smile. Hearing his slightly arrogant words, Lu Chang immediately started shouting, "I don't accept it, I don't accept it, this bet doesn't count." Suja raised the corner of his mouth and revealed a disdainful smile. "Now that you have fallen into the trap, it is not easy to regret. The reason why Suja sought a notary was because he knew very well that people like Lu Chang were the least trustworthy. He looked at the lawyer over there, smiled and asked, "Mr. Lawyer, do you think our bet is complete?" As soon as these words were spoken, not only did Lu Chang look at the lawyer seriously, but the other onlookers also looked at him. Lu Chang hopes that the lawyer will say that the bet has not been completed. And those spectators naturally wanted Lu Chang to get out as soon as possible. In response to Suja's question, the lawyer said respectfully, "Mr. Su, the bet is complete." This made Lu Chang's face pale, and he denied it again and again, "Impossible. He was hiding his strength just now, so this bet doesn't count." The lawyer shrugged and said to Lu Chang, "But if the bet doesn't mention that Mr. Su has hidden his strength, then it doesn't count." At this time, he finally figured out one thing. No wonder Mr. Su looked so calm from the beginning. He originally thought that Mr. Su didn't care about the small amount of money. But now he understood. Because Mr. Su is not worried about losing it all. Chapter 75 Take All. Seeing the lawyer say this again, Lu Chang's eyes dimmed and he almost fainted. He has hundreds of thousands of dollars on him plus a house. Now that the house has been taken away by Suja, how can he live? On the other side, Suja didn't care whether he was dead or alive. "Since you dared to provoke me, you must bear the consequences." Immediately, Suja shouted to everyone present, "Everyone, there is a ready-made house, who is willing to take it over?" On the other side, after hearing Suja shouting, Lu Chang finally came to his senses. She quickly put on a smile that was uglier than crying and came in front of Suja with a humble look on her face. "Mr. Su, I was wrong. Can you return the house to me?" His words almost made Suja laugh. Is Lu Chang taking him for a fool? He wanted to take back a house in Shanghai worth nearly 10 million yuan without any proof. Isn't this a good idea? His face immediately turned cold and he was too lazy to continue paying attention to Lu Chang. He continued to shout to the people present with a smile, "Everyone, the starting price is 5 million, and the highest bidder wins." Although Lu Chang's house is not in a very good location, it is still in Shanghai after all. Not to mention it's only 5 million now. Immediately, someone started raising the price. When the price was about to exceed 10 million, Lu Chang could no longer bear it. She cried to Suja, "Mr. Su, please forgive me. I only have a few $100,000 left besides this house. Now that you've taken my house away, how am I supposed to live?" Lu Chang's words stunned Suja. Of course, he didn't mean to be soft-hearted and let the other person go. It was because he didn't expect that Lu Chang actually had hundreds of thousands of cash on him. He couldn't let this go. He immediately said, "I think you're quite pitiful. How about we play another round?" Another bet? Everyone present was stunned. Then Lu Chang smiled happily. He thought Suja was going to let him go. The others around him frowned, wondering why Suja would be so soft-hearted. However, the lawyer next to him felt that Suja must have other intentions. After all, judging from the gambling game just now, Suja doesn't seem to be a soft-hearted person. Looking at the different expressions on everyone's faces, Suja smiled and said to Lu Chang, "How about we gamble on all the equipment in this gym? As long as you win, I will return the house to you." Hearing this, Lu Chang on the other side instantly showed a look of ecstasy on his face. As a professional fitness talent, he is definitely better than Suja in using equipment. Even if the other person can lift a 100-pound barbell, he may not be able to use other equipment. Seeing his happy face, Suja smiled and said, "Of course, if you lose, the remaining hundreds of thousands of dollars on you will belong to me." As soon as these words were spoken, Lu Chang, who had just looked so happy, suddenly became hesitant again. You know, he only has these last few 100,000 left. If he loses again, he will really have nothing. The people around him finally understood at this moment that Suja was not soft-hearted, but rather a bit cruel. He wanted to take away all of Lu Chang's last capital. As the saying goes, those who are involved are often the most confused. At this time, Lu Chang had no idea that he had fallen into a trap. The people around him had long been dissatisfied with him, and even those who were soft-hearted were unwilling to speak up and remind him at this time. Seeing the hesitation on his face, Suja couldn't help but sigh in his heart. He understood that Lu Chang in front of him would definitely gamble again. If he were replaced by the other person, he would definitely not stop for a moment and would leave directly. The reason is very simple. Since the other party dares to gamble, it means he must be confident. Otherwise, are they doing charity? Sure enough, it was not beyond his expectations. After a little hesitation, Lu Chang on the opposite side said directly, "Okay, I agree." Chapter 76, The Whole Audience. In fact, the reason why Lu Chang seemed a little hesitant was not because he felt he would lose. He just felt that he didn't need to prove his assets in this sure-win bet. But when he thought about what Suja had said before, that he would not gamble unless he showed proof of assets, he hesitated for a moment and then agreed. But perhaps because he was still obsessed with Suja's 5 million, Lu Chang shamelessly said, "Boy, do you have the guts to add that 5 million as well?" Maybe he felt he would win. So at this time Lu Chang also changed the way he addressed Suja. He changed directly from Mr. Su, who was begging desperately just now, to a boy who was arrogant and disdainful now. Suja frowned, but then he asked, "If you want me to add the 5 million, that's fine, but what can you take?" Since Lu Chang wants to gamble bigger, he will accompany him to the end. However, his words immediately left Lu Qian speechless. Now he had nothing except the hundreds of thousands of cash. However, feeling somewhat embarrassed, he snorted coldly and said to Suja with disdain, "I'll let you go this time." These words made the people around him dissatisfied, and they began to blame him. "Lu Chang, do you still know how to write the word shame? Mr. Su was moved by your pity just now, but I didn't expect you to be so unrepentant." Some people even advised Suja, "Mr. Su, you should not bet with him. People like this should not be let off easily. No matter why Suja looks like he can't lose." But no one present wanted to give this villain Lu Chang any chance. Therefore, they all wanted to do their best to dissuade the gambling from going ahead. Suja shook his head gently at everyone, and then said, "Everyone, since I have already agreed, there is naturally no reason to take it back." After a brief pause, he said softly to everyone, "Don't worry, I will definitely win." Seeing that he didn't take back the bet, the people present were a little disappointed. However, when they heard him say that he would definitely win, although most people did not hold out for this hope, they still gave him verbal support. "Mr. Su, we believe you. Yes, we must let Lu Chang know his place. Come on, Mr. Su." Different from the encouragement to Suja here, Lu Chang over there was filled with jealousy when he saw so many people supporting Suja. He had never been treated so well before. Immediately, the jealous Lu Chang said to Suja with disdain on his face, "Boy, I advise you to admit defeat quickly, don't ask for trouble later." As soon as Lu Chang said this, everyone became angry instantly. "Lu Chang, what do you mean? If Mr. Su hadn't been soft-hearted, do you think you would have had this chance?" Someone even said to Suja directly, "Mr. Su, you must defeat Lu Chang. Let's see if he dares to be arrogant again." The public's condemnation made Lu Chang feel angry and embarrassed. With a cold snort, he looked at Suja, who had a calm expression on his face. "Boy, if you want to bet, sign it now." After he finished speaking, he signed his name impatiently without waiting for Suja's reaction. Seeing this, Suja sighed in his heart that this grandson still didn't learn his lesson. Then he shook his head and signed his name. Different from previous competitions, this time the competition involves all the equipment in the gym. So for the sake of fairness and without wasting everyone's time, therefore, each device will compete individually within the specified time, and whoever wins the most numbers will be the final winner. After hearing this rule, Suja smiled slightly in his heart. Chapter 77, Disgusting the Other Party. If he is really only strong in strength, then Lu Chang might still have a chance of winning. The body strengthening pills can improve every aspect of the body. Even there, it has reached the strongest limit of the human body. Therefore, Suja would not have any worries at all. Unlike his secret smile, Lu Chang on the other side just laughed out loud with triumph. After all, the time limit is an advantage for people like him who exercise regularly. He knows exactly how to use each machine to save effort and accomplish more. He glanced at Suja, who was so scared that he didn't even dare to make a sound. Lu Chang shouted proudly, "Boy, I advise you to admit defeat quickly, so as to avoid embarrassment later." Hearing him say this nonsense again, before anyone else could react, Suja raised the corner of his mouth slightly and said to him with good intentions, "Don't speak so early, it's not certain who will win or lose." Lu Chang's face turned red and he said angrily, "Okay, then you must not regret it. You will cry when the time comes." Immediately, he came to a machine in the gym. Then he sneered and said, "How about we compete on this first?" Suja was a little surprised because Lu Chang chose a strength training machine. But after thinking about it for a while, he understood why the other party chose this device first. With a slight smile, he said to Lu Chang over there, "We can do better than this, you go first." Lu Chang on the other side sneered and said, "I admit defeat in this game." When these words were spoken, everyone present was shocked. They never expected that Lu Chang would give up in the first event. Doesn't Lu Chang want to win? Suddenly, a smart person thought of Lu Chang's purpose. He immediately said, "Isn't this Lu Chang thinking of exhausting Mr. Su's strength first?" His words instantly made everyone nod thoughtfully. Everyone thought that Lu Chang must have had this idea. Seeing that everyone had guessed his plan, Lu Chang's face was immediately filled with pride. Even if he didn't say anything, the look on his face proved that he was thinking that way. For a moment, everyone looked at Suja with worry. After all, facing such a cunning enemy, they were very worried that Suja would accidentally fall into the trap. Giving everyone a reassuring look, Suja walked nonchalantly to the side of the machine. Under everyone's surprised gaze, he only did one and then put it down. Then he asked the lawyer next to him, "Do I win?" After hearing this, Lu Chang was stunned. The others also reacted and almost shouted with joy. "What can you, Lu Chang, do even if you are plotting something? Didn't Mr. Su crack it easily?" The lawyer immediately said to Suja respectfully with a happy face, "Mr. Su, you won this project." After hearing this, Lu Chang on the other side finally came back to his senses. Unwilling to accept the result, he shouted at the lawyer, "I don't accept it." Suja smiled slightly. "What are you dissatisfied with?" In fact, after guessing Lu Chang's purpose, Suja was ready to disgust him. Although he can do his best. But he is not a fool. Since you can win easily, why bother with so much effort? At this time, Lu Chang, who was unwilling to accept the result, continued to shout, "I don't accept it, you are cheating. This project cannot be counted." Suja shrugged and looked at the lawyer next to him. The lawyer gave an immediate instruction and explained to Lu Chang, "Mr. Lu, since you voluntarily admitted defeat before, even if Mr. Su did nothing, he would still be considered the winner." These words left Lu Chang unable to refute, and he can only look at Suja with resentment on his face. Chapter 78. Someone is messing up the place. He snorted coldly at Suja. "Boy, don't be complacent. I won't let you cheat me again." These words left everyone present speechless. It was obviously you who started it first, so can others fight back? Sujo on the other side just shrugged indifferently and didn't pay attention to the harsh words he said. After all, he knew very well that Lu Chang was just helpless and furious, and could not do anything to him. But his appearance made Lu Chang even angrier. He immediately rushed to the countless equipment in the gym. Bench press, spinning bike, treadmill, climbing machine. I have to say that Lu Chang is quite capable. Both his movements and the number of moves he completed are more perfect than those of ordinary people. But unfortunately, even with his systematically improved physical fitness, no matter how hard he tried, he would never be a match for Suja. When the game was over, there was no suspense and Suja won the final victory. When the lawyer announced the final result, the scene was silent for a long time. Then there was a burst of warm cheers. Win! Mr. Su actually won. Lu Chang acted like he was the best in the world before, but he was easily crushed by Mr. Su, right? Yes. Our Mr. Su is still awesome. A group of people flattered Suja like crazy, as if they were free. Although Suja also knew that this was not a good thing. But there's nothing I can do, these flatteries are too comfortable to hear. So after enduring it for a long time, he began to refuse. When Lu Chang heard that he had lost, he just stood there in a daze, unable to believe it. Who is he? He is the champion of domestic fitness competitions and has also won several first places internationally. But he didn't expect that the thing he was most proud of would be surpassed by such an ordinary weakling like Suja. I don't accept it, you are cheating, you are all cheating. Lu Chang was screaming heart-wrenchingly there. Unfortunately, the outcome was already decided and no one wanted to pay any attention to him. Everyone was celebrating Suja's victory. At this moment, a sudden shout brought peace back to the scene. What's wrong? What happened here? Everyone took a quick look and finally found out who it was. Mr. Yang, the major shareholder of Kinetic Energy Fitness Center. After receiving a call from a few girls at the front desk, he rushed over immediately. However, everyone present was a member of the gym, so no one paid much attention to Mr. Yang. When Lu Chang saw Mr. Yang, he immediately burst into laughter and ran over in a hurry. Boss Yang, help! Someone is here to mess things up. As soon as these words came out, Mr. Yang's face instantly turned cold. Then he quickly asked, "Who is it? How dare you be so bold as to cause trouble in front of us?" Although Lu Chang is not an employee of their Dynamic Energy, as a star in the fitness industry, he can bring a lot of members to their gym. so Mr. Yang usually doesn't dare to offend him.
Lu Chang next to him naturally understood the reason, so he immediately pointed at Suja.
Boss Yang, it's that guy.
He just cheated me out of a house and hundreds of thousands of dollars.
What? What on earth did you bet on? You could even lose the house?
Mr. Yang was so surprised that he couldn't close his mouth. Although Lu Chang's house is not located in a very nice location, it is still worth tens of millions. So when he heard that the other party was so stingy that he lost all his house, he was shocked. But when Mr. Yang saw Suja over there, his pupils shrank and his face was full of disbelief.
Chapter 79 Ban. Then Mr. Yang quickly ran over to Suja.
Seeing him like this, Lu Chang next to him instantly smiled. He thought that Mr. Yang was teaching the other party a lesson on his behalf. But what made him stunned and full of disbelief was Mr. Yang, who had given him hope, actually smiled very humbly after seeing Suja.
Mr. Su, why didn't you say hello in advance when you came to my gym?
After hearing this, Lu Chang was stunned. At the same time, he was also very confused about Suja's identity that made Mr. Yang so enthusiastic. Suja, who was standing at the side, saw the sudden appearance and asked with a puzzled look on his face, "Who are you?" After all, he had never seen this person before.
Mr. Yang didn't dare to express any dissatisfaction, and immediately said, "Mr. Su, my last name is Yang, and I'm the owner of this gym. You can just call me Xiao Yang." Xiao Yang? Suja looked up and down at the middle-aged man in his 40s.
Then he shook his head and said, "Forget it, I'll just call you Mr. Yang." Although no one would say anything if he called the other person Xiao Yang, he always felt something was not right.
Mr. Yang on the opposite side naturally wouldn't be angry.
On the contrary, he would only feel that Suja was respecting him by calling him Mr. Yang. He immediately showed a respectful look on his face and said to Suja, "Thank you, Mr. Su, thank you, Mr. Su." It looked as if he had received some great honor. At this time, Lu Chang next to him finally came to his senses. With a puzzled look on his face, he asked, "Boss Yang, who is this guy?" As soon as these words were spoken, Suja had no time to react. Mr. Yang on the other side was trembling in his heart, and yelled at Lu with anger on his face, "Who the hell are you calling kid?
This is Mr. Su."
Others may not know Suja's identity, but he knows it very well.
He was at the Tianhai Convention and Exhibition Center yesterday. Suja could easily drive away the Bugatti Veyron sports car worth 80 million yuan. Can this identity be ordinary? Not to mention that sports car alone could buy him several gyms. That was why, when he saw Suja here, he ran over to greet him with a respectful look on his face. But he never expected that Lu Chang was so confused about the situation that he dared to call Suja a kid. He was frightened to death. Lu Chang, who was being yelled at by General Manager Yang, also seemed to get angry. He immediately shouted in dissatisfaction, "Boss Yang, I don't care who he is, now you quickly get the house and money back from him, otherwise, I will ask them to withdraw all their memberships." Faced with Lu Chang's threat, Mr. Yang's face suddenly turned gloomy. He didn't offend the other party before because the other party could bring benefits to their gym. But now that he has offended Suja, he can't even keep his gym open. How could he possibly care about those members? He immediately yelled, "Lu Chang, get out of here right now. Otherwise, you will be banned." Banned? Lu Chang's face changed and he suddenly became frightened. As someone in the fitness industry, he knows best what these two words mean. Fitness itself is a niche subject and few people understand it. If he were banned, he would have no chance of survival in the entire fitness industry. How can he survive when he only knows fitness and has no other skills? He immediately looked at Suja with fear on his face, then forced a smile on his face and said to Mr. Yang nervously, "Mr. Yang, don't worry, I will leave immediately." After saying that, he left in a panic. As for the house and money, he no longer dared to ask for them. Mr. Yang alone made him feel very scared, not to mention Suja, whom even Mr. Yang treated with respect. Even at this moment, he didn't dare to think about Suja. Just pretend nothing happened today and he never had a house or money. Chapter 80 Silly and Sweet. Next to him, seeing Lu Chang leave wisely, Mr. Yang felt relieved. If the other party still insists on staying here, then he will have no choice but to kill him. Suja next to him was a little dazed. He originally thought that Lu Chang would continue to harass him after his sudden outburst. But what he never expected was that Lu Chang was scared away by just one word from Mr. Yang. And seeing the frightened look on his face when he left, Suja believed that the other party would definitely take a detour the next time he saw him.
Glancing at Mr. Yang beside him, Suja smiled and said, "Mr. Yang, thank you for what you did just now. Otherwise, Lu Chang would probably have to pester me again." As soon as these words came out, Mr. Yang on the opposite side quickly said with a serious face, "Mr. Su, you are too polite. I usually don't like Lu Chang. Even if you are not here today, I will definitely drive him away." After saying that, Mr. Yang secretly glanced at Suja's expression again. He heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that the other party was not angry. Suja naturally knew what he was thinking. He was simply worried that he would be misunderstood as to his relationship with Lu Chang, so he tried his best to distance himself from it. Of course, no matter what the other party thought, he really helped him solve the problem, so there was no need for Suja to be angry. After talking with Mr. Yang for a while, Suja left with more than 10 million. He came here on an electric scooter, and when he left he still rode an electric scooter, but there was more than 10 million more in his card. The person who spent more than 10 million to buy the house was none other than the lawyer. In fact, Mr. Yang also valued this house, but unfortunately he had no money, so he had to give it up reluctantly. Suja was quite surprised that this lawyer named Liang Chang could come up with more than 10 million. But Suja didn't care too much. After all, it's other people's business whether they are rich or not, and it has nothing to do with him. Besides, no matter how rich Liang Chang is, can he be as rich as Suja? When leaving, Liang Chang respectfully added Suja's phone number. Originally, Suja didn't want to give his cell phone number to anyone casually. But there was no way. Liang Chang had given him more than 10 million yuan. It would be too unreasonable if he was reluctant to give even a phone number. Riding on his electric bike, Suja drove towards Jianjing Garden where he lived. What he didn't expect was that they had only driven a short distance. A Land Rover was blocking the way in front of him. Just when he was about to take a detour, he saw the window of the domineering Land Rover slowly open. "Suja, where have you been these past few days? I couldn't get through to you on the phone, and you were nowhere to be found in the rental house. I almost thought you were dead." The person who spoke was none other than Qin Shuyao, the deputy manager of China Construction Bank. As soon as he saw her, Suja felt a headache. If Tian Xinrui is a person with high IQ and Lin Mengdai is a normal person, the Qin Shuyao in front of me is just a naive and innocent girl. Suja could not see any good points in her except that she could cause him trouble. Therefore, he simply pretended not to hear and drove his electric car away. What a pity it is in vain. How could his shabby electric car possibly outperform Qin Shuyao's Land Rover? While driving, Qin Shuyao shouted to Suja outside the car. "Suja, I noticed that you have grown too independent. You are too lazy to even bother with me?" With a smile on his face, Suja quickly said, "Sister Shuyao, I'm just in a hurry. I'll treat you to a meal next time I'm free." It would have been fine if he hadn't mentioned it, but as soon as he mentioned it, Qin Shuyao in the car got angry. Chapter 81 Rejection. Qin Shuyao in the car was so angry that she almost threw the steering wheel away. She immediately yelled, "Are you free next time? How would I know when that will be? I'm telling you, kid, you have to pay me what I owe you today, or I'll never forgive you." Suja was helpless and could only park the car nearby. She had realized that if she didn't let the other party get what he wanted, she wouldn't have a peaceful day today. Seeing that Suja actually stopped the car, Qin Shuyao in the Land Rover was delighted. He braked suddenly and then jumped out of the mighty car. Suja was almost frightened. The door of this Land Rover is quite a distance from the ground. If Qin Shuyao got hurt, he would be in trouble. After all, from the look in Xiao Yang's eyes when he looked at the other person, Suja could tell that this naive girl must have a very deep background. "Sister Shuyao, please be careful. Are you okay?" Suja hurried over to show some concern. After all, the two of them knew each other, and considering the other party's background, it would not be wrong for Suja to say a few good words. Seeing that he actually cared about her, Qin Shuyao's face immediately lit up with joy. Suddenly she felt something in her heart and pretended to be in pain. "Ouch! Suja, my foot is hurt." Seeing that he didn't look fake, Suja knew that it must be fake. Qin Shuyao was fine when she came over just now. Why is it that now when I speak, the other person says he sprained his ankle? She must be trying to scam me. Suja immediately thought of a way to counterattack. With a slight smile, he said, "Sister Shuyao, since your foot is injured, I'll treat you to a meal next time. You should go to the hospital right now, I'll leave first." After saying that, Suja immediately got on his electric bike and prepared to leave. Seeing him like this, Qin Shuyao was very anxious and quickly shouted, "Don't leave in such a hurry.
My feet suddenly don't hurt anymore.
After finally meeting Suja again, she couldn't let him go easily this time no matter what. Originally, she wanted to imitate the idol dramas, where when the heroine's foot was injured, the hero would kindly pick her up and take her to the hospital. But unexpectedly, Suja did not play by the rules.
His first reaction was to run away. After seeing her say that everything was fine, Suja thought to himself, as expected, Qin Shuyao came here to scam him. But he still smiled and said, Sister Shuyao, since everything is fine, let's go eat. Suja didn't want to provoke Qin Shuyao, who had a strong background, anymore. He just wanted to go back to his own homes and find his own mothers after dinner. However, faced with his urging, Qin Shuyao on the other side suddenly became a little dissatisfied. Why are you in such a hurry? What time is it now? Let's talk later. Suja was speechless. Hey, sister, it was you who asked me to treat you to a meal. Why are you not in a hurry now? Helpless, Suja could only droop his face and asked, Sister Shuyao, do you have anything else to do? Yes, of course I have something to do. Qin Shuyao on the opposite side smiled and said, there just so happens to be a commercial street nearby. How about you accompany me for a walk? If it were an ordinary person, he would definitely agree in this situation. After all, since we are here, it doesn't seem to make any difference whether we cut one more or one less. But Suju was different. He simply shook his head and said, no, shopping is too tiring. I don't want to go. Although he had never accompanied a girl shopping, he had heard that shopping for girls was fatal. Therefore, Suju would of course refuse. Qin Shuyao on the opposite side became dissatisfied instantly after hearing this. What's wrong? I'm a beautiful woman shopping with you and you still think it's tiring? Do you know how many people want this opportunity? But after looking at Suja's face, her dissatisfaction disappeared. There's nothing we can do about it, this is an age where looks matter. Suja had the capital to reject her. Chapter 82 Self-Comfort. Since Suja was unwilling to go shopping, Qin Shuyao could only settle for the next best thing and go to another place. How about we get some coffee? With a hint of inquiry, she looked at Suja nervously. After thinking about it for a while, Suja finally nodded reluctantly. All right. After all, drinking a cup of coffee is obviously more relaxing than shopping. Although his answer consisted of only two simple words, it made Qin Shuyao on the opposite side smile instantly. I kept comforting myself in my heart. Look, hasn't he agreed honestly? Suja naturally didn't know Qin Shuyao's self-comforting thoughts. However, he was also surprised to see the other person's happy face. After all, in his impression, most girls seem to be spoiled and willful, and everyone has to obey them. But I didn't expect that after I rejected the request to go shopping, Qin Shuyao didn't get angry, and even quickly changed the place. Because there was a coffee shop nearby, Suja didn't have time to think too much before the two arrived at their destination. As soon as he sat down, Qin Shuyao ordered a cup of coffee for Suja with a very attentive look on her face. Seeing this, Suja casually thanked him. What made him speechless was that Qin Shuyao opposite him seemed to have eaten honey, and the smile on her face became even brighter. Sister Shuyao, are you okay? Suja asked in surprise. It's okay, what can happen to me? Qin Shuyao said with a smile. Suja asked again, then why are you laughing so exaggeratedly? Qin Shuyao was startled and quickly restrained her exaggerated smile. And secretly said in my heart, lady, I want a lady. Then she said quietly, I'm just happy to see you. Suja shook his head and was too lazy to ask this question again. After chatting nonsense for a while, Suja finally asked the question he was particularly curious about. Sister Shuyao, aren't you the deputy manager of the bank? Why are you driving a Land Rover? Although no one stipulated that a bank deputy manager could not drive a Land Rover, as far as he knew, bank managers did not have much work to do and should not be able to afford this $1 million luxury car. Qin Shuyao on the other side was slightly stunned, thinking that Suja was thinking about her, and felt warm in her heart. Unfortunately, she had no idea that Suja was just simply curious. With a slight smile, she immediately explained, I borrowed this car from a friend temporarily. Hearing this, Suja nodded silently. At the same time, he also knew that his question was not quite right. Even if the car really belonged to Qin Shuyao, the other party would never tell her. When Qin Shuyao saw that Suja stopped talking again, she quickly brought up the topic again. By the way, Suja, why don't you live in the same place as before? Also, why can't I get through to you on the phone?
She really couldn't get in touch with Suja these past few days, and she was almost going crazy with anxiety. If Suja had not already paid back the money he owed to the bank, she would have thought that Suja was dead. Faced with her question, Suja was a little overwhelmed for a moment. Because if he told the truth, Qin Shuyao on the other side would definitely ask for his contact information and address. But the problem is that Suja really doesn't want to have anything to do with Qin Shuyao. And just when he was at a loss and didn't know how to answer, someone came to rescue him. Although he was extremely reluctant in his heart. But he had no say in this matter. Chapter 83 Qin Ming takes the blame. Qin Shuyao, why didn't you say hello to me when you came? A surprised voice came from behind Suja. Qin Shuyao was startled when she saw the person coming. Then she frowned and said coldly, Qin Ming, I think you don't want to live anymore, right? Seeing that she seemed a little angry, Qin Ming, who had already walked over, quickly lowered his head and smiled awkwardly. Suja next to him turned around and looked at Qin Ming who had arrived, and a bitter smile appeared on his face. He realized that he seemed to be getting into trouble again. But he still wanted to make a final struggle. So he quickly stood up and said to Qin Shuyao, Sister Shuyao, since someone is looking for you, I will leave first. I will treat you to a meal next time I have the chance. After he finished speaking, he turned around and left without waiting for Qin Shuyao's reaction. Qin Ming also discovered Suju at this time, and immediately looked at Qin Shuyao with a strange expression on his face. Sister, who is he? Because according to his understanding, his sister Qin seemed to never like to interact with men, let alone come to drink coffee alone. Qin Shuyao didn't bother to pay attention to this brother who ruined her good deeds, so she chased after him and grabbed Suja. With a smile on his face, he said, Suja, don't leave. He will be gone soon, it won't be a problem. But before Suja could say anything, Qin Ming on the other side started yelling unhappily. Sister, how can you talk like that? I'm your brother, what do you mean by get out of here right now? Can't I come and see you? Unlike when facing Suja, Qin Shuyao's face was full of impatience when facing Qin Ming. Qin Ming, are you okay? If not, get out of here right now and don't bother me. Qin Shuyao, who had a hot temper, almost swore out of habit, but luckily she remembered that Suja was beside her, and she changed her mind in an instant. He said coldly, don't delay your sister from doing things. After she finished speaking, she quickly smiled awkwardly at Suju and explained, Suja, don't mind it. It's just that Qin Ming is so irritating, I accidentally said a dirty word. Qin Ming, who was innocently caught in the crossfire, felt so aggrieved that he almost cried. It's fine that his own elder sister has bullied him at home since he was a child. But I didn't expect that he would be bullied in front of outsiders. Suju on the side did not agree with Qin Shuyao's words. But he finally realized that Qin Ming was her younger brother. Not someone who was here to cause trouble. While feeling relieved, Suju was also slightly disappointed. After all, if Qin Ming really came to cause trouble, he might have escaped by now. After feeling regretful for a moment, Suja could only nod and return to his original position. However, as soon as he sat down, Qin Ming asked Qin Shuyao again out of curiosity, Sister, who is this boy? But just as he finished speaking, Qin Shuyao's slender hand slapped him hard on the head. He frowned and said, How can you talk like that? Call me Brother Su. Qin Ming felt a pain in his head and almost screamed. It was a pity that before he could make any sound as soon as he opened his mouth, Qin Shuyao glared at him fiercely. In the end, he could only endure the pain with great frustration. And he even greeted Suja with a smile, Hello, Brother Su, I'm Qin Ming, you can just call me Xiao Ming. Hello, hello. You'd better not call me Brother Su. Just call me Suja like your sister. With a trace of heartache, Suja also hurriedly greeted Qin Ming. He felt that Qin Ming was really miserable. Not only did he have to take the blame Qin Shuyao threw at him, but he was also beaten from time to time. Chapter 84, Hitting the Vital Point. If Qin Ming on the opposite side knew what Suja was thinking, he would definitely be willing to call him brother. But when Qin Ming was about to change his words after hearing Suja's words, he saw the murderous look in his elder sister's eyes. So he could only say with a sad face, Brother Su, we hit it off right away. You are my real brother. After saying that, Qin Ming looked at Qin Shuyao nervously again. Only after seeing his sister nod with satisfaction did he finally breathe a sigh of relief. Suja also gave up the idea of asking Qin Ming to change his address. After all, he really didn't want this unfortunate kid to be beaten again. Nodding, Suja smiled and asked Qin Ming, Xiao Ming, what do you do for a living? Qin Ming on the other side always felt that his words seemed somewhat familiar. After thinking for a while, he suddenly opened his eyes wide.
Really? Does my sister have some unusual relationship with this brother Sue? After all, this is what elders ask their juniors.
Especially when his elder sister looked at Suja, that expression was so sweet that it made him feel sick. This made Qin Ming confirm the idea in his mind. This time he almost jumped for joy.
It's different from the sadness other brothers feel when their older sisters are taken away from them.
Qin Ming had only one feeling at this moment.
Happy, so damn happy. Suja is his great benefactor.
He immediately said with a smile on his face, "Brother Su, oh no, brother-in-law, I work in this cafe." Hearing her younger brother directly calling Suja brother-in-law, Qin Shuya was surprised at first, and then nodded at him with satisfaction. "I didn't expect that my brother, who is usually as dumb as a pig, has become smart today."
She immediately gave the other person an encouraging look.
Seeing this, Qin Ming grinned with joy.
See it?
The word brother-in-law made Qin Shuya, this crazy woman who looked ferocious all day long, satisfied.
She's actually not that difficult to deal with.
Unlike the two people here, Su Zhou on the opposite side frowned, feeling a little confused.
How come Qin Ming called me brother-in-law after just a few words?
He immediately smiled and said to Qin Ming, "Xiao Ming, don't get me wrong, there's nothing wrong between me and Sister Shuyao." But his words made Qin Ming on the opposite side think that he was worried. So the other party quickly patted his chest and said, "Brother-in-law, don't worry, my family can't wait to let." Just as Qin Ming was about to continue speaking, he was suddenly kicked hard by his elder sister. He was stunned for a moment, and instantly understood what his sister meant.
"Don't make her sound so chill."
He immediately changed his words and said, "Brother-in-law, what I actually mean is that my family doesn't object to my sister finding a partner.
Just don't worry."
After saying that, he looked at his elder sister again. Seeing the other party nod with satisfaction, Qin Ming also became happy. He felt that his good days were coming. As long as Su Zhou is around, the days of him being beaten and kicked by his sister all day long will be gone forever. On the other hand, Su Zhou felt helpless when he saw that he still had such misunderstanding. He could only look at Qin Shuyao, who had remained silent over there. "Sister Shuyao, I think you should quickly explain this to Xiao Ming. After all, the other party is the person involved and also Qin Ming's sister.
It would be more convincing if she explained it."
Qin Shuyao sighed slightly in his heart. Originally, he wanted Su Jia to admit it without knowing it. But she didn't expect that the other party would not bother her anymore and go straight to her weak spot.
Chapter 85, A Little Wisdom.
Qin Ming, who was standing next to him, felt very disappointed when he saw Su Jia deny it again.
"Don't. What's wrong with being my brother-in-law? Although my sister is a little crazy and ugly, at least.
In the end, Qin Ming thought for a long time, but couldn't think of any advantages of his sister. Qin Shuyao, who was standing next to him, was unwilling to give in and explained to Qin Ming, "Xiao Ming, Su Jia and I are not what you think now." When saying this, Qin Shuyao was also cautious.
"Not now."
These words instantly enlightened Qin Ming, who had been beaten since childhood. He understood that if he wanted to live a good life, he had to work hard to bring the two together.
Qin Ming rolled his eyes immediately, and then pretended to be surprised and said, "Sister, are you kidding? How could you two not be boyfriend and girlfriend?"
After hearing this, Qin Shuyao originally wanted to give her brother a hand.
"But then I thought to myself that my brother shouldn't be that stupid."
She immediately put down her raised hand, glanced at Su Zhou opposite her, and then said, "Su Zhou and I are of course not boyfriend and girlfriend, we are both single." Qin Ming, who was standing next to him, breathed a sigh of relief when he saw his sister put her hand down. Then he pretended to be incredulous and said, "That's impossible.
I think you two look like a couple." Qin Mengyao was delighted.
"I didn't expect that my brother is quite intelligent. At least all the training I have done for him since he was a child has paid off." She immediately pretended to be confident and said, "Actually, there is really no relationship between us." She also wanted to hear what her younger brother could say to bring the two together. But this would make Qin Ming suffer, as he originally just wanted to make his sister happy.
"But I didn't expect that my sister was addicted."
Qin Ming secretly glanced at his elder sister, who was eagerly waiting for him to speak, and could only pretend to suddenly understand and nodded to delay time. At the same time, my brain was racing, trying to think of something else to say. Especially when he saw his elder sister gradually raising her beautiful hand, Qin Ming's head was spinning so fast that it almost smoked.
Suddenly, Qin Ming's face lit up, and he quickly said to Su Zhao, "Brother Su, how about this? Since you two are both single and look like a good couple, why don't you try it out first?
As soon as these words were spoken, Qin Shuyao patted Qin Ming's shoulder gently under his horrified eyes.
Then she said shyly, Qin Ming, what are you talking about? How can you joke with your own sister like this?
Although his shoulder was in great pain after being slapped by his elder sister, Qin Ming did not dare to rub it.
He didn't want to be taken away by his angry sister.
Qin Shuyao on the side didn't care about the pain in her brother's body. At this moment, she was secretly pricking up her ears and waiting for Suja's answer.
It's a pity that she was disappointed. Suzhou on the other side just smiled and shook his head and said, forget it, I can't delay Sister Shuyao. Besides, I'm not in a hurry to find a girlfriend yet. Actually, to be honest, in Suzha's eyes, Qin Shuyao is really good looking. At least it can give him a heart-pounding feeling. But when he thought about the trouble the other party might bring him, Suzha quickly and politely refused. Suzha's refusal made Qin Shuyao on the opposite side look disappointed. Then he forced a smile and said, Suzha, Qin Ming was just joking just now, don't take it seriously. Suzha nodded and said nothing more.
Seeing this, Qin Ming on the side became anxious.
If his sister is not adopted, won't he be in trouble? Chapter 86. Isn't it nice to drive a big Land Rover? I just thought that what happened just now is past, and it would not be nice to bring it up again.
Qin Ming was extremely distressed for a moment, and suddenly, something moved in his heart.
He quickly said to Su Jie, your brother Su, can we add each other's contact information?
Let's get in touch more often in the future. Since his elder sister has taken a fancy to Su Jie, who is so handsome that even he is jealous.
Then we can't let him get away.
What's more, as long as Su Jie is in her hands, I believe that her sister will definitely not beat him up again. On the other hand, Su Jie seemed a little hesitant about his request. After all, he had originally planned not to have any contact with Qin Shuyao after this meal. But now that Qin Ming has brought it up in front of everyone, no one will look good if he refuses. Finally, he hesitated for a moment before pretending to smile and said, okay, we can contact each other more often in the future. Qin Shuyao on the side also took this opportunity to add Suja's cell phone number. But this scene made Qin Ming next to him feel a little unbelievable. Originally, he saw that his elder sister was so obsessed with Suja, so he thought that the two of them must be familiar with each other. But I didn't expect that my sister didn't even have the other person's contact information. No wonder Suja refused his matchmaking attempts as soon as he heard about it. The two of them were not familiar with each other, but the elder sister insisted on forcing herself on him. Who wouldn't he be afraid if this happened to them? Qin Ming felt a little sad for his sister. After living for so many years from childhood to adulthood, I finally met a man I like. But because I had no experience in love, I almost scared the person away. Isn't this too frustrating? Thinking of this, Qin Ming made up his mind to help his sister catch Suja. Not for anything else, just to avoid being beaten by my sister again in the future. For the next period of time, in order to give his sister and Suja some private space, Qin Ming just chatted for a few words and then left. At this time, Suja finally found out that he was the business manager of this cafe. When they finished their coffee and were about to leave, Qin Ming waved his hand and waved the bill for them. Originally, Suja wanted to invite him to have dinner together. Unfortunately, the other party kept saying that the store was busy and was unwilling to go. In fact, if Qin Ming hadn't seen his elder sister preparing to raise her fist, he would still be willing to go. After leaving the coffee shop, before Suja could speak, Qin Shuyao said with a smile, Suja, how about we go on an electric bike? Suja was stunned, not quite understanding why Qin Shuyao would have such a funny idea. Wouldn't it be nice to drive a big Land Rover? Riding an electric bike in such a howling wind would freeze you to death. Unfortunately, before he could open his mouth, Qin Shuyao got directly into Suja's electric car. Helpless, seeing her sitting on the bike and not wanting to get off, Suja could only tighten his clothes and ride the electric bike to the restaurant they had agreed on. However, along the way, Qin Shuyao always held Suja tightly from behind. He kept shouting, slow down, slow down. This gave Suja, who was riding an electric bike in front, a headache. Fortunately, the place they chose was not too far away, so they arrived at their destination quickly. But before he could stop the electric bike, Qin Shuyao jumped off the bike. Looking at the other person's face and nose bruised from the cold, curled up in a ball, and shaking legs, Suja almost laughed out loud. I made you unwilling to drive a Land Rover, now you know you were wrong, right? In fact, the reason why Qin Shuyao was unwilling to drive the Land Rover was that she had a little idea. Chapter 87. Defamation. As a newbie who has never been in a relationship, The only experience she had was from watching it on television. That's why she jokingly pretended to sprain her ankle when the two met.
And the same is true this time.
In the TV series, the male and female protagonists sat on a bicycle together and headed towards their destination. The romantic scene made her quite moved. So she also wanted to try this feeling. She had originally considered the weather as a factor. But she never thought that although an electric car is not tiring, it is faster than a bicycle. As a result, the wind blew even stronger. She was on the verge of collapse along the way. Fortunately, Suja was there in front of her to block a lot of wind, otherwise she would not have been able to bear it halfway. After parking the electric bike, Suja felt helpless as he looked at Qin Shuyao, who was shaking her legs.
Why are you so stupid? Isn't it warmer in the hotel than outside?
Immediately, Suja grabbed her and hurried into the hotel.
After entering the restaurant, Qin Shuyao breathed a sigh of relief. He sighed, it's still warm inside. Suja rolled his eyes, too lazy to pay attention to this silly beauty. He quickly pulled her into a warmer private room under the guidance of the waiter. Then Suja handed the menu to Qin Shuyao, who was gradually recovering. With a slight smile, Suja said, Sister Shuyao, just order whatever you like. Don't be afraid to spend money. Anyway, after this meal, the two of them had little contact with each other. Qin Shuyao on the other side naturally wouldn't be polite. After all, she knew how much money Suja had. So of course she would take advantage of such a rich man. Watching Qin Shuyao continuously ordering expensive dishes, Suja did not feel any distress at all. However, unlike the calm expressions of the two others, the waiter standing next to them had a gloomy look. You know, she just saw with her own eyes that Suju and the other man came on electric bikes. Ordering such expensive dishes nowadays seems like a trend of eating and dashing. Immediately, the waiter asked directly, Sir, Madam, should these be enough for the two of you? Her words immediately surprised Suja and Qin Shuyao. Don't restaurants want customers to spend as much money as possible? Why is it that this place allows them to spend less? However, after seeing the other party's expression, Suja frowned and said, Don't worry, we won't eat for free. After hearing this, the waiter shook his head and said with a fake smile, Sir, the way you are dressed, tut tut tut. As soon as these words were spoken, Suju and the other man's faces instantly turned icy cold. Qin Shuyao stood up and shouted at the waiter, What do you mean? Are you worried that we can't pay? Qin Shuyao reacted strongly to Suja being insulted. She doesn't allow others to slander Suja like this. Faced with her scolding, the waiter seemed to lose his temper as well. He immediately sneered and said, I'm not worried, I'm sure you can't afford it. Hearing this, Qin Shuyao became even angrier. But before she could get angry, Suja pulled her to her seat. Then he said coldly to the waiter, Call your manager for me. The waiter raised his lips and said with disdain, Are you planning to escape while I'm calling for help? Suja frowned and said, Don't worry, we won't run away. But his words made the waiter's face more sarcastic. Chapter 88. Not only is he poor, he is also a married man. She glanced at Suju and the other man with disdain. I've seen a lot of people like you. Once you're discovered, you try to run away. I'm telling you, you can't run away. Suja frowned deeply. He couldn't understand why such a terrible thing would happen just because he was having a meal. What he couldn't understand the most was the waiter in front of him. Why had she brought them into the box if she doubted she could afford it? Could she be an undercover agent sent by some hotel? In fact, the waiter is beginning to regret it now. She was just dizzy before, and when she heard Suja say that they were going to a private room to eat, she was just happy and didn't think about anything else. Now we see that Suju and the other man only order expensive things, and they came on electric bikes. So I thought these two people were here to dine and dine for free. Just when Suju was thinking about how to explain in great distress, someone outside the door suddenly rushed into the box in a hurry. What's wrong? What happened? After seeing the person coming, Suja's face became even more bitter. Because he never expected that the person in front of him was Li Guang, who had wanted to pursue Tian Xinrui before. If it was someone else's words, Suja might have just explained it and it would have been over. But the appearance of Li Guang made him realize that he really couldn't explain it clearly this time. The waiter next to them naturally didn't know the situation of the two people. After hearing the boss's question, he immediately answered honestly. The waiter's words immediately made Li Guang shout angrily, What? You dare to come here to eat a free meal? I think you don't want to live anymore. However, when he saw that one of them was Suja, he was stunned for a moment, and then burst into laughter triumphantly.
Suja, I didn't expect that you would fall into my hands. After escaping from the convention and exhibition center last time, he was filled with resentment towards Suja. It's a pity that he hasn't met Sujo in so many days, and he thought he would never be able to take revenge in this lifetime. But he didn't expect that the other party would fall into his hands this time. You can imagine how proud he was. Jin Shuyao couldn't stand it anymore when she saw Li Guang mocking Sujo as soon as he came in. He immediately shouted angrily, "We are still eating, what right do you have to accuse us of eating a free meal?" Suja next to him shook his head helplessly. Because he knew very well that Li Guang, who was full of resentment at this moment, had no logic at all. It was exactly what he expected. Li Guang was stunned at first, then he said with disdain, "Whether you eat or not, it can't hide your desire to eat a free meal." His words made Qin Shuyao look incredulous. "How can your restaurant slander people out of thin air?" "Slander?" Li Guang looked at Suja with disdain, and then said, "Just because he is such a poor guy, there is no need for me to slander him." Because Li Guang escaped early last time, he had no idea that Suja had made a bet with someone. It is for this reason that, in his heart, Suja is still that poor boy. Qin Shuyao was even more surprised after hearing what Li Guang said. "Did I hear you right? He's poor? You said Suja is poor?" If Suja, who is nearly 100 million in cash, is still poor, then it seems that there are no rich people in the world. Glancing at Qin Shuyao over there, Li Guang shook his head and said with disdain, "How can he make money riding a broken electric bike?" After he finished speaking, he finally realized that Qin Shuyao was also a beauty. So he had an idea and quickly said kindly, "Beauty, I advise you to leave this guy as soon as possible. Not only is he poor, he's also a married man." Chapter 89 Another Showdown. Li Guang's words stunned Qin Shuyao. Then she looked at Suja opposite her with a nervous face. "Suja, are you married?" When she asked this question, her heart was filled with nervousness. Although she didn't believe what Li Guang said, the problem was that there was no need for the other party to lie about this matter. When Li Guang, who was standing by, saw this scene, his heart immediately filled with joy. Because he would be happy to see Suja lose everything. So at this moment, he just stood by and watched the show silently. Suja was speechless about Qin Shuyao's question. What does it have to do with her whether I am married or not? But he didn't want to take the blame, so he immediately said, "Sister Shuyao, don't listen to him. Don't you know my situation?" What he didn't expect was that as soon as he finished speaking, Qin Shuyao on the opposite side nodded sincerely. "I knew what you were like before, but now I find that I don't understand you at all." In her eyes, Suja before was a very handsome man, but he had very bad luck and owed a huge sum of money. But when Suja casually took out the card worth hundreds of millions, she realized that she seemed to have never really understood Suja. That's why she thought that what Li Guang said about Suja being married might be true. Suja on the opposite side understood what she meant. He immediately brought up the words he had said to deceive people before with a helpless look on his face. "Okay, Sister Shuyao, I won't pretend anymore. I'm going to show my cards now. I inherited the family fortune, so I'm a billionaire." After these words were spoken, Qin Shuyao on the opposite side nodded in sudden understanding. After all, Suja, who was originally very poor, suddenly had hundreds of millions of dollars in funds, and it seemed that the only option was to inherit the family property. Li Guang, who was just watching the show, had no idea what was going on. So when he heard Suja say it was time to show his cards, he immediately burst into laughter. "Suja, have you watched too much TV? You still want to show your hand? With your poor appearance, you'll still be a loser even if you show your hand." Then, he looked at Qin Shuyao next to him with kindness on his face. "Beauty, this guy is very good at sweet talk, you must not be fooled by him." Naturally, Li Guang would not have any good intentions. In addition to wanting to destroy the relationship between Sujo and Qin Shuyao, he also had evil intentions towards her. It's a pity that Qin Shuyao didn't even bother to look at him. Still with a nervous look on his face, he asked Suja, "Suja, are you married?" She didn't care whether Suja had money or not, she only cared whether Suja was married or not. Her words left Suja speechless. "Didn't I just say that?" Helplessly, he could only say again, "Sister Shuyao, what are you thinking? I'm still single and not married at all." As soon as these words were spoken, Qin Shuyao's face was filled with joy. Unlike him, Li Guang next to him shouted in disbelief, "Impossible, aren't you married to Tian Xinrui?" Li Guang's words immediately made Qin Shuyao nervous again. Now that even the name has appeared, it can't be a lie, right?
Suja rolled his eyes. He was really speechless towards Li Guang.
I clearly explained it last time, but unfortunately the other party just didn't believe it.
So he said directly, whether you believe it or not. Tian Xinrui and I really have nothing to do with each other.
Not surprising to Suja, Li Guang still didn't believe what he said.
He shook his head and shouted, impossible. This is impossible, you must be Tian Xinrui's husband.
Suja shrugged and was too lazy to continue discussing this issue with him.
Chapter 90 Reporting to the police.
Qin Shuyao next to him also believed what Suja said at this time. Because only now did he remember that the other party did not seem to have deceived her. Relatively speaking, if Suja was willing to lie to her, she would be somewhat happy.
Suja glanced at Li Guang, who was still not believing the facts, then turned to Qin Shuyao and said, Sister Shuyao, I think we should leave here. After all, the dishes they ordered had not been served, so they were not afraid even if they reported the matter to the authorities. But before Qin Shuyao could speak, Li Guang, who had just come to his senses, heard his words and immediately shouted, Want to run? No way.
Afterwards, he asked the waiter next to him to call all the idle people in the restaurant to block the door.
In a short while, the originally empty box was instantly packed with people.
Looking at Li Guang, who was looking very proud, Suja's face instantly turned cold.
Li Guang, I didn't want to make a big deal out of this, but since you want to die, there's nothing I can do. He immediately said to Qin Shuyao beside him, Sister Shuyao, report to the police.
Qin Shuyao naturally had no objection, and immediately took out her cell phone to report the case to the police.
What Suja never expected was
Li Guang on the opposite side was not afraid at all, but burst into laughter instead.
Suja, do you think you're the only one who wants to report to the police?
If I wasn't worried about affecting the reputation of our restaurant, I would have reported to the police long ago. At this time, Li Guang felt that Suja's act of reporting to the police was just walking into a trap. If it weren't for the voice coming from the other end of the phone, he would have thought that Suju and the other man were threatening them. Looking at his brainless appearance, Suja shook his head.
Doesn't Li Guang think about it and realize that he has no trump card if he dares to report to the police?
Perhaps because the accident happened in a hotel, the authorities arrived without anyone having to wait long. However, when the leading constable saw Qin Shuyao, the serious look on his face instantly disappeared. He pushed away Li Guang, who was offering him a cigarette, and then said to Qin Shuyao respectfully, Manager Qin, why is it you? When these words were spoken, everyone present was stunned.
Qin Shuyao on the other side also asked with some confusion, Who are you? Faced with her question, the constable did not get angry.
He still said respectfully, Hello, Manager Qin. I am Lu Ming, the deputy chief of police in this area.
You can just call me Xiao Lu.
Oh, hello. Qin Shuyao nodded as if she suddenly understood something.
Then she glanced at the stunned Li Guang, and she said, Deputy Constable Lu, I'm sorry to bother you.
I was the one who reported the case just now. When Lu Ming heard her call him Deputy Chief Constable Lu, he was startled.
He quickly said in a panic, Oh, Manager Qin, this can't be allowed. Just call me Xiao Lu.
In fact, if it wasn't for a chance encounter, he wouldn't have discovered that Qin Shuyao was the princess of the Qin family. Therefore, he would never dare to be arrogant in front of Qin Shuyao. Otherwise, if those big shots found out, he would be in great trouble even if he didn't die. He had heard people say before that Qin Ming, the son of the Qin family, did not want to enter the official career. So in a fit of anger, Mr. Qin sent him to the Magic City to work as a clerk. But he didn't expect that Qin Ming was not the only one in this demon city, but even Qin Shuyao, the princess of the Qin family, was here. He was smart enough to know that the identity of such a person was not something he could just casually reveal. Therefore, I never mentioned it to anyone. What he didn't expect was that he would meet Qin Shuyao today. Moreover, the other party reported the case to the police within his jurisdiction. This almost scared him.
Chapter 91 This is all a misunderstanding.
Immediately, Lu Ming said righteously, Manager Qin, don't worry. As constables, our duty is to protect the people.
Then he smiled again and respectfully asked Qin Shuyao, I wonder why Manager Qin reported the case?
Qin Shuyao glanced at the confused Li Guang and said directly, Xiao Lu, the owner of this restaurant slandered my friend and I for eating and drinking. And he also stopped us from leaving.
Your friend?
Lu Ming was stunned for a moment, then he noticed Suja, who was extremely handsome next to him.
Although he didn't know the other person's identity.
But he understood that the person who could have dinner with the princess of the Qin family was definitely not an ordinary person. So he quickly trotted to Suja's side. With a smile on his face, he greeted, "Hello, sir.
I'm Lu Ming. What's your name?"
Suja knew in his heart that he was benefiting from Qin Shuyao, although he was extremely reluctant to be involved with the other party again.
But if he wants to escape from this predicament, he still needs Qin Shuyao's help. He could only smile and say to Lu Ming, "Hello, Deputy Constable Lu, I am Suja." Suja? Lu Ming thought for a moment.
Unfortunately, he did not discover Suja's identity. After all, there are many Su families in the country. However, this did not affect his respect for Suja. So he quickly said respectfully, "Hello, Mr. Su. You can just call me Xiao Lu like Manager Qin does." Afterwards, he did not wait for Suja's objection, who had a wry smile on his face. He turned around and came to Li Guang, who was already dumbfounded. Different from his attitude towards Suju and the other person, he was obviously much more serious when facing Li Guang.
"Boss Li, what is going on?" Lu Ming's serious voice brought Li Guang back to reality. It's just that he obviously doesn't want to go back to reality because the real world is too scary.
Even Lu Ming, the deputy chief constable whom he couldn't afford to offend, was so respectful to Qin Shuyao.
It goes without saying that Qin Shuyao must be from a prominent background. But he didn't quite understand. Isn't Suja just a little bit handsome? Is it necessary for so many beauties to come to him?
It's okay for Tian Xinrui before, but why would Qin Shuyao, who has such a powerful background, also fall for him? But before he could think more, Lu Ming's face opposite him began to darken.
Li Guang was frightened and his brain worked quickly. Then he quickly revealed a smile that was uglier than crying, and said, "Deputy Captain Lu, it's a misunderstanding, it's all a misunderstanding." Misunderstanding?
Lu Ming raised his voice. Although he also thought it was a misunderstanding, the problem was that Qin Shuyao had already reported the matter to the police, which meant that the matter was serious. Otherwise, as a princess of the Qin family, she would never let herself be bothered by these trivial matters. After secretly glancing at Qin Shuyao and Suju over there, he immediately said in a cold voice, "Boss Li, I don't think you have a misunderstanding, right?" Li Guang was stunned, but then his heart tightened and cold sweat broke out on his forehead.
Lu Ming shouted, "I think you are deliberately framing me. Come, bring them all back to the government office."
After hearing these words, Li Guang on the other side was so frightened that his legs went limp. He hugged Lu Ming tightly and cried, "Deputy Captain Lu, spare me, this is really a misunderstanding." Seeing how stupid he was, Lu was obviously speechless. "Didn't you see how respectful I was to Qin Shuyao before? It's no use begging me, go and beg her." Helplessly, he could only kick Li Guang. Then he said to Qin Shuyao over there, "Manager Qin, how about I take these people back to the government office first?" In addition to asking Qin Shuyao, he was also conveying information to Li Guang. Chapter 92 I understand. Fortunately, Li Guang, who was kicked out by him, was not that stupid. Although it hurt a lot after being kicked, he knew in his heart that Qin Shuyao was the one who had the final say on the scene. Immediately, he rushed over and hugged Qin Shuyao's thighs and begged for mercy. This almost scared Lu Ming to death. If a man hugged the thigh of the Qin princess, he would definitely die. Immediately, Li Ming kicked Li Guang hard again. At this point, Li Guang finally came to his senses and didn't dare to go over and hug her. He knelt directly on the ground. In fact, if Li Guang had been like before, there was no way he would kneel down to someone. But Qin Shuyao's identity directly scared him. Lu Ming, who was a high and mighty person in his eyes, had to be respectful to Qin Shuyao. What if he entered the yamen? He will be played to death. Therefore, he now has only one thought in his mind, which is to stay alive. "Manager Qin, I was blind and didn't recognize a great man. Please forgive me this time." The heart-wrenching cry made Qin Shuyao frown. Glancing at Suja next to her, she asked, "Suja, what do you think?" Suja was speechless. How else can he see it? Although I really want to solve this trouble of Li Guang directly. But this is a society ruled by law, and Lu Ming in front of him will never let him do whatever he wants. So, Suja could only hesitate for a moment. Then, with Li Guang's face full of nervousness, he said, "How about this, let him apologize and forget about what happened today." As soon as these words were spoken, Li Guang burst into laughter. Lu Ming next to him also breathed a sigh of relief. After all, bringing someone back to the yamen just because of a misunderstanding would not have a good impact on him. Now Suju's solution is considered to be helping him. After looking at Li Guang who was grinning foolishly, he immediately kicked him again.
Since Mr. Su has said so, bossly, why don't you go over and apologize?
Li Guang's stupidity really made him feel a little pitiful. It's fine to slander others for eating and freeing before the dishes are even served. He clearly saw how respectful he was to Qin Shuyao, but he seemed to be blind. It seemed that Li Guang, who had been kicked hard, had really become smarter. He quickly stood up and said to Su Zhu and the others with a happy face, "Manager Qin, Mr. Su, I'm really sorry for what happened just now.
It's my fault. How about this, I'll treat you to a meal." Li Guang looked like he was apologizing sincerely. But Su Zhu was still feeling uneasy. He was afraid that Li Guang would spit in the food he was about to eat. So he immediately said, "No need, bossly, Manager Qin and I should go eat somewhere else." Su Zhu's words made Li Guang frightened again. He thought the other party was not going to forgive him. He started crying again immediately. "Su Zhu, I was wrong before. I shouldn't have snatched Tian Xinrui from you. Please let me go."
Su Zhu rolled his eyes and felt speechless.
I've explained it so many times, why is Li Guang still so stubborn?
Sighing, he quickly said, "Li Guang, since I said I forgive you, I have no intention of taking it back. Also, there is really nothing between Tian Xinrui and me."
Finally, Su Zhu couldn't help but explain.
Seeing that he seemed to have truly forgiven him, Li Guang on the opposite side breathed a sigh of relief.
Then he said with a smile, "Mr. Su, I understand, you have nothing to do with Tian Xinrui." He thought Su Zhu didn't want to admit this in front of Qin Shuyao.
So I immediately gave him a look that said I understood.
Su Zhu almost vomited blood. What does this have to do with anything? Chapter 93. There is a long way to go. Su Zhu opened his mouth and wanted to say something. But in the end he gave up. He is tired. Do whatever you want. That's it.
Then, while everyone was bewildered, he pulled Qin Shuyao, who was next to him, out.
After leaving the restaurant, he didn't wait for Qin Shuyao's reaction.
With the other person's face flushed, he was carried to the back of the electric bike. Then he rode his electric bike to the nearest restaurant. Along the way, until they arrived at the hotel entrance, Su Zhu did not say a word. After getting off the car, Qin Shuyao, who was still bruised and shivering from the cold, was full of curiosity.
"Su Zhu, what happened to you just now?" After parking the car, Su Zhu sighed and said weakly, "Nothing, I'm just tired." "Tired?"
Qin Shuyao was a little surprised.
They didn't stay in the restaurant for much time. Why are you tired? Suddenly, she had a bad idea. So he smiled, came to Su Zhu and said softly, "Why don't we not rush to eat? How about going to my house to rest first?" "Go to your house to rest?" Su Zhu was shocked. He really couldn't understand why she came up with such a crazy idea. Is it appropriate for a single man and a single woman to be in the same room? But he was too lazy to dwell on this issue now. Now he just wanted to leave after having dinner with Qin Shuyao. So he shook his head and said, "Forget it, let's go in and eat." His refusal did not surprise Qin Shuyao. After all, in her eyes, Su Zhu is just a straight man who doesn't understand romance. In fact, the reason why Su Zhu refused was that he was scared by her. After all, how could you bring someone home after knowing him for less than a month? Qin Shuyao on the other side didn't know this at the moment. She continued to ask with a smile, "What about after dinner? What are your plans?" If she had only stayed with Su Zhu for a short while, she would indeed be very dissatisfied. Su Zhu on the opposite side looked at her with some fear. Then he quickly said, "After dinner, of course everyone goes back to their own homes and their own mothers." Of course he was not stupid, and he could see that Qin Shuyao seemed to be interested in him. But the problem is that he doesn't dare to provoke this silly beauty. Qin Shuyao on the other side pouted, her face full of reluctance. "What's wrong with staying with me a little longer? I want to eat you." In the end, she had no choice but to follow Su Zhu into the restaurant with an unhappy face. Fortunately, the waiter in the restaurant this time was not the same as the previous one. Even after seeing them order such expensive dishes, I wasn't worried at all. After all, how could a restaurant owner be afraid of other people coming to eat? What's more, they are not afraid even if someone eats and dine free. As long as they have a reason, they can report it to the police. Although this restaurant is not as big as Li Guang's. But this service attitude alone leaves the other party far behind. After finishing the meal quietly, Qin Shuyao didn't linger too long and let Su Zhu leave. After all, she understood that there was still a long way to go. What is more important is that during the meal, her stupid brother secretly sent her a message. Finally, she realized that she seemed to have been a little too hasty with Suja.
So in order to stay together forever in the future, Qin Shuyao left with great reluctance. On the other hand, Suja seemed a little unbelievable to see that she just left. However, he really couldn't figure it out, so he could only ride his electric bike home quickly.
After all, it's pretty cold outside. He originally thought that the journey would be smooth. But what he didn't expect was,
we are almost reaching our own neighborhood. The sound coming from behind made him stop the car helplessly.
Chapter 94, Heart Beating Rapidly. Hey, isn't this Suja? Why are you riding an electric bike? Oh, by the way, you owe the bank 5 million.
A sarcastic and malicious voice behind him made Suja frown and stop the electric bike helplessly. He couldn't understand it, as he had already paid back the money so many days ago.
How come there are still people who don't know this news?
However, when he turned around, he suddenly realized
the person behind him is his classmate Hu Ji.
However, this person did not get along with Li Wan, so he did not attend the class reunion last time. Naturally, I don't know Suja's current situation. Although there is an old saying that the enemy of my enemy is my friend. But unfortunately, the Hu Ji in front of him wanted to kill Suja even more than Li Wan.
Before, Suja had overwhelmed all the boys in school. Basically, most girls have a crush on Suja. Unfortunately, Hu Ji's girlfriend at school is one of them.
She was even bold enough to break up with Hu Ji in order to pursue Suja.
It was this humiliation that Hu Ji always remembered.
So now whenever he meets Suja, he can't help but make sarcastic remarks.
Hu Ji, you're stupid, but why are you so uninformed? Who told you that I still owe money?
Suja was too lazy to continue to tangle with Hu Ji, so he left on his electric bike after saying something. After all, what happened today made him quite upset.
Suja, who the hell are you calling stupid? Just wait for me. I'm going to kill you next time.
Hu Ji was so angry that he stamped his feet after being called a fool by Suja. He originally wanted to catch up with the other party, but unfortunately his car was not parked here. He could only watch Suja escape in panic, and one can imagine how depressed he felt. But just a moment later Hu Ji became happy again. Because the other party's escape only proved that his words had hit the other party's sore spot. Otherwise, why would Suja be so angry and scold himself? As for the other party's claim that he did not owe any money, Hu Ji just thought he was quibbling. After all, he had just learned about it from Suja's colleague Zhang Chang. It has only been less than half an hour since he separated from Zhang Chang. How could Suja possibly pay back the money? Therefore, Hu Ji just thought that Suja was just talking nonsense because he felt he couldn't win the argument. On the other hand, Suja didn't take his encounter with Hu Ji to heart at all. After all, he didn't care about the other person when they were in school before, let alone Suja now. But when he arrived at the entrance of Riverview Garden, he felt a little regretful. Because the person who opened the door for him was not the talkative security guard. Although this security guard knew him and was very respectful to him, he was not as good at speaking as the young security guard. After all, without the flattery of the little security guard, Suja felt a little uncomfortable. Of course, Suja also nodded politely to the other party, and then drove home quickly. The whole afternoon at home was peaceful and uneventful, and Suja even felt bored. However, I thought that it was hard to spend a quiet afternoon. In the end, Suja didn't dare to go out. Early the next morning, as soon as Suja opened his eyes, the system prompt sounded as expected. He didn't react at first, but when he carefully recalled the check-in location sent by the system, suddenly his eyes widened, his face was full of disbelief and he was stunned. Even his heart couldn't help but beat rapidly. Chapter 95 Qingyang Building. Host, please go to Qingyang Building to sign in. It turned out to be Qingyang Building. Suja's heart trembled and he almost screamed with excitement. If the reward this time is still shares, then he will really make a fortune. Qingyang Building is a 5A-grade office building located in the financial circle of Shanghai. If Riverview Garden is the best and most expensive residential community in Shanghai, then Qingyang Building is the best and most expensive office building in Shanghai. In addition, the environment here is comfortable and has a strong business atmosphere. Basically, everyone is proud to work in Qingyang Building. That is why there are hundreds of companies located in Qingyang Building. The entire building is 60 stories high and covers an area of approximately 2 million square meters. Based on the current price of 150,000 renminbi per square meter, the value of the entire building is conservatively estimated to be 300 billion renminbi.
Of course, since it is an office building, most people only rent it and do not buy it.
But even so, the rent of this building is between 60 and 70 billion every quarter. The shares of Jin Jang Hotel and Tianhai Exhibition that the system had previously rewarded Suzhou with had allowed him to own nearly 10 billion yuan in assets. If he gets shares this time, he will definitely be among the world's richest people. And the most important thing is that although Suzhou holds shares in several companies,
but it's not time to distribute dividends yet at the end of the year.
So he still only had that 100 million. This made Suzhou always feel poor. However, it would be different if you own shares in Xingyang Building.
It pays dividends every quarter.
Now that the first quarter is about to end, as long as he owns the shares, he will immediately add hundreds of millions of wealth. In the end, the more he thought about it, the more excited he became, and Suzhou didn't even wash his face.
He drove his Bugatti Veyron sports car directly to Xingyang Building.
After parking the car, Suzhou just walked into the building. A resentful voice sounded from behind.
Suzhou, do you still have the courage to come?
Suzhou frowned and turned around to see that it was a mummy with gauze wrapped around its head.
Who are you? Suzhou asked curiously. Because he really couldn't tell who this person was. Zheng Cheng on the opposite side was full of disbelief. He didn't expect that Suzhou didn't even know who he was. He immediately gnashed his teeth and shouted at Suzhou with hatred, "You even forgot about me?"
Listening to his voice again, Suzhou finally remembered who it was.
However, thinking about Zheng Cheng's previous frame-up of his original self,
Suzhou felt that he really needed to vent his anger.
So he pretended to be confused and asked, "You don't even have a face, how can I know you?"
After these words were spoken, Zheng Cheng on the opposite side almost vomited blood. He immediately shouted angrily, "Suzhou, who are you saying has no shame?" Shrugging his shoulders, Suzhou said nonchalantly, "It's just you, isn't it?" Zheng Cheng was so angry that he went crazy and wanted to beat Suzhou on the spot. Unfortunately, as soon as he moved, he immediately gasped.
The injuries from being beaten by Li Zhangyang the day before yesterday have not healed yet.
In the end, he could only yell at Suzhou viciously, "Suzhou, just wait for me.
I won't let you go." "Then you are welcome to come any time." Suzhou laughed, not caring about Zheng Cheng's threat at all.
His words made Zheng Cheng's eyes tear up, and he wished he could eat his flesh alive. But the pain in his body still reminded him not to act rashly, and in the end he could only leave after saying some harsh words.
"I will make you die, humph."
Looking at Zheng Cheng leaving, Suzhou shook his head indifferently, and then ordered the system to sign in.
But when the system prompt sounded, Suzhou's face changed drastically. Chapter 96, admitted it directly.
Ding, sign-in successful, congratulations to the host for receiving 1 billion in cash.
Cash? Why cash?
I want shares in Xingyang Building. The system's prompt left Suzhou completely dumbfounded.
Although 1 billion in cash is also a considerable fortune.
But compared with this 300 billion building, it is still far behind. But now that things have come to this, he had no choice but to accept it.
However, just as Suzhou was about to turn around and leave,
Zheng Cheng, who had already left, came back with a fat man with a face full of flesh. After seeing this person, Suzhou's face instantly turned cold.
This fat guy is none other than him.
It was the bastard boss Chen Chang who had betrayed the original body.
"Big Chen, I didn't expect you to dare to come out."
Chen Chang on the opposite side was stunned for a moment, and then he laughed without any restraint.
"Xiao Zhang just said that you were in Xingyang Building, but I didn't believe it. I didn't expect you to be there." After a pause, he smiled sinisterly and said, "What? Are you planning to send me money again?"
As soon as these words were spoken, Zheng Chang, who had been so angry at Suzhou that he was about to explode, now laughed out loud without caring about the scars on his face. Although his wounds were torn by his laughter, causing him to gasp from time to time, he still did not miss the opportunity to mock Suzhou.
He could even say to Suzhou while laughing, "Suzhou, aren't you pretty awesome? How come you've been suppressed by just a few words from Boss Chen?"
Although Chen Chang next to him had heard countless flattery, at this moment, facing Zheng Chang's flattery, he was still very happy in his heart. He first nodded in satisfaction to Zheng Chang, then he raised the corner of his mouth and looked at Suzhou meaningfully.
"Suzhou, you were my employee before, and now you owe the bank so much money, which is really pitiful. How about this? My company just happens to be short of a cleaner. You come to work in my company, and I will give you 1,000 yuan a month. How about that?"
Zheng Chang was a little frightened when he heard this at first. He thought the boss was going to let Suzhou go. However, when he heard that Chen Chang only arranged Suja to do cleaning and even the salary was only 1,000, he immediately felt relieved. Glancing at Suja, who had begun to become indifferent, he came up with an idea and said to Chen Chang in a flattering manner, "Boss, isn't this 1,000 yuan a bit too much? Many?" Zhang Cheng's words made Chen Chang stunned, and then he understood what he meant, so he asked with a smile, "Then how much do you think is appropriate?" Zhang Cheng on the other side first chuckled, and then pretended to look Suja up and down. Then he said, "Boss, I think with Suja's qualifications, 250 yuan is just right for his status." Chen Chang on the other side burst into laughter after hearing this. Looking at Suja with disdain on his face, he said, 250. Ha ha ha. This price is indeed suitable. Seeing the two pretending to be good guys, Suja sneered. "Chindadu, I believe you know better than me how I owed the bank money." Chen Chang on the other side paused slightly, then looked at Suja with arrogance on his face. "So what if I know? And I just admitted it directly. Xiao Zhang and I framed you together." Suja narrowed his eyes and asked a question that he already knew the answer to. "Why did you frame me in the first place?" Suja's words made Chen Chang on the opposite side feel particularly funny. He said with a smug look on his face, "Why? Ha ha ha. It's because you are an orphan without a father or a mother." Chapter 97 Recording. Seeing that Chen Chang had already said what he wanted to hear, Suja took his hand out of his pocket again. Then he said to Chen Chang with a grim face, "Chindadu, originally I wanted you to live a few more days, but since you want to die, I have no choice but to grant your wish." As soon as these words were spoken, Chen Chang on the opposite side immediately looked at Suja with contempt. "Suja, I didn't expect you to be hit so hard. You've gone crazy after just a few days of not seeing you." In Chen Chang's eyes, Suja must be crazy if he dared to threaten him. After all, he dared to frame Suja because he knew his background clearly and knew that he had no ties and no one would care even if he died. Although Zhang Cheng on the side was grimacing in pain, he could still agree with Chen Chang. He immediately looked at Suja with contempt. "Suja, I think you are really crazy. You actually dared to go against Mr. Chen." Then he smiled respectfully at Chen Chang, and then said to Suja, "Is Mr. Chen someone that a little jerk like you can offend?" Faced with Zhang Cheng's flattery, Chen Chang was obviously somewhat satisfied. His fat face was full of a hideous smile, which was disgusting to look at. Suja sneered and took out the cell phone from his pocket. He glanced at Chen Chang and the other man and said, "What do you think will happen if I take what you just said to the government?" As soon as these words were spoken, Chen Chang and Zhang Cheng's faces changed instantly. Chen Chang asked angrily, "You actually recorded it?" Only then did he remember why Suja had put his hands in his pockets from the beginning. He even asked so many questions one after another that should have been obvious a long time ago. It turns out that all this was done for the purpose of recording. Chen Chang's expression changed, and then he forced a smile on his fat face and said to Suja, "Brother Su, I was just joking, you didn't take it seriously, did you?" Zhang Cheng on the side also had a nervous look on his face, but unlike Chen Chang, he directly threatened Suja. "Suja, I advise you to give up this plan immediately, otherwise, Mr. Chen will make you pay for it." In Zhang Cheng's eyes, Suja was just a fool, and it was enough to just scare him. Therefore, Zhang Cheng became particularly arrogant and domineering. Unfortunately, he had no idea that Suja in front of him had already been taken over by someone else a few days ago. What's even more tragic is that the last time he fainted in the mobile phone store, he didn't even realize Suja's identity. Otherwise, he might have escaped from the demon city long ago. On the other side, Suja frowned when he heard Zhang Cheng being so arrogant. However, before he could speak, Chen Chang on the side shouted at Zhang Cheng angrily, "Do you have a say when I talk to Brother Su?" As soon as he finished speaking, he kicked Zhang Cheng without hesitation. With a scream, Zhang Cheng, who was already covered in wounds, was kicked several meters away. Ignoring Zhang Cheng, who was screaming over there, Chen Chang forced a disgusting smile on his fat face and looked at Suja opposite him. "Brother Su, we all had misunderstandings before. How about this? I'll treat you to lunch at noon, and that'll be my apology." His naive idea made Suja snort coldly. "This is a beautiful idea Chen Chang has. I thought I could get rid of him by having a meal." But at this moment, he had an idea in his mind. Then he said to Chen Chang with a smile, "Chindadu, if you don't want me to hand over the recording to the government, it's fine, but I have a condition." Chapter 98 How dare you cheat me? Conditions? What conditions? Chen Chang, who was standing opposite him, became nervous when he saw Suja suddenly smile. "It's simple. If you shout Chen Chang is a bastard 4 times here, I might let you go. As soon as Suja finished speaking, Chen Chang's face changed drastically. He pointed at him angrily and said, Suja, don't be shameless.
Do you really think that I can't do anything if you get the recording?
If they were in a place with few people, he would definitely not hesitate to be called that. After all, his skin is thicker than the city wall.
But the question is, where is this? This is the entrance to Qingyang building. With so many people coming in and out around him, no matter how thick-skinned he was, he couldn't bear it.
What's more, although it would be more troublesome to hand over the recording to the government, it doesn't mean that Chen Chang has no other options. The reason why he smiled at Suja was not because he was afraid, but because he just didn't want to pay a high price. On the other side, Xing Chang, who was kicked by Chen Chang, limped back. The gentleman gave Chen Chang a humble smile, and then he shouted at Suja, Suja, do you really think that a recording can make Mr. Chen listen to you?
You are wishful thinking.
Although he didn't dare to get angry at Chen Chang, he could vent his anger on Suja. Seeing him running to Chen Chang like a dog again, Suja shook his head and laughed twice. Then he said, who told you that there must be a recording in my phone? As soon as these words were spoken, the faces of Chen Chang and Zhang Chang opposite them were instantly filled with disbelief.
What? You dare to cheat me? Chen Chang was so angry that he almost vomited blood.
Fortunately, he was afraid of embarrassment and did not scold himself.
Otherwise, wouldn't he have been fooled by Suja for nothing?
For a moment, Chen Chang was glad that he still had some shame and did not let Suja's conspiracy succeed. As for Zhang Chang on the side, he became even angrier. You know, just because of Suja's lie, he was kicked hard by Chen Chang. This made his already scarred body even worse. Immediately, he roared at Suja in anger.
Suja, I'm not done with you.
Then he looked at Chen Chang, smiled humbly and said, Boss Chen, this kid doesn't know what's good for him.
How about we ask someone in the company to teach him a lesson?
After saying that, he looked at Suja opposite him, trying to see fear and terror from him. Unfortunately, Suja on the opposite side was completely indifferent. Chen Chang on this side also frowned and said, if we call out the people in the company, things will get out of hand. After all, family members know their own business if the government is called in. Or if Suja on the other side revealed something to the government, he would definitely be in trouble.
So he frowned and said, just call someone.
But then Chen Chang said with a happy expression, even though I can't call him, I have a way to get someone to go to him. As soon as these words were spoken, Xing Chang immediately became confused. He quickly asked, Boss Chen, if we don't call for help, what else can we do to deal with this guy? Chen Chang on the other side glanced at Suja casually, and didn't seem to be worried about his words being leaked.
He laughed and said, I know someone in the bank. Wouldn't it be easy for me to ask them to help Suja?
Zhang Chang was stunned at first, then he gave Chen Chang a thumbs up and said, Boss Chen, your method is really great. Not only will there be no trouble, but it will also make this guy die more uglier than a chicken. In response to his flattery, Chen Chang next to him immediately burst into laughter again.
Chapter 99 Hee Hee.
Zhang Chang, who was standing by, saw Chen Chang laughing, and in order to prevent his boss from feeling too lonely, he also started to smile foolishly. Looking at the two people opposite him, Suja looked indifferent. After all, these two idiots haven't realized yet that he has paid back all the money he owes to the bank. He picked his earwax out of boredom, then flicked it towards Chen Chang. With the angry expression on the other side's face, Suja said softly, Shindadu, do you really believe that I didn't record it? As soon as these words were spoken, the two people opposite were stunned again.
Did Su Zhuzhen record the audio?
Seeing that Su Zhou on the opposite side was not panicked at all, the two of them instantly felt that Suja must have really recorded the audio. Immediately, Chen Chang's tone softened again.
Brother Su, the conflict between us can be eased slowly. Don't come at me so hard all at once. Otherwise, even if I'm seriously injured, you won't survive.
Before Suja could say anything, Chen Chang's lackey Zhang Qingzhu shouted at him, Suja, you better think it over.
Our President Chen is not someone you can handle.
Seeing him interrupt rashly, Suja frowned unconsciously. Seeing this, Chen Chang on the side thought that Zhang Chang had angered Su Zhou again.
He immediately yelled at Zhang Chang, did I let you interrupt?
After saying that, Chen Chang kicked Zhang Chang hard again. But this time Zhang Chang had anticipated it, so he dodged it easily. But before he could show the smile of escaping death, Chen Chang on the side grabbed him in anger and kicked him hard. Now Zhang Chang had no way to hide and could only endure Chen Chang's big foot.
With a loud scream, Zhang Chang almost fainted.
At this point, everyone in the hall stopped and looked over, and some kind-hearted people even wanted to report to the police. Seeing this, Chen Chang quickly glared at Xing Chang. Xing Chang's heart tightened, and he quickly said to the people around him, "Everyone, we are just joking, just a joke." Although he was wrapped in gauze and his expression could not be seen clearly. But many people could tell that he was in pain from his almost unsteady feet. But they have no choice but to do so. Now that the victim has refused to report the case to the police, they certainly won't cause trouble for themselves. Suzhou on the side felt sad for Xing Chang. He really couldn't understand it. Why is he still so loyal to Chen Chang when he treats him like this? In fact, Xing Chang also wanted to leave. But there was no way. Chen Chang had the evidence of his crime in his hands. After all, over the years, Chen Chang and Xing Chang have framed more than just Suzhou. Therefore, Xing Chang could only live under the pressure of his tyranny and survive. Seeing Xing Chang being so obedient, Chen Chang nodded with satisfaction. Then he looked at Suzhou with a smile. "Brother Su, what do you want me to do in exchange for deleting the recording?" Suzhou raised the corner of his mouth and said with a smile, "It's very simple." Thinking about his prank just now, Chen Chang on the opposite side frowned. "Brother Su, I hope you won joke around this time." Suzhou gave him a look that said don't worry, and then said, "Mr. Chen, don't worry, I promise I won't joke with you this time." These words finally made Chen Chang on the opposite side breathe a sigh of relief. Then he quickly asked, "Brother Su, as long as the conditions are not like before, I promise to agree to you." His words made Suzhou smile in his heart, and then he asked, "Mr. Chen, we have a deal. But what if you don't agree?" Seeing this, Chen Chang quickly patted his chest and said, "Brother Su, don't worry. I, Chen Chang, will never go back on my words." Suzhou looked at him with disdain and uttered two words. He. Chapter 105 million. Faced with Suzhou's ridicule, Chen Chang looked a little embarrassed. He could only force a smile on his ugly face and said to Suzhou, "Brother Su, if I don't agree to your conditions this time, how about I curse myself as a bastard in this hall?" Then, without waiting for Suzhou to speak, he said, "But let's make it clear first. We can't make the same conditions as before." Suzhou smiled slightly and said to him, "Don't worry, Mr. Chen, the conditions this time will definitely not be the same as before, and you can also complete it." Suzhou's words made Chen Chang on the opposite side look happy. He thought Suzhou was being stupid again, so he wanted to let him go easily. Chen Chang immediately said, "Brother Su is really nice. I was the one who let you down before." As the boss who had once fooled the original body, Chen Chang naturally knew that now was the time to speak nicely to Suzhou. This is to relax the other party's vigilance. As long as the recording is deleted, he can return the humiliation to the other party. I have to say that Chen Chang's idea is really beautiful. Suzhou on the side naturally would not be stupid enough to let him go. His purpose was just to play a trick on Chen Chang and vent his anger. With a slight smile, seeing that things were almost done, he immediately said, "Mr. Chen, my conditions are very simple, you can definitely do it." Chen Chang was so depressed that he vomited blood. "It's simple, you say? Why keep it a secret?" However, he felt aggrieved, but he didn't dare show it on his face. So he still smiled and asked, "Brother Su, what are the conditions?" Suzhou nodded, and then said, 5 million. "As long as you give me 5 million, I will delete the recording just now." "What? 5 million? Chen Chang and Xing Chang, whose face was wrapped in gauze, both screamed in disbelief. After a while, the anger in Chen Chang's heart made his ugly face turn red. He looked at Suzhou viciously, gnashing his teeth and saying, "Boy, are you kidding me?" Suzhou on the other side shrugged and said indifferently, "It's only 5 million. This shouldn't be a big sum for you, Mr. Chen, right? After all, you just made 5 million half a month ago." As soon as these words came out, Chen Chang snorted coldly and said, "You want me, Chen Chang, to spit out what I ate? That's simply impossible." Xing Chang on the side seemed to see that his boss was angry, and immediately stood up and shouted at Suzhou, "Suzhou, you are just wishful thinking. There is no way Mr. Chen will be fooled by you." After saying this, he looked at Chen Chang with humility again. After seeing the other party nod in satisfaction, he excitedly shouted to Suzhou, "Suzhou, I warn you, delete the recording immediately, otherwise, our CEO Chen will kill you." Facing Xing Chang's impotent rage, Suzhou shook his head. He took a look at Xing Chang, who was wrapped like a mummy, and Chen Chang, who looked so proud. He said calmly, "Mr. Chen, you just said that if you don't agree to my conditions, you will call yourself a bastard in this hall.
After taking a casual look at Chen Chang, Suzhou asked, I wonder if Mr. Chen's words still count? You? Chen Chang was so angry that he couldn't speak. How could he possibly call himself a bastard in the hall? Just when he was about to go back on his word, Suzhou suddenly spoke up again. Mr. Chen, what do you think would happen if the recording of you agreeing to the conditions just now got out? As soon as these words were spoken, Chen Chang's eyes were filled with anger. Recording. Another recording. Chapter 101. Just wait for death. If there wasn't a recording, how could he be caught by this poor boy Suzhou? Chen Chang was going crazy, but unfortunately he couldn't do anything to Suzhou. Immediately, his face turned bitter, and he softened his voice and said to Suzhou, your brother Su, your condition is too difficult. 5 million. This is simply cutting my flesh. Suzhou sneered. 5 million is cutting your flesh. Doesn't that mean the original body's life is at stake? Why were you so happy when you cheated your original body out of 5 million? Now that it's your turn, you feel heartbroken. Then Suzhou said impatiently, Shindadu, you only have two choices now. Either you call yourself a bastard in the hall, or you pay 5 million. Xing Chang, who was standing by, saw that the situation had changed again and did not dare to speak. Because he understood that if Chen Chang kicked him again, he would really have to spend the rest of his life in a wheelchair. Suzhou's words made Chen Chang completely angry. Because he couldn't agree to either of these two conditions. He immediately asked Suzhou with a gloomy face, does that mean there is nothing to discuss? Suzhou raised the corner of his mouth, shrugged, and looked at Chen Chang with an indifferent expression. I never intended to talk to someone like you from the beginning. Then, under the puzzled looks of the two people opposite him, Suzhou took out his mobile phone. He said calmly, Shindadu, Zheng Chang, do you two really think I recorded the conversation? My phone is out of battery. Suzhou was right, this phone had run out of battery a long time ago. Because of a momentary negligence last night, I forgot to charge my mobile phone. He didn't discover the situation until he saw Chen Chang coming and wanted to record. However, he suddenly had an idea and decided to take advantage of the situation. If he revealed the slightest flaw, Chen Chang on the other side would mistakenly think that he had recorded the audio. Boy, you dared to play tricks on me so many times. Seeing that the phone could no longer be turned on, Chen Chang's face instantly turned red with anger. He didn't expect that Suzhou would fool him 3 times in a row. And the most important thing is that during these 3 times, he acted like an idiot and did whatever Suzhou asked him to do. As for Zhang Chang next to him, he almost went crazy. He was kicked hard several times just now. But they didn't expect that in the end it was just Suzhou who was playing tricks on them. Seeing how angry the two were, Suzhou laughed exaggeratedly like a villain. Although I had already decided not to have anything to do with the original body's previous affairs. But if someone else takes the initiative to provoke him, Suzhou would be happy to help the original body vent his anger. Chen Chang on the other side took a deep breath, then looked at Suzhou with resentment. Suzhou, you are very good. I wanted to let you go, but I didn't expect you to be so ungrateful. Just wait for me. Let's see if you will be so arrogant tomorrow. He has already decided to ask an acquaintance at the bank to urge Suzhou to repay the money. This time I must make the other party live a life worse than a beggar. After all, although beggars are poor, they don't owe any money. And most importantly, it is only natural to pay back debts, and no one can gossip about it. This would not only avoid causing trouble to the acquaintance in the bank, but would also teach Suzhou a lesson. I have to say that Chen Chang has a nice idea. Zhang Cheng finally saw the situation clearly and immediately stood up and yelled at Suzhou, boy, just wait for death. Faced with the two people's increasingly arrogant appearance, Suzhou shook his head slightly. I find the naive ideas of these two people laughable. Chapter 102. This is too little. Don't these two idiots think about the fact that they dare to be so tough, maybe they don't have any trump card? But just as Suzhou was about to burst their fantasy, a surprised voice came from behind him. Mr. Su, what a coincidence. I didn't expect to meet you here. Hearing this slightly familiar voice, Suzhou turned his head curiously. Then he said with a smile, Lawyer Liang, it's you. The person who greeted Suzhou was Liang Chang, the wealthy lawyer who spent 10 million to buy a house in the gym. But Suzhou didn't expect that he would meet the other person here. Seeing the briefcase in the other party's hand, Suzhou smiled and asked, Lawyer Liang, is your company here? Hearing this, Liang Chang on the opposite side smiled embarrassedly. Then he said, Mr. Su, I didn't have time to tell you last time that my law firm is located in this building. Glancing at Chen Chang and the other man sitting opposite Su Jia, he asked with a hint of confusion, Mr. Su, are these two employees of your company?
When Liang Cheng said this, Su Jia almost laughed out loud. Chen Chang and the other man on the opposite side had faces that turned blue with anger.
Zheng Chang, who was standing by, immediately stood up and shouted at Liang Chang, who are you insulting here? How could our CEO Chen be this guy's employee? He doesn't even have the qualifications to carry CEO Chen's shoes. Perhaps because Liang Chang was dressed like a successful man, Zheng Chang, his lackey, didn't dare to get angry with him. But even so, Liang Chang's face opposite him turned gloomy. Because he knew very well how wealthy Su Jia was. A person who carries hundreds of millions in cash with him has a net worth of almost 1 billion, even if it is not. And what about him?
Although he is the boss of a law firm, his net worth has just exceeded 100 million.
If even someone like Su Jia is not worthy of carrying Chen Chang's shoes, then what is he?
As a result, the arrogance of these two people made him a little angry.
He immediately roared, how dare you? Zheng Chang on the opposite side never expected that Liang Chang's temper would explode at the slightest provocation.
However, after taking a look at Chen Chang beside him, he felt more confident.
He immediately pretended to be brave and shouted, boy, do you know who our boss is? Liang Chang frowned. He roared, I don't care who you are. Get out of here. Since the two people opposite are not Su Jia's employees, and they even dare to insult Su Jia, then he naturally didn't have to worry about anything, and he even felt that this was an opportunity to make friends with Su Jia. You. Zheng Chang pointed at Liang Chang angrily. However, before he could open his mouth to speak, Chen Chang, who looked calm and composed, stood up. My friend, I advise you not to get involved with this poor boy, lest you be dragged down by him. As soon as Chen Chang finished speaking, Liang Chang, who was standing opposite him, asked in disbelief, you said Mr. Su is a poor boy? Liang Chang was shocked. If Su Jia, who has hundreds of millions of cash in any of his cards, is a poor boy, then what is he? Isn't that worse than a poor boy? When Chen Chang on the opposite side saw him like this, he thought he was scared. He immediately said with a smile, you don't know. This kid owes the bank 5 million. Now he probably has trouble even eating. What? You said he owed the bank 5 million? Liang Chang was shocked again. Isn't this too little? Considering Su Jia's net worth, it would be normal for him to owe tens of billions. Chapter 103 is a bit exaggerated. Chen Chang on the opposite side saw his shocked and unbelievable expression and immediately burst into laughter. After all, he felt particularly happy seeing Su Jia being deserted by his friends and relatives. His appearance left Liang Chang confused. Mr. Su only owes 5 million. Is it necessary to be so happy? Although he could see that Chen Chang seemed to have a grudge against Su Jia. But he just couldn't understand why the other party acted as if Su Jia couldn't afford to pay back such a small amount of money. You know, the cash in Su Jia's card alone is enough to pay back 25 million. He looked at the calm Su Jia over there, and the arrogant Chen Chang over here. An idea suddenly popped up in Liang Chang's mind. Could it be that these two people don't know anything about Mr. Su's identity? Once this thought came into his mind, he could no longer dispel it. He immediately asked Chen Chang curiously, don't you know Mr. Su's identity? His words left Chen Chang on the opposite side a little confused. What identity could Su Jia have? If Su Jia had some identity, how could he frame someone? Even if Su Jia had a complete family, he would not dare to frame the other party so arrogantly. He dares to be so arrogant because he is bullying Su Jia because he is an orphan without a father or a mother. So, facing Liang Chang's questions, he glanced at Su Jia and laughed out loud with disdain on his face. He doesn't have any status, he's just a poor boy. As soon as these words were spoken, Liang Chang understood instantly. It turns out that this idiot in front of me really doesn't know Mr. Su's identity. No wonder he is so arrogant. However, Liang Chang did not remind Chen Chang of Su Jia's identity. After all, if his reminder had scared the other party, he would have begged Su Jia for mercy. Then how can you win Su Jia's favor? In order to avoid any more trouble, Liang Chang quickly asked Chen Chang, I wonder who you are. Of course, he didn't want to make friends with Chen Chang. After all, he wasn't stupid enough to curry favor with the boss's enemy. The reason why he asked about Chen Chang's identity was that he was thinking about how to help Su Jia teach him a lesson at the lowest cost. Facing his inquiry, before Chen Chang could open his mouth to speak, Zheng Chang on the side felt that his chance to please his boss had come.
Immediately, his face was full of pride, and he spoke impatiently. Our President Chen is the general manager of Tianbei Technology.
As if worried that Liang Cheng didn't hear clearly, Zhang Cheng continued to emphasize it again.
It's Tianbei Technology, which has a market value of nearly 40 million. After saying that, he looked at Chen Chang with a flattering look. When he saw the other person's happy smile, Zhang Cheng also smiled. But after hearing his words, Liang Cheng on the opposite side was a little surprised. Originally, he thought that since Chen Chang was so arrogant, he must have a net worth of at least hundreds of millions, right? But he never expected that the other party was just the CEO of a company with a market value of 40 million. Isn't this too exaggerated? Since when did a net worth of just tens of millions become so arrogant? Even Chen Chang is not as good as him. At the very least, his law firm could be valued at hundreds of millions. When Chen Chang and the other man opposite him saw the astonishment on his face, they immediately laughed triumphantly. In their opinion, the boy in front of them, who knew Su Jia, seemed to be scared. Maybe at this moment he is thinking about how to beg for mercy and apologize to them? Unfortunately, they never expected that Liang Chang would scare them silly as soon as he opened his mouth. Chapter 104. Zhang Chang ran away. Shaking his head with a look of regret, Liang Chang said directly to them, I am Liang Chang, a partner of Tiancheng Law Firm.
Tiancheng Law Firm?
Liang Chang's words made Chen Chang and the other man on the opposite side open their mouths in disbelief.
Of course they knew about Tiancheng Law Firm. This is a famous law firm that not only has a resounding reputation in the industry. Even those outside the circle know the name of this law firm. It's not just because their law firm with only a few dozen people has a market value of 100 million. The most important thing is that their firm's litigation success rate is an astonishing 100%. So far, they have never failed. The reason why Chen Chang and Zhang Chang know and are even familiar with this law firm. Because the firm is right above their company. Hello, Lawyer Liang.
Chen Chang was the first to react and quickly greeted him respectfully. After all, for someone like him who has a guilty conscience, the person he fears most is a lawyer. Unexpectedly, Liang Cheng on the other side raised his lips and said to Chen Chang sarcastically, Mr. Chen, Mr. Su and I are friends.
Since you and he are enemies, you are also my enemy.
Wait for the lawsuit letter from our Tiancheng law firm. Then, with a cold snort, he came respectfully in front of Su Jia. Liang Cheng's words left Chen Chang dumbfounded. He did not doubt Liang Cheng's words. Because law firms have extensive interpersonal relationships. It is easy to find someone who has a conflict with Tianbei Technology. By then, even a very small matter could cause Tianbei Technology to go bankrupt. For a moment, Chen Chang began to feel uneasy. At this moment, Zhang Cheng beside him stood up. As soon as he opened his mouth, the faces of those around him changed from curious to horrified. Liang Chang, don't think you can be arrogant just because you are a partner of Tiancheng Law Firm. Let me tell you, our boss Chen Chang is not afraid of you. When these words were spoken, everyone present was dumbfounded. Chen Chang over there was even more terrified. What is Zhang Cheng doing? He is pushing himself into the fire pit. Immediately, the furious Chen Chang raised his fat leg without hesitation and wanted to kick Zhang Chang. Unfortunately, Zhang Chang, who was well prepared, dodged it directly. He even rushed directly out of the building. As he ran away, he shouted, Boss, I believe you can do it. You can definitely kill those two guys. Seeing this scene, how could Chen Chang not know what Zhang Cheng meant? Zhang Cheng was frightened when he saw that Su Jia had a backer whom he could not resist, so he ran away. Even before he escaped, he attracted a lot of hatred. Immediately, Chen Chang started crying to Liang Chang with a bitter face. Lawyer Liang, all of this was Zhang Cheng's idea. It has nothing to do with me. Please don't misunderstand me. The reason why he went to Liang Chang to beg for mercy was because in Chen Chang's eyes, Su Jia was just lucky to have met Liang Chang. So deep down he didn't think that Su Jia was a difficult person to deal with. But in response to his plea for mercy, Liang Chang on the opposite side snorted disdainfully. I even sighed in my heart that Chen Chang was really stupid. Didn't you see your attitude towards Mr. Su from the beginning to the end? There's no use begging for mercy. However, Liang Chang was too lazy to explain to him. Because he wanted to please Su Jia, he had to teach Chen Chang a lesson. With a flattering smile on his face, Liang Chang looked at Su Jia. Mr. Su, what are you going to do with this Chen Chang? As soon as these words were spoken, Chen Chang's face on the opposite side changed drastically, and he looked at Su Jia in disbelief. Chapter 105 Lawsuit.
Before Suja could answer Liang Cheng's question, Chun Chang asked incredulously, "Who are you?"
Now Chun Chang finally remembered some things.
From the very beginning, Liang Chang was respectful to Suja. It's a pity that he didn't know Liang Cheng's identity at that time.
After learning about Liang Cheng's identity, before he had time to think about it, Liang Cheng on the opposite side issued a declaration of war. Now, seeing him asking Suja for his opinion again, Chun Chang finally came to his senses.
Suja's identity is definitely extraordinary. He can't be just an orphan.
Otherwise, why would Liang Cheng, a great lawyer, be so respectful to Suja? Faced with his questions, Suja just smiled slightly. Then he uttered something very speechless.
"I'm just an ordinary person." Ordinary people?
As soon as Suja finished speaking, not only Chun Chang on the opposite side looked disbelieving. Liang Cheng on the side also didn't believe Suja's nonsense from the bottom of his heart.
Would an ordinary person casually carry hundreds of millions in cash? Can an ordinary person beat fitness star Liu Chang in fitness?
So when Liang Cheng heard Suja say that he was an ordinary person, he felt a little contempt in his heart.
Is it necessary to be so pretentious?
Of course, he thought so in his heart.
But he didn't dare show even a hint of it on the surface. He didn't even dare to ask Suju about his identity.
After all, casually inquiring about his identity would definitely make Suja feel disgusted. After all, in his heart, Suja has always been a person who likes to keep a low profile. But what made him fortunate was that he didn't dare to ask, but Chun Chang on the opposite side asked. He shook his head violently, as if he was not afraid of shaking his head off. With a sad face, he asked Suja, "Impossible, you are definitely not an ordinary person.
Who are you?"
Chun Chang did not expect that Suja, whom he had offended to death, actually had an extraordinary identity. He knew that he was finished. But he still wanted to find out Suja's identity before he died.
He really couldn't accept it.
Why would an orphan have such a big background? The person on the other side just shook his head slightly and did not reveal his identity. After all, I don't want to expose myself in front of this person with whom I will never have any contact in the future. So he looked at Liang Cheng beside him and asked with a smile, "Lawyer Liang, I wonder if you will accept my offer?" After these words were spoken, Liang Cheng next to him was a little confused.
Hire? Is Mr. Su going to file a lawsuit? Although he was somewhat puzzled, he became happy.
After all, the fact that Suja asked him to fight a lawsuit showed that the other party trusted him. Immediately, he nodded repeatedly with a look of joy on his face. As long as Mr. Su opens his mouth, I, Liang Cheng, will be at your disposal.
Suja was slightly stunned. He didn't expect Liang Cheng to be so excited. He immediately said with a smile, "Lawyer Liang is exaggerating. It's just a very ordinary lawsuit, and the client is right in front of us."
In fact, if Liang Cheng had not shown up, Suja would definitely have asked someone else to help with the lawsuit. But now that Liang Cheng showed up, he was too lazy to run errands.
The person involved is still in front of us.
Liang Cheng was stunned, but when he saw Chun Chang opposite him, he finally came to his senses.
He immediately asked, "Mr. Su, are you talking about suing that Chun Chang?"
Seeing that he guessed it, Suja smiled and nodded.
Then he said mysteriously, "Do you know why Chun Chang said I owed 5 million? Why?"
In fact, Liang Cheng was not curious about this matter, but since Suja asked, he had to show some expression. Seeing that he was so sensible, Suja nodded with satisfaction. Then he glanced at Chun Chang, whose face was already pale.
You said, because I owe this 5 million to this Chun Chang. Chapter 106 Bigger Things. What? It's Chan Chang. After hearing Suja's answer, Liang Cheng finally became curious.
But he was curious, and Suja on the opposite side was too lazy to say anything. Although this was a scandal of the original body, Suja would also feel very embarrassed. So he said directly to Liang Cheng, "After I give you the information about the matter, you will understand." In fact, the original body had already sorted out the information about Chun Chang's framing of the original body. It's a pity that he has no power and influence, and the original body has no confidence that he can defeat Chun Chang. So in the end, the original body chose to take medicine out of despair, allowing Suja to take over.
Suja's words made Liang Cheng on the opposite side look depressed. "Do you want to do this? I've just whetted my appetite and you stop talking." Of course, although Liang Cheng was filled with endless resentment towards Suja, he still didn't dare to get angry. He could only put on a smile and said to Suja, "Mr. Su, don't worry, I will definitely teach Chun Chang a lesson."
As soon as these words came out, before Suja could say anything, Chen Chang rushed over like a mad dog. While the two were frightened, Chen Chang fell to his knees with a plop.
Suja, I'm sorry, it's my fault. I'll return the money to you, please let me go.
Perhaps because he was afraid that Suja was not satisfied enough, Chen Chang kept slapping himself hard while crying and begging for mercy. Hearing his words, Suja raised the corner of his mouth, his face full of disdain.
Chin Datu, are you thinking of admitting your mistake now? Too late. He really couldn't understand what Chen Chang was thinking. If he hadn't come, wouldn't the original body have died in vain? The hatred between the two is so deep, can it be resolved with just a few words? Isn't this too naive? Even if he hadn't obtained the system, it would be impossible for Chen Chang to kneel on the ground and beg for mercy like he is now. His words made Chen Chang, who was kneeling on the ground, look terrified. Lian shouted at Suja, "Suja, Grandpa Su, please let me go. I will give you 10 million, no, I will give you the entire company, just please let me go." Family members know their own business.
If it was just Suja's matter, he might be scared and beg for mercy. But it is impossible to be as terrified as I am now, as if I had lost my life. So many years have passed, and he has far more things on his hands than just Suja's case.
If they investigate further, he will be dead.
So he would rather give up the company and just hope that Suja would let him go. Liang Cheng's eyes flickered, and then he seemed to have made some decision. He said to Suja, "Mr. Su, this matter involving Chen Chang is probably not simple. As a lawyer, he knows best what emotions some people who have committed crimes may feel. If it was just because of framing Suja, then it would only be a few years at most. But now it is obvious that Chen Chang is concerned about more than just Suja. In fact, he didn't have to tell Suja, after all, Suja didn't know the inside story. Then he can make a deal with Chen Chang and get greater profits." But after thinking about it for a while, he gave up.
The reason is simple. How much benefit can Chen Chang bring to him? At most, it would be just tens of millions. And can Suja, who can casually take out 100 million yuan, be a simple person?
When Suja learns the truth, he will definitely be furious and take revenge on him.
After listening to Liang Cheng's words, Suja was stunned for a moment.
Before, he thought it was strange that Chen Chang reacted so strongly.
Now, after listening to Liang Cheng's explanation, he finally understood.
There is something even bigger going on with Chen Chang. After thinking about it for a while, Suja finally made up his mind.
Chapter 107. Are you following me?
He glanced coldly at Chen Chang, who was kneeling on the ground crying and begging for mercy.
Suja asked Liang Cheng, who was beside him, "Lawyer Liang, I wonder if you can investigate further."
Now that he has offended someone to death, Suja will certainly not let the tiger go back to the mountains. Only when the other party is completely unable to get up can he sleep peacefully. Suja's words startled Liang Cheng, who was standing next to him.
Then he quickly asked in a low voice, "Mr. Su, how far are you going to investigate?"
After all, judging from his expression, it can be seen that Chen Chang's matter must be no small matter. Although he could gauge the depth of the hatred, Liang Cheng had no idea how much hatred Suja had for Chen Chang.
That's why he asked a question.
Suja raised the corner of his mouth, then looked at Chen Chang below with a sneer. "I want him to stay in there forever." After these words were spoken, Liang Cheng next to him was stunned.
Lifetime. Liang Cheng couldn't help but shudder.
He didn't expect that Mr. Su, who seemed calm on the surface, could be so tough.
Chen Chang, who was kneeling on the ground, was stunned after hearing Suja's words. After a long while, he shouted in a very miserable voice, "Suja, can't you just let me go?" He thought he had only cheated Suja out of 5 million. And judging from the other party's appearance, he doesn't seem to care about the money. The worst that could happen is that I would have to return the money to Suja myself, or even pay him back several times the amount. But now he was kneeling down begging for mercy, and even offered to give the company to Suja. But the other party still refused. Faced with his questions, Suja was too lazy to pay attention. After all, if he hadn't traveled through time and space and possessed the system, maybe he would also die with his original body because of the other party's frame-up. How could Suja let go of such a life and death feud so easily? With a cold snort, he looked at Liang Cheng. "Lawyer Liang, I'm sorry to trouble you with this matter." Seeing that Suja was too lazy to even pay attention to Chen Chang, Liang Cheng knew in his heart that if he did a good job, then Suja will definitely value himself. He immediately patted his chest and assured Suja, "Don't worry, Mr. Su, leave this matter to me.
Then he glanced at Chen Chang, who was kneeling on the ground, and said, I will make sure he stays in there for the rest of his life.
Hearing this, Suja nodded and left Xingyang building.
Chen Chang, who was behind, saw Suja leaving and wanted to get up and try his best to catch up with him. But unfortunately, Liang Chang beside him had already anticipated this and stood directly in front of him. Looking at Suja's leaving back, Chen Chang was filled with regret. Suddenly he stretched out his hand and slapped himself hard in the face.
He regretted why he didn't find out Suja's identity. Otherwise, how could I end up in jail?
He had no doubt that he would get in. After all, with Tanchang law firm on his side, he couldn't escape even if he wanted to. If Suja knew what Chen Chang was thinking, that would only mean that the other person's death was not unjust at all.
Does it mean that after finding out someone's identity and seeing that they are weak, you can just bully them?
It can only be said that Chen Chang did not regret what he had done. What he regretted was only that he had offended Suja. Liang Chang, who was standing next to him, saw him constantly abusing himself and was too lazy to pay any attention. After all, with Suja's instructions, he must complete it as soon as possible. So, he turned around and went back to his law firm. On the other side, Suja had already left Xingyang building early. However, what he didn't expect was that before he reached his car, he met a familiar person.
He immediately frowned and asked, Are you following me? Chapter 108, Right of Option.
His words made Lin Mengdai on the opposite side pout in dissatisfaction. She was originally very happy to meet Suja, but she didn't expect him to say such irritating words.
She immediately rolled her eyes and said, Suja, you are allowed to come to Xingyang building, so why can't I come?
In fact, when she finished speaking, Lin Mengdai still felt quite guilty. After all, she wasn't sure whether Suja would be angry. Fortunately, she was quite relieved that Suja did not seem angry. He just smiled embarrassedly, and then said, Sorry, there are really too many things that happened in the past few days, and I have a little stress reaction. After all, since Suja came here over the past few days, almost every trouble he encountered was related to women. So much so that he is now a little afraid of these beauties. Lin Mengdai, who was sitting opposite Suja, heard that he had encountered a lot of problems in the past few days, and immediately asked with concern, Suja, is the problem solved now? Lin Mengdai really wanted to help Suja solve the problem. It's a pity that Suja is avoiding her now, so how could he let her help? What's more, he had already solved these troubles long ago.
Suja immediately smiled and shook his head. It's okay, I've already solved the problem.
Seeing him say this, Lin Mengdai on the opposite side felt relieved. But suddenly her heart moved and she remembered something in her mind.
Then a happy smile suddenly appeared on his face. Suja, you haven't forgotten the bet we made last time, right?
Her sudden smile and these inexplicable words startled Suja, who was standing opposite her.
Then he pretended to smile and said, How could I forget?
I must remember the bet I made with you. In fact, Suja really forgot, and he said this just to fool Lin Mengdai on the opposite side. Lin Mengdai on the opposite side naturally had no idea what Suja was thinking. She thought Suja really cared about her. He immediately came to Suja with a smile on his face and jumped.
Suja, now that I have completed everything, it is time for you to fulfill your promise, right?
After saying that, she put her arm around Suja. But her words made Suja so depressed that he wanted to vomit blood.
Don't speak half sentences. How would he know what the bet was?
Originally, he wanted Lin Mengdai to reveal a little bit, but he never expected that the other party would not say anything at all.
Isn't this sense of confidentiality too strong?
Looking at Lin Mengdai, who was hugging him with a happy face, Suja suddenly had an idea.
So he said with a smile on his face, Showdown, how about we change the bet?
After hearing this, Lin Mengdai was slightly stunned.
But then he asked happily, What do you want to change it to?
In fact, she didn't care what the stakes were. She would be very happy as long as she could be with Suja. Seeing that she still didn't reveal the news, Suja could only grit his teeth and force a smile on his face.
Then he asked, Is there anything you want to do? In fact, if he hadn't forgotten what the bet was, how could he have given the choice to Lin Mengdai?
Lin Mengdai on the opposite side naturally had no idea of the pain in Suja's heart. When she saw Suja actually let him make the choice, she immediately smiled and shouted at the police.
But after calming down, she asked in disbelief, Suja, are you sure you want me to choose?
After saying that, she looked at Suja with hope on her face.
Of course it's true. Why would I lie to you?
Although he wanted to cry, Suja still forced a smile. On the other side, seeing that he admitted it, Lin Mengdai jumped up excitedly.
Chapter 109 Differential Treatment. After a while, Lin Mengdai timidly said to Suja, "How about we not go to the restaurant for lunch today and go to my house?" Suja was shocked. "Go to your house? I don't want to die yet."
Fortunately, Lin Mengdai on the opposite side finally told the bet, and Suja quickly started thinking. It was not until the smoke was about to turn into smoke that he finally smiled and looked at Lin Mengdai. "Xiao Dai, forget about going home, let's go to the restaurant to eat." Lin Mengdai pouted and said reluctantly, "Why? Didn't you just agree to let me choose?" Suja was embarrassed, but then he smiled and tried to explain, "I was just asking you, I didn't say I would definitely agree." His words filled Lin Mengdia's heart with contempt, but when she saw Suja's face, she dispelled the contempt. After all, despising someone as handsome as Suja made her feel guilty. But she was not without dissatisfaction, and immediately said, "No, you have to compensate me."
"Compensate you?"
Suja looked at Lin Mengdai with some shock. Then he shook his head and said, "You're thinking that.
It's not like he hasn't seen the movie."
So when faced with a request from such a beautiful woman, if you don't want to get into trouble, then firmly refuse it from the beginning. When she saw him suddenly pause, Lin Mengdai thought he was about to agree. But she never expected Suja to say something that would drive her crazy.
"What is the beauty I think? Who am I? The only heir to the Lin group. She is also a huge beauty. In the past, whatever I said, others would happily do it. Why are you so awesome?"
But when she saw Suja's face full of contempt, she could only sigh.
Then he smiled and said, okay, I'll listen to you, okay? There's nothing she can do about it."
Who made Lin Mengdai fall in love with Suja? But her words made Suja a little unhappy.
He raised his eyebrows and asked, "Why? Are you still feeling aggrieved?"
As soon as these words were spoken, Lin Mengdai on the opposite side was instantly frightened. He quickly shook Suja's arm and said with a smile on his face, No, you are seeing things." After hearing this, Suja nodded with satisfaction.
"That's more like it."
Seeing that it was not yet noon, in order to ease the embarrassment I had just felt,
Suja immediately decided to take Lin Mengdai to find a coffee shop nearby to sit down.
After hearing his proposal, Lin Mengdai beside him was so happy that she was at a loss as to what to do. At the same time, she was also suspecting that this was Suja's expression of caring about her.
I could only sigh silently. What a cold man.
If Suja knew what she was thinking, he would definitely laugh so hard that he would slap Lin Mengdia's thigh.
"Do I care about you? I obviously want to ease the embarrassment just now, okay?" Suja didn't bother to care what she thought and went straight to a nearby cafe.
Like Qin Shuyao, Lin Mengdai was also an enthusiastic person. She even took the initiative to help Suja move the chair before the waiter came. This immediately attracted everyone around to look over curiously. It was not strange for a man to move a chair for a woman, but it was the first time they saw a woman helping a man move a chair. However, after seeing Suja's appearance, he suddenly realized something and turned his head away. After all, such a handsome man should be treated differently.
Chapter 110 Get out of here.
It's just that some people feel at ease, while others are jealous and even want to save the beauty.
A good-looking young man walked up to Lin Mengdai in a very gentlemanly manner.
With a smile on his face, he said to Lin Mengdai, "Beauty, this boy doesn't deserve your treatment.
As long as you follow me, I promise to spoil you to the sky."
Suja frowned slightly. He never expected that the waiter in the cafe would come over, and inexplicable trouble came. However, before he could say anything, Lin Mengdai on the side said coldly, "I want to do this, what's it to you?"
Faced with Lin Mengdia's cold temper, the young man was not angry.
Instead, he looked at Suja with disdain.
"Boy, how about I give you 5 million as long as you leave this beauty?"
As soon as the young man finished speaking, everyone in the cafe was shocked.
5 million.
Then they started discussing it.
"Oh my god, what a rich man. Yeah, take out 5 million to play with." And judging from their behavior, it seems that they don't care much about this little money.
The discussions of the people around him made the young man look somewhat smug.
Then he looked at Suja coldly and asked again, "How is it? This is 5 million. You can't make so much money in your lifetime."
After hearing this, Suja felt a little impatient.
"Just 5 fucking million. Who are you looking down on here?"
He immediately snorted coldly and shouted angrily, "Get out of here." In an instant, the young man opposite was so angry that his face turned red. With eyes wide open, he yelled at Suja angrily, "Boy, do you know who you are talking to?
Suja raised the corner of his mouth and said disdainfully, I don't care who you are. Just don't be an eyesore here.
He was annoyed from the bottom of his heart by this short-sighted thing.
You.
The young man was so angry at Suja's words that he couldn't speak for a long time. After a long while, he took a deep breath and looked at Suja coldly. Boy, you are the first one who dares to mess with me, Ding Chao. As soon as these words were spoken, the coffee shop, which had just calmed down, suddenly became lively again.
Someone said in disbelief, it's Ding Chao. Someone curiously asked, who is Ding Chao? Someone immediately whispered, you don't want to live anymore? This is the second son of the Ding group.
When they heard someone reveal Ding Chao's identity, everyone present was shocked again.
What? He is the legendary Ding Chao who was ruthless and merciless to his enemies.
As soon as this person finished speaking, everyone in the coffee shop fell silent.
There was no way.
Ding Chao's reputation was too great and ordinary people like them really didn't dare to provoke him at all. On the other side, seeing everyone's surprised reactions, Ding Chao immediately looked at Suja with a smug look on his face. He wanted to see shock and fear in the other's eyes.
Unfortunately, he was disappointed.
There was only confusion in Suja's eyes. After all, neither the original body nor he seemed to have heard of Ding Chao's name. Even if it weren't for the particularly realistic reactions of the people around him. Suja thought they were acting. After a slight hesitation, he looked at Lin Mengdai opposite him.
Xiao Dai, have you heard of this name?
Faced with his question, Lin Mengdai was originally very happy. Unfortunately, after thinking about it, she still couldn't figure out that there was a Ding Chao from the Ding group in Shanghai. So he could only say to Suja with an embarrassed look on his face, Suja, I have never heard of this name.
Chapter 111, A Small Person Worth 100 Million.
Listening to her words, Suja shook his head helplessly. If even Lin Mengdai has never heard of Ding Chao's name, then the other party must not be a difficult person to deal with.
But his appearance made Ding Chao next to him instantly angry and embarrassed. He yelled, Boy, you're done.
Suja was speechless.
He just asked out of curiosity. Do you need to react so strongly?
Besides, with his poor status, he might even be worse than Lin Mengyao.
At this time, Suja didn't know Lin Mengyao's true identity, so he thought so.
Of course, even if he knew the other party's identity, he still didn't think that the other party could compare to himself.
No matter how awesome Lin Mengyao is, he can cheat.
But unlike Suja's indifference, other kind-hearted people in the cafe began to worry about him. Someone immediately advised, young man, you should quickly apologize to Master Ding.
Yes. A big shot like young Master Ding's family, worth hundreds of millions, is not something you and I can afford to provoke.
Young man, run quickly, otherwise when Master Ding takes revenge, you'll be finished.
Faced with everyone's kind advice, Suja almost couldn't help laughing. He's just a small fry worth hundreds of millions. Even if I apologize, will he dare to accept it?
Therefore, Suja ignored the kindness of others. He looked at Ding Chao with a cold face.
I don't want to say it again, get out of here.
When Ding Chao heard everyone urging Suja to apologize to him, he was still wondering whether he should show mercy and let Suja go. But when he heard Suja's words, he instantly became angry and embarrassed.
Good boy, you have completely pissed me off.
After saying that, he looked at the store manager who had arrived here at some point.
Pointing at Suja, he shouted at the store manager, you, kick him out.
After these words were spoken, the store manager's face was filled with bitterness. He quickly said, Mr. Ding, they are customers of the store after all.
Wouldn't it be a bit bad to drive them away for no reason? Ding Chao's face was gloomy.
He had never been treated like this before. First he was ridiculed by Suja, and now the store manager even dared to disobey him. He immediately threatened in a cold voice, if you don't drive them both away, then you can forget about running this cafe. The store manager next to him frowned. Although he is not afraid of the Ding group, he would try not to provoke it if possible. After hesitating for a while, he finally came to Suja.
I'm so sorry, sir. Suja on the opposite side frowned, then said calmly, are you sure you want to drive me away?
As soon as these words were spoken, the people in the shop opposite looked at Suja in surprise.
Just now, everyone has revealed Ding Chao's identity. So unless Suja is deaf, it is impossible that he couldn't hear it.
But in this case, the other party's calm look is somewhat intriguing.
Is this just foolishness or is there a hidden card?
Ding Chao, who was standing by, became annoyed when he saw the store manager hesitating. He immediately shouted at the store manager, okay.
I didn't expect you to disobey me.
I'm going to close your coffee shop today. His words angered the store manager next to him.
I'm not your slave. Do you really think that your Ding group can do whatever it wants?
He immediately smiled apologetically at Suju and the others. Then he said to Ding Chao in a cold voice, Mr. Ding, you are not welcome in our cafe, get out now. Since Ding Chao threatened him so much, he had no choice but to side with Suju. After all, whether his coffee shop can continue to operate is not up to the Ding group. Chapter 112. A bracelet worth more than 60 million. When these words were spoken, everyone present was stunned.
Ding Chao pointed at the store manager with a look of disbelief and shouted, Are you sure you want to kick me out? For a moment, everyone in the cafe looked at the manager with curiosity. After all, the identity of the second son of the Ding group is still very powerful. Unexpectedly, after hearing Ding Chao's words, the store manager sneered. Do you really think I'm afraid of your Ding group? I just don't want to cause trouble. With a cold snort, he shouted again, Get out! Seeing that the store manager was really not afraid of Ding Chao, people in the coffee shop immediately started talking. No way? This is the second son of the Ding group. How could the store manager not be afraid?
I think this store manager must have someone with a backer, otherwise he wouldn't be so tough as to tell Mr. Ding to get out.
I think the second son of the Ding group is nothing special. Isn't he just relying on the Ding group? Now that he has met someone with a strong background, isn't he useless? Over there, the people who were praising and fearing him just now suddenly changed their tone. Ding Chao was so angry that his face turned pale and blue. He snorted coldly and glanced at everyone in the cafe. Then he left with a look of resentment on his face. Seeing Ding Chao running away in disgrace, the store manager smiled again and looked at Suju. Sir, I'm so sorry. I was wrong just now. How about this, I'll give you these cups of coffee for free. His words made Suju very satisfied. In fact, even if the store manager had just kicked him out, he wouldn't be angry. After all, no one would go against someone with a powerful background for the sake of a stranger. So, he said to the store manager with a smile, Manager, you are too polite. I understand what happened just now. I don't blame you. Seeing that Suju had such a broad mind, the store manager couldn't help but feel deeply moved. Even if Suju has no background, he is willing to step forward and help just because of this attitude. However, after taking a look at Lin Mengdai, who was sitting opposite Suju, the store manager did not think that he had no background. Even his girlfriend wears an imperial green jadeite bracelet worth more than 60 million yuan, so how could Suju's identity be simple? Looking at Suju's simple attire, the store manager instantly knew that he was a low-key person. He immediately left respectfully. At this time, Lin Mengdai, who was sitting opposite Suju, said with a smile on her face, Suju, I have found out about the Ding group. Do you want me to help you vent your anger? Just now, she asked her secretary to investigate the information of Ding group through her mobile phone. What she didn't expect was that the Ding group actually had some cooperative relationship with their Lin group. Although that area is not under her control for the time being. But with her status as the heir to the Lin group, she can completely stop the company from cooperating with the Ding group. That was why she looked at Suju with a smile on her face. After all, she helped Suju teach Chaoyang a lesson last time, and she got a chance to be alone with Suju. If I help Suju again now, will I be one step closer? When she thought of this, a silly smile suddenly appeared on Lin Mengjia's face. Seeing her like this, Suju's heart tightened. He immediately shook his head and said, Don't bother you, I can handle it myself. He was very afraid that Lin Mengdai would stay with him because of this matter. It would be fine if he couldn't deal with the Ding group. But this is just a small group with assets just over 100 million. How could he still need help from others? His refusal made Lin Mengdai wrinkle her nose, her face full of disappointment. Chapter 113. Get out early. But she was still a little unwilling, and immediately said to Suju in a coquettish manner, Suju, just let me help you. Her tone made Suju feel numb all over. After a while, when his mood recovered, he immediately said to Lin Mengdai in a cold voice, Can you speak normally? After hearing this, Lin Mengdai on the opposite side thought that Suju was angry. He immediately said pitifully, Suju, don't be angry. I promise I will never do this again. Suju sighed heavily in his heart. He is not a fool, how could he not see that Lin Mengdai has bad intentions towards him? But what made him depressed was that he had deliberately shown a cold attitude. But why is the other party still clinging to me? Am I so attractive to women?
Seeing that he stopped talking, Lin Mengdai on the opposite side thought that he was no longer angry and immediately felt relieved. But at the same time, she secretly made up her mind that she would never behave like that in front of Suja again. Because Suja doesn't like it. Unfortunately, she didn't know that Suja did it on purpose and didn't mean he disliked her. After finishing my coffee smoothly, it was already noon. Ignoring Lin Mengdai's reluctance, Suja directly pulled her to the door of a nearby luxury hotel. Pointing to the restaurant ahead, Suja asked with a smile, "Shaodai, is this place okay?" Lin Mengdai on the side was extremely reluctant to eat so early. But facing Suja's question, she could only nod and said insincerely, "The place you chose is really good, I like it very much." Suja didn't care whether what she said was true or not. Since the other party didn't object, he simply decided not to change places. Nodding, Suju immediately pulled her into the restaurant. However, what he didn't expect was that before he had taken a few steps, a young man came over and started a conversation with Lin Mengdai. "Beautiful lady, do you have time to treat me to a meal?" After hearing this, Suja was speechless. "Can't you see they are heading towards the hotel? Do I need you to invite me?" Immediately, he said impatiently, "Get out of the way." But what Suja never expected was that the other party became angry as soon as he heard what he said. He shouted at Suja with anger on his face, "Boy, do you know who you are talking to?" Yu Ping really didn't expect that this poor boy in front of him would dare to speak to him like this. Coming over and inviting his girlfriend to dinner shows that you respect him. Suja on the opposite side frowned, feeling helpless. He really couldn't understand where the other party's hostility came from. His face turned cold, and he spoke again, "I don't care who you are, we want to go in and eat. Get out of my way." As soon as these words were spoken, Yu Peng on the opposite side immediately showed disdain on his face. After looking Suja up and down, he said sarcastically, You still want to eat in this Tianyue hotel? Can you afford it?" Suja was angry. "I haven't even paid yet, how do you know I can't afford it?" He immediately yelled, "Get out of here." Suja's sudden outburst scared Yu Peng on the opposite side. My body involuntarily took several steps back. Seeing Suja's contemptuous look, he shouted angrily, "Boy, just wait for me, I won't let you go." After saying this, Yu Peng fled. Seeing his cowardly look, Suja felt bored. Especially when he thought that this trouble was caused by Lin Mengdai who was beside him, Suja wanted to get out of it as soon as possible. Chapter 114 The table is broken. A troublemaker came into the coffee shop, and another one came while we were eating. He is really overwhelmed. In order to avoid any further trouble, the upset Suja quickly pulled Lin Mengdai into the hotel. Originally he wanted to book a table in a private room, but unfortunately, all the rooms were full. Unless Suja went into the box and chased everyone away, they would have no choice but to eat in the hall. After all, he is not a person like Chao Yang. So after a little hesitation, I decided to eat in the hall. Lin Mengdai on the side naturally would not have any objections. In fact, even if Suja took her to a food stall, she might cheer and think that Suja treated her as one of his own. After sitting down, Suja glanced at Lin Mengdai beside him. Without any hesitation, he handed the menu to the other party. After all, it was his treat today, and Lin Mengdai sitting opposite him was his guest. No matter how much he didn't want to have anything to do with the other party, his personal upbringing still made him give the menu to the other party. Lin Mengdai over there had never expected that Suja would actually care about her existence. As soon as he received the menu, a bright smile appeared on his face. She didn't refuse and started ordering after taking the menu. Because she knew Suja's wealth, she ordered only high-end delicacies from land and sea, and exquisite dishes. But she completely forgot one thing. This is the hall, not a private room, so the people sitting around are ordinary people. So when they saw Lin Mengdai ordered dishes that they couldn't afford, the people at the next table started talking in low voices. Are these two people here to eat a free meal? I bet they are here to dine for free. Look at that young man, he's wearing cheap goods, and his girlfriend is wearing high-end imitation goods. It's obvious that they are just pretending to be rich. Maybe they will find an opportunity to slip away later. Suja's ears were not deaf, so how could he not hear their discussions? Frowning, he glanced at the somewhat nervous waiter next to him. He smiled and said, "Don't worry, we definitely won't eat for free." This made the waiter feel a little relieved. Although Suja was wearing cheap clothes, his words made people feel convinced. The waitress felt the same way. She felt that such a handsome guy couldn't be a liar. I don't know if the person at the next table is a little mentally retarded.
After hearing Suja's words, someone laughed disdainfully. Then he whispered to the people around him, "You know what? Most scammers like to say, 'Don't worry, I won't do anything.'" After hearing what he said, the people next to him glanced at Suja, not knowing what he was thinking. He actually began to echo, "Yeah. Everyone can say it, but if you really want people to trust you, you have to show your strength." Suja, who was standing next to him, was completely enraged by the two men's verbal attacks. He immediately raised his hand and slammed the table hard. Bang! Originally, Suja just wanted to make a noise to attract the attention of the people at the next table. But he completely forgot that his body had already reached the limits of human capabilities after being strengthened. So this ordinary solid wood table could not withstand his palm. Snap! The table instantly broke into two pieces. The sudden loud noise almost scared the people around. Ignoring Lin Mengai, who was holding the menu in astonishment, Suja looked coldly at the two people at the next table. "If you don't speak, no one will think you are dumb." Chapter 115. Don't drink and drive. As soon as these words were spoken, the two people at the next table were so frightened that they trembled all over and turned pale. Then he quickly gave Suja a very humble smile. "We are the ones who said too much. Please don't be angry." They couldn't help but feel terrified about Suja. "You know, the tables in this restaurant are all made of solid wood. Suja could break such a hard table with one slap, so what if he broke it on them? He would have died on the spot." Seeing their cowardly look, Suja snorted coldly and ignored them. At this time, Lin Mengai, who was holding the menu in her hand, also reacted. He opened his mouth and thought for a long time, but only one sentence came out. "Suja, you are so strong." Her words made Suja's face suddenly look strange. "Am I so strong? Shouldn't I say that I'm very strong? Why do you praise me for being strong?" Looking at Lin Mengai, whose face was full of admiration and whose eyes were shining with stars, Suja gave up chatting with her anymore. So I just nodded without saying anything more. The waiter next to them also came to his senses and nervously helped Suju and the other person change seats. "I'm so sorry, sir. The tables in our store are too fragile. I'll exchange them with you two right away." She really didn't expect that the solid wooden dining table in the restaurant could be smashed to pieces by a bare hand. If she hadn't seen that the broken part of the table was still made of solid wood, she would have thought that the tables in the restaurant had been replaced. Suja next to him was also feeling embarrassed. After all, he had also caused the other party a lot of trouble. So he smiled and said, "Thank you for your help." The waitress opposite naturally did not dare to neglect them and quickly led Suju and the other person to an empty seat. After Lin Mengai ordered the dishes again, no one around dared to say anything. After all, many people saw how Suja broke the table just now. If they don't want to be like a solid wooden table, they must be honest. The waitress on the side was probably also afraid that Suja's palm would slap her. So he kept urging the kitchen, and soon a table full of delicacies from land and sea were served. Although many people still suspected that Suja could not afford the money, no one dared to say it out loud. However, Suja had just moved his chopsticks a few times when he frowned again. He had already told Lin Mengai that he was going to drive, so he couldn't drink. But I didn't expect there was an extra bottle of red wine on the table. He looked at Lin Mengai opposite him and pointed at the bottle of red wine. "Xiaodai, did you order this?" After all, the menu had been in the other party's hands, so it would be impossible for the waiter to serve the wine privately except for her. In response to his question, Lin Mengai on the opposite side also realized the situation. Her heart tightened, and she quickly explained, "Suja, please don't misunderstand me. You said I can't drink it, so how could I order it?" She didn't want Suja to misunderstand that she was disobedient. After taking a closer look at Lin Mengai, Suja discovered that she was not lying. Now he was curious. If it wasn't tea ordered by Lin Mengai, could it be that the waiter served it privately? Without any hesitation, he waved and called the waiter. However, what he didn't expect was that the person who came was not the beautiful young lady from before. It was a strange male waiter. "What do you want, sir?" Although these words sounded very respectful, the other party's expression made Suja a little curious. Because when this male waiter looked at him, there was always a hint of sarcasm on the corner of his mouth. It seems like he is looking down on him. Chapter 116. I admit it. Suja thought that the male waiter had the same idea as the people around him. So I didn't care too much about it. After all, as long as the bill is settled in the end, all misunderstandings will disappear.
He pointed at the bottle of red wine on the table and asked the male waiter, "What's the matter with this bottle of wine?"
I remember that our table didn't order any?
The male waiter opposite gave a formal smile. Then he said, "Sir, this bottle of wine was indeed ordered by you." Before Suja could say anything, Lin Mengdai on the side quickly said, "Impossible.
I clearly didn't order any red wine."
After saying that, she glanced at Suja next to her.
I am particularly afraid that there will be misunderstandings during the follow-up.
Unfortunately, facing Lin Mengdai's denial, the male waiter opposite seemed to be stubborn.
He still spoke, "Hello, ma'am, this bottle of red wine was indeed ordered by you."
At this time Suja finally realized that something was wrong. Then his face turned cold and he said calmly, "Then please take the wine back, we don't want to drink it." What he never expected was that the male waiter opposite him showed a hint of disdain on his face. "Sorry, sir, this bottle of wine is too valuable, so our store has a rule that it cannot be taken back once it is sold."
What? Isn't this an unfair clause?
His words made Lin Mengdai next to him look incredulous. After hearing what the waiter said, the people around began to discuss it in confusion.
When did Tianyue Hotel force a sale?
Yeah.
It's just an unopened bottle of wine, can't you just take it back?
But at this moment, someone said something that everyone agreed with.
Is there anyone who wants to mess with that young man?
When this person finished speaking, everyone present was stunned at first, and then they all nodded. After all, apart from this reason, there seems to be no other explanation. Now, everyone who felt they had guessed the truth no longer dared to discuss it, for fear of being implicated. Suzhou on the side was naturally not deaf, so of course he heard what they said. He also felt that he must have been targeted. Otherwise, why would an unopened bottle of red wine be brought to you for no reason and not allowed to be returned? What he couldn't understand was what happened after he arrived at the hotel.
Apart from breaking a table, it seems that he didn't offend anyone?
When the male waiter saw that the discussions among the people around him had subsided, he looked at Suzhou with a mocking expression on his face.
I'm sorry, both of you. If there's nothing else, I'll leave first.
This sounds plausible, but coupled with the waiter's expression, anyone with eyesight could see that Suzhou and the other man were indeed being deliberately targeted.
Is there no room for easing the situation? Suzhou asked with a frown.
After all, he was being targeted for no reason, and he was angry. Hearing his words, the male waiter opposite said with a fake smile, "Sorry, sir, we can't refund." His words made Suzhou take a deep breath, and then he said coldly, "Okay, I admit it today, how much is this bottle of wine?"
He was completely enraged.
Since they dare to cheat me, there is no need for this store to continue to exist. On the other hand, I was surprised to see that Suzhou was able to swallow this humiliation. The male waiter was suddenly at a loss. After all, the person who arranged him to come told him that he must provoke Suzhou.
Seeing that he was slow to speak, Suzhou frowned and asked in a cold voice, "How much is it?" 1 million.
A mocking voice came from behind Suzhou.
Chapter 117. He is not the owner of this store.
Suzhou turned around curiously. He discovered that the person who spoke was the coward he had chased away at the hotel entrance before. At this time, Yu Peng was looking at Suzhou with a mocking face, and from time to time he would look at Lin Mengdai with lustful eyes.
After finding out it was him, Suzhou snorted coldly and asked, "Did you arrange all this?"
Unexpectedly, in response to his question, Yu Peng admitted it arrogantly.
"Yes, I did arrange this." Suzhou was slightly stunned. He never expected the other party to answer like this.
However, after taking a look at the diners around him who were pretending nothing had happened,
Suzhou understood that the other party's behavior might have become commonplace.
Yu Peng on the other side saw Suzhou stunned for a moment and thought that he was frightened by his aura. He immediately laughed triumphantly. Then he looked at the male waiter, pointed at the food on the table and asked, "How much is this table?" The male waiter quickly said respectfully, "Mr. Yu, including the wine, the total cost of their table is 1.6 million.
As soon as these words came out, Lin Mengdai next to him shouted in disbelief, "How much? 1,600,000?
She really didn't expect that the dishes they ate were worth 600,000. After taking a quick look at Suzhou who was frowning over there, Lin Mengdai felt a little uneasy.
But don't think that I am a woman who spends money lavishly. I'm just used to it.
After all, as the heir of the Lin Group, how many meals she ate out cost less than hundreds of thousands. In addition, she was also aware of Suzhou's worth, so she didn't think too much about it at the time. But at this moment she suddenly remembered that she had spent so much money on meals.
Would Suja think too much?
Yu Peng, who was standing next to him, heard Lin Mengdia's exclamation. In the past, she was worried that she couldn't afford the meal, so she was a little anxious. He immediately said to Lin Mengdi, "Beautiful lady, don't worry, we won't ask you for the meal." Then he pointed at Suja and said with contempt, "I'll find him." At this time, Suja also woke up from his surprise.
Glancing at Yu Peng, he immediately frowned and said, "Why are you so arrogant? Did I say I won't pay you?"
Unexpectedly, after hearing his words, Yu Peng on the opposite side immediately said jokingly, "Boy, don't act so arrogant.
How can you be rich with your poor appearance?"
Then, without waiting for Suja to reply, he said in a dramatic tone, "How about this? As long as you kneel down and admit your mistake to me, I will only charge you 500,000 for this bottle of wine." The male waiter at the side seemed to be acting like a drama queen as well. He said to Suja with disdain on his face, "Our master Yu has been very kind to you. He has allowed you to pay 500,000 less. Why don't you kneel down and thank him?" The two's words made Suja's face turn cold, and then he asked Yu Peng with a gloomy face, "Are you the owner of this restaurant?" He didn't want to retaliate against the wrong person, so he had to ask clearly. What Suja didn't expect was. Hearing this question, the male waiter opposite and Yu Peng both showed a hint of embarrassment on their faces. After a long while, Yu Peng said impatiently, "Boy, don't worry about who I am. You just need to know that I can make this decision." These words aroused a hint of curiosity in Suja's heart. "What's up? Yu Peng is so arrogant, and he is not even the owner of the restaurant?" Chapter 118 The Little Girl Who Doesn't Need to Be Praised. Suja's heart moved, and suddenly an idea popped up in his mind. So he asked Yu Peng with a smile on his face, "Then you have to tell me your identity first, otherwise how can I know if you can make this decision?" His words made Lin Mengdi next to him open her mouth in disbelief. Is Suja ready to beg for mercy? But then she shook her head. Because Suja doesn't lack this little money. Is there any other plan? Suddenly, such an idea popped up in Lin Mengdia's mind, and it could not be shaken off. The more she thought about it, the more she felt that this was possible, so in order to avoid ruining Suja's plan, she just shut her mouth and didn't dare to say a word. In fact, just as Lin Mengdi thought, Suja did have other plans. He wanted to find out Yu Peng's identity and then take precise revenge. At this time, Yu Peng and the others saw that Suja's tone suddenly softened, and they thought he was ready to beg for mercy. Yu Peng immediately said stupidly, "Since you asked sincerely, I will be merciful and tell you. I, Yu Peng, am the son of the manager of Tianyue Hotel, known as Yu Shao. How about it? Do you understand now?" But his words made Suju on the opposite side stunned. The manager's son? With such a small status, how could he be so arrogant until now? Besides, does he have the power to give a 50% discount on wine worth 1 million? Seeing that he seemed to be frightened again, Yu Peng on the opposite side laughed arrogantly. "Boy, kneel down and admit your mistake. Otherwise you will suffer physical pain." Faced with his threat, Suja smiled helplessly. He had thought that Yu Peng was of such a high status before. I didn't expect that he was just a manager's son. But there is one thing Suja is very curious about. Why are the people around him so afraid of Yu Peng? I didn't even dare to look over here. If Yu Peng's identity is just this simple, then it doesn't make sense. He immediately asked curiously, "You are just the son of a hotel manager. Aren't you afraid of retaliation for being so arrogant?" In response to his question, Peng did not speak, but the male waiter next to him spoke. He looked at Suja with disdain, and then said with disdain, "What do you know? Do you know who owns Tianyue Hotel?" After hearing this, Suja became even more curious. He quickly asked, "Whose is it?" Even if he is from a wealthy family, Yu Peng, the son of a small hotel manager, should not be so arrogant. Seeing him asking curiously again, the male waiter opposite immediately said proudly, "Our restaurant is opened by the Lin Group." But as soon as he finished speaking, Lin Mengdi, who was eating and watching the show at the table next to him, spat out the food she had just stuffed into her mouth. And unfortunately, Suja was right next to her and was sprayed all over. Looking at the filth on his body, the angry Suja immediately yelled, "Lin Mengdi, what are you doing? Isn't this little girl too easy to be praised?" Just now, when Suja saw that she had guessed his thoughts, he was thinking about praising her after dinner. But I didn't expect that after just a few words, the other party vomited all over me. On the other side, seeing that Suja was angry, Lin Mengdi quickly took out a tissue and came over to help wipe it clean. After a long time, she finally finished her work. Suja glanced at Lin Mengdai, who was standing obediently beside him and ready to admit her mistake, and asked in a cold voice, "Tell me, what's wrong with you?" Unexpectedly, when faced with his question, Lin Mengdia's face suddenly became a little embarrassed. After taking a look around, she whispered, "Suja, this restaurant seems to be ours."
What? This restaurant belongs to you? Lin Mengdia's words made everyone present look at her in surprise. Chapter 119 There is a problem. But just a moment later, everyone's expressions were divided into two types. Suja believed what she said. After all, he knew that Lin Mengdia's identity was not ordinary. It's just that I didn't think about the big chaebol like the Lin group. Of course, even though he now knew Lin Mengdia's identity, he didn't take it too seriously. After all, with the sign-in system, it would be easy for him to surpass the Lin group. But at this time he finally figured out the problem that had been puzzling him. What is the bet that Lin Mengdai mentioned? A few days ago, when dining at Jin Jang Hotel, the other party made a bet with him that he would solve the trouble with Chao Yang. At that time, Suja didn't quite believe it, but now he finally understood why the other party was so confident. After all, compared to the Lin group, Chao Yang's grandson is not even an ant. He was different. When other people around him looked at Lin Mengdai, their eyes were full of disbelief. Are you kidding? This is the famous Lin group in Shanghai. Judging from their poor looks, it is impossible for them to have any connection with the Lin group. As for Yu Peng on the side, after hearing what Lin Mengdai said, he was stunned at first, and then burst into laughter. Beauty, although your last name seems to be Lin, the Lin group is not something you can get involved with. Yu Peng just thought that Lin Mengdai was dreaming. Lin Mengdai next to him was too lazy to pay attention to him. After knowing that this restaurant belonged to them, she didn't dare to just stand by and watch. So he quickly said to Suja with full apology, "Suja, I'm so sorry. This is my first time in this store. Don't worry, I promise to take care of it." After all, in her eyes, it was just a restaurant and was far less important than Suja. Seeing her like this, Suja just smiled and shook his head. "Xiaodai, don't worry. I found something very interesting." His words made Lin Mengdai, who was standing aside quietly waiting to be criticized, a little confused. But since it was Suja's order, she had no choice but to sit back in her original seat. It's a pity that the whole dining table is now a mess, so Lin Mengdai can only sit there and watch the show in frustration. After she sat down, Suja looked at Yu Peng in front of him. Pointing at the red wine on the table, he smiled and asked, "Yu Peng, you dare to sell this bottle of wine at half price? Aren't you afraid of being beaten by your dad?" Yu Peng on the opposite side smiled and said arrogantly, "Don't worry about this. As long as you kneel down and admit your mistake, I will give you half price for this red wine." His words made Suja's thoughts even more certain. Shaking his head slightly, he suddenly asked in a cold voice, "Is there something wrong with this wine?" As soon as these words came out, Yu Peng's face on the opposite side suddenly changed. Lin Mengdai, who was sitting nearby watching the show, finally understood why Suja told her not to worry. It turns out that this was to help her catch a thief in her house. Unfortunately, she completely misunderstood. The reason why Suja brought up this issue was very simple. He just didn't want to waste extra money. After all, he brought Lin Mengdai here to eat in order to cash in his bet. "If I don't pay for the meal this time, won't I have to treat you again?" The people around were shocked when they heard the question Suja suddenly asked. And just a moment later, the scene suddenly became lively again. Chapter 120 Even a god can't help. No way? Is there something wrong with this bottle of red wine? This bottle of Romane Conti is the signature of the Tianjue Hotel. How could there be a problem with it? But just now, Master Yu was able to give me a 50% discount on the wine so easily. Doesn't that seem a bit strange? I've also discovered that Yu Peng's real backer is his father, the manager. He doesn't have the authority to give a 50% discount, right? The constant discussions of the people around him made Yu Peng's face turn pale. Then he yelled at the people around him in anger, "What the hell are you talking about? Can't I just trick this guy?" It's a pity that his explanation is totally untenable. Instead, it makes people more suspicious that there is something wrong with the bottle of Romane Conti on the table. Suja shook his head slightly and said with a smile, "Since Master Yu said this bottle of wine is real, how about we take it for testing?" Through constant observation of Pang, he was now very clear that there was something wrong with the bottle of wine. So there is no fear at all. His words made Yu Peng on the opposite side feel nervous, and his face instantly turned ugly. Careless. He never expected that this poor boy Suja would be so difficult to deal with.
He glanced at the people around him who were looking at him with strange eyes. Yu Peng's face turned cold, and he immediately shouted at the door, "Security, security, where the hell are you? Hurry and get out here." The security guards at the door were frightened by Yu Peng's roar and ran over quickly. When the security captain came to Yu Peng, he asked with a trembling face and a nervous look, "Master Yu, do you have any instructions?" Yu Peng kicked him angrily and yelled, "Can't you see clearly? This kid has no money to pay the bill, catch him and beat him up." Although he was kicked, the security captain did not dare to get angry, and even smiled humbly at Yu Peng. Then he looked at Su Jia. "Boy, you really don't know how to write the word deaf. How dare you mess with our master Yu? Someone, catch him for me." Following the security captain's order, several other security guards immediately surrounded Su Jia. Seeing this scene, Yu Peng smiled proudly. He seemed to have seen the scene where Su Jia was about to be severely beaten. Lin Mengdai, who was sitting next to them, had never expected things to turn out like this. Her face changed and she shouted anxiously, "Stop it, all of you. If Su Jia got injured here, she would be heartbroken." After hearing Lin Mengdai's shout, the security guards stopped involuntarily and turned to look at Yu Peng. Their actions made Yu Peng over there furious, and he roared angrily. "You guys don't have any fucking eyes, right? Don't you know who's older and younger here?" Several security guards were startled and quickly came over to surround Su Jia. At this moment, Lin Mengdai was extremely anxious and quickly shouted again, "All of you stop, I am Lin Mengdai." Unfortunately, unlike before, after hearing her shouting, the security guards did not stop. Yu Peng next to him laughed wildly. "Beauty, even if you are a god, it will be useless today. This kid is finished today." Poor Yu Peng had no idea what the name Lin Mengdai meant. Not only him, but everyone present except Su Jia didn't know what this name meant. Su Jia on the other side was slightly touched when he saw that she was so worried about him. But then he shook his head and said, "Shao Dai, don't worry. These few people are no match for me." When these words were spoken, everyone present was stunned. Chapter 121: The Limits of Human Physique. Because what Su Jia said seemed to make some sense. After all, he had smashed the solid wood table to pieces with one palm before. Although the security guards in Yu Peng didn't know about it, they all witnessed it with their own eyes. But Lin Mengdai on the side was still a little worried. "Su Jia, can you do it?" Her words made Su Jia want to complain. "What do you mean by is it possible? Would it be nice to be rich?" As a man of great integrity, Su Jia does not allow others to say that he is incompetent. He immediately nodded vigorously and said, "Don't worry, I'm not afraid even if dozens more come." After all, he possesses the ultimate physical fitness for human beings and is indeed not afraid of a few ordinary people. His words made Lin Mengdai feel relieved. But after thinking about it, she picked up her phone and dialed a number. On the other hand, because they didn't know about Su Jia's divine power just now. So when he saw him being so arrogant, Yu Peng immediately shook his head with disdain. "Boy, don't be so confident." Then he shook his head at the security guards and ordered, "Do it for me." The security guards who received the order naturally did not dare to neglect it. They immediately surrounded him with grim smiles on their faces. Su Jia remained fearless in the face of danger and even had a faint smile on his face. How could these few people possibly be his opponents? I saw the security captain rushing to the front. Su Jia raised the corner of his mouth. Instead of retreating, he rushed forward. Bang! With just a wave of his hand, he pushed the security captain several meters away. Everyone present almost exclaimed. The remaining security guards stopped in fear. Yu Peng, who was standing next to him, had not expected Su Jia to be so strong, and he turned pale with fright. Just thinking that the two of them had become mortal enemies now. Even though he was extremely terrified, he did not dare to let Su Jia go easily. He immediately shouted at the security guards, "What are you still standing there for? Come on together." The security guards looked at each other. Then they became angry and rushed forward again. Seeing this, Su Jia shook his head helplessly. He won't cry until he sees the coffin. In fact, if he didn't want to make a big deal out of it, these security guards wouldn't even be able to see his shadow. But since these people dared to rush over, he had no choice but to not hold back. Seeing the fist that was so close, Su Jia slightly turned his body to avoid it. Then, facing the other party's disbelief, he stretched out a fist seemingly with ease. But facing his punch, the security guard was horrified to find that he could not dodge it no matter what. Even from the outside, it looked like he was taking the initiative to touch Suja's fist. With a muffled groan, the security guard was hit hard by a punch. His body flew backwards several meters, his head tilted, and he passed out. After seeing this scene, the other people were immediately frightened and wanted to stop immediately. Unfortunately, due to inertia, they still rushed over involuntarily. Suja's mouth curled up slightly. After a few dodgers, they were treated like security captains. He was blasted several meters away. Wait until all the smoke and noise have died down. Everyone present had their mouths wide open, faces full of disbelief. How long has it been? In less than half a minute, several strong security guards were knocked down. It would be fine if Suja looked strong and muscular. But the problem is that the other person looks only about 1.7 meters tall and is thin and weak. How can one have so much strength? Yu Peng on the side was even more frightened out of his wits. He muttered to himself with a foolish look on his face, "Impossible, this is impossible." Chapter 122 Dog Eating Shit. Suja shook his head slightly. He originally thought that this coward must have become a lot tougher since he came to cause trouble for him. But he never expected that this coward is still a coward and hasn't changed at all. Lin Mengdai on the side saw Suja take care of the man in no time. Shocked, he quickly came to Suja and said happily, "Suja, you were so strong." Suja rolled his eyes, obviously speechless. "Can't you just boast about your strength?" Too lazy to continue paying attention to Lin Mengdai, Suja looked at Yu Peng with a smile on his face. "Mr. Yu, how about having this bottle of red wine tested?" But before Yu Peng, who was standing there in panic, could speak, a rather majestic voice came over. "What's going on? What happened?" Hearing the voice, Suja looked over with curiosity. Yu Peng crawled over with great surprise, and then hugged the person's thighs tightly. "Dad, you're finally here, help me." Yu Datong frowned and pulled his son up. "Stand still, what's going on?" After rolling his eyes, Yu Peng quickly pointed at Suja. "Dad, this kid wanted to eat and dine for free, and I found out. I originally wanted to find the security guard to argue with him, but I didn't expect that he would beat down all the security guards in our store." After saying that, Yu Peng cried out again, "Dad, you must help me get revenge." Many people present were outraged by his slander. It was a pity that due to Yu Datong's identity as the hotel manager, they dared not make any sound and could only stare at Yu Peng with anger in their eyes. In fact, Yu Datong didn't believe what his son said. But he is his son after all, and Suja opposite him is wearing cheap clothes and doesn't seem to be a person of status. So, he immediately said to Suja in a cold voice, "Sir, I advise you to pay the meal quickly, otherwise." When he said this, he was suddenly stunned because he saw the bottle of Romane Conti on the table. Frowning, he said to Suja, "Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude." Naturally, Suja could not escape his little action. With a slight smile on his face, Suja said, "I can pay, but I have one condition." Although he didn't believe he could pay, Yu Datong on the other side still asked curiously, "What are the conditions?" Suja pointed to the bottle of Romane Conti on the table, shrugged and said, "It's very simple, just take this bottle of red wine for testing." As soon as these words were spoken, Yu Datong on the opposite side snorted coldly at his disappointing son next to him. Then he said proudly, "Sir, our Tianyuet Hotel is a subsidiary of the Lin Group." After he finished speaking, he looked at Suja. "I hope the other party can understand the weight of my words." Shaking his head gently, Suja resisted the urge to laugh. He asked, "And then?" These words made Yu Datong almost vomit blood. "What does then mean? Do you understand or not? This hotel is owned by the Lin Group." Suppressing the urge to vomit blood in his heart, he continued patiently, "Sir, you have to think clearly. Our Lin Group is not something that low-level people like you can mess with." His words made Suja instantly angry. But before he could get angry, Lin Mengdai on the side raised her foot and kicked him hard. Because he had been paying attention to Suja, Yu Datong never expected that Lin Mengdai would suddenly kick him. If you're not careful, you'll fall flat on your face. Chapter 123 Good Samaritans. His appearance immediately made everyone around him burst into laughter. After all, it is rare to see the manager of Tianyuet Hotel being thrown to the ground. If people were not afraid of retaliation from the other party afterwards, they might have taken out their mobile phones to take pictures as a souvenir. Yu Peng on the side laughed out loud when he saw his father's ugly face, but he was afraid of being beaten, so he still shouted at the crowd around him. "What are you laughing at? Don't you want to live anymore?" Then, he looked coldly at Lin Mengdai and Suja, the two masterminds.
You two are done. Our Lin group will not let you go. Suja shook his head disdainfully. Now that the heir of the Lin group is right next to him, if the other party wants to threaten him, he is really making a wrong calculation. At this time, Yu Datong also crawled up from the ground. His face flushed red, and he shouted in anger, come on, gather everyone in the hall. Then he looked at Suja and the other man intently. Gnashing his teeth, he said with hatred, over the years, the only people who dared to provoke our Lin group in the Magic City are you two. With the arrival of the kitchen staff and the waiters from upstairs and downstairs, this not-so-big place was instantly surrounded by people. After everyone arrived, an ugly man with a fat head, big ears and a face full of flesh came to Yu Datong. He said respectfully, Manager, all the 180 or so people in our store are here. Yu Datong nodded, then looked at Suju and the other man with a sneer on his face. Boy, aren't you a good fighter? I don't know if you can defeat all the 100 of us. At this time, Yu Ping also came out. He glanced at Lin Mengdai with a lewd smile on his face, and then quickly said to Yu Datong, Dad, can you leave that woman to me? Having said that, he swallowed unconsciously. There is no way. Among the girls Suja is familiar with, the most beautiful one is Lin Mengdai. Yu Datong glanced at Lin Mengdai, then frowned and said, Got it, I'll arrange it later. He was completely convinced of his disappointing son. Now that such a large-scale fight has occurred, he might even lose his position as a manager. But she never expected that her son was still thinking about such dirty things. It's more of a failure than a success. But after all, it was his own child, so he immediately shouted to the fat man with big ears, Xiao Chun, pay attention to that woman. Don't hurt her. Hearing the manager's words, Fatty Chen paused slightly. Then he said something that surprised Suja. Manager, we are only teaching this guy a lesson, so let's let that woman go, okay? His words made Yu Datong look a little gloomy, and then he said coldly, You dare not listen to me, I think you don't want to be in the Lin group anymore. Xiao Chen on the other side smiled bitterly, and then said very firmly, Manager, if the price of continuing to work in Lin group is to do this kind of thing, then I would rather resign. As soon as he finished speaking, the other employees in the hotel shouted in unison, Yes, if that's the case, then we won't do this either. Their appearance made Suja feel deeply moved. I didn't expect there were such kind people in this store. He decided that when the fight started, he would not kill anyone. Seeing that so many employees began to oppose his opinions, Yu Datong's face was gloomy. Chapter 124 You're dead. But then he forced a smile and said, Since everyone says so, let's kick that woman out first. Yu Peng, who was standing by, became anxious when he heard this. Dad, why should we listen to these stinky workers? Yu Peng became extremely anxious when he thought that this beautiful woman, whom he could have played with at will, was about to slip away from his hands. But his words made all the hotel employees frown. Seeing this, Yu Datong knew that something was wrong. He immediately raised his hand and slapped his son hard in the face. Then he yelled angrily, How the hell are you talking like that? These are my colleagues. Your father is also an employee, are you scolding me too? I should have shot you into the wall. Accompanied by Yu Datong's constant cursing. Although the employees in the hotel were still a little angry, their expressions had softened a lot. This scene made Yu Datong's cells breathe a sigh of relief. Although he also looked down on these people, they were now numerous and powerful. If he didn't want to be beaten up, he had to gain their forgiveness. Lin Meng on the side was not deaf, so he heard what Yu Peng said from beginning to end. I also understand from the bottom of my heart what dirty thoughts the other party has. She looked at Yu Peng with a gloomy face. He said viciously, You are dead. This was the first time that Lin Mengdai had ever been insulted like this since she was a child. However, when Yu Peng on the opposite side heard her utter such harsh words, he immediately smiled disdainfully. Beauty, you should pay attention to your lover now. Suddenly, an idea came to him. Then he looked at Lin Mengdai with a lustful look on his face and said, Of course, if you want us to let him go, that's fine, as long as you stay with me for one night. Lin Mengdai on the opposite side laughed out of anger and stared at him without saying a word. Yu Peng thought she was scared and laughed smugly again. However, Suja next to him understood very well that Lin Mengdai had directly sentenced the other party to death. If people like Chao Yang can still survive, then Yu Peng in front of us will completely disappear from the world in a few days. Suja had no doubt about Lin Mengdai's ability. If the Lin Group, which has been entrenched in the Magic City for decades and enjoys a great reputation, did not have this ability, it would have been swallowed up long ago.
Yu Datong on the side was afraid that something might happen during a long period of time, so he first gave a cold look at his son who was causing him a lot of worry. Then he shouted to the employees around him, "Brothers, this kid dared to come to our Tianyue hotel to eat a free meal.
Do you think we should teach him a lesson?"
Originally he wanted to boost morale. But what made him feel very embarrassed was he was very passionate, but the employees around him remained silent, and some even looked sarcastic. Obviously, everyone in the store knew what kind of people Yu Datong and his son were. Yu Datong could only smile awkwardly, and then looked at Suja coldly. Since he couldn't get angry at his employees, he had to change his target. Immediately, he shouted, "Brothers, beat him up." Faced with his order, the surrounding hotel employees were reluctant but had no choice but to rush over. After all, they will still work under Yu Datong in the future.
If you don't want to be bullied, you must behave in a way that leaves people speechless.
At this critical moment, a sudden burst of shouting at the entrance of the hotel brought the scene back to calm.
Chapter 125 The Heir of Lin Group. Stop!
A loud shout brought peace back to the scene. When everyone looked over, they saw a mature woman in professional attire looking at them with anger on her face.
After seeing this person, Yu Datong's eyes flickered a few times.
Then he forced a smile and walked over with a flattering look on his face.
Manager Lu.
Unfortunately, he had just opened his mouth and hadn't finished speaking.
Lu Qingying slapped him hard. Bang!
The crisp sound shocked the diners around.
Oh my god, who is this woman? How dare she slap Yu Datong? Who knows?
Suddenly, someone rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Then he said, "I remember now, she seems to be Lu Qingying, the head of the catering department of Lin Group."
What, she is Lu Qingying?
The diner's answer made the people around him even more surprised. After all, to them, the top management of the Lin Group is like clouds in the sky, out of reach. But at this moment, the most crucial question was raised.
But why did she slap Yu Datong?
Yu Datong, who was slapped, also had the same question.
He covered his painful face and asked Lu Qingying very aggrievedly, "Manager Lu, why did you hit me?"
But his look made Lu Qingying snort in disdain. "Yu Datong, today I will not only beat you, but also kick you out of the Lin Group. From now on, you are fired." After these words were spoken, Yu Datong, who was covering his face, was stunned for a moment. The diners and hotel staff around were so shocked that they were speechless.
Yu Datong is the manager of Tianyue Hotel.
The hotel is usually managed by him, so it is no exaggeration to say that he has absolute power. But unexpectedly, Lu Qingying fired the other party with just a few words.
Yu Datong reacted quickly and asked with a sad face, "Manager Lu, why is this happening?" He couldn't understand what was going on. Why did Lu Qingying slap him without saying anything after arriving at the hotel?
Now he even stated that he would expel him from the Lin Group.
He doesn't want to lose his current position. Otherwise, those people he had offended would never let him go. Lu Qingying next to him was too lazy to pay attention to him.
Under the puzzled eyes of everyone, she quickly came to Lin Mengdai. He assured with a respectful look on his face, "Don't worry, Mr. Lin, I will definitely take care of it." Her words immediately shocked everyone present.
Mr. Lin? Which General Lin? Could it be Mr. Lin from the Lin Group?
Suddenly, what happened not long ago emerged in everyone's mind. Lin Mengdai had reported her name before. It's a pity that no one thought about the Lin Group, but at this time, seeing Lu Qingying being so respectful to her and calling her President Lin. In this way, the truth of the matter is self-evident. For a moment, everyone present showed a look of shock. Yu Datong and his son were so frightened that their faces turned pale, their hands and feet trembled, and they stared at Lin Mengdai over there. They really hoped that Lu Qingying had called the wrong person.
Unfortunately, Lu Qingying is not blind. How could it be possible that she doesn't even recognize the future heir of the Lin Group? Although Lu Qingying's assurance obviously made Lin Mengdai look a little better. However, after seeing Yu Datong and his son over there, her face instantly became gloomy again. He said in a cold voice, "Sister Lu, I don't want to see these two people again." As soon as Lin Mengdai finished speaking, Yu Datong and his son knelt on the ground with a thud. Because they know exactly what this sentence means. Chapter 126, Shameless.
This is different from what Lu Qingying had said before, which was to fire Yu Datong. Lin Mengjia's words that she never wanted to see them again meant that they would disappear completely. Lu Qingying on the side didn't know what had just happened.
So when he heard Lin Mengjia's request, he was shocked. After just a slight hesitation, she said, Boss Lin, isn't this a bit too harsh?
She didn't do this to plead for Yu Datong and the other man. She is mainly worried about the impact. After all, Lin Mengdai is the heir to the Lin Group. If someone could be killed with just a wave of his hand, it would have a very bad impact on Lin Mengdai and the Lin Group.
But her words made Lin Mengdia's face gloomy. Manager Lu, are you planning to make me, Lin Mengdai, a laughingstock in the Magic City?
As soon as these words were spoken, Lu Qingying's expression changed drastically.
She didn't expect things to be so serious.
She immediately stopped pleading for Yu Datong and his son. After all, the two parties originally had just an ordinary superior-subordinate relationship. He first glanced at Yu Datong and his son, who were slumped there in a daze. She quickly said to Lin Mengdai, Boss Lin, don't worry, I will take care of this matter. To someone who didn't know the situation, her words seemed no different from what she had just said. But for Yu Datong, who has worked in the Lin Group for so many years, he knows very well what this means. Without caring about his son beside him, he crawled directly in front of Lin Mengdai.
She cried bitterly, Boss Lin, please forgive me. I really didn't know it was you. If I knew it was you, I would never dare to do this. His words immediately made Lin Mengdai on the opposite side sneer. Don't you know it's me? If I don't have any identity, am I really going to be in trouble now? After hearing this, Yu Datong was speechless. Because Lin Mengdai was right. If she had no identity, she would be in trouble now. Even if it weren't for Suju's powerful military force. Maybe she had already been in trouble when the security showed up. Lu Qingying had already realized the seriousness of the matter at this time. So he looked at Yu Datong with disgust and then ordered the employees around him, kick them both out of the store. The employees around him naturally wouldn't have any objections. After all, they had long been filled with resentment under the oppression of Yu Datong and his son. Even after the order was given, a surprising scene occurred at the scene. Dozens of employees rushed to push the father and son out. If someone didn't know, they would think that money was being distributed here. Yu Peng collapsed on the ground, not knowing what to do, and was easily knocked out. But Yu Datong is different. He understands that if he wants to survive now, he must strive for forgiveness. While he was fighting against the employee who was pushing him, he howled loudly at Lin Mengdai. Boss Lin, please spare my life. I won't dare to do it again. Seeing that Lin Mengdai didn't move at all, he became furious and pushed all the responsibility onto his son. Boss Lin, all of this was done by my disappointing son. It has nothing to do with me. His shameless words stunned the people around him. He even used his own son to take the blame. I really don't know what shame is. Several employees were not paying attention and allowed Yu Datong to rush into the restaurant again. When he came in front of Lin Mengdai, he knelt down without any hesitation. He still shamelessly said, Boss Lin, this is all Yu Peng's business. It has nothing to do with me. Please forgive me. Chapter 127 Not Qualified. Yu Datong's words immediately aroused the contempt of everyone present. That's fucking awesome. Yu Datong has lost all his face. I've only heard of people cheating their fathers before, but today I've really opened my eyes. There are actually people cheating their sons. It's just a job, is it necessary to be so shameless? The diners around did not understand what Lin Mengdai meant by what she had said before. They simply thought that the result of being kicked out was dismissal. Yu Peng, who had been kicked out, did not expect that his father would use him to take the blame. In disbelief, he shouted at Yu Datong, Dad, are you crazy? I am your biological son. Although he, like the other diners, didn't know the inside story. But he saw his father suddenly put all the responsibility on him. No matter how dumb he was, he could guess that there must be a big problem. It didn't surprise anyone. After hearing his son's rebuttal, Yu Datong immediately became nervous. He glanced at Lin Mengdai in panic, and then was eager to distance himself from her. Shut up. Yu Datong, don't have a son like you. Yu Datong, won't take the blame for what Yu Peng, did. Then he ignored his son and gave Lin Mengdai a humble smile. Boss Lin, as long as you spare my life, from now on, if you tell me to go east, I will never go west. His words made Lin Mengdai shake her head with disdain. Does Yu Datong really think that he has status just because he worked as a small manager in a hotel? Still want to join her? Don't you even consider whether you are qualified enough? With a frown on her face, she ordered Lu Qingying beside her, Sister Lu, kick him out.
As soon as these words were spoken, Yudatong, who was kneeling on the ground, suddenly looked as pale as death. He understood that he was really finished. Yu Peng, who was outside, saw that his father was also kicked out. Not only was she not sad, but she was dancing with joy. Obviously, Yudatong's words just now made him completely resentful of his father. However, just when Yudatong was about to be kicked out, Suja, who had been silent for a long time, finally spoke. Wait! His words surprised the people around him. Yudatong, who was about to be driven away, had an ecstatic look on his face. He thought Suja was going to say a few good words for him. After all, Suja and Lin Mengdai came here together. If he could speak up for himself, perhaps he could survive. At this time, Lu Qingying on the side also discovered Suja's presence. Before, she had always thought that the other party was a diner here, but seeing that Lin Mengdai was not angry at his sudden words, she knew in her heart that Suju and the other person knew each other. She asked curiously, Boss Lin, who is this? When Lin Mengdai saw someone asking about Suju, her mood immediately improved a lot. She immediately smiled and said, Sister Lu, this is my classmate, Suja. Classmate? Hearing her answer, Lu Qingying, who was standing beside her, immediately began to think about many things. It is easy for old classmates to develop feelings when they meet. And as soon as she mentioned Suja just now, Mr. Lin in front of her smiled. She totally didn't believe it if someone said there wasn't something fishy going on. But she also knew that now was not the time to dwell on this matter. She immediately turned her head and looked at Suja beside her. Mr. Su, I wonder what you mean. Looking at everyone's puzzled eyes, Suja raised the corner of his mouth and said something that everyone almost forgot. Chapter 128 Don't think of living comfortably. Suja pointed to the bottle of red wine on the table and said with a smile. I think everyone may have forgotten one thing. This bottle of red wine is the key to everything that happened. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone present remembered the main cause of the conflict and immediately looked at the table. That bottle of Romane Conti worth $1 million. Yu Datong, who had originally shown an expression of ecstasy, became even more nervous. Lu Qingying, who was on the side, arrived the latest, so she only knew from Lin Mingdia's phone call that someone here was trying to harm her. I have no idea why the conflict between the two sides occurred. After hearing Suja's words, she immediately walked over curiously. She picked up the bottle of Romane Conti from the table, but as soon as she held it in her hand, she couldn't help but frowned. He quickly took the corkscrew and opened it, then took a deep sniff of the red wine. Her eyes turned cold instantly. Looking at Yu Datong on the side, he said with anger in his eyes, Yu Datong, you have committed a serious crime. As soon as these words were spoken, Yu Datong, who was kneeling on the ground, turned pale instantly. He had no doubt that the Lin group could get him in and he would never get out. But if you want to live comfortably in it, the most indispensable thing is money. Over the years, through various means of substitution, tens of millions of dollars worth of wine alone have been stuffed into his pocket. Originally, he just didn't want to stay in there for the rest of his life, so he begged Lin Mengdai to let him go. After all, even if the Lin group put him in jail, it is unlikely that they would use economic crimes to get him in. But now the matter of red wine has been exposed. He immediately cried hoarsely to Lu Qingying, Manager Lu, please spare my life. I was just blinded by greed, just this once. He understood that if the Lin group were to investigate this matter further, not only would he have to stay in there for the rest of his life, but he would also have no chance of living comfortably. Because this time the Lin group will definitely not let down its guard again. It's a pity that in the face of his begging for mercy, Lu Qingying was too lazy to pay attention to him. She first nodded to Lin Mengdai, and then looked at Suja with gratitude. Mr. Su, this time it's really thanks to you, otherwise I wouldn't have known there would be a parasite like Yu Datong in the hotel. Although it had been decided before that Yu Datong and his son would stay in prison for the rest of their lives, this kind of thing could not be brought up. But now it's different. With the incident of this bottle of red wine, their Lin group can completely justify itself on the surface. The diners who had been kept in the dark suddenly came to their senses after hearing Lu Qingying's words. Fuck, I didn't expect that there was something wrong with the Romane Conti at the Tianyue Hotel. A real bottle costs millions, but how much does a fake one cost? Yes, Yu Datong has been the manager of this restaurant for so many years, he must have made a lot of money. I think he's going to be in jail for life this time. The discussions of the diners around him made Yu Datong, who was kneeling on the ground, break out in cold sweat. His body was shaking with fear, and he opened his mouth to beg Lin Mengdai for mercy. Unfortunately, he struggled hard for a long time, but because he was extremely nervous, he couldn't make any sound. Seeing him like this, Lin Mengdai waved her hand in annoyance. Hurry up and get him out of here, so he won't get in the way. This time, without Suja's obstruction, the hotel staff finally got what they wanted and drove Yu Datong away.
Chapter 129 Being Underestimated. It's a pity that no one present had expected this. Suja pointed out the real reason for the problem with red wine. He didn't want Yu Datong to stay in there forever. It is not to remove the termites from the Lin group. His purpose is simple. I just don't want to waste extra money.
Lin Mengdai on the side naturally didn't know what Suja was thinking. She thought that the other party was helping her.
So after solving Yu Datong's problem, she thanked Suja with a happy face. Suja, thank you so much this time. If you weren't here, I wouldn't know what to do. Suja not only helped himself get rid of the parasites in the company.
And most importantly, if he hadn't been here, I would probably be in trouble today.
Suja on the opposite side felt helpless, but seeing him coming to thank him with a smile on his face, he could only put on a smile.
Xiao Dai, we are friends, there's no need to be so distant.
Although he said so, Suja had already decided to get out of this situation as soon as possible.
Fortunately, Lin Mengdai had vomited all the food on the table before, so Suja immediately had an excuse. He immediately smiled and waved to call a waiter. Because he knew that Suja's table not only had Lu Qingying from the company's catering department, but also Lin Mengdai, the future heir. So the waiter's face was filled with very strong enthusiasm.
What can I do for you, sir?
Originally, the two people at the table thought that Suja wanted the waiter to clear the table. But as soon as he opened his mouth, the two people at the table were stunned.
Suja smiled and said to the waiter, "Can you help me calculate the total amount for this table?"
Ah. His words startled the waiter over there, and the two people at the table looked at him in disbelief.
Just a moment later, Lin Mengdai hurriedly asked, "Suja, are you done eating now?"
Lu Qingying on the side thought that Suja was reminding her about the meal money.
He immediately smiled and said, "Mr. Su, since you are Mr. Lin's friend, this meal is free."
Of course, she was being polite in her words, but all the good feelings she had towards Suja in her heart had now completely disappeared.
The reason is very simple, the other party is Lin Mengdia's friend.
It was impossible for her, Lu Qingying, to let the other party pay for both moral and logical reasons. But she never expected Suja would actually play such a trick and force her to ask for a free meal. If Suja knew what she was thinking, he would definitely cry out in injustice. He just received 1 billion in cash today, and this table only costs a few $100,000.
How could he not be able to afford it?
It's just that he hadn't expected it at all. Because of her comfortable street stall clothes and her inappropriate behavior of suddenly asking for payment. This made Lu Qingying next to him look down on him. He immediately shook his head slightly and said, "Xiao Dai, I have something urgent to go back for.
As for the meal money, I have to pay. If he doesn't pay for the meal, won't Lin Mengdai have to chase him to fulfill the bet?"
Therefore, in order to avoid future troubles, Suja must cut off the connection between the two now. But the more anxious he was to pay the bill, the more Lu Qingying felt that he was guilty. However, although she was somewhat disgusted with Suja's pretentious behavior, he was still Lin Mengdia's friend after all. She couldn't let the other party lose face.
Therefore, Lu Qingying could only continue to smile and say, "Mr. Su, with Mr. Lin around, if you ask for the bill, isn't that a slap in my face?"
What she didn't expect was that Lin Mengdai on the side suddenly said something that was a little unbelievable to her.
Chapter 130 A Low-Key Person.
Seeing Suja so determined, Lin Mengdai sighed slightly. Then he could only say to Lu Qingying beside him, "Sister Lu, just let Suja pay the bill.
He doesn't need this little money anyway."
Her words made Lu Qingying extremely surprised.
Small money? Hundreds of thousands of dollars for food is actually small money?
As the manager of the Lin Group's catering department, she could tell at a glance that the meal in front of her cost no less than 600,000 yuan.
But she never expected that Lin Mengdai would actually say that these were just small amounts of money to Suja.
You know, she almost thought Suja was a scheming man just now.
For a moment, Lu Qingying's face showed some shame.
At this time, she also figured out something.
Can a man who was favored by Lin Mengdai be simple? Maybe they just like to keep a low profile.
And after seeing Suja casually swiping his card to pay the bill, Lu Qingying believed this even more. At this time, he looked at Suja carefully again.
She found that he was not only handsome, but also had an admirable low-key personality. Even if he was wearing all these cheap clothes, it couldn't conceal Suja's extraordinary temperament.
For a moment, Lu Qingying, who was not even 30 years old, began to become a little infatuated with him.
Strong contrast can best deepen people's impression.
Before, Lu Qingying thought Suzhou was just a handsome man who wanted to marry into a wealthy family. But now, when Suzhou showed her proof of financial resources, she instantly felt that he was incredibly charming. Suzhou on the other side looked at Lu Qingying with some surprise. Then he said goodbye to Lin Mengdai with some confusion. What made him even more fortunate was that Lin Mengdai did not try to keep him when he left.
In the end, Suzhou, somewhat unwillingly, could only sit in his Bugatti Veyron sports car in frustration. Headed towards Riverview Garden.
Lu Qingying on the side was even more surprised after seeing his car.
You know, this car is worth more than 80 million.
If you are not worth tens or hundreds of billions, there is no way you would be willing to spend that much money to buy a car.
She was a little curious and asked Lin Mengdai, "Boss Lin, what is the identity of this Mr. Su?"
After these words were spoken, Lin Mengdai next to him was stunned for a moment. Because she suddenly realized that she seemed to have never asked Suzhou about his true identity. It was not possible to just not answer Lu Qingying's question, so Lin Mengdai thought about it for a while and finally knew what to say.
"I'm sorry, Sister Lu, Suzhou likes to keep a low profile and doesn't want to make a big fuss about his identity."
Lin Mengdai felt that she was not lying.
After all, Suzhou is indeed very low-key.
It is obvious that hundreds of millions of cash can be withdrawn from one card. But the other person usually just rides an electric bike and wears cheap clothes.
Although she had just seen Suzhou driving away in a Bugatti Veyron.
But when I thought about the fact that the other party had just walked out of Qingyang building. So Lin Mengdai only thought that Suzhou was discussing business. In order to prevent people from underestimating his status, he drives a nice car. If Suzhou knew what Lin Mengdai was thinking, he would definitely give her a thumbs up.
"You think more exaggeratedly than I actually do."
On the other side, Lu Qingying had only been in contact with Suzhou for a short time, and considering his performance at the dinner table before, it made her feel that Suzhou was really a low-key person.
Therefore, after hearing Lin Mengdia's words, she just sighed. There are not many people as low-key as Mr. Su nowadays. Suzhou, who had already left, naturally had no idea what the two women were thinking about.
After he got home, he went out for a stroll a few times. It seemed as if the trouble had left him and he spent the whole afternoon in peace.
Chapter 131, Hiding from the Plague God.
"Old Su, are you free?" Early the next morning, before Suzhou got into the car, he was frightened by the familiar voice. He turned his head nervously, not surprised at all, because the only person who dared to call him Lao Su was the woman Tian Xinrui. Just looking at her dressed up so beautifully,
Suzhou was speechless. "Isn't this woman taking a rest today? How come you still have time to bother him? And most importantly, why does she dress up like this to attract attention?"
Although he couldn't help but look at the woman a few more times, Suzhou was not disturbed. He immediately said coldly, "No time."
"Hey, Lao Su, you can't be so heartless." Tian Xinrui frowned slightly.
She didn't expect Suzhou was still so cold. But her words made Suzhou somewhat dissatisfied. Why is he ruthless?
There has never been any affection between us, okay? Why does he look like a heartless scumbag?
Butler Tian, if you have something to say, just tell me directly.
Don't try to use this trick on me.
After hearing his words, Tian Xinrui immediately squeezed into the car with a smile. However, before she could speak,
Suzhou frowned and said coldly, "Get out." "Hey, Lao Su, I am a beautiful woman after all, okay? Can't you be a little more polite to me?"
Of course, although she said this, her body still went down obediently. After all, she knew Suzhou's character very well. He was a nasty man and he never showed any affection to women. Only after she got out of the car did Suzhou's face return to calm. "If you have anything to say, just stand outside and talk." Tian Xinrui outside the car pursed her lips. Although she really didn't want to look for Suzhou, she had no choice but to ask him for help with this matter.
"I want to ask you a favor." "No help."
Before she could finish her words, Suzhou, who was sitting in the car, refused without hesitation. He knew without thinking that this woman must have encountered some trouble again.
"Want to pull him into the water."
Tian Xinrui outside was so angry that she stomped her feet.
"Can't you just pretend to think about it? Is it really necessary to avoid him like the plague?" After taking a few long breaths, she begged again, "What's wrong with just helping me? Besides, this matter is very simple. You just need to accompany me to have a meal.
You don't need to say a word. Her words made Suja slightly stunned.
Eating? No need to talk? Is this possible? Suja looked Tian Shinrui up and down with suspicion on his face.
His look made Tian Shinrui, who was outside the car, think that he was a little hesitant, and she immediately became happy again. She rolled her eyes and said with a smile, I just used you as a background this time, there is absolutely no bad intention. It wasn't like she was lying to Suja, because that was indeed her intention.
Seeing her confident look, Suja asked curiously, Are you sure it's that simple?
He felt that things shouldn't be that simple.
But the person in question, Tian Shinrui, doesn't look fake.
Tian Shinrui outside the car thought he was interested.
Immediately, he was delighted, nodded vigorously and said, Of course I am sure.
Oh. Suja nodded as if he suddenly understood something. He still didn't quite believe what the other party said, but he wasn't going to continue to pester him.
That's why I nodded pretentiously.
But his appearance caused Tian Shinrui, who was outside the car, to misunderstand.
He immediately got into Suja's car again and said with a smile, So you agree? Chapter 132 Driving.
After these words were spoken, Suja, who was sitting in the car, was completely confused.
Did he say this?
After a long time, Suja looked at Tian Shinrui with a strange expression and asked, Butler Tian, when did I promise you?
He really couldn't understand what was going on in the other person's little head. Don't you realize that's just an excuse to leave?
Unfortunately, his words made Tian Shinrui, who was sitting in the passenger seat, think he was joking.
He immediately rolled his eyes and said, Old Su, stop joking with me. Didn't you just nod your head?
These words almost made Suja vomit blood on the spot.
What's wrong with me nodding? Can't I just nod and reject you at the same time?
Suja was too lazy to explain anything, and immediately frowned and said, Get down quickly, I'm leaving.
He didn't want to be cheated by this bad woman again.
When Tian Shinrui saw him frowning, she finally realized that he really didn't agree to her. However, just as she was about to get out of the car feeling very aggrieved, suddenly, an idea struck him, and he sat back in the passenger seat. Then he turned to Suja with a smile on his face and said, Old Su, how about you give me a ride? Since she couldn't let Suja go with her, she had to settle for the next best thing. On the other side, seeing that she had already started fastening her seatbelt, Suja looked up at the sky in silence.
Why is this woman like a dogskin plaster? Can't you just let me go?
In the end, Suja sighed and agreed.
Tell me, where are you going?
Anyway, he has made up his mind that when he reaches his destination, he will just abandon this woman and leave.
This way, we won't run into any more trouble, right?
Seeing that he agreed reluctantly, Tian Shinrui on the side almost laughed out loud with joy.
So what if you, Suja, are so cool? I was the one who caught him because of my shamelessness.
Fortunately, she was also afraid that she would be kicked down by Suja because of her complacency. He immediately suppressed his excitement, smiled and told the destination.
Jin Jang Hotel.
Where? Her words made Suja open his mouth in surprise, his face full of disbelief. Tian Shinrui, who was sitting in the passenger seat, was somewhat puzzled.
It's just a restaurant. Even though it's very famous and expensive, do you need to be so surprised? She immediately asked curiously, It's the Jin Jang Hotel. What's wrong with you?
Suja looked at Tian Shinrui carefully and found that she was indeed just curious. He immediately understood that this bad woman didn't know that he had shares in Jin Jang Hotel. So he quickly shook his head and said, It's okay, I'm just surprised.
These words left Tian Shinrui on the opposite side speechless. I was just asking you why you were surprised.
However, seeing that Suja was unwilling to say more, Tian Shinrui did not ask any more questions. After all, she had finally gotten into Suja's car, and she didn't want to be kicked out cruelly. Seeing this, Suja on the side was naturally happy not to explain. The car started slowly, and with a roar like a huge wave, the Bugatti Veyron took the two people to their destination, Jin Jang Hotel. However, the sudden loud noise scared Tian Shinrui, who was sitting in the passenger seat. But she clearly remembered that this situation did not happen the last time Suja sent her here from the convention and exhibition center. She immediately shouted at Suja in anger, Old Su, what do you mean? Are you doing this on purpose? Suja, who was sitting in the driver's seat, shrugged and said with a smile on his face, You guessed it right, I did it on purpose. You? But before the angry Tian Shinrui could say anything, Suja suddenly accelerated, causing her body to lean back suddenly. She was so frustrated that she couldn't say anything.
Chapter 133 Don't Say Anything.
After accelerating all the way to Jin Jang Hotel, Tian Shinrui in the passenger seat finally came to her senses. What made Suja speechless was, after arriving at the destination, Tian Shinrui's first thing was not to go down, but to pick up the dressing mirror and look left and right.
This procrastination made Suja very unhappy.
He immediately urged, "Butler Tian, you've done that.
Get down here right away."
What he never expected was that Tian Shinrui on the opposite side also got angry at this time.
What's wrong? I just want a ride in your car. What's wrong with that? Is it so precious? Do you believe that if I say just one word, countless people will wait for me to ride in their cars?
At this moment, a bald man driving a Ferrari happened to pass by the hotel. After hearing what Tian Shinrui said, he immediately came over with a smile.
"Beauty, how about you take my car? I can ride in it for the rest of my life." As soon as these words were spoken, Tian Shinrui's face instantly turned gloomy. "Get out of here. Don't you see how you look?"
The bald man originally wanted to refute,
but after seeing Suja's appearance and the Bugatti Veyron they were sitting in, I could only leave cursing quietly.
After all, no matter from which aspect, he is not as good as Suja.
Suja on the side was already dumbfounded.
He didn't expect Tian Shinrui to have such a hot temper. I didn't dare to urge him anymore, for fear of getting scolded.
In fact, Tian Shinrui on the other side was still quite nervous after scolding.
After all, her relationship with Suja is quite complicated.
They say we are like friends, but we have only known each other for a few days.
They can be said to be strangers, but she can also casually call Suja Lao Su. In short, it feels like the friendship between gentlemen is as plain as water. However, Tian Shinrui felt relieved when she saw that he was not angry.
Of course, she didn't dare to delay now. After packing up quickly, he got off the car. "Lao Su, thank you for today. I'll treat you to a meal when I'm free."
After thanking Suja, Tian Shinrui quickly turned around and went into the restaurant. Suja also came back to his senses at this time. After hearing her words, he shook his head helplessly. As for Tian Shinrui's offer to treat him to a meal, he didn't take it seriously at all. After all, the other party's family owed millions of dollars in high-interest loans, so how could they have spare money to treat him to a meal?
Suddenly Suja was stunned and looked at the entrance of Jin Jang Hotel. That's not right. Since Tian Shinrui doesn't have any spare money to treat guests, why would she come to such a nice restaurant?
Frowning, Suja decided it would be better to go and take a look. After all, the two of them knew each other. Suja didn't want the other party to do something that he would regret for the rest of his life because of owing high-interest loans. After parking the car, he quickly followed Tian Shinrui into the restaurant. Because there was quite a big commotion in the restaurant last time, the two security guards at the door knew him.
"Mr. Su."
When the two security guards saw Suja appear, they were a little surprised. Seeing this, Suja quickly waved his hand, signaling them not to make anything known. After all, he came here to follow Tian Shinrui and didn't want to make things worse. The security guard naturally didn't know what he was thinking. "I thought Suja was really a very low-key person, just like Manager Joe said." So they hurried back to their positions. However, not long after Suja left, two security guards quickly passed the news on via the intercom. In just a few minutes, all the employees in the hotel knew about this.
Chapter 134 Bad Status.
If Suja knew the behavior of these two security guards, he would be extremely depressed.
He didn't want to make it public. But I didn't expect these two security guards to be so nice.
I told all the employees in the store directly through the intercom. Fortunately, these employees also deeply remembered that Manager Joe once said that Suja was a very low-key person. So when they met him, they just nodded enthusiastically and didn't dare to go up and disturb him. Suja was quite surprised at first, but he soon realized that his identity had been leaked by the security guard. But he didn't dwell on this issue. After all, he was really curious about why Tian Shinrui came to the hotel. Even Suja suspected that Tian Shinrui had invited him here just to build up her courage. Otherwise, why would they say that he should just act as a background and not have to speak at all? What surprised Suja was that not long after he came upstairs, Tian Shinrui met an acquaintance in front of him.
"Tian Shinrui, where is your poor loser boyfriend? Why didn't he come with you? Did he dump you because he knew you owed a loan shark? Ha ha."
The only person who could say such vicious words to Tian Shinrui was Deng Hui, whom I met at the convention and exhibition center last time. However, after seeing that it was this vicious woman, Suja felt relieved. At the same time, he also realized that he had misunderstood just now.
Tian Shinrui probably came here just to attend a class reunion.
The purpose of letting him come is probably just to liven up the occasion. When Tian Shinrui in front saw her coming, Deng Hui insulted her with vicious words.
He immediately said coldly, "Deng Hui, if you don't speak, no one will think you are dumb. Tian Shinrui, why don't you know what's good for you? Our Deng Hui is just caring about you, isn't she?"
What Suja never expected was. As soon as Tian Shinrui finished speaking, another person walked out of the box over there.
Still a woman.
After seeing this person, Tian Shinrui's face became even colder.
"Chen Fei, do you still remember who helped you chase your boyfriend?"
"I didn't expect that you would be reduced to speaking for a bitch like Deng Hui." As soon as Tian Shinrui said this, before Deng Hui could say anything, Chen Fei on the side started shouting angrily.
"Tian Shinrui, you still remember this?
If it weren't for you, I would have been with my idol a long time ago."
"You don't have to pretend like that."
Although Tian Shinrui had helped Chen Fei to pursue her male idol before, that male idol had no interest in Chen Fei at all. On the contrary, he was full of good feelings towards Tian Shinrui, so much so that Chen Fei felt that it was Tian Shinrui's interference that prevented her from getting what she wanted. Listening to her words, Tian Shinrui felt particularly depressed.
Can she be blamed for this? She obviously didn't do anything well, right?
In order to distance herself from him, she even never spoke to Chen Fei's boyfriend. Although Deng Hui, who was standing next to her, had just been scolded by Tian Shinrui, she immediately became happy again when she saw Chen Fei retorting.
At this moment, the men and women in the box came out after hearing the noise here. "Okay, we are all classmates, let's just let the past go." "That's right."
Although Tian Shinrui's family owes so much high-interest loans, she is still a classmate after all.
"We can't look down on her. Everyone, let's go in and eat."
It's rare for Tian Shinrui to come to such a nice place, so we have to let her eat more.
"Yeah, classmate Tian Shinrui just got dumped, we have to make her happy." Hearing these increasingly inappropriate words, Suja frowned deeply. He didn't expect that Tian Shinrui's status among her classmates would be so bad.
Not only girls look down on her, but so many boys also look down on her.
Chapter 135, Free Food and Drink.
Just when Suja was thinking about whether to go forward to help,
finally someone made the decision for him.
Deng Hui on the other side was immediately delighted when she saw Tian Shinrui being ridiculed by so many classmates.
She immediately pretended to be kind and said, "Xiaorui, he's just a man, don't be afraid. I happen to know a rich boss here. Even though he's married, it's okay.
With your looks, he should be able to divorce and marry you."
As soon as these words were spoken, everyone around couldn't help laughing. After all, doesn't Deng Hui's intention just to let Tian Shinrui become a mistress? However, looking at Tian Shinrui's beauty, several male classmates present immediately had impure thoughts.
A half-bald male classmate immediately said with a lewd smile, "Xiaorui,
why don't you come with me?
Although I don't have much money, I can still give you tens of thousands of pocket money every month." Seeing how bold he was, the people present did not stop him.
There was even a male classmate who was fat-headed and ugly and stood up.
He also had a lewd smile on his face, with saliva dripping from the corners of his mouth from time to time.
Okita Shinrui said maliciously, "Xiaorui, I think you should stop talking to Chen Tong and settle it with me. I am much richer than him."
The dirty words from these classmates made Tian Shinrui's face turn blue, and her eyes were filled with anger.
The reason why she came to the class reunion was simply because she missed her classmates. But I didn't expect that no one would stand up to speak for her. Tian Shinrui, filled with disappointment and anger, was about to leave.
But before she turned around, Suja walked out from behind with an angry face.
He sneered and glanced at Tian Shinrui and other hypocritical classmates. "I only knew the term beast in human clothing before, but today I finally opened my eyes and saw what a real beast in human clothing looks like."
Seeing that it was Suja, Tian Shinrui asked in surprise, "Old Su, why are you here?" She didn't expect that Suja would always come to her first when she was most helpless. It was like this last time at the convention center, and it is like this now at the hotel as well. If she didn't know that the status difference between them was so huge, she might have been unable to repay him and could only give herself to him. Unlike Tian Shinrui, his classmates looked at him with anger on their faces after hearing Suja's words.
"Boy, I think you don't want to live anymore? Fuck, you dare to scold me, are you tired of living? Believe it or not, I can have someone crush you to death with just one phone call."
For a moment, everyone present angrily threatened Suja. As for Deng Hui next to her, she knew Suja, so when she saw him,
he immediately said with a mocking tone, "Hey, isn't this Tian Xinrui's poor loser boyfriend? You finally decided to come out?"
In fact, if Suja had nothing to do with Tian Xinrui, she would never have said such a thing. After all, Suja's looks are indeed her type. Unfortunately, the other party was Tian Xinrui's boyfriend, so she could only feel disgusted.
What? He is Tian Xinrui's boyfriend? Deng Hui's words shocked everyone present. But then, someone else laughed and said, "So this guy is Tian Xinrui's boyfriend? I guessed right, he just looks poor. But why did this kid follow me here? Could he be here to eat and drink for free? I think your guess is right. This poor boy must be visiting a restaurant like this for the first time. Maybe he got lost because he didn't come with us just now." The constant ridicule from the crowd made Suja's face turn gloomy. Chapter 136, It's a Shame Not to Be an Actor. Glancing at the waiter not far away, he immediately shouted, "Call your manager over here." In fact, when the waiter saw Suja being ridiculed, he was thinking about whether to call the manager. But when she thought that Suja was a low-key person, she didn't dare to go looking for someone on her own initiative. However, now that Suja asked her to call the manager, she certainly did not dare to neglect it. He immediately looked panicked and ran downstairs to find Manager Zhou. And Tian Xinrui's classmates next to her had no idea of Suja's identity. So when they heard him ask someone to call the manager, they all burst into laughter. "Kid, what's the point of looking for the manager? With your poor appearance, the manager will definitely kick you out when he comes. How about this, you kneel down and kowtow to me, and I'll plead for you later, how about that? Boy, do you know that we are very familiar with Manager Zhou?" Suja sneered at what everyone said. Tian Xinrui on the side knew that Suja was rich, but she didn't know that Suja was the major shareholder of Jin Jang Hotel. He immediately said with some worry, "Suja, why don't we just forget it and leave? After all, Jin Jang Hotel is a large company with a market value of tens of billions, and it also has a deep official background. So even if Suja has some relationship with Tianhai Exhibition, Tian Xinrui thinks that Tianhai Exhibition should not have a conflict with Jin Jang Hotel because of Suja." Just listening to her words, Suja sneered and glanced at the arrogant people over there. "Forget it? Why should I forget it? I tell you, Xiaorui, today I will let them see who will be kicked out." As soon as these words were spoken, the group of people on the opposite side couldn't help but burst into laughter again. "Ha, this kid is really good at pretending. Yeah, it's a shame for this kid not to become an actor." Some people even raised their middle fingers and shouted at Suja with disdain, "I'm so scared." Facing the crowd, they were dancing wildly, with all kinds of movements and expressions. Suja just sneered a few times and didn't say anything. Tian Xinrui on the side also became a little more sober after the chaos just now. After all, as far as she knew, Suja, a cool and aloof man, never seemed to suffer any loss. So there should be a trump card this time. Thinking of this, Tian Xinrui's expression returned to its calm state. But the way the two of them looked made the people on the other side think that they were scared. Before everyone had to wait long, Manager Zhou from downstairs ran up in a hurry. Seeing him appear, Deng Hui immediately walked over with a smile. After all, among the people present, Deng Hui was the most familiar with Manager Zhou. Not only because she often eats at Jin Jang restaurant. And the most important thing is that most of the raw materials purchased by Jin Jang Hotel are purchased from them. "Manager Zhou, you are finally here." Deng Hui greeted Manager Zhou with a smile on her face. Unfortunately, Manager Zhou, who looked panicked, didn't say a word and simply ignored her. This made Deng Hui look a little embarrassed. But before she could say anything else, she saw Manager Zhou coming to Suja. Seeing this, Deng Hui no longer thought that the other party was going to drive Suja away, but immediately a smile appeared on her face again. In fact, it was not just him, many people present thought so. Even though Tian Xinrui believed in Suja, she couldn't help but show a worried look at this moment. But when Manager Zhou spoke, everyone present was shocked. Chapter 137 It's broken. "Mr. Su, here I come." Manager Zhou was filled with anxiety and came to Suja with a respectful look on his face. But the way he addressed it surprised the people around him. "Mr. Su? What do you mean? Who is this poor boy? Is Manager Zhou kidding me?" Although everyone was extremely suspicious, Manager Zhou did not look fake. But precisely because of this, everyone couldn't help but gasp.
You know, Manager Zhou is only the hotel manager of Jin Jang Hotel as Shanghai headquarters. But because it is backed by Jin Jang Hotel, it can also be regarded as the face of Jin Jang Hotel. Therefore, he doesn't need to be respectful or polite to ordinary people. But now, contrary to their usual behavior, they were very respectful to the man they called a poor boy.
So if nothing unexpected happens, Suja's identity must be extraordinary.
For a moment, cold sweat ran down the foreheads of many people present. Deng Hui was even more incredulous and muttered to herself.
Impossible, impossible. Doesn't this kid even have the money to buy a car and can only ride an electric bike?
After these words were spoken, everyone looked at Suja again. After all, what Deng Hui said doesn't sound false.
Suja sneered and said nothing.
It was Manager Zhou on the side who started to explain. He glanced at everyone and then said, Mr. Su is the major shareholder of our Jin Jang Hotel.
His answer immediately made everyone exclaim. What? A major shareholder of Jin Jang Hotel? Isn't this impossible? Isn't this a government property? Oh, now I remember.
Jin Jang Hotel does have outstanding shares, but it's impossible for ordinary people to own them.
Hearing this person's answer, everyone gasped again. This is Jin Jang Hotel. The market value is tens of billions. Not to mention having an official background. To be the major shareholder of this hotel, can one's status be ordinary? In an instant, everyone present no longer doubted Suja's identity.
As for Deng Hui at this time, after hearing the discussions of her classmates, he was so frightened that his lips turned pale and his body kept shaking. Unlike others, her family has a cooperative relationship with Jin Jang Hotel.
If Suja asked Jin Jang Hotel to break off cooperation with her family, then all the status she has now and the luxurious life she enjoys will disappear.
She immediately hid herself among her classmates, hoping that Suja would not notice her. Unfortunately, Suja didn't take her seriously, but Manager Zhou on the side noticed her presence.
Deng Hui, it's you?
Manager Zhou said with some sudden enlightenment. When the other party came over to say hello, I felt that he looked familiar. But at that time he was nervous about Suja, so he didn't think about it carefully. However, at this time he finally remembered who the other person was. Hearing this, Suja next to him frowned.
Manager Zhou, are you familiar with her?
When Manager Zhou saw Suja frowning, he was suddenly shocked. He quickly said, Mr. Su, I'm not familiar with her. But after thinking for a while, he said, but her family's company has a cooperative relationship with our Jin Jang Hotel. His explanation made Suja nod, and his frown relaxed. Then he glanced at Deng Hui in the crowd and said calmly, cut it off.
Ah.
Manager Zhou was shocked, but he quickly realized what Suja was talking about. He immediately nodded and said, okay, Mr. Su, I'll go and notify you later. As soon as these words were spoken, Deng Hui, who was hiding in the crowd, fell to her knees on the ground. After a moment, she ran towards Suja like a madman.
Chapter 138 I'm not a pile driver.
Manager Zhou next to him was shocked. He thought Deng Hui was going to harm Suja, so he quickly stepped in front of Suja. Fortunately, Deng Hui stopped 2 meters away from Suja, which made him feel relieved. In order to prevent her from doing anything surprising, Manager Zhou now dares not relax at all. But his actions made Suja behind him feel a little amused and helpless. Manager Zhou, you don't have to make such a fuss. After all, in terms of fighting strength, all the people present combined are not enough to beat him. What's more, he also knew that Deng Hui would definitely not do anything bad to him. He could even guess what the other person was going to say. However, Manager Zhou on the side did not dare to relax and quickly said, Boss Su, this woman is crazy, I have to help you stop her. Seeing this, Suja could only sigh helplessly and said nothing more. At this time, Deng Hui, who was 2 meters away, was called a crazy woman by Manager Zhou.
But she didn't dare to be angry or have any emotions.
He even trembled and forced a humble smile on his face. Then he shouted at Suja, Boss Su, can you please forgive me?
Forgive you?
Suja raised his lips, then sneered, why do you have such fantasies?
Fantasy? This shows that you are not going to let me go.
Deng Hui was stunned for a moment, and then burst into tears. Boss Su, I beg you, as long as you can forgive me, I will do anything. Seeing that Suja was unmoved, she became ruthless and directly used the most powerful weapon as a woman.
This meaning is perfectly normal.
Unfortunately, Suja was far away from her, so he had no idea at all. What's more, Deng Hui is not only average looking, but she also has a vicious heart. This made Suja lose all interest in sex. However, manager Zhou, who was standing in front of Deng Hui, was able to feast his eyes. He stood there, protecting Suja while taking a few furtive glances at him. Even at this moment, manager Zhou was glad that he stood up to protect Suja. Otherwise, how could he possibly witness such an exciting scene of revealing weapons in front of so many people?
Everyone present was shocked by Deng Hui's shameless appearance. Who is this? Deng Hui from their class. Now he is so shameless as to beg Suja for mercy. But then they were frightened again. Because even Deng Hui, who has the strongest background in their class, had to beg for mercy in this way. Then they are dead. Tian Xinrui, who was next to Suja, was also shocked by Deng Hui's boldness. But then she shouted angrily with anger in her eyes, "Deng Hui, do you still have any sense of propriety, righteousness, and shame?" She never expected that Deng Hui would be so shameless as to dare to seduce Suja. You know, she hasn't taken any action yet? How can we let this bitch Deng Hui make the first move? Fortunately, Suja's calmness there made her feel relieved. In the face of her scolding, Deng Hui not only did not feel embarrassed, but seemed very proud. Because if Suja could forgive her, what would it matter even if he was shameless? As long as her family's power remains, no one dares to mention this matter. That is why Deng Hui acted so crazy, just to make Suja forgive her. Suja, who was standing next to her, frowned when he saw her smug look. Do you really think anyone can sleep with me? I'm not a pile driver, I won't refuse anyone who comes to me. Deng Hui doesn't even realize how ugly she looks. Chapter 139 Let them go bankrupt. He immediately said to Manager Zhou in a cold voice, "Manager Zhou, kick her out." Manager Zhou over there felt a little bit regretful that he couldn't see such an exciting scene. But he dared not disobey Suja's order, and quickly waved his hand to let the security guard carry this shameless woman out. Deng Hui, who was being held up, was terrified and started wailing to Suja. Boss Su, please forgive me." Seeing that Suja was unmoved, she looked at Tian Xinrui again. She screamed heartbreakingly, Xiaorui, I was wrong, I was really wrong, please ask Mr. Su to forgive me." Hearing her miserable cry, Tian Xinrui, who was beside Suja, not only did not feel sympathy, but sneered instead. Deng Hui, you want me to beg Suja to forgive you? You are dreaming, aren't you? She has been bullied by the other party since school, and the reason she has not resisted is not because she is soft-hearted. It was because she was no match for Deng Hui that she chose to endure and hide. Now that she has Suja's support, how could she be so foolish as to let go of such a mortal enemy? Tian Xinrui's words immediately made Deng Hui, who was being carried away, become silent. She knew that she was finished. Originally, she thought that begging for mercy from Suja would be futile, so she could just beg for mercy from Tian Xinrui, who had always been soft-hearted. But I didn't expect that the other party was not soft-hearted at all, nor was he stupid. After Deng Hui was dragged out, Suja looked at the group of people who were trembling with fear and panic. He was just about to fulfill his previous promise and ask Manager Zhou to kick these people out. But suddenly I remembered that Tian Xinrui beside me had also suffered a lot of grievances just now. Suja has always cared about his friends, especially his beautiful friends. He immediately said, Xiaorui, I'll leave this group of people to you to deal with. In order to avoid any worries on her part, Suja assured her, don't worry, as long as you're willing to tell me, I will definitely help you get it done. After hearing this, Tian Xinrui was stunned. She didn't expect Suja to care about her so much. Suddenly I felt warm in my heart. She didn't expect that Suja was a man who was usually aloof and unkind to women. But still care about yourself. On the other hand, after hearing Suja's words, many people felt relieved. After all, in their impression, Tian Xinrui is a weak and bullied girl. As long as you act a little pitiful at the time, the other party will easily let you go. Their idea is not wrong. If it was the previous Tian Xinrui, she might have been cautious and let them go. But now it's different. The dirty words that this group of people used against her before had wiped out all the friendship between them as classmates. She no longer had any expectations for these people. Besides, now that she has Suja's support, she naturally won't have any mercy. She looked coldly at the crowd, especially the two people who had insulted her the most. Suja, I hope you can help me bankrupt Fatty Su and Chen Tong's families. Fatty Su and Chen Tong were the ones who wanted Tian Xinrui to be their mistress. Only these two people looked at her without restraint and spoke without restraint. If hatred towards Deng Hui ranked first, then hatred towards Fatty Su and Chen Tong ranked second. Before, facing their insults, Tian Shinrui did not dare to resist and even had to force a smile.
It is because these three people often hang out together, and the power behind them is not small.
Chapter 140 Get Out.
In fact, if Suja was not the major shareholder of Jin Jang Hotel, she might not have said such a thing. After all, she didn't quite understand the power that Suja could control. But now that he knew it, this kind of thing would be easy for Suja. The reason is very simple. Like Deng Hui, the families of these two people have cooperative relationships with Jin Jang Hotel. Otherwise, these three people would not be able to mix together. Suja did not feel embarrassed when he heard Tian Shinrui's request. Nodding, he said, "Okay, I agree, just put it down." After all, for people like these, he would still take ruthless action even if Tian Shinrui didn't say anything.
Just when Suja wanted to continue asking what to do with the remaining people, Fatty Su and Shen Tong and the crowd rushed over without stopping.
With manager Joe looking nervous, the two men knelt down with a plop.
Then they all cried out to Tian Shinrui, Xiaorui, we were wrong, we were really wrong, please forgive us.
Yeah, Xiaorui, just treat us like shit. Perhaps because they were afraid that Tian Shinrui was not satisfied enough, the two men simply stretched out their hands and slapped themselves repeatedly.
Unfortunately, seeing the two of them like this, Tian Shinrui just sneered. Spare you? Humph. If Suja wasn't here today, wouldn't I have been bullied by you for nothing?
Her words immediately made Fatty Su and the other man cry and beg for mercy even louder, and they did not dare to stop what they were doing. Suja on the side finally understood at this time that the two people who had insulted Tian Shinrui the most were Fatty Su and Shen Tong.
He immediately asked Tian Shinrui, Xiaorui, what kind of business do these two families do?
Since he wanted to bankrupt the other party's family, he naturally had to understand the situation well. But what surprised him was, before Tian Shinrui could speak, manager Joe on the side said to Suja with an embarrassed look on his face, "Boss Su, I just remembered that these two people's family businesses seem to have cooperation with our Jin Jang Hotel." Suja was slightly stunned, then he said, "What a coincidence, these two have also stopped working together." After these words were spoken, Fatty Su and the other man were stunned for a moment. Then he became crazy and wanted to rush towards Suja.
Unfortunately, before either of them could take any action,
Manager Joe had already asked a group of security guards to surround them and quickly force them out. Seeing this, Suja nodded to Manager Joe with satisfaction. Then he looked at Tian Shinrui.
What are you going to do with the rest?
As soon as he finished speaking, before Tian Shinrui could speak, the group of people over there started crying loudly.
Xiaorui, I brought you food, did you forget?
Xiaorui, I bought things for you before. Watching these people go crazy again and talk about trivial matters,
Suja frowned and felt very annoyed.
Seeing this, Tian Shinrui, who was standing next to him, quickly said, "Suja, just kick these people out." She could see Suja's impatience, and the remaining people were not as ruthless as the previous three. So, after thinking about it for a while, she decided to let it go. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone over there burst into laughter. They all expressed their gratitude to Tian Shinrui.
Xiaorui, you are such a good person.
In fact, I have long seen that our Xiaorui is a blessed person.
Look, isn't she with Mr. Su now?
Yes, when I was in school, I realized that Xiaorui would definitely be something great in the future. Hearing the nonsense of this group of people, Suja's face turned cold.
Yelling, get lost. Chapter 141 Like a hamster.
As soon as Suja finished speaking, the crowd that was lively just now ran away in an instant.
After all, it's better to escape than to stay here feeling uneasy.
Anyway, it was Suja who told them to get out.
In just a few seconds, Tian Shinrui's group of classmates disappeared from the second floor. Suja was slightly stunned. In fact, the reason why he was angry just now was because he didn't want to damage Tian Shinrui's reputation. You can joke around when you two are together, but he still has to pay attention to the impact when there are many people.
Tian Shinrui, who was standing by, saw that Suja was angry because of what everyone said, and a hint of disappointment suddenly flashed in her eyes. After all, even if it was a misunderstanding, it didn't matter, she would even be happy. Seeing that the matter had been resolved, Suja looked at Tian Shinrui.
He said, "Butler Tian, how about we have a simple lunch here at noon?"
As soon as these words were spoken, Tian Shinrui on the opposite side almost jumped up with joy. She didn't expect Suja would actually take the initiative to invite her to lunch.
Immediately, she nodded and said, okay. I'll listen to you.
Tian Shinrui, who was so happy, never thought that Suja invited her to dinner just by chance. After all, he hadn't eaten since early morning, and after encountering such a thing, he was already hungry. Besides, Suja is the major shareholder of Jin Jang Hotel after all, so he doesn't need Tian Shinrui's mouth. But during lunch, Suja was shocked.
He didn't expect that Tian Shinrui's small mouth could actually fit so many things. It's actually more than what he eats. As if she saw his surprise, Tian Shinrui said embarrassedly, "I'm just hungry, hungry." He.
As she spoke, she quickly became more polite. It was the first time she had eaten such a sumptuous meal, so she completely forgot that Suja was still around. Suja beside him smiled and shook his head, and quickly said, "Don't pretend to be polite, if you are hungry, just eat more.
I won't say anything to you."
Hearing this, Tian Shinrui on the opposite side smiled embarrassedly. Then he started to puff up his cheeks and pick at the food like a hamster. Although her look made Suja smile unconsciously, she did not harbor any ill intentions. After all, what Suja hates most is his friends being hypocritical in front of him. Now she only feels relieved by Tian Shinrui's appearance. After dinner, Suja originally wanted to send her back to Riverview Garden. But then he remembered that the other party was off duty today. Helplessly, he could only ask, "Butler Tian, where do you live? I'll take you back."
Hearing his words, Tian Shinrui's face showed some joy.
But then her eyes dimmed again, and she quickly shook her head and said, "No need, Lao Su, I can go back by myself." Seeing that she surprisingly refused his offer to see him off, Suja was filled with surprise. He clearly remembered that this woman had always been shameless, but why was she like a different person today? He immediately patted the car door and said to Tian Shinrui, "Why are you being so polite to me?
Come on up quickly. I'll take you home."
But facing his look, Tian Shinrui still refused. Shaking her head, she said bitterly, "Forget it, Lao Su.
My house is a little shabby. It won't be embarrassing.
After all, Suja is a billionaire after all." Tian Shinrui was worried that Suja would be very disgusted with the shabby neighborhood where they lived.
Suja rolled his eyes, feeling speechless. What's wrong with breaking? No matter how dilapidated it is, it can't be more dilapidated than the place where the original owner lived, right? Chapter 142:06 million.
Afterwards, Suja got out of the car directly and pulled Tian Shinrui into the car regardless of her objection. Seeing this, Tian Shinrui knew that if she didn't say it, she would not be able to leave today. Helplessly, she had to give out her address. After hearing the address given by Tian Shinrui, Suja was even more speechless.
Is this still broken?
It's much better than the place where I used to live. At least it is a community with property. The place where the original body lived before was a village in the city, with no security guarantee at all. After all, Tian Shinrui had only known Suja for a short time, so she had no idea that he had lived such a miserable life before. In her heart, the place where Suja lived before might be better than Jiangjing Garden.
However, Tian Shinrui is a smart woman, so she won't ask too many questions and annoy Suja. Although Jin Jang Hotel is a bit far from Tian Shinrui's home, the Bugatti Veyron is a supercar. So amid Tian Shinrui's exclamations, the two of them quickly arrived at their destination. When we arrived at the destination, we just parked the car. Tian Shinrui, who was sitting in the passenger seat, started yelling at Suja. "You messed up my hair."
Suja shrugged with a playful smile, and then said, "I don't have that much strength to mess up your hair.
If you want to complain, go blame the wind." Ah!
Tian Shinrui roared like a dragon again, then got out of the car and ignored Suja. She felt like Suja was going to drive her crazy. This playful and scoundrel look is not as cute as when he is aloof. Seeing her leave without saying a word, Suja in the car felt a little dissatisfied. He immediately shouted at her back, "Hey, housekeeper Tian, I worked so hard to get you here, and you don't even say thank you?" Tian Shinrui in front paused for a moment, then without turning around, she shouted reluctantly, "Thank you, okay?" Suja was helpless and could only wait until Tian Shinrui went to work before venting his anger. However, just as he was about to drive away, Tian Shinrui in front encountered trouble. "Hey, isn't this old Tian's daughter?" 4 or 5 sturdy men who were not afraid of the cold even in such a cold weather and had tattoos on their bodies blocked Tian Shinrui together. Tian Shinrui frowned and shouted, "Yang Hebao, what do you want to do?" The reason why she spoke so loudly was very simple. She hoped that Suja, who had not left yet, could hear it. Although it was immoral to pull Suja into the water, she had no choice as she was in a desperate situation. Yang Hebao and the others over there naturally had no idea what Tian Xinrui was thinking. After all, they came from another direction, so they didn't notice that someone had sent her back. So when faced with Tian Xinrui shouting, several people burst into laughter instantly. What? Your father owes us 6 million. What do you think we should do? Of course, we should collect the money. After hearing the number, Tian Xinrui shouted in disbelief, what? Wasn't it 3 million? How did it become 6 million? Someone laughed and said, it was 3 million some time ago, but now, it must be 6 million. Some people even looked at Tian Xinrui with lustful eyes and said, of course, if you want less, that's fine, but we can't have no benefits, right? As soon as this person finished speaking, the people present burst into laughter again. After all, they have been coveting Lao Tian's daughter for a long time. Now that they have such a good opportunity, they certainly can't let it go. Chapter 143, Not Knowing the Highness of Heaven and Earth. Tian Xinrui was very familiar with this kind of look. He immediately shouted angrily, you bunch of scoundrels, be careful or I will report you to the police. At the same time, she was secretly worried, wondering why Suja hadn't appeared yet. Faced with her angry shout, Yang Hebao and his companions were not afraid, but laughed arrogantly. Call the police? Ha, girl, you are surrounded by us now. If you want to call the police, you have to wait until we collect the interest. After saying that, everyone surrounded Okita Xinrui with a lewd smile on her face. And at this critical moment, Suja, who was supposed to arrive earlier, finally arrived. Stop! Suja shouted loudly. While everyone was stunned, he quickly rushed to Tian Xinrui's side and protected her behind him. When she saw it was him, Tian Xinrui's face lit up instantly, and she quickly said, Lao Su, you're finally here. At this time, Yang Hebao and others also reacted. He immediately frowned and threatened, boy, you have nothing to do here. If you don't die, get out of here. Although several people also noticed that Suzhou and Tian Xinrui knew each other, they were not worried. After all, Suzhou was alone, thin and weak, no match for them. What's more, those who know Tian Xinrui don't think that the other party has any deep background. Otherwise, why would Lao Tian borrow money from them at high interest rates? Faced with the threats from Yang Hebao and others, Suzhou's face instantly turned cold. From the way these people threaten people's lives at every turn, he could tell that they must have a lot of things on their hands. Everyone, I advise you to leave now, otherwise when the government comes, you won't be able to escape. Suzhou's guess was correct, Yang Hebao and his companions did commit a lot of crimes. But it's a pity, because they only bully those honest and cowardly people. They used various means of coercion and intimidation, so no one dared to report them. Although the government knew about what they had done, many people were afraid of being retaliated against by Yang Hebao and others afterwards and were unwilling to cooperate with the government. So much so that this group of people are still at large. It is for this reason that Yang Hebao and others feel that the government is nothing special. When they heard Suzhou say that he had reported the matter to the police, several people burst into disdainful laughter. Report to the authorities? Boy, do you know that in this area, my word is the final word? The authorities? Ha, they are nothing in my eyes. Suzhou was shocked by Yang Hebao and his companions' contempt for the government. It's already the new century, but there are still people who are so ignorant of the immensity of heaven and earth. At this moment, Tian Xinrui on the side finally explained the reason to Suzhou. She said with a wry smile, Lao Su, these people are scoundrels. As long as there is no evidence, the government can't do anything to them. Tian Xinrui's words made Suzhou frown, but then he relaxed his brows. Ordinary people might be helpless against these people, but he is different. Not to mention the phone call he just made, he could handle this group of people with his own abilities alone. At this moment, one of Yang Hebao's accomplices said, Boss, why don't we retreat first? It will be troublesome if the government comes later. The so-called trouble he mentioned was merely the trouble of having to argue with the government. After all, in this era, there are various types of video surveillance. As long as they have no evidence of being caught, the government can do nothing to them. On the contrary, if the government harasses them, they can turn the tables. Chapter 144 Who do you think of him? After hearing what his younger brother said, Yang Hebao was a little hesitant. Although they are not afraid of the government, they will get into trouble if they get entangled with it. However, after taking a look at Suzhou, a surge of resentment surged in his heart again. If Suzhou hadn't appeared, perhaps the brothers would have already collected some interest from Tian Xinrui. He immediately got angry and pointed at Suzhou and said to his brothers, Brothers, this kid just ruined our good deeds.
Are you willing to give him a lesson?
In fact, if he hadn't said this, his younger brothers wouldn't have had any ideas at all. After all, if they really want to collect interest from Tian Xinrui, then Yang Heibao will definitely eat the meat, and they may not even get to drink the soup. But now that the boss has spoken, if they still want to get involved, they naturally have to speak up and comply. At that moment, they all said, "The boss is right, we must teach this kid a lesson. Anyway, the government can't possibly come so quickly, let's teach him a lesson first. You dare to ruin our boss's good deeds, you really don't want to live anymore. These guys are all bullies who only care about the weak and fear the strong." Seeing that Suzhou is alone, they speak so arrogantly. Faced with the arrogance of the crowd, Suzhou showed a look of disdain on his face. After seeing this scene, Tian Xinrui on the side began to regret involving Suzhou. After all, she didn't know how strong Suzhou was. Based solely on the most intuitive calculations, she felt that Suzhou alone could never be a match for these four people. Immediately, she said to Suzhou nervously, "Old Su, you better run. I'll hold them off for a while." Her words made Suzhou's face full of surprise. If it weren't for the fact that her expression didn't seem fake, he almost thought Tian Xinrui was joking. Who do you think he is? As long as you are a man, it is impossible for you to leave others and run away in front of familiar female friends. What's more, with Suzhou's current physique, how could these few hairy guys possibly be his match? Suzhou immediately shook his head and said firmly, "Butler Tian, are you kidding me? How could I leave you behind and run away?" Then he looked at Yang Heibao and his companions with disdain. "Besides, I can beat these bastards down with just one hand." As soon as these words were spoken, the people on the opposite side became angry instantly. "Kid, who the hell are you calling a bastard? I think you really don't want to live anymore. Fuck, even if the boss stops me today, I still have to teach this kid a lesson." The people on the opposite side were very excited and looked like they would not give up until Suzhou was taught a lesson. However, facing the anger of the crowd, Suzhou did not feel any fear at all. He even felt a little happy in his heart. Because when he thought of the humiliation Tian Xinrui had suffered before, he felt very distressed. Now that these people are unwilling to escape, he will teach them a lesson on behalf of Tian Xinrui. And thinking about the phone call he made before, Suzhou had to keep them here. Tian Xinrui, who was standing aside, was filled with gratitude when she saw that Suzhou was unwilling to leave her behind. "How many times has this happened? Whenever I was in trouble, it was Lao Su who helped me." Just thinking about his weak strength, Tian Xinrui mustered up the courage to stand up. "Lao Su, I will fight them together with you." As soon as these words came out, Suzhou didn't even have time to laugh. Yang Heibao and others on the opposite side laughed out loud. Someone even said with a lewd smile on his face, "Don't worry, after we finish dealing with this guy, we will come after you." As soon as this person finished speaking, Suzhou's face instantly turned gloomy. Chapter 145. Does your hand hurt? Before anyone could react, he rushed directly to the person who spoke foul language. Then he stretched out his hand and slapped hard under the disbelieving gazes of the people around him. Bang! With a loud bang, the man was slapped several meters away by the angry Suzhou. His head tilted and he passed out instantly. At this time, the people around also reacted. He shouted at Suzhou with an angry look on his face, "Boy, you don't want to live anymore." Yang Heibao, who was standing next to him, was shocked by Suzhou's fighting ability. But thinking about the large number of people on his side, he still shouted loudly, "Brothers, come together. This guy is alone." He immediately rushed towards Suzhou with a punch. After all, he didn't believe that Suzhou would have any ability to resist when surrounded by so many people. Unfortunately, as the leader of the group, Yang Heibao never thought about the courage of his brothers. After seeing Suzhou slap the man several meters away with one slap, the others were already terrified. So after Yang Heibao gave the order, although everyone rushed towards Suzhou out of inertia, they deliberately slowed down their pace. So much so that when Yang Heibao rushed to Suzhou, the others were still several meters away. Looking at Yang Heibao, who was rushing over alone, Suzhou shook his head. He didn't expect things to be so funny. Then, without waiting for the other party to punch, he slowly stretched out his palm and slapped Yang Heibao's face gently with lightning speed. With a burst of screams like ghosts and wolves howling, the other party was blown several meters away. Fortunately, he did not fall into a coma. The others were so frightened that they stopped in their tracks. Then they looked at each other and ran to Yang Heibao together. With a look of heartache on his face, he said, "Boss, are you okay?" Faced with the concern of his subordinates, Yang Heibao felt a sweetness in his throat and spat out a mouthful of blood. He didn't expect that his younger brother was so timid. If we had rushed over together just now, how could I be the only one injured? He opened his mouth, wanting to say something. Unfortunately, before he could open his mouth, the two younger brothers who had been supporting him with concerned looks just threw him to the ground and ran away in panic. As he fell, a lot of blood flowed out of Yang Heibao's mouth. But those younger brothers no longer dared to care about their boss because Suja was walking towards them. Stop! A loud shout made the two younger brothers stop instantly, and then they looked at Suja with horror on their faces. Brother, do you have any other instructions? They had no choice but to obey because Suja's fighting power was so amazing. One slap can send a person flying several meters away. Especially since one of them fell into coma and the other one was still vomiting blood. Seeing the two men's cowardly looks, Suja snorted coldly, pointed at Yang Heibao and said, "You two help him up." Ah! The two men looked at Suja in disbelief, and Yang Heibao, who was lying on the ground, was so surprised that he stopped vomiting blood. Suja's order is really hard to understand. You know, just now both sides were fighting to the death, so why are they now acting like they want to let them go? Of course Suja would not let them go, after all, he was not stupid. At this time, Tian Xinrui also woke up from her surprise. He quickly ran to Suja, took his hand, and asked with concern, "Old Su, does your hand hurt?" As soon as these words were spoken, Yang Heibao and his companions were so depressed that they vomited blood. Chapter 146 How does the head grow? Facing Tian Xinrui's concern, Suja smiled slightly and said, "It's just slapping a few beasts, how could my hand hurt?" Suja's words filled Yang Heibao's eyes, who was already on the ground, with anger. But just as he was about to say a few words, he saw Suja looking at him coldly. Suddenly, he dared not utter any threatening words anymore. Then he showed a respectful look and said to Suja, "Your brother, we admit defeat today. We will never harass the Tian family again in the future." The other two brothers also said quickly, "Don't worry, big brother, if anyone dares to bully the Tian family in the future, we will never let him go." After all, Suja's fighting power is so strong, and he seems to be intending to let them go. As long as they are not stupid, they will know what to say. Unfortunately, in response to their assurances, Suja showed a sneer on his face. "Hey guys, did you guys misunderstand something?" After hearing this, Yang Heibao and the others were stunned for a moment, and then quickly asked, "I wonder what you mean, big brother?" Shaking his head slightly, Suja really couldn't understand what was going on with their heads. "Is it filled with feces?" He immediately said coldly, "Did I say I would let you go?" His words instantly made Yang Heibao anxious. He quickly said, "Brother, we have no grudges in the past, so there should be no hatred between us, right?" After all, they thought they were meeting Suja for the first time and had no idea when they had offended him. Suja looked at them with amusement. No grudge? How could there be no hatred? To Suja, if you mess with his friends, you mess with him. He was too lazy to continue paying attention to these lawless beasts. He snorted coldly and stopped talking. They saw that Suja neither let them leave nor taught them a lesson. For a moment, several people were filled with doubts and confusion. Suddenly, one of the younger brothers said to Yang Heibao, "Boss, this big brother is not going to hand us over to the government, right?" Originally, this person wanted to call Suja Kid, but when he thought of his extremely terrifying fighting power, he wholeheartedly called him Big Brother. But his words made Yang Heibao a little confused. After all, these scoundrels are not afraid of the government at all. It might even be that because of the beating they got, Suja would be in trouble. At this moment, the sound of a flute coming from not far away made everyone more certain of this idea. Yang Heibao immediately said to Suja with a smile on his face, "Big brother, how about we just say that we have reached a settlement privately? This way, you will be fine, and I won't be in trouble either." In fact, he wanted Suja to be arrested by the government, but unfortunately, he would not be imprisoned for more than a few days for just a fight. Therefore, in order to avoid being retaliated by Suja, who had terrifying fighting power, he hoped that Suja would be safe. Seeing that he had thought it through so carefully, Suja couldn't help but chuckle. Perhaps most people would agree with his approach, but Suja was different. He had decided to let this group of people in from the beginning. After all, the person he had just called was none other than the Deputy Chief Constable Lu Ming, whom he met in the restaurant last time. Accompanied by the sound of flutes, several government vehicles stopped here. Lu Ming was the first to quickly get out of the car. However, when he saw that it was Yang Heibao and others, he couldn't help but be stunned. Then, under the other party's horrified eyes, he walked up to Suja and said respectfully, "Mr. Su, I'm here." Chapter 147 The Legendary Soldier King. Yang Heibao's eyes opened as wide as copper bells, and he pointed at Suja with a look of horror on his face. You, who are you? In fact, Lu Ming also wanted to ask this question, but he knew what to do at the moment.
Immediately. Without waiting for Suja to speak, he quickly ordered his detectives, take them back and interrogate them. As soon as these words were spoken, Yang Heibo and his companions immediately started rolling on the ground.
No, I won't go. You're arresting people at random. I'm going to sue you. They could also see something from Lu Ming's respectful attitude towards Suja. If I go in this time, there will be no way I can come out as easily as before. The reason why the detectives didn't dare to be harsh towards them before was because they had no evidence and they were also afraid that they would tarnish the image of the government. But now they have offended a big shot, and plus they are not clean to begin with, there is absolutely no way the constables will let them go this time. Seeing them like this, Suja frowned, which made Lu Ming on the side suddenly jump with fear. Then he shouted to his men, "What are you afraid of? Don't you know what kind of people these birds are? It's time to rid the people of this evil." Lu Ming's words immediately reminded the detectives that the group of people in front of them who were making a scene were not ordinary people, but were full of evil. He didn't care that Yang Heibo and the others were crying and snotting, and forced himself to suppress his nausea and escorted them to the car. Lu Ming couldn't help but shake his head at the way they just threw a tantrum. Unexpectedly, this group of people were even dumber than Li Guang last time. They never begged Suja for mercy from beginning to end. But this way he would be more at ease. After all, he has been a detective for so many years, and he doesn't want to let evil slip away from his hands. Seeing Yang Heibo and his men being escorted into the car, Suja smiled slightly and thanked Lu Ming. "Deputy Lu, thank you so much for today." Lu Ming naturally did not dare to accept Suja's thanks, and immediately shook his head and said, "Mr. Su, you are too polite. This is what we detectives are supposed to do. We should even thank you today. If you were not here, it would be difficult for us to catch these birdmen." Previously, they arrested Yang Heibo and others because there was no reason to do so. Now, they have sufficient reasons, and with Suja's background, they can interrogate them with confidence. In fact, Lu Ming was still quite shocked by Suja's fighting ability. After all, although Yang Heibo and his men cannot be described as strong and muscular, they do look like they have strong muscles. And what about Suja? At first glance, he looks like a thin and weak scholar. But even so, Suja alone beat Yang Heibo and several others, some bleeding and some unconscious. This made Lu Ming almost suspect that Suja was the legendary king of soldiers. But as a smart man, he knew that there were some things he couldn't ask. So I quickly said goodbye to Suja. After seeing Lu Ming off with a smile, Suja looked at Tian Xinrui with a depressed face. "Butler Tian, you are such a troublemaker. I helped you chase away a group of classmates at noon, and now I help you chase away these beasts." Tian Xinrui felt embarrassed after hearing this. But after a while, she smiled and said, "Lao Su, thank you for today. I will treat you to a meal when I am free in a few days." Suja didn't take her words to heart at all. Considering how heavily in debt Tian Xinrui's family is, how could they be willing to spend money to treat him to a meal? After all, although Yang Heibo and his men were dealt with, the money they owed still had to be repaid. It's just that there is no usurious interest. Chapter 148. I'm used to it. Seeing that the matter had been resolved, Suja prepared to say goodbye. But he had just taken a few steps when Tian Xinrui called him down again. "Lao Su, don't be in such a hurry to leave. Why don't you come to my house and have a seat?" Looking at the other person's smiling face, Suja couldn't help but want to complain. She was so reluctant to let me send her home before, why is she so enthusiastic now? At that moment, he shook his head and said, "Forget it, I have something else to do, I'll come back later." After all, he hasn't completed his sign-in task for today? Besides, Suja was also afraid that he would be misunderstood by Tian Xinrui's family. Even if there was no one at home, he wouldn't dare to go over. Because this is more likely to cause misunderstanding. But his words made Tian Xinrui on the opposite side a little dissatisfied. "What's up? I'm such a beautiful lady, and you're not happy to invite me to my home?" However, although she was very dissatisfied in her heart, she did not dare to show it on her face. She even hugged Suja's arm and said in a coquettish tone, "Old Su, what's wrong with you just coming home with me?" This tone made Suja shudder, and he quickly pulled away the other person's hand that was around his arm. "Butler Tian, let's talk about it next time." But the more he did this, the more excited Tian Xinrui became. She hugged Suja tightly again, and in order to avoid being pulled apart again, she almost hung on him.
No, you have to go today.
Suja was helpless.
Is it necessary to be so exaggerated? He immediately wanted to open it again.
Unfortunately, Tian Shinrui hugged him too tightly this time, and Suja didn't dare to use too much force for fear that she would get hurt.
Finally, he could only sigh and say, "Okay, I promise." I wonder when Suja has ever bowed his head to a woman.
I didn't expect that today would be an exception. Seeing him nod in agreement, Tian Shinrui almost jumped for joy.
This is her second win today.
Tian Shinrui's home was not far away, and the two arrived at her home in just a few moments. But surprisingly, when Tian Shinrui opened the door, she saw a large group of people in the living room. Just as Suja was looking at Tian Shinrui in confusion, he saw that the other person's face suddenly turned gloomy.
This made him feel very uneasy.
A middle-aged woman smiled and walked over when she saw the two of them.
"Xiao Rui, you're back."
Originally Suja thought this was Tian Shinrui's mother. But when he saw that the other person still had a gloomy face, he immediately realized that this might be someone who didn't get along with Tian Shinrui.
Sure enough, it was just as he expected. Tian Shinrui didn't enter the house either.
She stood outside the door and said gloomily, "Aunt Lu, just give up on this idea.
It's impossible for me and your son to be together."
Although Lu Shan secretly cursed Tian Shinrui in her heart for being ungrateful, she said with a smile, "Xiao Rui, although my Xiao Jin is not very good looking, it doesn't matter. The most important thing is the beauty of the soul."
Tian Shinrui frowned. Beautiful soul? Is that a look of wanting to eat me alive, a beautiful soul? Not to mention the disgusting look on his face, which makes people want to vomit.
Glancing at Suja beside her, she secretly said sorry. Then, with a helpless look on his face, Suja said, "Aunt Lu, let me tell you the truth.
This is my boyfriend. I came here to bring him to meet my parents."
After hearing her words, Suja on the side in his heart. He was so disheartened that he no longer wanted to resist.
After all, we're used to it.
It doesn't matter if Tian Shinrui cheats me a few more times.
He even actively cooperated with Tian Shinrui with a smile on his face. "Hello, I'm Xiaorui's boyfriend Suja." Chapter 149, We Are Not Short of Money.
After Suja said this, Lu Shan was stunned for a moment, then shook her head disdainfully.
Impossible. With someone like Tian Shinrui, who would want her except my Xiao Jin?
Perhaps because she thought Suja was handsome, she said with special kindness, "Young man, I advise you not to wade into muddy waters.
The Tian family may very well drag you into the abyss."
Lu Shan's words not only made Tian Shinrui furious, but also made Suja feel very surprised. After all, this was the first time in his life that he had seen someone so mean in front of him. Not to mention that Lu Shan was also planning to make Tian Shinrui her daughter-in-law. They haven't even gotten married yet, but he's already so vicious, and he even looks down on Tian Shinrui in his words.
If Tian Shinrui really becomes her daughter-in-law, who knows how miserable her life will be?
Immediately, without waiting for Tian Shinrui to speak, Suja stood up. He said coldly, "Auntie, there is no need for outsiders to interfere between Xiao Rui and me."
Since Lu Shan is so vicious, Suja naturally won't give her any face.
Lu Shan was slightly stunned.
She didn't expect that her kindness would be taken as an injustice by Suja.
Suddenly, an unknown fire rose in his heart, and he looked Suja up and down. Especially after seeing that he was wearing cheap clothes, he immediately said with contempt, "Young man, don't blame me for not reminding you, a poor country boy like you will regret it one day." Her words made Suja's face turn cold. However, before he could lose his temper, Tian Shinrui next to him yelled, "Lu Shan, don't be so shameless.
I call you aunt because you know my dad. Otherwise, believe it or not, I will kick you out right now."
She really didn't expect that Lu Shan would actually point the finger at Suja and even call him a poor boy from the country.
Tian Shinrui simply couldn't stand others bullying Suja.
After all, she was the one who implicated the other party. Lu Shan on the other side was stunned. She never expected that Tian Shinrui, who was usually weak and vulnerable, would actually get angry. You know, she had bullied the other person in front of Tian Shinrui and his father Tian Zhenjun before. But at that time, the father and daughter were only concerned with apologizing and did not dare to say anything tough. But I didn't expect that Tian Shinrui in front of me would get angry for Suja. Immediately, Lu Shan, who was somewhat angry and embarrassed, shouted, "Tian Shinrui, I think you have grown wings, I will teach you a lesson to death." As she said this, she was about to raise her hand to slap Tian Shinrui. Suzhou on the side frowned, and immediately reached out and grabbed Lu Shan's arm, threw her aside, and snorted, "Get out of here." Lu Shan on the other side was thrown several meters away. Feeling the pain in her arm, she looked at Suzhou with resentment in her eyes. He yelled madly at Suzhou and the other man, "You're done. Both of you are done." Then Lu Shan yelled at Tian Jianjun in the living room, "Old Tian, if you still want our family to lend you money, then you should take good care of your bitch daughter." As soon as she finished speaking, the lively scene in the living room suddenly became quiet. A wretched young man asked in surprise, "Mom, what's wrong?" A middle-aged man sitting on the sofa asked in a panic, "Sister Lu, what did Xiao Rui do wrong again? What mistake did you make?" "Humph. She actually wanted to kick me out." Lu Shan looked at Suzhou and the other man at the door, then sneered at Tian Jianjun and said, "Tian Jianjun, I think your family has become powerful and has no shortage of money. You actually want to kick me out?" Chapter 150 I don't agree. After these words were spoken, the panic on Tian Jianjun's face became even more intense. After taking a look at his daughter and Suzhou at the door, he was stunned for a moment, but soon showed a humble smile to Lu Shan. "Sister Lu, don't be angry. Xiao Rui might just be in a bad mood today." Lu Shan sneered and looked at Tian Jianjun with disdain. "Not in a good mood? Ha, I don't care whether you are in a good mood or not. If she dares to be rude to me, then she must learn some rules." Her words stunned Tian Jianjun, and his face immediately turned red with anger. Tian Xinrui is his biological daughter, not your slave, Lu Shan. But when he thought about the current situation at home, he could only continue to humbly say to Lu Shan, "Sister Lu, please be magnanimous and don't argue with an ignorant child." "Kid?" Lu Shan sneered a few times, and then said sarcastically, "Anyway, your old Tian family doesn't like our Xiao Jin, and now you have brought a man back. I think we should forget our previous agreement." Although Tian Xinrui seemed to be very concerned about Suzhou, Lu Shan was not afraid. After all, the one who could really make the decision was the cowardly Tian Jianjun in front of her. She thought that as long as she used a little trick, she could make Tian Jianjun break up the couple and make that bitch serve her son. Her words also made Tian Jianjun realize why Lu Shan was so angry. It turned out that his daughter had brought a man back. Thinking of this, a hint of sadness flashed across his eyes. If it weren't for him, how could my daughter have never dared to have a boyfriend before? On the other side, Xiao Jin looked towards the door in disbelief after hearing what his mother said. Sure enough, he found a man standing next to Tian Xinrui. He immediately walked over angrily and shouted at Suzhou, "Boy, do you know that Tian Xinrui is my fiancé? Get out of here if you know what's good for you." Suzhou ignored him and looked at Tian Xinrui in surprise. After all, he remembered that the other party didn't even seem to have a boyfriend, so how could she have a fiancé? Seeing him looking over, Tian Xinrui over there quickly shook her head. "Lao Su, don't get me wrong, I have nothing to do with him. He is just talking nonsense." Suzhou nodded, still willing to believe what she said. After all, if Tian Xinrui really had a fiancé, how could Li Guang, who had pursued her before, not know about it? Seeing that he seemed to believe it, Tian Xinrui breathed a sigh of relief. Then he shouted angrily at Xiao Jin, "Xiao Jin, when did I become your fiancé? I'm telling you, I haven't agreed yet." Xiao Jin on the other side was not angry, but just smiled and said, "Xiao Rui, don't you know my feelings? Besides, it's the parents' order and the matchmaker's words, didn't Uncle Tian agree? Why are you still hesitating?" After these words were spoken, Tian Xinrui's face turned pale and she glanced at Suzhou nervously. Then he shouted guiltily, "Xiao Jin, just forget about it. I don't care whether my dad agrees or not, I will never agree to it anyway." In fact, she also noticed her father Tian Jianjun's thoughts, and she didn't even doubt that her father would agree. But the problem is that she is really not interested in Xiao Jin, a despicable and dirty-minded man. What's more, now that Suzhou is by her side, it is even less likely that she will agree with what he says. Xiao Jin on the other side saw that she had rejected his face several times, and suddenly felt angry. But he didn't want to vent his anger on Tian Xinrui, so he directed his anger directly at Suzhou. Chapter 151, Hard. He shouted at Suzhou with a face full of resentment, "Boy, I advise you to get away from Xiao Rui as soon as possible, otherwise you will die." Although Tian Xinrui had rejected him before, she had never been as tough as she is today. Therefore, Xiao Jin felt that all this was due to the instigation of this kid Suzhou. Suzhou frowned and said calmly, "Okay. I'll wait." He really couldn't understand where Xiao Jin got the courage to challenge him. I really don't know how to write the word deaf. On the other side, Xiao Jin almost vomited blood due to depression when he heard Suja's nonchalant tone.
Normally speaking, shouldn't Suja be scared to death by his threats?
How could this seemingly insignificant boy in front of him dare to look down on him like this? Although there was a hint of doubt in his heart, he felt that Suja might be extraordinary. However, when Xiao Jin saw Tian Xinrui standing up to speak for Suja again, all that was left in his mind was anger. Xiao Jin, I advise you to apologize to Suja quickly, otherwise you will regret it. Although she disliked Xiao Jin, they knew each other after all, so Tian Xinrui wanted to persuade him. Unfortunately, her words made Xiao Jin on the opposite side go crazy instantly.
With a face full of arrogance and disdain, he said, I regret it? Would I regret it towards this kid? Ha ha ha.
This is such a joke. At this time, Lu Shan on the other side also came over to cheer for her son. She said to Suja with disdain in a condescending tone, Boy, do you know that we can kill you with just one word?
Suja's silence made some people feel uneasy and they dared not speak.
After hearing her words, Tian Jianjun also ran over and said to Lu Shan humbly, Sister Lu, this young man is not very sensible, why don't you let him go? Tian Jianjun was well aware of Sister Lu's power, so he was afraid that the man his daughter liked would get hurt, so he ran over to plead for him. After all, he also realized that Suja didn't seem to be a powerful person.
Although from his behavior, we can see that his future is definitely limitless.
But the problem is, if I become an enemy of Lu Shan now, I might die early.
When facing Tian Jianjun, it seems that Lu Shan has always looked down on him. He snorted coldly and said, Tian Jianjun, do you have the right to speak here? Her words made Tian Jianjun next to her blush.
If it were any other time, he wouldn't care, but the problem was that Suja was in front of him. He didn't want the man his daughter cared about to think he was a coward.
He immediately looked uneasy, and said with a hint of toughness, Sister Lu, this guy is my daughter's friend. Tian Jianjun's sudden toughness surprised Lu Shan, who was standing next to him, but then she became angry.
It would be fine if Suja didn't give her face.
But who are you, Tian Jianjun? How dare you refute what I said?
She immediately shouted, Tian Jianjun, it seems that I really need to think carefully about whether I should lend you the money. Hearing this, Tian Jianjun, who had just mustered up his courage, instantly lost his momentum and began to become humble. Seeing this, Lu Shan raised the corner of her mouth and sneered, I remember that the day when Yang Heibao and the others collect interest is coming soon, right? As soon as she finished speaking, Tian Jianjun next to her suddenly looked terrified. I quickly apologized to Lu Shan, Sister Lu, I'm sorry, it's my fault. Seeing that she had been bullying her father, Tian Xinrui instantly became angry.
Chapter 152 It's true.
Immediately, she yelled at Lu Shan, I'm telling you, our family is not your slaves. You don't need to boss my dad around.
Then she quickly said to her father Tian Jianjun, Dad, please don't be so spineless, okay? There's nothing to be afraid of about Lu Shan.
Lu Shan on the opposite side looked at Tian Xinrui with anger in her eyes. She didn't expect that such a bastard would dare to refute her.
Making you a slave is a sign of respect for you. Tian Jianjun on the side was even more frightened.
While Lu Shan was still angry, he quickly said to Tian Xinrui, Daughter, your Aunt Lu is a good person. She has helped us so much. It's no big deal if she speaks harshly. The truth is that their family now needs to repay the high-interest loans owed to Yang Heibao and others, otherwise that group of desperate criminals will never let them, father and daughter, go. If not for this, how could Tian Jianjun be so servile to Lu Shan and even lose face?
Tian Jianjun's words made Lu Shan nod in satisfaction.
Just as she was about to say a few words, the words that came out of Tian Xinrui's mouth instantly stunned her.
Dad, Yang Heibao and the others have been captured.
When these words were spoken, everyone present was shocked. Afterwards, Lu Shan reacted and said in disbelief, Impossible, Yang Heibao and his men are so powerful, how could they be caught? After all, the reason why she dared to threaten Tian Jianjun was because of Yang Heibao's threat.
If the other party was caught, wouldn't all her plans be ruined?
So, she least wanted this news to be true.
Tian Xinrui at the side naturally understood what she was thinking, and immediately said disdainfully, How is it impossible?
Yang Heibao and his gang have been lawless for so long, they should have been arrested long ago. In fact, she still felt a little regretful. I regretted not saying it earlier, otherwise Suja and my father would not have been humiliated. But as soon as she entered the door, she was constantly ridiculed by Lu Shan and her son.
She was so angry that she didn't even think about this matter.
However, when Lu Shan started to threaten Tian Jianjun with Yang Heibao, she finally remembered this matter. On the other hand, Tian Jianjun was very confident that his daughter would not lie about this issue.
But this matter was too important, so he asked again, "Daughter, is what you said true? Yang Heibao and the others were arrested?"
Faced with her father's questioning, Tian Xinrui's attitude softened. He quickly said happily, "Dad, it's true, just now we were there." In fact, she originally wanted to say that they were the ones who reported the case to the authorities, and the authorities arrested Yang Heibao and others for Suja's sake. But when the words came to her lips, she suddenly remembered that Suja was a low-key person, so in order not to upset him, Tian Xinrui did not tell the truth.
Suja on the side didn't think so much.
After all, Yang Heibao and his men were just a group of ants that he could easily crush to death. On the other hand, seeing his daughter admit it again, Tian Jianjun finally believed it and immediately burst into laughter. However, before he could be happy for long, Lu Shan said with disdain, "So what if Yang Heibao was arrested? Don't you still owe the principal of 3 million? This sentence instantly calmed down Tian Jianjun, who was laughing happily over there. After all, even though there is no usury, the principal must still be repaid. At this moment, Suja, who was standing aside as a background, finally spoke.
Chapter 153 I can handle it myself.
Suja smiled slightly and said to Tian Jianjun over there, "Uncle, I can help you pay back the 3 million. His words shocked everyone present.
3 million. This is 3 million. Tian Xinrui on the side knew that Suja was worth a lot of money.
But she knew that they had only known each other for a few days, so she never thought of asking Suja for help. But she didn't expect Suja to offer to help today. After all, Tian Xinrui, who knew him very well, knew that the other party would not bother to lie about such matters. So this thing is naturally true. Lu Shan and her son next to them didn't know Suja's identity, so after being shocked, they burst into laughter. After all, they thought from the bottom of their hearts that Suja was just a poor boy from the countryside, so they just thought he was bragging.
Lu Shan immediately mocked him, "Boy, do you know how much money this is? 3 million.
You can never earn that much in your entire life. As the saying goes, like mother, like son." Xiao Jin next to him also looked at Suja with contempt. "Boy, I don't look down on you, but if you can come up with 3 million today, I will call you daddy." Hearing his words, Suja looked at Lu Shan beside him with a strange expression.
"Let me be your dad? Then you have to find a good-looking mother. Even if this scary middle-aged woman dares to climb into his bed, he will kick her off." However, after hearing what her son said, Lu Shan was not angry. He said with the same disdain, "If you can come up with 3 million, I will let you be Xiao Jin's father, so what?" While saying this, she even had an urge to let Suja win. After all, it's worth it for her to have such a young and handsome guy accompany her for a day. But she quickly got rid of this thought in her mind. After all, Suja has pissed her off now, and she has to teach him a lesson. But her answer made Suju on the opposite side almost vomit blood. It's bad enough that the son is stupid, but Lu Shan is such a shameless mother. Shaking his head, Suju was too lazy to pay attention to the two of them. Instead, she smiled and said to Tian Jianjun, "Uncle, Xiao Rui knows my situation very well. Don't worry, I can help you with this little money." Hearing Suja say that it was just a small amount of money, the mother and son over there started to sneer at him with disdain again. "Why don't you take out the small change? Don't just talk and do nothing." Although Suja did not show any expression at all due to the words of these two clowns, they angered Tian Jianjun on the side. He showed his toughness and shouted at the mother and son, "Get out of here right now, you two. You are not welcome in our home." Hearing his shout, Lu Shan looked over with anger on her face as usual. But unfortunately, unlike the fear and uneasiness in the past, there was only anger on Tian Jianjun's face now. Especially the angry scarlet blood, which almost scared Lu Shan. Lu Shan was a little angry and her face turned pale as she shouted at Tian Jianjun, "Tian Jianjun, don't be complacent. Wait, I'll see how you come up with the 3 million. Faced with her threats, Tian Jianjun didn't care at all. "Thank you for your help. I can handle it myself." After all, after the usury was eliminated, that depressing atmosphere no longer existed. So he seemed somewhat contented. Lu Shan on the side snorted angrily at Suju and the others, and was about to pull her son, who was reluctant to leave, away. But at this moment, a person suddenly appeared at the door, making her face instantly happy. Chapter 154 Good Citizens. Because the person who showed up was none other than the Deputy Chief of Police Lu Ming. After seeing him, Lu Shan on the side immediately understood that Tian Jianjun was about to get into trouble.
After all, when the government comes to your house, it is definitely not a simple matter. Considering what that bitch Tian Xinrui said before, that Yang Heba was arrested, Lu Shan felt that there was only one possibility for the arrival of the government. That is, more evidence is needed in Yang Hebao's case, so Tian Jianjun's cooperation is needed. But Lu Shan, who knew him well, understood that there was absolutely no way the other party would produce any evidence. After all, if he had the courage, he would have reported it to the police long ago. In this way, maybe Yang Black Panther will return again. And she can also teach Tian Jianjun and Tian Xinrui a lesson again.
Thinking of this, a smile immediately appeared on Lu Shan's face.
At that moment, she, who was originally in a hurry to leave, decided to stay and watch the show. After taking a look at Suzhou and Tian Jianjun, she shouted very arrogantly, "Tian Jianjun, as long as you admit your mistake to me and drive this guy away, I will let you go." Her words surprised Lu Ming, who had just walked in.
"Who is this? How dare you let someone kick Mr. Su out?" He immediately asked Suzhou curiously, "Mr. Su, who are these two?" "Mr. Su?"
Lu Ming's words left Lu Shan and her son puzzled. However, before they could ask, they were completely enraged by Suzhou's next words. Suzhou on the other side smiled slightly and said to the curious Lu Ming, "These two are just jumping clowns.
You don't have to care about them."
As soon as these words were spoken, Lu Shan and her son instantly became furious.
"Boy, who are you calling a clown? Tell me again if you dare. I think you really don't want to live anymore. Believe it or not, I'll have someone crush you to death right now."
Facing the two people's angry roars, Suzhou smiled and shook his head, not caring. However, Lu Ming on the side felt that he should share Mr. Su's worries.
He immediately asked, "Mr. Su, do you want me to kick them out?"
But his words instantly stirred up a hornet's nest, causing Lu Shan and her son to point their criticism at him.
"Who the hell are you? You're meddling in other people's business, aren't you?" Lu Ming frowned and a hint of anger flashed across his face.
After all, he was a deputy chief of police in the government. He might not be a big shot, but no one dared to scold him on weekdays. But he didn't expect that the two people in front of him, whom Mr. Su called clowns, would dare to scold him for the first time. He immediately said with a gloomy face, "I am Lu Ming, the deputy chief of police in Dongqing district."
"I wonder who you two are." "What?"
"The deputy chief of police in Dongqing district." Lu Ming's words stunned everyone present instantly, even Tian Xinrui, who had previously thought that he had an extraordinary identity. Before, she thought Lu Ming was a deputy chief constable of a street, but she never expected that he was actually a deputy chief constable of a district. You know, the entire Magic City is divided into only 4 districts. As the deputy chief of police in Dongqing district, Lu Ming is a very powerful figure to them. In fact, Suzhou on the side was also quite surprised. After all, when I saw Lu Ming going out on a mission personally before, I thought he was the deputy chief of police of some street. But I never expected that he was actually a deputy chief of police in a district. Of course, after being surprised for a while, Suzhou didn't care about it anymore. After all, he was a good citizen. Lu Shan and her son were so frightened that their legs went limp after hearing Lu Ming's introduction. Although their family is worth tens of millions, it is nothing in this magic city. Immediately, Lu Shan rushed to Lu Ming and cried for mercy, "Deputy Captain Lu, I just spoke too quickly. I really didn't mean it." Chapter 155 Fantasy. Seeing her sudden change of attitude, Suzhou on the side was very surprised. After all, Lu Shan had been so arrogant just now, as if she was not afraid of anything. But I didn't expect that just a small deputy constable could scare the other party like this. In fact, it was Suzhou himself who did not change his identity to think about it. Of course he was not afraid of the deputy chief constable Lu Ming. In fact, the other party had to curry favor with him and was afraid of him. But what about Lu Shan? How dare this small family offend such a powerful person? However, in response to Lu Shan's plea for mercy, Lu Ming did snort coldly. Then he looked at Suzhou next to him with respect. "Mr. Su, these two broke into my house. Should we arrest them?" As Lu Ming is a police chief in the government, he also needs to pay attention to the impact. Therefore, Lu Shan and her son were directly accused of trespassing. After all, it is clear at a glance that the other party has a conflict with Suzhou and others, so this charge is the most appropriate. On the other side, after hearing Lu Ming's words, Lu Shan was almost frightened to her knees. If it was just an ordinary constable who said this, she would not be so frightened. But the person who said this was the deputy chief of police in Dongqing district, a man who held a complete list. And seeing how familiar he was with Suja, she had no doubt that she would be doomed once she went in. Immediately, her face turned pale, and she shouted at Lu Ming unwillingly, Deputy Chief Lu, we are not trespassing, really not.
We are just visiting.
Unfortunately, Lu Ming on the other side was too lazy to pay attention to her and still looked at Suja with respect. Seeing this scene, Lu Shan and her son finally came to their senses.
Suja's identity must be extraordinary.
Immediately, she cried and shouted at Suja, little brother, please help me, beg for mercy.
I really didn't break into a private house.
At this time, Suja finally came to his senses from Lu Ming's words. He never expected that the other party would be so cruel. Thinking of this, he glanced at Lu Shan and said nothing. To be honest, although Suja hated this mother and son, their crime did not deserve the death penalty. However, after taking a look at Tian Xinrui beside him, he thought about it for a moment and decided to let her decide. After all, from the arrogance and lawlessness of Lu Shan and her son, it was not difficult for him to see that Tian Xinrui's family was often bullied by them. Now that the victim is present, Suja still wants to hear her thoughts.
With a slight smile, Suja asked Tian Xinrui beside him, Xiaorui, what are you going to do with these two people? When these words were spoken, everyone present except Tian Xinrui was shocked.
After all, Lu Ming is also a deputy chief of police in Dongqing district.
When people ask you this, it means they respect you.
I didn't expect you to ask for other people's opinions without saying a word. Seeing Suja's unwise behavior, Lu Shan next to him almost laughed out loud with excitement.
If Suja was scolded by Lu Minga, wouldn't they be able to escape? Unfortunately, Lu Shan completely forgot one thing. Why did Lu Ming greet Suja respectfully as soon as he arrived here?
So, the scene she imagined never happened. Even Lu Ming, who was standing next to him, didn't show any emotion at all. After all, in his opinion, it was normal for Suja to do this. Seeing him coming to ask her, Tian Xinrui's heart was suddenly filled with gratitude. After all, Suja doesn't need to care about himself at all, because Lu Ming is asking him, not himself.
Chapter 156, Not So Good in the Brain.
But when she saw Lu Shan and her son at the door, her heart was suddenly filled with resentment. After all, their family had been bullied by these two people before. Thinking of this, she became ruthless and said, Suja, these two people broke into our house without permission.
Fortunately, you showed up and prevented her conspiracy from succeeding.
Since Lu Ming has already found a reason, she naturally won't let it go. After all, to be honest, she is not a soft-hearted person. I had been bullied before and didn't dare to resist, just because I was worried that my family would be persecuted.
But now that she has someone backing her up and can push the enemy into the abyss, how could she let go of this good opportunity? When Tian Xinrui said this, everyone present was surprised. I didn't expect her to be so ruthless. Before Suja could say anything, Lu Shan next to him was frightened out of her wits. She originally thought that Suja would be scolded by Lu Ming when he asked Tian Xinrui. But she never expected that after Tian Xinrui finished speaking, Lu Ming didn't say anything. What does this indicate? This shows that Lu Ming also agrees with Tian Xinrui's opinion.
She no longer cared about propriety and morality, and knelt down in front of Tian Xinrui in front of everyone's shocked gaze. Xiao Jin next to him was puzzled and asked while trying to pick up his mother.
Mom, what's wrong with you? Why are you kneeling down to her?
It's a pity that now that she knows that the lives of her and her son are in the hands of Tian Xinrui, how could she possibly get up? She even pulled her own son to her side, and Okita Xinrui knelt down. Xiaorui, what Auntie said before was not intentional. Auntie admits her mistake, so please let me go. Xiao Jin, who was pulled to his knees, had a look of disbelief on his face.
Mom, why are you apologizing to Xiaorui? We didn't do anything wrong.
Seeing her son's rebuttal, Lu Shan, who was frightened, slapped him immediately.
Bang!
The crisp sound made Xiao Jin stunned on the spot. Then Lu Shan forced a trace of embarrassment on her face and smiled at Tian Xinrui.
Xiaorui, don't worry about it. Our Xiao Jin isn't very smart.
After these words were spoken, Suja next to him almost laughed out loud. Just now she was acting so superior and as if no one was worthy of her son, but now she is belittling her son like this. Tian Xinrui on the side shook her head, then sneered, Aunt Lu, I don't care whether his head is good or not. Although Lu Shan was a little surprised by her words, she felt relieved. However, just as she was about to thank Tian Xinrui for letting her go. But the other party snorted again and said, why should I care about the two of you who are destined to go in?
Lu Shan's face was full of disbelief, and she asked in a panic, Xiaorui, are you not going to let us go? Why should I let you go?
Back then, you took advantage of the fact that our family owed us loan sharks and acted superior to us.
Why didn't you think of letting us go at that time? Now that the situation has changed, you want me to forgive you? Oh, you are thinking too well, aren't you? Tian Xinrui's words completely broke Lu Shan down.
Regardless of her tears and snot, she went forward and grabbed Tian Xinrui's feet, crying, Xiaorui, please spare us. Xiao Jin is still young, he can't go in.
Please be kind. Chapter 157. You are so shameless.
Unfortunately, no matter how she begged for mercy, Tian Xinrui remained unmoved. At this moment, Lu Shan saw Tian Jinjun, who had been silent not far away.
He was delighted and quickly crawled over again. Old Tian, please talk to Xiaorui and let us go. In Lu Shan's eyes, Tian Jinjun is a soft-hearted and unsteady person.
She hadn't shown anything before, but she was able to control the other party with just a few words. But she never expected that Tian Jinjun was not undecided, but because he only saw Lu Shan as his life-saving straw at that time.
Otherwise, how could he, having lived for so many years, be manipulated by just a few words from a woman? So, under Lu Shan's stunned expression, Tian Jinjun straightened his back and said coldly, Lu Shan, are you kidding me? Why should I plead for you? Or do you, Lu Shan, think that I, Tian Jinjun, am a fool who would do such a stupid thing? If he hadn't noticed that Suja's identity was not ordinary, he might not have been so confident.
But when he saw Lu Ming, the deputy chief of police from the East District, come in, he greeted Suja respectfully. He guessed in his heart that the man brought back by his daughter must be an extraordinary person. Sure enough, when he saw that Lu Shan and the other person had offended Lu Ming, and the other party asked Suja what to do, he realized even more that Suja had a powerful background. Therefore, he felt that his daughter's husband was so awesome, and he, as the future father-in-law, could not bring shame to his daughter, right? Therefore, facing Lu Shan's plea for mercy, Tian Jinjun seemed both disdainful and felt as if he had gotten rid of his anger. After all, it has been such a long time since I was able to ask Lu Shan to help my family. He worked like a slave, pretended to be a grandson and put on a smile. It can be said that he did all kinds of shameless things.
But what about in the end? Lu Shan had been teasing him about borrowing money but never fulfilled her promise.
Even now he has to use his only daughter as a condition.
How could he not feel aggrieved and annoyed?
On the other side, Lu Shan was dumbfounded when she saw that Tian Jinjun dared to yell at her.
Hasn't Tian Jinjun always been a coward? How come he has become a different person now?
She wanted to get angry, but before she could show her anger on her face, she immediately forced a smile. After all, now she only asks Tian Jinjun for help.
Old Tian, you can't be so conscienceless. Our family has helped you a lot before.
Since the other party disagrees, she can only take a roundabout approach and make Tian Jinjun soften his heart and speak for her. Unfortunately, she completely forgot that although she had always said that she would help Tian Jinjun, she had never fulfilled her promise. So when faced with her shameless words, Tian Jinjun simply snorted coldly.
He cursed angrily, Lu Shan, you are so shameless.
After he finished speaking, he simply turned his head away, too lazy to even look at this shameless woman anymore.
But now Lu Shan had already thrown away her face, so she begged for mercy to Tian Jinjun again. Old Tian, I was wrong, I was really wrong, please forgive me this time. I promise, I will do what I promised you. After these words came out, Tian Jinjun frowned and asked, really?
After all, although Suja's social status was not ordinary, Tian Jinjun felt that his family might not have much money from the cheap clothes he was wearing.
Chapter 158. You are crazy.
In order not to cause trouble to his future son-in-law, Tian Jinjun is now a little hesitant. Lu Shan, who was kneeling on the ground, heard his tone soften and suddenly felt proud again. What can happen if you, Tian Jinjun, have the support of Lu Ming, the deputy chief of police in the East District?
You have to pay back the 3 million you owe, right?
Unfortunately, before she could be proud for long, Tian Xinrui at the side snorted coldly and stood up.
Dad, don't worry about the money.
As soon as these words came out, Tian Jinjun on the other side frowned slightly and said, my daughter.
This is 3 million. Tian Xinrui sighed. It's just 3 million, which is nothing to Suja. But thinking that the other party didn't like to be high profile, she could only persuade him again, Dad, can you trust me this time? Seeing that his daughter seemed a little angry, Tian Jinjun felt a little guilty. After all, he owed his daughter a lot over the years. Besides, now that the loan sharks are gone, he can pay back the remaining 3 million bit by bit without having to call the money together.
At that moment, he firmly said to Okita Shinrue, "Daughter, I will listen to you." But just because of this, Lu Shan became anxious and uneasy. She didn't want both herself and her son to go in. He immediately said to Tian Shinrue, "Xiaorui, this is 3 million. How long will it take you to pay it back?" Her words almost made Tian Shinrue laugh. With a curled mouth, she said calmly, "Aunt Lu, do we not have to pay you back after using your money?" Her words startled Lu Shan on the ground, and also made Tian Jianjun over there come to his senses. The money has to be repaid eventually, so why should he go through another hand? Lu Shan gritted her teeth and said quickly, "How about this? As long as Xiao Rui can marry our Xiao Jin, we will consider the 3 million as her dowry." I have to say that she had a very beautiful idea. Not only could she get a daughter-in-law, but she could also continue to bully the mother and daughter by using money in the future. The most important thing is that she and her son can survive today. Unfortunately, she had just finished speaking. Before Tian Shinrue could say anything, Tian Jianjun shouted angrily, "Lu Shan, just give up on this idea. I won't tell you how you have treated us for so long. Do you want us to let you go? That's impossible. After all, the reason why their family can be proud today is because of Suja's existence. With such a rich son-in-law, how could he possibly look down on Xiao Jin, a rotten watermelon?" Hearing his words, Lu Shan thought that he didn't want people to say that he was relying on selling his daughter to pay off his debts. So he smiled slightly and said, "How about this, old Tian, this 3 million does not count as a dowry, we will give you a dowry separately." But as soon as she said this, Tian Jianjun on the side kicked her without hesitation. After Lu Shan was kicked to the side, he came straight to Lu Ming without even looking at her. "Deputy Captain Lu, I want to report a case. Lu Shan and her son broke into our home with bad intentions." His words immediately made Lu Shan forget about the pain in her body and shouted at Tian Jianjun in disbelief, "Old Tian, are you crazy?" She couldn't understand why the other party didn't agree to her generous conditions, and she became even more angry. Tian Jianjun over there looked at her with disdain. "Lu Shan, if anyone is crazy, it's you, right? I wouldn't even want your son, a rotten watermelon, even if you give it to me." Chapter 159. It's not your fault, it's mine. Who are you calling a rotten watermelon? Before Lu Shan could speak, Xiao Jin on the side started shouting angrily at Tian Jianjun. Tian Jianjun glanced at Suja beside him with satisfaction, then shouted at Xiao Jin with disdain, "Of course it's you, rotten watermelon." He was very satisfied with Suja. Not only was the other party's behavior satisfactory from beginning to end, but also the other party's background could protect his daughter for life. Compared to Xiao Jin, who behaves in a vulgar manner and whose family has only a little money, it can be said that one is a beautiful jade and the other is a rotten watermelon. Tian Jianjun's words completely angered Xiao Jin over there. His face turned pale and he pointed at Tian Jianjun, shouting angrily, "Tian Jianjun, don't think you're lucky just because I'm a little nice to you. If it weren't for Xiaorui, do you think I would care about you?" As soon as these words were spoken, Tian Shinrue next to her became angry. But before he could open his mouth, Lu Shan stood up and slapped her son hard. Bang! The crisp sound of the slap left Xiao Jin stunned. The second time. This is the second time he was beaten by his mother today. His nose felt sore, and he cried to Lu Shan, "Mom, why did you hit me?" This is the second time. Lu Shan, who was standing next to him, ignored her stupid son and continued to force a humble smile on her face. She said to Tian Jianjun, "Old Tian, I only ask one thing of you now. Just let my son go." Her words shocked everyone present. I didn't expect that this cruel-hearted woman actually had family affection. However, although he was quite surprised, Tian Jianjun did not intend to let the tiger go back to the mountains. With a cold snort, he said to Lu Shan, "Lu Shan, if my son-in-law hadn't come today, would you have bowed your heads and admitted your mistakes?" Son-in-law? When Tian Jianjun said this, Lu Shan was stunned. She suddenly remembered something. If the Tian family had Lu Ming's background, how could Yang Hebao and others bully him? Think about it again. When Lu Ming first arrived at the Tian family, he greeted Suja respectfully. He didn't think much about it at the time and just thought that the other person was being polite. Later, when Lu Ming revealed his identity, she was only concerned with begging for mercy and also did not remember Suja's identity. But now, listening to what Tian Jianjun said, she finally figured it all out. No wonder Lu Ming asked Suja for instructions, and no wonder Tian Jianjun was so angry when he heard that he wanted to use 3 million as a betrothal gift for his son to marry Tian Shinrue.
With such a wealthy son-in-law with a strong background, isn't his son just a rotten watermelon? At this moment, I don't care about whether it is embarrassing or not.
She went straight in front of Suzhou again, and under the speechless gazes of everyone, she knelt down again with a plop.
With a pitiful look on his face, he cried hoarsely to Suzhou, "Mr. Su, I was wrong, I was really wrong, please forgive me."
Suzhou smiled slightly and gently helped her up.
"Auntie, you are right, I am wrong."
After these words were spoken, Lu Shan on the opposite side was stunned. Not only her, but everyone else also looked at Suzhou in disbelief. At this moment, Suzhou's face suddenly turned cold, and he said to Lu Shan in a veiled tone, "It's my fault that I didn't know Deputy Constable Lu.
Otherwise, you wouldn't be kneeling here."
These words frightened Lu Shan to death, and she shook her head desperately.
No, Mr. Su, that's not what I think. Chapter 160 People don't look down on me.
Suzhou raised the corner of his mouth.
I don't care if you think so. That's what I think.
Immediately, he didn't even look at Lu Shan, who was trembling with nervousness in front of him.
He said to Lu Ming, "Deputy Captain Lu, today I'd like to trouble you to arrest these two people who broke into the house."
As soon as Suzhou finished speaking, Lu Shan in front of him was so frightened that she collapsed to the ground,
constantly throwing tantrums and rolling around. "No, I won't go."
Xiao Jin, who was standing next to him, was already terrified when he saw his mother begging Suzhou for mercy. After all, he also realized that Suzhou's identity was not ordinary.
Especially since I had just insulted the other person.
After hearing Suzhou's instructions, Lu Ming, who was standing next to him, quickly shouted into the intercom, "Everyone, come in quickly." In fact, after interrogating Yang Hebo and others, Lu Ming, who had already learned of Tian Xinrui's identity, came over with a few people. He was just worried that Suzhou would think too much, so he walked in alone. Now that someone has offended Suzhou, he will of course call the person outside in without hesitation.
Just a few seconds later, 3 or 4 people rushed in.
Under Lu Ming's command, Lu Shan and her son were immediately arrested. Before the two men could even come to their senses and beg for mercy, several constables had already escorted them away. Seeing this, Suzhou nodded to Lu Ming with satisfaction. After all, if Lu Shan and the other two were left here, it went without saying that they would definitely beg him for mercy. But what he didn't expect was that Lu Ming solved the problem for him right from the beginning. After the people were pulled out, Lu Ming next to them quickly said with a smile on his face, "Mr. Su, if there is nothing else, then I will go back first." In fact, his purpose of coming here was just to say hello to Suzhou. Let the other party understand that Yang Hebo and others have completed the interrogation. So, now that the matter has been settled, it would be inappropriate for him to stay here any longer. Seeing that he was about to leave, Suzhou naturally couldn't continue to try to keep him. So he smiled and sent him to the door, and then returned to the Tian family. But as soon as he came back, Tian Xinrui hurried over to thank him. "Lao Su, thank you so much today.
If it weren't for you, I don't know what I would do." Suzhou rolled his eyes, feeling speechless.
Because as far as he knew, Tian Xinrui had said this sentence no less than 3 times today. But he was too lazy to complain and said directly, "Butler Tian, no need, we are friends after all, and besides, helping you is just a piece of cake.
It's nothing."
However, the conversation between the two made Tian Jianjun on the side somewhat confused.
"Aren't my daughter and Suzhou in a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship? Why do I need to thank you?" And he calls him Butler Tian.
Immediately, Tian Jianjun asked Suzhou to sit down and have a cup of tea, and then he pulled his daughter to the side.
Glancing at Suzhou over there, he quickly asked, "Xiaorui, what's going on between you two?"
Tian Xinrui was slightly stunned, and then she understood what her father meant. He immediately said, "Dad, Lao Su and I are friends. She is an owner of the community where I work." Her words made Tian Jianjun slightly disappointed, but he still asked without giving up, "So, you two really are not in that kind of relationship?" Tian Xinrui sighed at her father's words. After all, what is Suzhou's identity and what is her identity? Just looking at Tian Jianjun's anxious face, she could only say helplessly, "I would like to come, but he doesn't like me." Chapter 161 Euphemism. Tian Jianjun was stunned by Tian Xinrui's words, and then he felt it was a great pity. He originally thought that the handsome young man Suzhou was his daughter's boyfriend, but he didn't expect that he was overthinking. Especially Suzhou's look of being a responsible person made Tian Jianjun even feel that his daughter was not worthy of him.
"Of course, I thought so in my heart."
But when he saw his daughter's sad face, he quickly encouraged her, "My daughter. Men are very soft-hearted when it comes to women.
There is still a long way to go,
a long way to go. Hearing his words, Tian Xinrui next to him was speechless. Most people are very soft-hearted. But Suzhou is different. This is a cold man. If I can't do what he wants, he will definitely not be nice to me. But she couldn't say it in front of Tian Jianjun. I could only nod and said perfunctorily, "Dad, I understand." Seeing this, Tian Jianjun on the side could only sigh. Then he came to sit next to Suzhou and asked with a smile, "Xiaosu, what job are you doing now?" Since his daughter is not doing well, he has to help. As long as I can get along well with Suzhou, why should I worry about my daughter? I have to say that Tian Jianjun's idea is good. It just depends on whether Suzhou accepts it. On the other side, I suddenly saw him asking about my job. Suzhou almost spit out the tea after taking a sip of it before he could swallow it. How can he have a job? Does it count as just eating and waiting to die all day? It's okay to say this in front of his peers, but in front of an elder like Tian Jianjun, he still needs to think about it. Finally, after thinking for a while, he said very tactfully, "Uncle, my daily job is to establish long-term and stable cooperation with two well-known domestic companies. After all, Jin Jang Hotel and Tianhai Convention and Exhibition Center are well-known companies in the country. Suzhou is the major shareholder of these two companies, and he would not sell his shares at will unless something unexpected happens. Doesn't this just show that he wants to have long-term and stable cooperation with these two companies?" But his words made Tian Jianjun on the opposite side think that he was very optimistic and liked to joke. So he said with a smile, "Xiaosu, don't think that I don't surf the internet. I am very familiar with the jokes of you young people." Afterwards, he drank a cup of tea and asked Suzhou with a smile, "You mentioned cooperating with two well-known domestic companies. You should be referring to the 40 Thieves Group and a certain Dong, right?" After all, in his opinion, Suzhou was wearing only cheap clothes, and he could make Lu Ming look respectful. Therefore, he only has a background in the government and it is impossible for him to have any power in business. However, his words made Suzhou feel a little helpless. Before he could figure out what to say, Tian Xinrui came to his father. He said speechlessly, "Dad, Lao Su is not kidding you. He is the major shareholder of Jin Jang Hotel." After hearing this, Tian Jianjun was stunned. However, after looking Suzhou up and down, he smiled and shook his head. "No way, stop kidding." Although Suzhou didn't want to reveal his identity, he could only nod and say, "Uncle, Butler Tian is right. I am indeed the major shareholder of Jin Jang Hotel." Seeing that he admitted it, Tian Jianjun over there was even more surprised. However, he then looked at Suzhou curiously. Chapter 162 Just one day's pocket money. "Xiaosu, are you sure you're not kidding?" After all, from Suzhou's cheap clothes, he really couldn't tell that the other party was the major shareholder of Jin Jang Hotel. Although he didn't really know about Jin Jang Hotel, he had heard of its reputation. Not to mention that it is a state-owned enterprise, its market value alone has reached billions. If Suzhou is a shareholder of Jin Jang Hotel, there is no way he would wear such cheap goods, right? That is why Tian Jianjun was very surprised and shocked. Seeing that he looked unconvinced, Suzhou felt helpless. I could only nod again and said, "Uncle, I am indeed the major shareholder of Jin Jang Hotel. Besides, why would I use this to deceive you?" After these words were spoken, Tian Jianjun on the opposite side suddenly came to his senses. There was really no need for Suzhou to deceive him. After all, if he said that his daughter was in a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship with his boyfriend, he might make up a lie to make her feel at ease handing her daughter over to him. But the problem was that he had just learned from his daughter that Suzhou had no interest in his daughter at all. That's why there was no need for the other party to lie to him. At that moment, he immediately showed an embarrassed expression and said to Suzhou, "Xiaosu, don't be angry, I was just too surprised just now." Facing the apology from the elders, it's not a big deal. Of course, Suzhou didn't dare to hold on to it. So I quickly said with a smile, "Uncle, you are worrying too much. It's nothing for you to ask. How could I be angry?" Seeing this, Tian Jianjun on the side also felt relieved. After all, his purpose in talking to Suzhou was to get closer to him, not to arouse his disgust. At the same time, he originally wanted to ask why Suzhou was wearing cheap goods, but now he didn't dare to say it. After all, maybe the other person is someone who likes to keep a low profile. Besides, the two of them are not close at the moment, so it is not appropriate to ask too many questions. So then Tian Jianjun just chatted with Suzhou about some trivial matters. At this moment, Suzhou suddenly looked at Tian Xinrui next to him. "Xiaorui, Tell me your bank card number, and I'll transfer 3 million to you later. These words surprised the two people present.
Then Tian Xinrui asked happily, Lao Su, are you really going to help our family?
Although she knew that Suju was not a person who talked nonsense, she still couldn't believe that he would casually take out millions to lend to others.
Suja nodded helplessly and said, yes, we are friends after all, isn't it normal for me to help you?
After all, it was only 3 million. Now the profit share he received from the two companies every day was more than that. At worst, it's just like working for a day for nothing. Tian Jianjun on the side heard Suja's words and did not refuse. After all, since they have a financial relationship, they will be able to visit each other more frequently in the future. In this way, his daughter will have a better chance of winning over Suja.
He immediately said with a smile, Xiao Su, your money has solved our family's urgent needs. Don't worry, we will definitely pay you back as soon as possible. Then he glanced at his daughter and said, if our family can't pay off the debt, how about I mortgage Xiao Rui to you? Hearing Tian Jianjun's bold words, Suja refused repeatedly. Uncle, you don't have to pay it back, it's only 3 million, which is just my daily pocket money. Chapter 163 I took him down alone.
Suja doesn't want this bad woman who always brings him trouble. Even if Tian Jianjun gave it to him for free, it wouldn't work. On the other side, Tian Xinrui felt incredible that her father directly sent her away.
She is a girl, but she was given away like an object. Isn't this too unreasonable? She immediately said dissatisfiedly, Dad, what are you talking about? I am a human being, not a commodity.
It's a pity that Tian Jianjun on the opposite side simply ignored his daughter as dissatisfaction. After all, he knew what his daughter was thinking, and he didn't really want to give his daughter to Suja. He did this just to give the two of them a reason to get in touch again. He immediately said to Suja, Xiao Su, it is only natural to pay back debts. I don't want to be pointed at behind my back. Hearing him speak so seriously, Suja seemed a little helpless.
All I could say was, okay, uncle, let's do whatever you say. Faced with the helplessness and reluctance on his face, Tian Jianjun ignored it. He just smiled and said, that's right. Then he looked at Tian Xinrui on the side and said, Xiao Rui, I have something to do over there. You can chat with Xiao Su and the other two young people. After saying that, he was ready to get up and leave. Unfortunately, just as he stood up, Suja beside him also stood up. Uncle, Xiao Rui, I actually have something to do, so I won't bother you today. After all, he hasn't completed his sign-in task for today. However, as soon as he moved, Tian Jianjun, who had already stood up, pushed him down. Xiao Su, don't be anxious. Let's chat here for a while. Then he looked at Tian Xinrui over there and said, Xiao Rui, don't just stand there, come over and talk. Tian Jianjun was really angry that his daughter was so unable to seize the opportunity. In order to create opportunities for you, I'm even willing to sacrifice my dignity. How come you don't understand, you damn girl? Tian Xinrui's face turned red with embarrassment at Tian Jianjun's words. In the end, he could only come to Suja reluctantly. Suja on the side finally realized that something was wrong, and immediately stood up and said, sorry, uncle, I really have something to do. Let's talk again when we have time. After saying that, he stood up regardless of Tian Jianjun holding his hand. After all, Suja is younger than Tian Jianjun, and his physique is the strongest on earth, so the opponent can't hold him down at all. Seeing the shocked expressions on Tian Jianjun and his daughter's faces, Suja ran away. It took a long time for Tian Jianjun to react. She said to her daughter in a disappointed tone, you usually act fast and decisively, why are you so slow today? His words left Tian Xinrui speechless. Dad, who do you think I am? Besides, how can you force someone into doing something like this? Her words immediately made Tian Jianjun over there dissatisfied. He said directly, okay, you go first and I'll force you to do it, right? Fine, from now on I'll just watch from the side and wait and see how you take down Xiao Su. After hearing this, Tian Xinrui felt overwhelmed. She regretted telling her father that she had a crush on Suja. But thinking of Suja, this cold man, it would be difficult for her to win him over by herself. But she wanted to ask her father for help, but she was reluctant. With a ruthless heart, she said to Tian Jianjun, just watch how I take him down by myself. Chapter 164 Nickname. The harsh words she uttered surprised Tian Jianjun, who was standing next to her. Then he asked with a look of doubt on his face, can you really do it alone? If he hadn't asked this, Tian Xinrui's tone might have softened. But seeing his doubtful look, Tian Xinrui, who refused to admit defeat,
gritted her teeth and said, "Don't worry, I can definitely do it alone."
Hearing this, Tian Jianjun didn't quite agree.
But since his daughter said so, he didn't want to undermine her confidence.
At worst, I can help secretly in the future.
On the other hand, Suja naturally didn't know that Tian Xinrui had bad intentions towards him, otherwise he might not have planned to meet her again in the future.
At this moment, he was driving his Bugatti Veyron, speeding to the system's check-in location amid the envy of the crowds on both sides of the street. Lanting Square.
This is one of the only 2 large squares in the entire Magic City, covering an area of about 500,000 square meters. On weekdays, in addition to couples who come here to pick greens and stroll around, there are also tourists from all over the country who come here to visit. When Suja parked his car in a parking space, someone nearby who wanted to park there instantly left a large empty space. After all, his car is worth more than 80 million yuan. If most people scratch it, they would have to sell their car to be able to pay for the damage. When Suja saw this scene, he felt quite helpless. Although he thinks he is very high profile, he is not an arrogant person. It was really unpleasant that his car took up 2 parking spaces.
But the problem is, he didn't do it on purpose. It was other people who insisted on leaving it empty.
Just looking at the person next to him who stopped the car with a nervous look on his face, Suja opened his mouth but still didn't ask him to stop closer. Judging from the other person's appearance, Suja might be able to scare him away with just one word. In the end, Suja could only sigh, feeling that this was the trouble of rich people. Then he got out of the car and prepared to go to the center of the square to sign in.
Arrogant man? Is it really you?
Before Suja could take a few steps, a familiar voice came over. But the other party's address made him somewhat dissatisfied.
How is he arrogant?
However, when he saw the short legs in front of him, he finally realized why the other party called him that. It turned out to be the short-legged anchor whom I met outside the shopping mall last time.
Shorty. What do you want from me?
Although Suja couldn't say he hated this anchor, he didn't have a good temper towards him either. Seeing him calling her short and fat, Yang Rong was so angry that she wanted to bite Suja. But thinking that she was alone today, she was afraid of being picked up by the other party with one hand. She could only fiercely say to Suja, "Arrogant man, remember this, my name is Yang Rong.
Next time you give me a nickname, I will be rude to you."
After saying that, she stretched out her little fist and gestured to Suja twice. Her appearance made Suja's mouth curl up and he laughed out loud. Yang Rong suppressed the urge to beat up Suja and shouted angrily again, "What are you laughing at?" Suja shook his head and said without hesitation, "I am laughing at you for overestimating your own abilities. With your weak arms and legs, believe it or not, I can knock you down with just one hand." Faced with his disdain, Yang Rong was so angry that her teeth were itching. He said directly and viciously, "Arrogant man, don't be so arrogant, just wait for me to find someone to deal with you." Suja found it very funny that this short-legged guy didn't know his place. Suddenly he became playful and said with a smile, "You said I was an arrogant man.
If I'm not arrogant, then wouldn't you have given me this nickname for nothing?" Chapter 165. My head is about to smoke.
His look made Yang Rong on the opposite side so angry that she almost couldn't help but go over and take a few bites. She had never seen such an arrogant person. With a cold snort, she said, "Do you dare to leave your name?" After hearing her words, Suja shrugged and said nonchalantly, "Sorry, I don't have the courage." After saying that, Suja turned around and left with a smile, not caring at all about Yang Rong who was stamping her feet in anger. After all, Yang Rong annoyed him, but he was not angry yet. So Suja was too lazy to teach her a lesson. But Yang Rong, who was sulking, saw the direction she left, rolled her eyes, and secretly followed her. She was furious when Suja teased her before. Now she just wanted to see what Suja was going to do, and it would be best if she could cause some trouble.
Thinking of this, she burst out laughing.
As a person who has been called a witch since she was a child, making trouble is her best skill. Although Suja in front also noticed the little tail behind, he could even guess what the other party was thinking. But he didn't take it to heart at all. After all, could anyone mess up the system in his head even further? But what Suja never expected was. Before he reached the center of the square, Yang Rong quickly ran to his side. Even though he had a confused expression on his face, she hugged his arms tightly. She said sweetly, "Honey, what are we eating tonight?" As soon as she finished speaking, Suja suddenly came to his senses. He immediately pushed Yang Rong aside. Then, facing the other person's incredible expression, he pretended to be curious and asked, "Little friend, please don't call me that.
I don't even know you." For Suja, who already had experience, he understood very well why Yang Rong suddenly became like this. It goes without saying that there are people pursuing her around her, so she pulls herself out as a shield. Over there, seeing Suja push her away without hesitation, Yang Rong's face was full of disbelief. Why? Why is he so skilled? Aren't most people confused first and then ask questions? She had never expected that her idea of using Suja as a shield would be shattered in an instant. Glancing at the person who was walking towards her not far behind her, she was so frightened that she rushed towards Suja like a dogskin plaster. Hubby, I give you all the money I earn, and I do cooking and laundry just fine. I'm just a little short, right? Why do you despise me so much? I have to say that as a host, Yang Rong is very skilled in stirring up emotions. As soon as she finished speaking, many people around looked at Suja angrily. Is this man even human? That's right. She's a girl, and she gives him all the money she earns. She also does everything from washing clothes to cooking. But she's being looked down upon just because she's a little short. There were even people with bad tempers who said, "What a piece of shit. Brothers, let's go and vent our anger on that girl." Seeing the crowd about to surround her, Yang Rong's heart showed joy, but her face still had a pitiful look. On the other hand, seeing so many people, Suja didn't know who was pursuing Yang Rong. Although these people were not enough for him to fight, he didn't want to get into any trouble. He immediately started thinking, and when his head was about to smoke, he finally came up with a solution. Chapter 166 Legal Lowly. He said to the big men around him, "Everyone, be quiet. In fact, I am not familiar with this kid at all." Hearing him beat around the bush and say that he was short, Yang Rong was so angry that she wanted to bite Suja a few times. However, she also thought that now was not the time to be exposed, so she immediately suppressed her anger. She said pitifully to Suja, "Husband, what's wrong with you? I know I don't do well, but I will change. Please don't abandon me." As soon as these words were spoken, the men around looked at Suja with eyes that were almost filled with anger. Although Yang Rong is short, she is beautiful. She can even be considered a legal lowly. But such a beautiful girl has now been ruthlessly abandoned by Suja. How could they bear this? If Yang Rong did anything wrong to Suja, that's fine. But the problem is that from Yang Rong's words they only found a beautiful woman who worked like a slave and went through hardships just to please her husband. Just when everyone couldn't stand it anymore and were about to take action, Suja suddenly said, "Wait." Everyone paused for a moment, and someone asked, "What else do you have to say, a scum like you?" Suja smiled slightly and looked at the indignant people around him. Pointing at Yang Rong, he said, "Actually, I really don't know her." Yang Rong was shocked, but she said bitterly, "Husband, how can you say you don't know me? I've been with you for 3 years. 3 years?" Her words immediately excited the crowd again. Suja did not worry, but looked at Yang Rong and asked, "Since you said you know me and have been with me for 3 years, you should know my name, right?" Seeing her opening her mouth to make up a name, Suja smiled and said to her, "Don't make a mistake. I have my ID card with me." His words stunned Yang Rong on the opposite side. After looking at Suja carefully, she found that he didn't seem to be lying. For a moment, I kept cursing Suja in my heart for being so cunning. He actually carried his ID card with him. When the people around saw that Yang Rong was slow to speak, they couldn't help but start talking. Could it be that this beautiful woman deliberately framed me? I feel like this shouldn't be possible. Even though the guy is really handsome, there's no need for him to lean so hard against me, right? I think it's probably because this beauty has been calling me husband for too long, so I can't think of her real name for a while. I was like this before, I almost couldn't think of my wife's name. Yang Rong, who was listening to everyone's discussions, felt a little chill in her heart. But when I heard the last sentence, my eyes suddenly lit up and I had an idea. She immediately cried out to Suja pitifully, "Husband, I have forgotten to call your name for so many years. It's my fault, it's my fault. As long as you don't abandon me, I will definitely change." Her words made Suja almost vomit blood, and he glared at the person who was giving her blind advice. He frowned again and asked, "You may not remember my name, but you should know where I'm from, right?" As soon as Suja finished speaking, the group of people looked at Yang Rong again. After all, what Suja said was right. They have been together for 3 years, so it's impossible for him not to know where his hometown is, right? Seeing so many people looking at her, Yang Rong suddenly became nervous again. She had only met Suja twice, how could she know where he lived? But with so many people looking at her, she had no choice but to answer.
Finally, she gritted her teeth and made up her mind.
Chapter 167 Taking Advantage.
She pretended to be pitiful and cried to Suja, "Hubby, I know I'm short and not worthy of you, but you don't have to ask me such difficult questions." As soon as Yang Rong finished speaking, the people around her looked at her in surprise. After all, this question is not difficult.
Could it be that this beautiful woman was playing a trick on them just now?
For a moment, everyone's faces began to darken. But Suja over there was different from them. He frowned, feeling that the short-legged guy must be planning to do something bad. Sure enough, before the people around her could get angry and curse, Yang Rong started crying again. "Husband, I have never met your family in all these years, and you have never told me your home address.
How do you want me to answer?"
As soon as these words were spoken, everyone who was about to get angry at Yang Rong glared at Suja again. They all felt that this guy was so hateful. Not only does he have to be paid, but he also has to do the laundry and cooking. But unexpectedly, the other party had never taken Yang Rong home to meet his parents.
Does this mean that if Suja got married in his hometown, this poor beauty wouldn't know about it?
At that moment, someone couldn't help but yelled at Suja, "Boy, quickly admit your mistake to this beautiful woman, or you will die. Yes, hurry up and admit your mistake to the beautiful lady."
Others followed suit.
Faced with this group of idiots who were fooled by Yang Rong, Suja was so depressed that he vomited blood.
But if he teaches these idiots a lesson, then his crotch will be covered with mud, and he will be in shit anyway, right?
But at this moment, Suja rolled his eyes and glanced at Yang Rong beside him, and suddenly a bad idea came to his mind. He grabbed Yang Rong tightly. Then, in front of the other person's horrified face and the surprised eyes of the people around him, he kissed the other person on the face with a smack. Without waiting for the other party to show a look that seemed as if he wanted to eat him, Suja put on a face full of regret and said gently, "Wife, I was wrong before.
I have decided that I will work hard in the future to give you and your child a happy family."
His words surprised everyone around him.
"Children? So you already have children?"
When they heard that the two of them had children, the people around them changed their tone. "My lady, since you already have a child, and this little brother has admitted his mistake, why don't you just forgive him?"
"Yeah, we can't let the child not see his father as soon as he is born, right?"
Yang Rong was so angry at the persuasion from people around her that she wanted to vomit blood. She was already feeling aggrieved enough because Suja took advantage of her. "But I didn't expect that the other party would slander me that I had a child with him." She opened her mouth again and again, but in the end she was unable to refute.
After all, who made her say Suja was her husband from the beginning?
At this moment, some people in the crowd seemed to be unconvinced that Suja would change his mind.
He immediately said to everyone around him, "Don't be fooled by him.
He hasn't waited for his wife to come home to see his parents for several years.
Maybe after we let him go, he will abandon this beauty and run away again."
This made everyone present start to worry again. After all, what he said made sense. If Suja really had some love for Yang Rong, it would be impossible that he didn't bring her home to visit for so many years, right? Seeing that everyone started to threaten Suja, Yang Rong suddenly felt happy. But on the surface she pretended to be so sad that she didn't hear anything. Seeing this, Suja on the side raised the corner of his mouth and spoke immediately. Chapter 168, It's hard to persuade the damned ghost with good words.
"Wife, I'm going to tell you the truth in front of so many people today."
Sighing and looking at the people around him, Suja continued, "I didn't take you home before because I was an orphan, and I was afraid that you would look down on me." His words shocked everyone present.
"What? Orphan?"
Everyone thought of many things, but the only thing they didn't think of was the possibility that Suja was an orphan.
But now no one dared to doubt it anymore.
After all, the reason why this group of people came to surround Suja was because they still had a trace of kindness in their hearts. She couldn't bear to see a girl being bullied like this, so now that she heard Suja was an orphan, she naturally wouldn't be so despicable as to poke at his scars. What's more, unless one is a truly inhuman person, he would not make fun of his parents. Not only the people around, but even Yang Rong, who was trying to use Suju as a shield, was stunned for a moment. However, when she saw a person in the crowd, she became ruthless and grabbed Suju again.
But this time he was not instigating everyone to attack Suja.
She just said to Suja gently, "Husband, I didn't expect you to be so miserable.
I promise that I will treat you well in the future."
Hearing her sudden change of subject, Suja then remembered the other party's real purpose. Unfortunately, after looking around at everyone, he still couldn't figure out who the other party's target was. Besides, it was impossible to regret at this moment, so he could only feel bitter in his heart but nodded gently on his face.
Wife, I listen to you.
In order not to suffer any loss, Suja kissed Yang Rong again. Seeing the other person seemingly gentle but actually with anger in his eyes, Suja felt very comfortable. When the people around saw that the misunderstanding between the couple was resolved, they immediately felt that they had done a good thing and became happy. There was even an older man looking at the two people who were in love, and he said enthusiastically, "You two haven't gotten married yet, right? Today is an auspicious day, and I have a car, so how about I take you to get the marriage certificate?" As soon as these words came out, everyone around them echoed in unison, saying, "Yes, today is such a good day, you two should hurry up and get the certificate." Suja and Yang Rong were shocked by what they heard, and then they all shook their heads and said, "No, no." Yang Rong's purpose was just to use Suja as a shield, not to get herself involved. And it would be even more impossible for Suja over there to let Yang Rong have such a good thing. He didn't want his offspring to be affected by a woman whose legs were so short that she looked like a child. What's more, although this woman is pretty, she is too mean and not his type. Seeing the two of them refuse together, everyone present sighed. Someone said with a look of regret on his face, "Beauty, if you don't go get the marriage certificate with him now, you will definitely regret it in the future." His words filled Yang Rong's heart with disdain. How could she regret it? As for this bad rascal, she doesn't want to have anything to do with him even if he beats her to death. But even though she thought so in her heart, she still said happily on her face, "It's okay, I believe my husband will not change his mind." Her tone gave Suja a chill. On the other side, seeing that she was still so determined, the onlookers could only shake their heads and disperse. After all, it is difficult to persuade a damned ghost with kind words.
He insists on doing what he wants.
What else can they say? After almost everyone around had left, there was still one person left at the scene.
Chapter 169 Blackmail.
The man glanced at the people who had dispersed, then puffed out his chest and said to Suja, "Boy, I advise you to stay away from Rongrong, otherwise you will die." Suja almost laughed when he saw that this man glanced at the person who was leaving before threatening him. With such a cowardly look, he really didn't know why Yang Rong was afraid of him.
But before Suja could say anything, Yang Rong hugged him tightly again.
Then she shouted at the young man, "Zhu Hao, I know you are rich, but I already have a husband, please don't harass me again." Her words made Zhu Hao's face change, and he shouted angrily at Suja, "Boy, do you know where your money has come from in the past 3 years?
That's all the money I gave to Rongrong. If you know what's good for you, leave now."
At this time, Suja finally understood why Yang Rong was afraid of Zhu Hao. It turns out this guy is her financial sponsor. However, he was about to get angry, but after taking a look at Yang Rong who was hugging him, he instantly had an idea.
Isn't now a good chance to get rid of these short legs?
Immediately, Suja happily said to Zhu Hao standing opposite him, "Okay, I'll get out of here right now.
You can take this woman with you."
After hearing these words, Yang Rong and Zhu Hao were stunned. Suja didn't care what they thought and tried to break free from Yang Rong immediately. Originally Suja thought that since he had taken the initiative to give in, it would have nothing to do with him anymore.
But the only thing he didn't expect was that anyone who could reward Yang Rong for 3 consecutive years must be considered a bootlicker.
So, when he saw Suja slandering his goddess like that, he instantly became angry.
"Boy, do you want to die? How dare you treat Rongrong like this?"
His words not only stunned Suja, but even Yang Rong beside him did not expect that he would stand up for herself.
For a moment, she even wondered if her move of using Suja as a shield was too unnecessary. Because the big money sponsor in front of him named Zhu Hao is obviously his bootlicker.
Suja's face next to him suddenly darkened.
"Damn it! You still don't want to let me go, right? I'll let you do as you wish."
After taking a look at Yang Rong beside him, he became ruthless and hugged her and gave her a big kiss. Then he said to Zhu Hao, "This is my wife, I can do whatever I want. What's it to you?" Seeing his goddess being so ravaged by Suja, Zhu Hao was so sad that he saw stars in front of his eyes.
He didn't even have the chance to have dinner with the goddess.
But Suja in front of him kissed her without hesitation. Especially when he thought about how his goddess had enjoyed herself under Suja's crotch in the past few years. Zhu Hao felt a sweet taste in his throat and spat out a mouthful of blood. This look scared Yang Rong, who was about to scold Suja directly. However, when she was about to go over to see how the other person was doing, she was pulled away by Suja on the side.
"Are you stupid? Do you want to wait for him to blackmail you?"
One hand picked up Yang Rong like a chicken, and Suja started to curse at her. For him, Zhu Hao's sudden vomiting of blood on the spot must be an attempt to blackmail him. However, after running for a while, Suja was shocked to find that the person he took away seemed to have short legs. Seeing that there was no one around, Suja threw her to the ground with disgust. Yang Rong fell on her butt, her mouth curled up and she almost cried.
Chapter 170 I'm stupid. Standing up in dissatisfaction, Yang Rong yelled at Suja, "What are you doing? Do you want to throw me to death?"
Suja felt embarrassed by what he said, and quickly apologized with a smile. It was just a coincidence, don't be angry. But as soon as he said this, Suja's expression changed again.
Because he remembered who the person in front of him was. It's someone who wants to frame him. Suja immediately said coldly, "Who told you to run into my hands? If not you, who should I throw?"
After all, he thought the one hugging him was that bad woman Tian Xinrui, but he didn't expect it was this short-legged guy. In terms of badness, the short-legged guy in front of me is much worse than Tian Xinrui.
This guy is really mean.
Suja's sudden change of attitude made Yang Rong on the other side look incredulous.
Is this from Shu? Can you change your face?
Especially when she thought that not only had Suja kissed her several times, but she had also been thrown on her butt.
Yang Rong angrily asked Suja, "Arrogant man, are you being reasonable? You were the one who picked me up and ran away without saying anything. I wasn't the one who held on to you."
Facing her accusations and questions, Suja raised the corners of his mouth with a look of disdain on his face.
"Didn't you say I'm arrogant? I'm unreasonable, what can you do to me? You are shameless." Yang Rong was so angry that she pointed at Suja and was speechless. Suja smiled slightly, revealing 2 rows of white teeth and said, "My teeth are fine."
Yang Rong was so angry that she started to yell at Suja with her teeth bared.
"Arrogant man, I'm not done with you."
Her words did not move Suja at all.
He shrugged and said indifferently, "Whatever you want."
Then he suddenly smiled and said, "By the way, I seem to remember that you don't even know my name, right?" After these words were spoken, Yang Rong, who was rubbing her buttocks because of the fall, was stunned for a moment.
"Yes. I still don't know what this arrogant man's name is." So she asked, "Arrogant man, tell me your name right now."
Her rather funny words made Suja look at her strangely.
"Is this short-legged guy stupid? We are enemies." He immediately said coldly, "Why should I tell you?"
Yang Rong's eyes rolled, and she said, "As long as you tell me your name, I won't pursue the matter of you taking advantage of me just now." When Yang Rong thought about being kissed several times by Suja just now, she wanted to eat him. From childhood to adulthood, she has never been kissed by anyone except her mother and best friend.
Not to mention he's a man.
However, in order to deal with Suja now, he must ask the other party's name clearly. So, even though she hated Suja to death in her heart, she did not show it at all on the surface. I have to say that as a host, although not as good as an actor, he was able to deceive Suja. However, no matter how sincere she was, it was useless. Because Suja thinks about problems according to normal logic, it is impossible for him to be deceived by her words or expressions. After taking a look at Yang Rong's sincere face, Suja shook his head slightly. But just as he was about to refuse, an idea suddenly came to his mind. So he quickly said to Yang Rong with a smile, "You can ask me to tell you my name, but you have to agree to one condition." When Yang Rong saw Suja smiling, she knew he must be up to no good.
Chapter 171, Human-like and dog-like. However, Yang Rong had no intention of actually agreeing to it.
As long as Suja told her the name, all the conditions he had agreed to before would become invalid. Immediately, she smiled, nodded and said, "Okay, I promise you."
"Tell me, what are the conditions?"
The reason why she asked what the conditions were was just to make Suja believe that she really agreed. Suja on the side is naturally not a fool. Although he didn't know what this short-legged guy was thinking, he only needed to follow the established plan to ensure that he would not suffer any loss. So, with a slight smile, he said, "My condition is very simple, let me kiss you again."
"What? This is impossible. Just give up on this idea."
As soon as Suja finished speaking, Yang Rong on the opposite side strongly rejected him.
She never expected that Suja, who looked like a decent man, was actually a pervert. "I even want to kiss myself. Do you really think that her face can be kissed by anyone?"
Seeing that she refused, Suja smiled slightly and said indifferently, "Since you don't agree, forget it.
Anyway, I don't want you to cause trouble for me."
Of course he didn't want to kiss Yang Rong, and the purpose of saying this was just to make her give up on her own. Unfortunately, Suja completely ignored Yang Rong's hatred towards him at this time. Seeing Suja laughing smugly, Yang Rong gritted her teeth, suppressed the anger in her heart, and said to Suja, "Okay, I agree to this condition." Her words made Suja stunned. But although he asked again, "Are you sure you agreed?" Yang Rong on the other side waited with a pair of big eyes, nodded and said, "Yes, I promise you." After all, she is just talking now.
Once Suja mentions her name, she will naturally deny it.
Unfortunately, as the saying goes, the devil is always one step taller than the righteous. Suja on the other side naturally didn't want to tell him his name. He rolled his eyes and then said with a smile, "Short legs, you have to let me kiss you first before I can tell you."
What?
Seeing Suja saying this with a lewd smile on his face, Yang Rong almost exploded with anger.
He even wanted to kiss himself before saying his name. How is this possible? Do you take her for a fool? What if you don't say it later?
She immediately said viciously, "Arrogant man, even if I follow you all the time today, I will not agree to your disgusting condition." Suja was not surprised to see that she really refused. As for the other party's words of following him all the time, he just shrugged to show that it didn't matter.
I drive a Bugatti Veyron supercar.
How are you going to catch up with your short legs? If Suja hadn't been afraid that the furious Yang Rong would bite him a few times, he might have laughed out loud on the spot. But even though he didn't laugh out loud, Yang Rong on the side noticed the smile on his face.
Then he gritted his teeth and asked, "Arrogant man, what are you laughing at?"
Suja shook his head and was too lazy to answer her question. After all, the most important thing at the moment is to go to the square to sign in. If it weren't for the short-legged kid causing trouble, he might have left by now. Yang Rong, who was standing next to him, saw him continue walking forward without saying a word, and her heart was immediately filled with doubts. But then she got excited.
Because the other party looks like he is going to do something. If she could mess things up at a critical moment, she would definitely jump for joy.
Although Suja next to him also saw the other party's little thoughts, he didn't care. Because he knew that the other party would be dumbfounded in a moment.
Chapter 172 Attack and Defense Change.
The two soon arrived at the center of the square. Although along the way he met several people holding flowers and asking Suja if he wanted to buy one for his girlfriend.
But under Suja's smiling refusal and Yang Rong's angry glare, they left inexplicably. They were a little confused. Why is this encounter different from the previous ones?
Before, when facing their sales pitches, the men always looked unhappy, while the women looked gentle.
But now it's completely the opposite.
Looking at Suja, who seemed to be about to laugh out loud, Yang Rong, who had short legs, said to him angrily, "Arrogant man, don't let your imagination run wild.
There is no way that we can be together."
Suja rolled his eyes and looked at her short legs with disdain.
Just you? Come on.
Even if you're willing, I still have to worry about the height of my offspring. As soon as these words came out, Yang Rong next to him immediately became furious and shouted, "Who are you talking about?
Say it again if you dare."
Suja shrugged and said, "I won't tell you." His look made Yang Rong stomp her feet on the spot, and the evil dragon roared.
"Ah! You're dead."
The sharp scream scared everyone around. However, after seeing Suju and the other man being so close to each other, he didn't care much about it.
After all, there are many couples in the square itself.
So in their opinion, Suja and the other person just had a small conflict. There were even people beside him who shouted, "Brother, just give him a kiss, just give him a kiss." But he was quickly scared away by Yang Rong's angry glare. Suja, who was standing next to him, just wanted to laugh, but Yang Rong yelled at him angrily, "What are you laughing at?" After these words came out, Suja said conditionally, "Nothing, nothing." However, after he came to his senses, he remembered who was next to him and burst into laughter.
"I want to laugh, so what? What's it to you?"
After saying that, he snorted coldly and quickly came to the middle position. Because he has reached his destination. Seeing his look, Yang Rong beside him no longer cared about being angry, and quickly ran after him happily with her short legs. What she couldn't understand was that Suja just stood there for a while and then left. She was a little curious and asked quickly, "Hey, arrogant man, what were you doing just now?" Suja glanced at him and said nothing. But after walking a few steps, he suddenly stopped again. In an instant, Yang Rong, who was following him hurriedly, pounced on him. Before she could get angry, Suja on the side took the lead in attacking. He said coldly, "What are you doing? Don't you have eyes when you walk?" This made Yang Rong so angry that she almost vomited blood. "It was you who stopped suddenly, okay? I haven't said anything yet, but you're already blaming me?" However, thinking that she was the one chasing Suja just now, she could only snort in frustration and keep silent. After laughing inwardly for a few times, Suja looked at Yang Rong seriously again. This constant gaze made the other party suddenly nervous.
What is he going to do? You're not going to kiss me again?
And just as she was filled with anxiety, Suja finally spoke slowly.
Short legs, which live streaming platform did you sign with? His question instantly confused Yang Rong on the opposite side. Then her heart tightened, and she quickly asked, "Arrogant man, why are you asking this? I tell you, I will not give in to you."
Only then did Yang Rong remember that Suja seemed to be a wealthy man. If the other party knew the platform you signed the contract with.
What should I do if I want revenge?
For a moment, offense and defense changed.
Chapter 173 Doyu's 40% shares.
Suja raised the corner of his mouth and smiled.
Are you scared now? What did you do just now?
His smile made Yang Rong feel frightened.
You, what bad things are you thinking about?
After being kissed several times in a row by Suja, she already had a trauma in her heart. No matter what Suja's expression was, she always felt that he looked lewd. Her words made Suja so depressed that he wanted to vomit blood. After a while, he spoke up, "Short legs, don't slander me out of thin air. I just want to ask which platform you are broadcasting on, and I want to support you."
But his answer made Yang Rong on the other side even more unconvinced. He immediately said with disdain on his face, You still support me? Are you trying to hurt me in a roundabout way?
Seeing her look of disbelief, Suja pursed his lips.
If you don't believe me, forget it. I don't want to bother with you.
After saying that, Suja really ignored her and continued walking forward. Seeing him like this, Yang Rong behind him became a little unsure. After all, Suja is also a rich man, and most importantly, the conflict between the two is not very deep.
Besides, even if the conflict is really deep, I haven't asked him to settle the score after being kissed a few times. At worst, I won't bother him anymore. Maybe this rich man just wants to promote himself?
Once this thought popped up in Yang Rong's mind, she could no longer get rid of it. So he hurried over to Suja's side and asked with a smile, "Hey, arrogant man, is what you just said true?" Suja's mouth curled up. Of course he knew what the other party was talking about. But on the surface, he still pretended to be puzzled and looked at the other party. What is true or false? Yang Rong was so angry that she wanted to beat Suja up, but she just thought about the other party's power. He quickly put on a flattering look on his face. He said with a grin, "Of course you have to support me." Her words made Suja laugh secretly in his heart. I originally thought this short-legged guy was a very difficult person to deal with. I didn't expect that just a few uncertain words would make the other party come over to me. After a brief pause, Suja said, "Then you have to tell me the platform you signed with, right? Otherwise, how can I support you?" Hearing his words, Yang Rong on the opposite side jumped up with joy instantly. He quickly said, "I'm live streaming on the Douyu platform, you can just search for the word Ronger." But as soon as she finished speaking, her face suddenly turned gloomy again. Because Suja on the opposite side was already smiling, she felt like she was being fooled. A wealthy man like this should not go back on his word, right? For a moment, Yang Rong began to feel a little nervous. In fact, she completely misunderstood Suja's expression. The reason why Suja smiled was that the reward he signed in for before was related to the live broadcast platform that Yang Rong signed with. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining 40% of the shares of Douyu live broadcasting platform. As the largest live streaming platform in the industry, Douyu's market value is around 14 billion. In addition to the 40% circulating in the stock market, the remaining 60% is in the hands of natural persons. Since Suja owns these shares, he can be regarded as the undisputed largest shareholder of Douyu Company. And most importantly, the live streaming platform has passed the stage of burning money. In other words, he only needs to wait to receive dividends in the future and does not need to invest any money at all. If Yang Rong had signed a contract with another platform, Suja might have taken back his previous words. Chapter 174 starts. But since the other party signed under the name of my own company, then Suja felt that he could support her a little. After all, although he had taken advantage of the other party in anger just now, it also concerned the girl's reputation. So Suja wanted to compensate the other party. It's just like going to a brothel, you have to pay for it. Thinking of this, Suja smiled again. Yang Rong on the other side naturally didn't know that Suja was going to pay her for the prostitution, but Suja's smile also scared Yang Rong.
She said to Suja with a trembling voice, "Well, arrogant man. If you don't want to support me, that's fine. I don't mind."
After saying this, he smiled very humbly.
There's no way. Suja's smile makes people think too much. She didn't want another arrogant man to come after Zhu Hao left. After all, anyone with a discerning eye can see that Suja is much more difficult to deal with than Zhu Hao. Her frightened look left Suja a little confused. "Didn't you come here happily just now? Why has it changed now?" He immediately asked in surprise, "Are you sure you don't need my support?" If Yang Rong keeps refusing, Suja would be happy not to spend the money.
But his question made Yang Rong on the opposite side stunned.
Am I overthinking it? Does the arrogant man really just want to support himself? Hey, are you talking?
Her indecisive look made Suja frown, and he couldn't help but pat her little head.
He really couldn't understand. Was this matter so difficult to decide? Is there any harm in supporting her?
The sudden pain in her head brought Yang Rong back to reality.
She couldn't help but glare at Suja.
Then she said, "My show starts at 7 o'clock tonight.
Don't forget to come."
"I'm telling you, arrogant man, if you don't support me enough, I'll never let you go."
After threatening Suja, Yang Rong, fearing that she would be beaten, quickly ran away.
Seeing this, Suja was a little confused. In the end, I could only shake my head and drive home.
It was not until 8 o'clock in the evening that Suja remembered what he had promised Yang Rong that afternoon.
So he hurriedly registered a Douyu account. When setting the nickname, Suja thought about it for a moment and changed it to Arrogant Man.
Although this name is indeed a bit arrogant, there is no other way. Since I want to compensate Yang Rong today, I must let the other party know who I am. On the other hand, before 7 o'clock, Yang Rong couldn't wait to start the live broadcast and wait for Suja. After all, she could tell from the fact that he could afford a limited edition sports car that he was obviously a wealthy man. If he could become the boss of his own live broadcast room, it would definitely be of great benefit to increasing his popularity. Although Yang Rong has signed a contract with Douyu for nearly 3 years, due to the lack of support from a big boss, her current popularity is only a few 100,000. Compared with the big anchors with millions of fans on the platform, there is still a long way to go. It's a pity that she was so excited that the show had just started for a short time. Then I discovered a very important problem. She didn't know Suja's name, and she didn't have his contact information.
As time passed, all the hope she had in her heart disappeared. After all, if Suja tried to trick her, she would have no way to deal with him. However, just when she was depressed and was about to end the broadcast early, a name suddenly popped up in the room and made her eyes widen instantly.
Chapter 175 Gifts. The arrogant man entered the room.
Now Yang Rong, who originally had a bitter face, instantly smiled. Then he shouted happily, "Welcome to the arrogant male boss." Her sudden surprise surprised everyone in the live broadcast room. You know, even when Mr. Zhu, who was ranked number 1 on the list, came to the live broadcast room, Yang Rong would not bother to say anything unless he sent a plane. But I didn't expect that a person who didn't have any opening special effects and didn't even give any gifts would make Yang Rong so happy.
Some bored people also flipped through the information in Suja's account. But this is even more confusing. An account that was just registered today and has no membership level. Many people couldn't understand why Yang Rong was so surprised. Is it just a casual remark? Actually, I don't care much.
Looking at Yang Rong in the live broadcast room, who was even more radiant than in real life, Suja was slightly surprised. After all, in real life, the other party was already a rare beauty. I didn't expect that it would be even more attractive after adding beauty and filters. This made him sigh in his heart. No wonder so many people like to give gifts to the anchor.
Who wouldn't be extremely vain when being thanked in person by such a beautiful woman? Suja immediately revealed his identity. After thinking for a while, he posted a message on the public screen, "Short legs, here I come." After all, when they were in the square today, the person Suja called out the most was Short Legs. Although everyone in the live broadcast room knows that Yang Rong is short. But the problem is that she is pretty, so everyone just treats her as a legal lowly. But I didn't expect that as soon as Suja, who had an empty number, came in, he started calling people short-legged. So when he sent this message, the public screen in the live broadcast room instantly became lively. Where did this kid come from? How dare he bully our Rongrong? Housekeeper, kick him out immediately.
This man is really tired of living. What was unbelievable to everyone in the live broadcast room was that Yang Rong, who was broadcasting live, was not angry at all. Instead, she took Su Jia, who had an empty account, to the position of room manager. After all, Yang Rong knew that only Su Jia dared to call her that. On the other hand, Su Jia was a little confused when he saw the message from Doyu informing him that he had been promoted to property manager. He had also heard that in order to become a property manager, one seemed to need to give gifts. Su Jia, who was a little confused, immediately asked on the public screen, "I am the house manager now, how many gifts should I give?" After seeing Su Jia's question, Yang Rong was also stunned, but then she smiled and said, "Boss, just swipe it casually." She is a smart person and understands the principle of long-term success. What's more, unlike other people on the internet, she had met Su Jia, so she knew that the arrogant man in front of her was very financially strong. That's why she didn't act greedy right away. However, unlike Yang Rong, when the people in the live broadcast room saw Su Jia calling Yang Rong short legs, she not only did not receive any punishment, but was directly promoted to room manager. Therefore, the jealousy in my heart exploded. Now seeing Su Jia foolishly asking how many gifts were needed, someone immediately started to instigate him on the public screen. The property manager needs to swipe 100 planes. Of course, you can just fire 10 rockets. Yes, if you want to become the room manager of our Ronger live broadcast room, you must have some financial resources. Chapter 176 Housing Management. Seeing people in the live broadcast room making a fuss, Yang Rong on the other side of the camera felt a little embarrassed. He immediately said to Su Jia, No, boss, please don't spend money." Seeing Yang Rong defending Su Jia so much, the people in the live broadcast room became even more confused. It would have been fine if Su Jia had not been punished for calling Yang Rong short-legged and was promoted to property manager, but what was unexpected was that Yang Rong did not want Su Jia to spend too much money. For a moment, everyone in the live broadcast room started talking.
"Oh my god, this arrogant guy couldn't be Rong's man, right? Impossible, Rong can't have a man. Her man can only be me. Look, Master Zhu is here, it's time to watch something interesting."
At this moment, a barrage of special effects floated across the live broadcast room. Suddenly, the discussion on the public screen became lively again. After all, Su Jia looks very much like Yang Rong's man, but the problem is that everyone in the live broadcast room knows what Mr. Zhu thinks of Yang Rong. That is why everyone knows that a fierce battle is about to begin. Sure enough, and to no one's surprise, young Master Zhu directly launched a rocket worth 2,000 yuan.
Rong can only be mine. That arrogant man, get out of here right now." Seeing the rockets sent by Mr. Zhu, Yang Rong said with a fake smile, "Thank you, Boss Zhu, for the rockets, but can everyone be more friendly?" After all, the people in the live broadcast room may not know, but she knows very well that this Mr. Zhu is Zhu Hao. But she originally thought that the other party was so angry that he was about to vomit blood and would not be in the mood to tease the fish, but she didn't expect that he would come so late. In fact, Zhu Hao went to Doyu just out of habit. After all, he has been coming to Yang Rong's live broadcast room every day for the past 3 years. From time to time, there will be some airplanes or something. However, today I saw on the public screen that everyone was discussing that the arrogant man who suddenly became the property manager was Yang Rong's man. He instantly thought of the scene in the afternoon when Su Jia made him so angry that he vomited blood. So he got angry and sent out a rocket directly. Just hearing Yang Rong's words of persuading the two of them to get along, Zhu Hao became furious. Another rocket was immediately sent out. Then, another message was posted on the public screen, that arrogant guy Zhang Nan, if you don't have money, get out of the housing management immediately. Not everyone can become Rong's housing manager. When the people in the live broadcast room saw that Mr. Zhu, who was ranked first on the list, had overwhelmed Su Jia to the point where he was speechless, they immediately became jealous and began to look down on Su Jia. Yes, what's the point of being a property manager if you don't have money? Get out of here. Rong can only be our Master Zhu's. Get out of here, poor boy. You can't even bear to give me a fishball, and you still want to be our Rong's man? I think you should just give up on this idea. Yang Rong became anxious because of the contempt of everyone in the live broadcast room for Su Jia. In fact, to be honest, most of the fans in the entire live broadcast room have seen Su Jia. After all, there were many people there when Su Jia confronted her in the parking lot last time. It's a pity that Su Jia only logged into his account and did not reveal his true identity. Otherwise, how could the people present belittle Su Jia just to curry favor with Zhu Hao? Can someone who can afford a Bugatti Veyron have average financial resources? However, even though Su Jia was driving a supercar worth more than 80 million yuan, he was still wearing cheap clothes. Yang Rong immediately realized that the other person must be a wealthy man who liked to keep a low profile.
Therefore, she did not dare to reveal her identity without the other party's instructions. But just when she was feeling conflicted, Suja, who had been silent for a long time, finally spoke.
Chapter 177 Sending Rockets. Who said I have no money? Suja, who was sitting in front of the phone, was filled with anger.
He didn't expect to be misunderstood like this in real life, but he was also called a poor boy on the internet. Just sending out this sentence with his empty account made the live broadcast room even more lively.
Ha, this kid still isn't convinced. With Master Zhu here, this kid is quite arrogant. Of course he's arrogant. Didn't you see his name is called Arrogant Man?
For a moment, the entire public screen was filled with all kinds of disdain and contempt for Suja. This scene made Suja, who was originally planning to give Yang Rong only a few free fish balls, immediately angry. He immediately topped up 10,000 yuan on his phone and then sent out 5 rockets. The explosion that filled the entire screen stunned everyone in the live broadcast room for a moment.
They didn't expect Suja to directly send 5 rockets. That's a full $10,000. He just gave it away without hesitation. Isn't that too generous?
For a moment, everyone in the live broadcast room was not sure whether Suja was really rich or just sent out 5 rockets to show off. Unlike them, Yang Rong in the live broadcast room knew Suja's identity clearly.
This $10,000 can't even buy the hair off the other person's Bugatti Veyron sports car.
Immediately, she thanked Suja enthusiastically. Thank you, arrogant brother, for the 5 rockets.
I love you. Give me a kiss.
The last 2 sentences were simply shouted out by her unconsciously. Therefore, she was stunned after she said it. Especially when she thought about how Suja touched her several times yesterday, her face suddenly turned red. Fortunately, thanks to the beauty and filters, her changes were not noticed. However, everyone in the live broadcast room was also shocked by her next 2 sentences. This is a treatment that even Master Zhu, who has always given gifts to Yang Rong, has never enjoyed.
Why can they be so intimate just because I sent 5 rockets today?
As for Zhu Hao, he was filled with jealousy at this time, and he also opened his account and topped up 20,000 yuan. Then 10 rockets were sent out directly. Looking at the sudden explosion effects in the live broadcast room, the stunned Yang Rong finally reacted.
So he quickly said, "Thank you, Master Zhu, for the 10 rockets."
But after she finished shouting, she became silent. After all, she might lick him when facing Suja, but Zhu Hao really annoyed her. This made Zhu Hao, who was waiting for her to say touch it, so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. Unable to figure it out, he directly posted a message on the public screen.
Why did he touch me but I didn't? Was it because the gift I gave was not enough?
After this statement was made, many people expressed their support for Zhu Hao. After all, many people were jealous of Suja, who was suddenly treated intimately by Yang Rong.
Yes, our Master Zhu has given 10 rockets, so why can't we have a touch? Isn't this looking down on people? Does it mean that only those who give fewer gifts will be treated preferentially?
Although some sharp-eyed people noticed that Yang Rong seemed to know the man named Arrogant Man, they were overwhelmed with jealousy and could not care less.
Just confront. The sudden condemnation from the crowd made Yang Rong look a little unhappy.
It would be better to let her die than to let him call Zhu Hao, such a ugly guy, touch me. However, at this moment, everyone in the live broadcast room was on Zhu Hao's side. If she doesn't agree, then there is no doubt that the popularity of her live broadcast room will drop a lot from today on. Just when she was filled with worry and anxiety, Suja appeared and saved her.
Chapter 178 Suffering a Loss. Why can't I touch it? That's because he didn't give enough.
With a cold snort, Suja sent this message. Afterwards, he directly sent 100 rockets. The explosion effects in the live broadcast room lasted for nearly half a minute, leaving everyone stunned. Even the Douyu homepage flashed a message. The arrogant man sent out 100 rockets in Ronger's live broadcast room, everyone come and watch. It was not until the popularity of the live broadcast room soared to 1 million that Yang Rong, who was also stunned just now, hurried to thank Suja.
Thank you, arrogant male boss, for sending me 100 rockets. Touch me. I love you.
This is $200,000 given away directly. With the contract Yang Rong signed with Douyu, she can get 100,000 yuan. Although she earns tens of thousands of yuan every month due to her popularity, she earned 100,000 yuan in just a few minutes on this day. It can be said that she was calm enough not to jump up on the spot, but just couldn't help but say such intimate words. Unlike her, the people in the live broadcast room, as well as those who had just come in because of the influx of 100 rockets, were venting their excitement on the public screen. Although some people will give hundreds of rockets to the anchor, it doesn't happen often after all.
So it is inevitable that many people are excited. It's so rare to see this.
It's not a ranking competition, but there are still hundreds of shots fired at the same time.
Of course, some people also joked, "Rich man, do you want to take the pendant on your leg? I can sing and dance."
Go away upstairs, what's that?
I can dress up as a woman, so you better take me in, boss.
Suja didn't pay attention to these people who were livening up the atmosphere, but asked Zhu Hao.
Mr. Zhu, who did you just say had no money?
If the gifts were given on other live streaming platforms, Suja might feel bad. But now that the gifts are being given on his own platform, he doesn't care. On the other hand, after Suja sent out this message, the entire public screen instantly went blank. Everyone is waiting for Zhu Hao's answer. In a room in an ordinary community somewhere in Shanghai, Zhu Hao was so angry that he started yelling when he saw the message sent by Suja. Then, in a rage, he took out all his savings and directly invested 400,000 yuan, and then 200 rockets flew out, accompanied by nearly a minute of explosion special effects and a message on the homepage. Zhu Hao, who was filled with anger, also sent out a message.
I told you you have no money. So what?
The appearance of 200 rockets instantly filled up the public screen that had been empty just now.
Oh my god, what a rich guy. 400,000 was given away in the blink of an eye? What do you think?
Mr. Zhu has given millions of dollars worth of gifts in the past 3 years.
What is this 400,000 yuan? Yang Rong in front of the camera was shocked by Zhu Hao's 200 rockets.
But soon she thanked him calmly. "Thank you, Master Zhu, for the 200 rockets." There was no way, she really had no interest in Zhu Hao. She even returned all the gifts the other party had given her, just hoping that he would stop harassing her. Unfortunately, every time she returned all the gifts the other party had given her, the other party would continue to give her gifts. As a result, over the years, Yang Rong not only did not make any money, but lost a lot. After all, she signed a contract with the platform to split the profits in half, and she returned the full amount to Zhu Hao. She suffered a loss in silence, but ended up making the other party famous as a local tycoon.
Chapter 179 Don't Regret.
That is why Yang Rong really hopes that someone can help him get rid of Zhu Hao. Originally, she didn't count on Suja. After all, the other party had some hatred towards her. But he didn't expect that after Suja took advantage of him a few times, the other party actually said he would support him. This made Yang Rong, who was originally angry that Suja had taken advantage of her, even feel a little fortunate. At least it wasn't a loss to be kissed a few times. And the most important thing is that Suja seems to be quite handsome. At this moment, Yang Rong just said thank you with a forced smile. Before Zhu Hao could express his opinion, someone started protesting in the live broadcast room.
Why did the anchor thank us so indifferently when our Mr. Zhu sent 200 rockets? Yeah, isn't this looking down on people?
Just now, that arrogant guy sent 100 rockets, and the anchor was so enthusiastic.
Why did he become different when it came to our Mr. Zhu? Unfollow, this kind of anchor is not worth following.
For a while, the entire live broadcast room's public screen was filled with comments attacking Yang Rong.
Some people even did what they said and unfollowed the post.
Seeing the popularity of the live broadcast room dropping rapidly, Yang Rong began to feel impatient.
Do I really have to be passionate about Zhu Hao, a disgusting person?
As for Zhu Hao, although he was laughing uncontrollably behind his phone, he still sent a message with righteous indignation.
Don't bully Rong, I don't mind.
This message made Yang Rong so angry that she vomited blood.
He's really good at pretending to be a good person.
Just when Yang Rong was about to admit defeat and say some passionate words, Suja finally spoke.
Do you have the nerve to take out these 200 rockets?
As soon as these words were spoken, the information on the public screen instantly became empty. Only Suja's message remained at the end. Just a moment later, the public screen became lively again.
Kid, go back to where you came from. Who can't brag?
Yes,
our Master Zhu sent Rong 200 rockets. Would you like to send one too?
Yes, we won't bully you either. As long as you send another 106 rounds, we'll consider you awesome. After all, Suja had sent a total of 105 rockets before, and Zhu Hao had sent a total of 210 rockets now. Therefore, as long as he sends another 105 rockets, he will have one more rocket than Zhu Hao. This proposal was also supported by many viewers, who immediately urged Suja to send another 105 rockets to Yang Rong. Yang Rong was struggling in the live broadcast room, hoping that Suja could help her, but at the same time she knew that the hope was slim. Xu Hao, who was watching the live broadcast on his mobile phone, burst into laughter when he saw the audience condemning Su Zhe in unison. The neighbors next door were so noisy that they came over and knocked on the door. After quickly apologizing, Xu Hao sent another message to Su Zhe. As long as you can fire another 105 rockets today, I will call you Grandpa, how about that? After Xu Hao sent out this message, the people in the live broadcast room tacitly stopped sending messages so as not to disturb what Su Zhe was going to say. Looking at Xu Hao's arrogant tone, Su Zhe frowned slightly.
I am a little confused. Why do so many people like to make final statements? Only 105 rockets. Isn't it just 210,000? It's like no one else is like that.
With a cold snort, Su Zhe immediately sent a message.
Don't regret it. Chapter 18500 shots.
Seeing the message sent by Su Zhe, it was not only Xu Hao who laughed disdainfully.
Many onlookers also laughed behind their phones.
They were laughing at Su Zhe for overestimating his own abilities. Now most of the people in the live broadcast room were attracted by Xu Hao's 200 rockets. So, except for the people before, no one knew that Su Zhe also sent 100 rockets. What's more, even if he knew, Su Zhe still sent out 100 rockets. But compared with Mr. Zhu, the tycoon who has been giving out gifts for several years, it seems nothing. It is precisely for this reason that almost everyone is not optimistic about Su Zhe. Some people even mocked him directly on the public screen.
If you want to make our master Zhu not regret it, let's see if you have the capital to do so. Yeah, if you have the guts, just launch a rocket. Why waste so much time talking? I think this guy named Arrogant Man must be scared. Maybe he is hiding in his rental house crying in front of his phone right now. The ridicule from the crowd made Su Zhe frown, and even Yang Rong in front of the camera personally came out to plead for Su Zhe.
My friends, please stop causing trouble for the arrogant male boss. After all, she knew Su Zhe's assets very well, and she didn't want the audience in the live broadcast room to anger him away with words. Unfortunately, the situation is now one-sided, with most people condemning Su Zhe. No one listened to Yang Rong at all, and even other property managers wanted to add fuel to the fire. After all, they have always been keeping an eye on Yang Rong, but unfortunately, she has never had any intimate behavior with anyone.
Now, Su Zhe, who came suddenly, unexpectedly received Yang Rong's warm hospitality, which made them feel jealous.
Therefore, no one stepped forward to help manage the live broadcast room environment at this time.
But this time Su Zhe didn't say any nonsense and directly opened the account.
After all, Xu Hao, the rebellious son, wanted his father to slap him a few times, so he had to accept it reluctantly. Then, under the stunned gaze of everyone, Su Zhe directly exchanged all the money he had just recharged into rockets and sent them out.
500 rockets. 500 rounds.
The rocket special effects lasted for 2.5 minutes, and everyone was stunned on the spot.
Not only that, the Douyu homepage also had special effects that lasted for dozens of seconds. At one time, hundreds of thousands of people flocked into Yang Rong's live broadcast room.
The popularity, which had already risen to 1 million, now directly climbed towards 7 million. Even the super moderator of Douyu was alarmed.
Go check it out quickly, what's going on?
A responsible person immediately asked technical personnel to investigate the reasons why a certain live broadcast room's popularity soared rapidly. As the largest live streaming platform in China, Douyu also has many enemies. Countless small and medium-sized live streaming platforms are watching when they will collapse. Therefore, they attach great importance to this situation, which is likely to be a technical failure. After a while, the technician came over immediately to report the situation in surprise. Boss, we have found out the reason why the popularity of that little anchor in his live broadcast room has soared.
The person in charge frowned and asked quickly, what's the reason? The technician quickly said, Boss, someone just gave us 500 rockets as a reward. Even in the previous live broadcast room, we had already received 300 rockets as a reward. In fact, when he found out the reason, he was also very shocked. Chapter 181 The Strongest Anchor Contest. After all, this adds up to a total of 1 or 2 million. But I didn't expect that the reward would be given to a small anchor so easily. This made him sigh in his heart that there are so many rich people. Even at that moment, he had the urge to become a host. But he quickly came to his senses and dismissed this impossible thought. After all, as a technical staff of the live broadcast platform, he had already signed a contract that he could not work as a host in the next few years. Moreover, he could tell from the appearance of the young anchor that even if he went live, no one would give him tips. Wouldn't it be nice to have so much money to give to beautiful women? Why send him a grown man?
After listening to the technician's words, the person in charge was shocked. He asked again, somewhat unbelievingly.
Did someone really give you 500 rockets as a reward?
After all, now is not the time for activities or competitions, so it would be great to have 1 or 200 rockets on a normal basis. But I didn't expect that there would be 500 rockets rewarded today, not to mention the 100 or 200 rockets before.
In response to his question, the technicians over there nodded quickly.
It's true, yes, I saw it clearly from backstage. His words made the person in charge nod, then he gritted his teeth and made up his mind. Go to that live broadcast room and put it on the homepage for recommendation. After all, if someone can spend 2 million as a reward, it means that the other party is not short of money.
Their platform must please these big bosses.
As for the claim that the host in the live broadcast room spent the money himself, that is even more impossible.
Unless that little anchor is a rich man. Otherwise, wouldn't it be a huge loss to give Doyu millions of dollars just to be on the homepage? After all, the reward money is split equally between the platform and the anchor.
The technician there heard that the person in charge wanted him to put the live broadcast room on the homepage recommendation.
He immediately said in disbelief, "Boss, hasn't the homepage recommendation been decided?"
His words made the person in charge frown and said, "Why are you talking so much nonsense?
If I tell you to hang up, then hang up."
Although he had already decided on the live broadcast room recommended on the homepage, now that a big boss had come to their platform, he would of course try to retain him. What's more, no one would gossip about this matter if it was made public.
Then, boss, whose recommendation should be replaced?
The technician no longer insisted. After all, if the recommendation is changed, he won't be the one who offends people.
The person in charge thought for a moment and then said, "Replace the peach one."
The technician who received the order immediately rushed to change the homepage recommendation. In Yang Rong's live broadcast room, many people also reacted. They never expected that Suja would actually reward them with another 500 rockets.
That's a full 1 million. The average person's income for decades. After Yang Rong recovered, she quickly thanked Suja who rescued her. "Thank you, arrogant male boss. I love you. Pat me."
Not only did she say it, she even made a heart shape to Suja towards the screen. After all, although she knew that Suja was rich, the problem was that she didn't expect that he would support her so much. Unlike that ugly guy Zhuhao, Suja is the real boss. For a moment, Yang Rong couldn't help but think of the strongest anchor competition held by the Douyu platform in a few days. If she had Suja's help, she might be able to get rid of the embarrassing situation of never making it into the top 300.
Chapter 182 Shameless.
Thinking of this, she quickly sent a message to Suja from the backstage.
"Boss, can you add me on WeChat?"
He also added a heart emoticon at the end. Unfortunately, Suja was too lazy to pay attention to her at this time and didn't even look at the news in the background. Instead, he called out to Zhuhao from a distance.
"Son, come and call daddy."
As soon as this news came out, the public screen in the entire live broadcast room became empty again.
Everyone quieted down from the lively atmosphere.
However, unlike the previous time when they were waiting for Suja's answer, this time they were waiting for Zhuhao. At this moment, Zhuhao, who was behind the phone, was cursing angrily.
"Fuck, where did this wild boy come from?"
He never expected that his quick words would lead to him falling into an insidious trap. "I never expected that the wild boy named Arrogant Man could come up with so much money." But just as he was about to angrily confront Suja, he suddenly laughed.
Because he remembered something that could benefit him.
"You know, in this confrontation with that arrogant man, the one with the greatest advantage is Yang Rong. If I take this opportunity to ask her for some hard work fee, maybe I can make some money." The more he thought about it, the more excited he became, and he simply ignored the people waiting for him in the live broadcast room. Instead, he sent a message to Yang Rong in the background. Rong, I also contributed a lot to your earnings so much this time.
You have to give me some benefits."
Over there, hearing the message prompt in the background, Yang Rong originally thought that Suja responded to her, and immediately opened the background message with a smile on her face.
But after opening it, his face instantly turned gloomy. "How shameless."
Yang Rong cursed directly in the live broadcast room. This startled everyone in the live broadcast room, and for a moment they all speculated who was shameless.
"Isn't that some arrogant guy from some country? What conditions did he put forward to our Rong? I think this arrogant man is not a good person at all. He definitely wants to take advantage of our Rong. Some people even asked Yang Rong to take out the message she had sent in the live broadcast room. On the other side, Zhu Hao saw Yang Rong suddenly swearing and immediately realized that he was too impatient. Another message was sent immediately. Rong, I don't want that share anymore. Just return all the rewards I gave you like before. This message he sent made Yang Rong start cursing again. Shameless. Now, including Suja, everyone was a little curious. What kind of information did Yang Rong see that made her curse in the live broadcast room? On the other side, Zhu Hao became even more panicked. What if Yang Rong showed the message he had just sent to the people in the live broadcast room? Then his identity as a fake rich man will be exposed. For a moment, Zhu Hao not only prayed in his heart that Yang Rong would not send the message, but he was also begging for mercy from the other party through the backstage. It's a pity that Yang Rong had long been impatient with him as a vampire. My heart is filled with endless resentment. Give out your own money and let Zhu Hao become a rich man. Why? So she ignored the other party's pleas for mercy and took out her mobile phone to show the chat history between her and the other party to the people in the live broadcast room. Seeing this, Zhu Hao, who had originally begged for mercy, became angry and started cursing. Originally, everyone's attention was attracted by the conversation between the two people, and even many people were a little skeptical after reading the chat records. However, when Zhu Hao's subsequent curse was transmitted to Yang Rong's mobile phone, almost everyone believed the message and the conversation between the two. For a moment, Zhu Hao's audience, who had been licking his ass, started to curse angrily. Chapter 183 Call Dad. Damn it, this kid dared to scold our Rong. I thought this Mr. Zhu was a wealthy man, but I didn't expect that he has been relying on sucking blood from Rong to survive all these years. What a piece of shit. The person who gave money on the platform actually has the nerve to ask for it back. Isn't this just freeloading? For a time, not only Yang Rong's previous fans began to curse Zhu Hao. Even some of the onlookers who were attracted by the battle between Su Zhu and the other man began to curse Zhu Hao indignantly. They never imagined that there would be such shameless people in the world. Not only do they ask the anchor to take back the full amount of their tips, but now that they see that the anchor has a big boss giving him tips, they even have the nerve to ask for a share of the profits. Suja also didn't expect that this Mr. Zhu was just a show-off. However, he didn't care about any conflict between him and Yang Rong. What he cared about was the bet he had made with the other party before. Without any hesitation, he directly posted a message on the public screen. Mr. Zhu, don't forget to complete our previous bet. After Suja sent this message, the public screen suddenly became empty again. After just a moment, the condemnation of Zhu Hao began again. Yes, quickly call our arrogant brother Dad. You Zhu, don't think you can go offline just because you don't say anything. Come out here right now. There was even a computer expert in the audience who threatened directly, if you don't come out and call me daddy, I will reveal your home address. After seeing Yang Rong expose the chat information, Zhu Hao knew that he was finished. But he never expected that those who had nothing to do with the matter would also come to denounce him. Not only that, the culprit of all this, the arrogant man, did not miss this opportunity to target him. For a moment, Zhu Hao's heart was filled with anger towards Su Zhe. Why? On what basis? Doesn't that arrogant guy just have a few cents? This is the gift that Yang Rong has been buying for 3 years. Although he didn't really spend any money, he did help increase Yang Rong's popularity. It's a pity that Zhu Hao didn't think about it. If it weren't for his bloodsucking, with the money lost over the years, Yang Rong might have already become a big anchor on the Douyu platform. But now, facing the threat of others leaking his address, he could only type 2 words on the public screen in frustration. Dad. After these 2 words were typed out, everyone in the live broadcast room instantly cheered. This has never happened in the live broadcast industry. Many people took screenshots of this moment as a souvenir. Even many people with quick eyes and hands posted what happened today on various forum platforms. It can be said that Zhu Hao, the nickname of Mr. Zhu, is completely infamous on the internet. If it weren't for the privacy of the internet, Zhu Hao might not be able to face people in the future. After sending the 2 words, Zhu Hao, filled with anger, threw his phone to the ground. Bang! The phone, which was not in very good condition to begin with, was instantly shattered into pieces. After seeing this scene, he began to pick up the broken pieces of the phone with heartache. Just when he was hesitating whether to buy another mobile phone, he suddenly sat down on the ground and started crying loudly. Because he had just angered Yang Rong.
In other words, not a single cent of the 400,000 yuan that was given as a reward can be recovered. On the other side, Suja naturally didn't know that this Xu Hao was the man who vomited blood that he met in the square this afternoon. At this moment, he was having trouble with something.
Chapter 184 I'm going to take a shower. The reason is simple.
In the live broadcast interface at this time, Yang Rong asked for his WeChat ID without hesitation in front of so many people with a flattering smile on her face.
Arrogant male boss, please leave me your WeChat ID.
Her appearance shocked all the viewers in the live broadcast room.
Is this still the Rong who never gives anyone her contact information? Why is it that today he is like a bootlicker, actively asking others for their WeChat accounts?
In fact, Yang Rong was also quite shy in her heart. After all, this was her first time in the history. But if I don't leave Sujo's contact information, then I don't know when the next time will be. It is precisely for this reason that although Yang Rong felt shy, she was more anxious. After hearing what Yang Rong said, Suja was still quite embarrassed.
After all, I kissed this short leg several times today. What if the other party comes to cause trouble?
In the live broadcast room, Suja was seen to be motionless.
Yang Rong smiled and said in front of the camera, "Boss, just tell me.
I promise I won't bother you if there is nothing wrong." Her appearance made many people in the live broadcast room extremely jealous. But there is no way, on the live streaming platform, whoever has money is the boss. Suja just gave more than 1 million to the anchor, so even if he was jealous he didn't dare to say it out loud.
Many people even joked on the public screen. If we don't bother you when there's nothing going on, then does that mean we can bother you whenever we need to?
Yeah.
Maybe the boss's home is short of a washing machine?
For a while, many people in the live broadcast room started telling dirty jokes. Of course, he was no exception and was completely silenced by the ruthless property manager. At this moment, with the smile on Yang Rong's face in the live broadcast room, everyone understood that Suja, the big boss, gave his WeChat account to Yang Rong.
For a moment, most people began to feel sorry.
Such a beautiful anchor is about to fall into the wolf's mouth. After all, they had heard before about the purpose of many big bosses adding female anchors on WeChat.
If those female anchors were difficult to deal with in the past, then it is definitely easy now for Yang Rong who actively asked for WeChat.
Maybe in a few days, Rong, the girl they have been thinking about day and night, will be doing a live broadcast at the boss's house.
Suja went offline after sending the WeChat message to Yang Rong.
After all, his purpose of going onto the live broadcast platform today was just to pay for the prostitution fee in the afternoon. Now that things were over, there was naturally no reason for him to stay any longer. Seeing the news that Suja had gone offline, Yang Rong felt a little disappointed. Originally, she thought that the other party would be like other bosses and give her a gift after logging off.
But I never expected that there wouldn't be even a single hair.
This made her doubt whether it was a wrong choice to ask Suja for help to get into the top 300 of the anchor competition.
What if the other party only comes online this time and never comes online again? Then she will be at a loss when the time comes, right?
Thinking of this, Yang Rong, who was somewhat impatient, just found an excuse and went offline. This scene made many people feel even more sad.
Look! Look!
The beautiful anchor who was as pure as ice and jade in front of them seemed a little anxious in front of the big boss. After leaving the live broadcast room, Yang Rong quickly picked up her phone and sent a WeChat message to Suju over there.
Are you there?
Suju at home didn't expect her to come so soon.
I sent a message casually. What's the matter?
If nothing else, I'll go take a shower.
Chapter 185 The sun is shining on your butt. This message almost made Yang Rong on the other side vomit blood. What's the meaning? Are you disliking me?
Suppressing her anger, Yang Rong continued to send a message.
Arrogant man, can you tell me your name?
After seeing her message, Suja raised his eyebrows, then threw the phone aside and went to take a shower. After all, he wasn't just making excuses just now, he really wanted to take a shower. What's more, Suja also has to think carefully about what the purpose of these short legs is. So, Yang Rong on the opposite side waited seriously for nearly half an hour. Just when he was about to lose his temper, Suja, who had just finished washing up, finally sent her a message back.
Why are you asking me my name?
Although this was just some nonsense from Suja, it made Yang Rong on the opposite side smile. She felt that her wait was not in vain. As for the anger in his heart, it had already dissipated by now. I have to say that the speculations of the people in the live broadcast room before were somewhat reasonable.
Yang Rong does have the attributes of a bootlicker.
Immediately, she sent a message with a smile. I'm just asking, can you please tell me, followed by a pleading emoticon. Now Sujo on the opposite side finally understood that Yang Rong was not trying to cause trouble for him.
So I sent my name. This almost made Yang Rong over there jump up with excitement.
She clenched her fists excitedly and quickly sent another message.
Suja, are you free tomorrow? How about I treat you to a meal?
This piece of news made Suja slightly stunned.
Have a meal. I'm not that familiar with her yet, am I?
For a moment, Suja began to doubt whether Yang Rong had any other intentions. After thinking about it, Suja finally sent a message. I have something to do tomorrow, so forget it. Then, after waiting for the other party to answer, he sent another message. No more chatting, I'm a little tired, I need to go take a rest. Although I don't know the other party's purpose, if I don't want to cause trouble, the only thing I can do is end the topic. Yang Rong on the opposite side naturally didn't know this. She thought Suja was really tired. A message was sent immediately.
Well, good night, we'll talk tomorrow.
Then she ended the conversation with Suja with a smile, and then held her phone and began to fantasize about whether she could invite Suja to have dinner together tomorrow. At this moment, someone sent her a message on WeChat.
Rong, are you asleep?
Seeing this message, Yang Rong frowned unconsciously.
After a long while she replied, I'm going to sleep here.
When the person on the other end saw her reply, he immediately replied, okay, good night, followed by a heart emoticon. Seeing this, Yang Rong frowned again. After thinking for a while, she did not delete the other party, but blocked him directly. After all, although this person has been pestering her, he is still a classmate after all. If she suddenly deleted it, it would be embarrassing for her in front of her classmates. On the other side, Suja naturally did not go to sleep and rest. After all, since he obtained the system, the habit of getting up early has been removed from his life plan. Therefore, he got up very late every day, or was woken up from bed by the annoying Tian Shinrui. Early the next morning, listening to the noises outside the villa, Suja felt a little annoyed.
Lao Su, the sun is shining on your butt, hurry up and get up. Chapter 186 Afraid of going to the hospital. Suja, who was a little grumpy after waking up, frowned, and with a hint of resentment, he walked out in his shorts and opened the door. Sure enough, as he expected, the person outside the door was Tian Shinrui.
Tian Shinrui is different today than usual. She put on light makeup, which was rare, so that even an ordinary professional suit could show her infinite charm. Fortunately, Suja was not stunned. After just a few glances, he asked helplessly, Butler Tian, what do you mean? What's wrong with me sleeping next to you? This sentence made Tian Shinrui on the opposite side blush. But perhaps because she was too shy, she did not answer Suja's question at all. Instead, she pulled him into the room, saying, Aren't you cold? Hurry and put on your clothes. Because Tian Shinrui had been here many times before, she was very familiar with the place this time and even pulled Suja directly into the bedroom. This made Suja a little confused.
This is my home. How do you act like a master?
Immediately, Suja, who was very dissatisfied, shouted, Butler Tian, this seems to be my home, right? Tian Shinrui, who was helping Suja get his clothes, was stunned for a moment, then said dissatisfiedly, I am the manager of this area.
What's wrong with helping you, the owner? Are you unhappy?
If it were anyone else, facing a beautiful woman saying this, they would not say it out loud even if they were unhappy in their hearts.
But Suja is different.
So after he took the clothes, he said directly, You are right, I just don't like it. Tian Shinrui, who had just handed him the clothes, was stunned for a moment, then she said with a sly smile, Even if you don't like it, you have to hold it in.
Suja was speechless. He really couldn't understand why Tian Shinrui would pick a fight with him. And he also transferred 3 million to Tian Shinrui yesterday. Logically speaking, as a creditor, even if he doesn't show off his power, he should at least have some status, right? But unexpectedly, Tian Shinrui became addicted to being a housekeeper. They even want to control his private life. Thinking of this, Suja became furious and was about to teach the other party a lesson to let him know who was the boss. But before he could say anything, Tian Shinrui, who had helped him tidy up his room, walked out. Seeing this, Suja nodded with satisfaction. I thought this bad woman had some vision.
But the other party's next move left Suja completely dumbfounded. After leaving the bedroom, Tian Shinrui not only did not leave, but ran to the kitchen.
What are you doing?
Suja was shocked. Hearing his shout, Tian Shinrui, who was about to rush to the kitchen, stopped, then turned to him and said, "What else can I do?" "Of course, I'll cook for you." After saying this, Suja's face was full of greetings. Cook? Made of air? Since moving into Riverview Garden, Suja has never purchased any food. They always ordered takeout when eating, and Suja felt that Tian Shinrui, who often monitored him, should be aware of this. Immediately, Suja smiled helplessly and said, "Stop tinkering around. There's nothing left at home for you to waste." Hearing his words, Tian Shinrui was stunned, and then shouted at Suja with a hint of anger, "Who are you calling wasteful? I tell you, the food I cook is not edible for most people." Suja shook his head. He didn't believe what Tian Shinrui said at all. Because he thought that other people couldn't eat the food she cooked. Maybe he was afraid of going to the hospital, so he filled his stomach in advance. Chapter 187 Pancakes. Tian Shinrui over there was sharp-eyed and immediately noticed where Suja was shaking his head. He immediately said dissatisfiedly, "Don't you believe it?" Although Suja really didn't believe what she said in his heart, he wouldn't say it out loud. After all, he knew very well that if he denied the other party would definitely produce evidence to give him a taste of his guilt. Suja, who didn't want to suffer, naturally had to nip the source in the bud. So he smiled and said, "Of course I believe you." After saying this, he gave the other person an affirmative look. Although Tian Shinrui was somewhat happy, she still felt that she should let Suja taste her cooking skills. She immediately said, "You want to wait a moment? I'm going to buy some food. I'll be back soon." After saying that, the other party ran out before Suja could react. This made him feel helpless, and he even felt that Tian Shinrui was cute because of her stupidity. I had not prepared any ingredients beforehand, so naturally there was no natural gas, pots, pans, or other cooking utensils in the villa. Unfortunately, Tian Shinrui ran very fast and disappeared before Suja could even say anything. In fact, the reason why Tian Shinrui wore makeup and dressed up contrary to her usual style and interfered in Suja's private life today was because of this. The purpose is also simple. All the emergency debts her family had incurred had been paid off, so she felt much better. Besides, she also wanted to repay Suja. After all, Suja transferred the 3 million without hesitation yesterday afternoon. Although Tian Shinrui knew that this amount of money was nothing to Suja, it was like a life-saving straw to their family. Therefore, in addition to having to return the 3 million to Suja in the future, she also wanted to do what she could. That's why she acted so abnormally today. Suja didn't have to wait long before Tian Shinrui ran back panting. However, what surprised Suja a little was that the other party was actually much smarter today. "Instead of buying any groceries, I brought back 2 sets of pancakes." In fact, Tian Shinrui was not stupid. When she was halfway through running, she also thought of the situation at Suja's home. "But since they were already out, I just bought 2 sets of pancakes." When she came to Suja, Tian Shinrui asked shyly, "Old Su, are you used to eating this pancake?" After all, when she bought it and was halfway there, she discovered that Suja was worth over 100 million yuan, and it was very likely that he would not be used to eating this pancake. But seeing that it was almost time to go to work, she couldn't go anywhere else to buy any expensive breakfast. "So I came back feeling very anxious." Suja on the other side naturally had no idea what she had just done. He simply thought that the other party was smart and knew that he had no cooking utensils at home, so he brought back 2 sets of pancakes. Hearing her ask this, he quickly said with a smile, "Butler Tian, I don't have any rich disease. Besides, I used to eat pancakes often." After saying that, he snatched the pancake from the other person without hesitation, and then started eating it without any hesitation. Since the other party invited him, of course he wouldn't be polite. But Tian Shinrui sitting opposite him didn't think so. She thought that Suja said this to comfort her. After all, how could a wealthy man with a net worth of hundreds of millions eat pancakes that cost only a few dollars often? In fact, Suja was not lying. Whether in his past life or this life, he often ate jianbing. In fact, because of the abundant food and fish he had eaten during this period, he actually enjoyed the food even more. Chapter 188 Run. Seeing Suja's expression of deliberately pretending to enjoy the food, Tian Shinrui felt a little distressed. She now regretted why she had not thought earlier that Suja's family had no cooking utensils. Otherwise, the other person would not pretend to enjoy the food so much just to make himself happy. Suja, who was enjoying his meal, naturally had no idea about Tian Shinrui's narcissistic behavior. However, when he saw that the other party was still not leaving, he asked with a little surprise, Butler Tian, it's time for you to go to work, right? After hearing this, Tian Shinrui on the opposite side quickly took out her mobile phone to check the time. Then he quickly said to Suja embarrassedly, "Old Sue, take your time to eat, I'm going to work." Immediately, she ran out in a hurry again without caring about Suja's reaction. Seeing her like this, Suja really felt pity for her future husband. With such an irritable look, there might be some domestic violence. However, Tian Shinrui's going to work also reminded Suja. He has to go to work too. But unlike others, Suja only needs to sign in at the destination given by the system every day. Today's check-in location made Suja feel a little excited. After all, this place is extremely special. If the system really rewards something related to the location, he will give it to him. The reason is very simple. Today's check-in location is China Construction Bank in Shanghai. Suja was also very familiar with this place. It was the bank where Qin Shuyao worked. Of course, as a low-key rich man who doesn't want to get into trouble, Suja only planned to sneak into the bank to sign in and come out, and not have any interaction with Qin Shuyao. Suja parked the Bugatti Veyron far away from the bank in a cunning manner, and then he rushed to the bank while eating a pancake. Originally Suja thought that there wouldn't be many people today, but what he didn't expect was that this construction bank was almost crowded. But he was not curious. He just wanted to sign in and go home quickly. Standing in the middle of the bank lobby, secretly commanding the system to sign in. But after successfully signing in, a hint of disappointment flashed across Suja's face. Ding, congratulations to the host for signing in successfully and receiving 1 billion in cash. Cash again. Suja was speechless. Why couldn't the reward be higher, such as giving him shares in the bank? Although the bank is owned by the government, it is listed on the stock market, so 40% of its shares are scattered in the stock market. What's more, Suja originally had 1.1 billion in cash with nowhere to spend it, but he didn't expect that another 1 billion would suddenly come in. He was a little distressed. He couldn't just put the 2 billion in the bank and earn interest, right? Got to find a way to spend it. Just as Suja quietly walked out of the bank, he was thinking about how to spend the money. The familiar voice behind him made him run. "Suja, why are you here?" Not surprisingly, Qin Shuyao was the only one who knew him in the bank. Qin Shuyao was speechless when she saw Suja running away as soon as he heard her voice. "She is not a tiger, is there any need to be so scared?" She immediately handed the document in her hand to a middle-aged man next to her, and then said, "Hold your fists, Mr. Li, we cannot approve your company's loan." Then, without waiting for Mr. Li to speak, Qin Shuyao quickly chased after Suja. Seeing this, Mr. Li rolled his eyes, gritted his teeth and ran over. After all, if their company has no more capital investment, the Tianyuan Logistics that he founded will be taken over by that evil young man. Chapter 189 1 billion. On the other side, after catching up with Suja, Qin Shuyao asked with a dissatisfied look on her face, "Suja, why are you running?" "I won't eat you." These words made Suja shake his head in his heart. "You won't eat me, but you can cause me trouble." But now that Qin Shuyao has caught up with him, Suja naturally would not say such things. Instead, he looked at Qin Shuyao in surprise. "Sister Shuyao, you are here too?" After hearing this, Qin Shuyao on the other side felt like vomiting blood. How could she not see that Suja was playing dumb, but the problem was that she couldn't see through him at all. After all, the other party refused to admit it, so she had no choice. She forced a smile on her face and then stopped talking about the previous topic. He just said, "Suja, you happen to be here today, how about we go have a cup of coffee first?" After hearing this, Suja was speechless. "Can't you see that I don't want to continue chatting with you? Why do you always come over here?" But after all, the two of them were acquaintances, and if Suja refused, the other party would not look good. But when he saw the person following behind Qin Shuyao, he smiled in his heart, and then said, "Sister Shuyao, you should hurry up and do your work. Look, someone is looking for you." As soon as Suja finished speaking, Li Mingliang, who had already run over, quickly nodded at him. Then he looked at Qin Shuyao with a flattering face. "Manager Qin, your bank is also aware of our company's previous profitability. As long as we get through this difficult time, I guarantee that we will be able to pay off the debt soon." Qin Shuyao saw Li Mingliang interrupting her tryst with Suja, and immediately frowned and said, "Boss Li, I've finished my words. Although your company's profit margin was indeed very high before, the problem is that you are now fighting against Zhang's. Under such circumstances, our bank cannot lend you 1 billion. 1 billion. Suja was a little surprised when he heard Qin Shuyao's words. He didn't expect that the other party could manage a loan of 1 billion yuan. However, thinking of Lu Ming's respect for her, Suja suddenly came to his senses. After all, with such a high family background, it is normal for him to have such great authority. On the other hand, seeing Qin Shuyao refuse again, Li Mingliang's eyes dimmed a little. After all, what Qin Shuyao said makes sense.
The battle between Tianyuan Logistics and Zhang Group really makes people lose confidence. But the problem is, as the boss of Tianyuan Logistics, he is very clear about the capabilities of his company. As long as there is a cash flow of 1 billion, it will not only defeat the Zhang family, but also capture a larger market. But unfortunately, the Zhang family is a veteran in the logistics industry after all. Not to mention that in addition to logistics, the Zhang family has other projects to support logistics, this money-making monster. And their Tianyuan Logistics has been rooted in the logistics industry from the very beginning. In addition, everything went smoothly before, so he didn't consider the reason why all the eggs should not be put in the same cage. Although he has come to his senses now, it is too late. Unless there is a huge amount of additional funds now, Tianyuan Logistics will soon disappear in the logistics industry of Shanghai. At that moment, Li Mingyuan, with a deathly pale face, forced a smile at Qin Shuyao. Then he said, "Sorry to bother Manager Qin today. I'll leave first." After saying this, he walked away slowly. But before he could take a few steps, Suja on the side called him down. Suja quickly shouted, "Wait a minute. Chapter 190 I invested in your company." As soon as Suja finished speaking, Li Mingliang stopped, his eyes flickered a few times, and then dimmed again. If Qin Shuyao had called him down, then he might still have some hope. But now it was Suja, who was holding a pancake and looked not to be a rich man, who called him down, and he suddenly felt that there was no hope. But unlike him, Qin Shuyao on the side asked Suja in great surprise, "Old Su, you are not going to take action, are you?" Her words rekindled hope in Li Mingliang, who was about to leave. He slowed down his pace and pricked up his ears to secretly listen to the conversation between the two. Suja on the other side naturally noticed his abnormality, but did not care. After all, he had originally intended to spend the 2 billion yuan in his hand, and now that this person happened to be short of money, his mind became active. If the other party's company can actually make a profit, then of course he will invest. On the contrary, Suja is not a sucker and naturally would not do business at a loss. He immediately said to Qin Shuyao with a smile, "Sister Shuyao, I just want to ask about the situation of Tianyuan Logistics, nothing else." As soon as these words were spoken, Li Mingyuan, who had just seen a glimmer of hope, became depressed again. Qin Shuyao next to him did not hesitate and said directly to Suja, "Suja, Tianyuan Logistics is actually not bad, but now with the hostility of Zhang's, unless a large amount of capital is invested, it is impossible to survive." Hearing that Qin Shuyao would actually speak up for him, Li Mingyuan, who was about to leave, felt a little better, and Suja's next words rekindled his hope. Suja asked, "So that means we can do the Tianyuan Logistics deal?" After all, given how much Qin Shuyao is obsessed with him, there is no way she would lie to him unless there are major benefits. Obviously, the other party did not take Tianyuan Logistics seriously, so he doubted whether this deal could be done. His words stunned Qin Shuyao. "You don't really want to get involved in this deal, do you?" She ignored the fact that Li Mingliang was right beside her and said to Suja, "Suja, I advise you not to get involved. With your few 100 million yuan, you can't afford it." Qin Shuyao's reckless words made Suja a little stunned. However, before he could open his mouth, Li Mingliang, who had already walked a long way, came running over happily. "Boss, do you really have hundreds of millions in cash?" Seeing this, Suja smiled and nodded. Li Mingliang on the other side was even happier now, and he immediately said to Qin Shuyao, "Manager Qin, if we have this boss's funds, then our company will not need to borrow 1 billion from your bank." I have to say that Li Mingyuan's idea was a little too good. Even if he only borrowed a few 100 million, Qin Shuyao would never lend him the money. After all, Tianyuan Logistics' enemy is the Zhang Group. And the other party is also a partner of their bank. Not to mention that Zhang's bank was on the verge of defeating Tianyuan Logistics. How could she possibly lend money to a company that was doomed to never get the money back? Qin Shuyao immediately shook her head and refused, "Boss Li, just give up. You can't beat Zhang's at all." These words made Li Mingyuan sad instantly. However, at this moment, Suja said softly, "Mr. Li, don't give up. I have invested in your company." Chapter 191, No Shortage of Money. After these words were spoken, Li Mingliang on the other side was stunned. With Qin Shuyao's testimony, he had no doubt whether Suja had money or not.
But the problem is that he is now going against the Zhang group.
Isn't the other party afraid of suffering heavy losses after failure? Sir, are you sure you want to invest in my company? At this time, Li Mingliang simply lowered his posture and addressed Suzhou with the honorific you.
He didn't care whether what the other party said was true or false, but now that he could stand up and speak for him, he deserved to be treated with respect.
Suzhou also noticed that Li Mingliang was a little bit unconvinced, so he immediately nodded with a smile.
That's right, but I think I'll have to wait until I finish reading your company's information before I can tell you the exact amount. His words made Qin Shuyao a little worried, and she quickly said, Suzhou, this is not a small matter, this is a project worth hundreds of millions. Faced with her persuasion, Suzhou shook his head slightly.
Sister Shuyao, don't worry, I know what's going on.
After all, the current gap of Tianyuan Logistics is at most tens of billions, but now he has more than 2 billion in his hands.
What's more, given the system's capabilities, the money doesn't seem to be much.
Seeing how determined he was, Qin Shuyao sighed in her heart. She really couldn't bear to let Suzhou fall into this bottomless abyss, but there was nothing she could do as the other party insisted on getting involved in this muddy water. Helplessly, she could only say, okay, if you fail, come to me. Although I don't have much money, I will definitely not let you starve to death. In her opinion, it is impossible for Suzhou to succeed. But Qin Shuyao's words made Suzhou a little confused.
It's just a few billion. What if I lose it all?
Just as he was about to retort, Suzhou remembered that Qin Shuyao didn't seem to know his background. After thinking about it for a while, he didn't intend to explain.
After all, he really didn't want to be too deeply involved with Qin Shuyao.
Qin Shuyao, who was standing by, saw that he didn't say anything and seemed to have really thought it over. She felt so happy that she almost laughed.
Fortunately, she also knew that she couldn't get carried away and destroy Suzhou's good impression of her.
So he continued to look at Suzhou with a worried look on his face. At this time, Li Mingliang on the side also completely understood that Suzhou really wanted to invest in his company. He immediately came to Suzhou with excitement on his face and said very sincerely, Mr. Su, thank you so much.
I will never forget your kindness.
Suzhou smiled and shook his head, and quickly said, forget about it, but you should introduce your Tianyuan Logistics to me first. Li Mingliang was stunned for a moment, then he told Suzhou about the situation of his company in front of Qin Shuyao. The reason why he said it in front of Qin Shuyao. In addition to the fact that the other party already knew the situation of his company, he also wanted Suzhou to feel at ease investing the money. After all, he doesn't care to say it in front of others, which means he can't be hiding any trap. Suzhou on the side was surprised at his boldness but did not care much about it. After all, his purpose was to spend the idle funds in his hands. After the other party's explanation, Suzhou finally understood the most critical issue of Tianyuan Logistics today.
Tianyuan Logistics does not have any management loopholes, nor does it have any negative situations. The logistics company currently only owes one thing. That's money. Unfortunately, the thing Suzhou has the most is money. He was particularly excited about companies that only required him to invest money and then wait for returns. Chapter 192 Conditions. Suzhou immediately asked without hesitation, Mr. Li, how much funding gap does the company have at present?
After these words were spoken, Li Mingliang on the other side seemed a little surprised.
What's up? Are you planning to buy it all? However, Li Mingliang just thought that Suzhou had said something wrong.
So, he immediately said, Mr. Su, the company's current shortfall is 1 billion.
Of course, if you can invest 300 million, I will give you 15% of the shares.
His words made Suzhou frown.
Only 15% of the shares? This is too little.
Li Mingliang, who was standing next to him, saw him suddenly frown, and immediately felt something was wrong. Mr. Su, if you don't have 300 million, 100 million can also give the company some relief for a while. He thought Suzhou didn't have that much money, so he felt embarrassed. But his words made Suzhou feel a little surprised.
Who are you looking down on? 100 million? I might as well not vote. Suzhou immediately said without hesitation, I want all the 1 billion. What?
Qin Shuyao next to him and Li Mingliang opposite Suzhou both showed shocked expressions.
Just a moment later, Li Mingliang, who had come to his senses, quickly asked again, Mr. Su, are you sure it is 1 billion?
It really made him feel like he was dreaming.
He begged for money from everyone but didn't get a penny.
But I didn't expect that just because I was unwilling to give up for a moment, I met Suzhou, a man who was willing to give me 1 billion yuan. He had no doubt that Suzhou could come up with so much money. After all, from Qin Shuyao's worry just now, he could tell that Mr. Su must be wealthy. And big shots like this usually don't joke at times like this. But Qin Shuyao's words made his heart sink.
Suja, where did you get so much money?
In her impression, Suja seemed to have only about 100 million yuan in his card. Even if there is money in other places, it can't reach 1 billion. 100 million in cash might be normal, but 1 billion in cash is extremely terrifying. So, she was very curious about where Suja got the money.
If it were an ordinary person, he might not be able to answer it.
But Suja is different, he won't answer at all. So he said directly to Qin Shuyao, Sister Shuyao, don't worry about this.
It's only 1 billion, not a big amount.
Although Qin Shuyao was somewhat dissatisfied with the first half of Suja's words, the latter part of his words made her want to vomit blood.
1 billion is not a big number.
Don't be afraid of blowing your own trumpet. Li Mingliang, who was standing by, finally breathed a sigh of relief after hearing Suja's words. It seems that Mr. Su in front of me should be rich.
But at this moment, Suja looked at Li Mingliang again.
Boss Li, I can invest 1 billion, but I have one condition.
Condition? Li Mingliang was startled, but then he quickly asked, Mr. Su, what are your conditions?
At this point, he had no other choice but to make up his mind. As long as Suja doesn't ask for too much, he will definitely agree to all the conditions.
There is no way. If Tianyuan Logistics goes bankrupt, the rest of his life will be completely over.
Qin Shuyao on the side was also very curious about what conditions Suja would propose to Li Mingliang, and immediately looked over with curiosity. Seeing this, Suja smiled slightly and finally spoke.
Chapter 193 Management Rights.
My conditions are very simple.
Invest 1 billion yuan and I want 50% of the shares.
As soon as Suja finished speaking, Li Mingliang frowned. After all, if Suja owned 50% of the shares, the company would be completely divided into two halves.
Although Suja's conditions are very reasonable and cannot be considered as taking advantage of someone's misfortune.
But the problem is, what if Suja, who owns half of the company's shares, conflicts with himself in business philosophy?
What should we do then?
Qin Shuyao on the side did not expect that Suja would directly ask for half of the shares. However, after thinking about it for a while, she felt that this calculation was very reasonable. After all, the market value of Tianyuan Logistics is less than 3 billion yuan, and it is now facing the threat of the Zhang Group. Therefore, it seems quite conscientious for Suja to take out 1 billion to acquire half of the shares. Suja next to him didn't care at all what Qin Shuyao thought. After all, he didn't want to have anything to do with the other party. Looking at Li Mingyuan, who was a little worried in front of him, Suja immediately smiled and gave him a reassurance.
Mr. Li, I know what you are worried about.
Don't worry, I will not interfere with the management of the company.
But when something major happens, I must have the right to know.
After these words were spoken, Li Mingyuan next to him was a little unbelievable for a moment, but then his face was filled with excitement.
Mr. Su, no, Mr. Su, don't worry, I will definitely lead Tianyuan Logistics back to its peak.
He really didn't expect that Suja would not want management rights. You have to know that the reason why he was looking for a bank to apply for a loan was that he hoped that the established strategy he had set could be successfully completed. Originally, he looked for Suja only because he had no other choice. But now he feels that this is the best choice he made. Unlike his excitement, Qin Shuyao, who was standing next to Suja, became a little worried.
Suja, aren't you giving away too much power?
After all, she had seen many cases of internal fighting within the company and swallowing up other parties' shares, so Qin Shuyao was also worried that Suja would be framed by Li Mingliang. Seeing this, Suja shook his head slightly.
Sister Shuyao, don't worry.
Besides, Mr. Li doesn't look like someone who would cheat you. In fact, Suja is not a fool. He naturally knows that we cannot judge things by appearances alone. Of course, he had his own reasons for daring to delegate power. He who possesses the system is already a cheat. Before Tianyuan Logistics could rise again, Suja had already become someone that the other party could only look up to. Of course, he couldn't say all this. Therefore, Suja just said something that could win people's hearts. If it were under normal circumstances, Li Mingliang would naturally not be moved, but now it is different, he is in a desperate situation. Therefore, facing Suja's trust in him, Li Mingliang's heart was filled with endless gratitude.
Mr. Su, don't worry, I will definitely not let you down.
Hearing his words, Suja on the opposite side nodded with satisfaction.
Then he said to Qin Shuyao beside him, Sister Shuyao, let's go to the bank to handle the transfer first.
These words finally brought Qin Shuyao, who was standing next to him, back to her senses. Suzhou is really prepared to invest 1 billion yuan, and he is not prepared to ask for management rights. I wanted to persuade him a few more times, but gave up when the words came to my lips. After all, through her brother's advice, she also understood that the most important thing now was to leave a good impression on Suzhou.
Chapter 194. Definitely.
She even had a bad wish in her heart, hoping that Suzhou's investment would fail this time. By then, the opponent will be completely in her hands. It's a pity that she just thought about this kind of thing. So, when she saw that Suzhou had 2.1 billion in cash in his card, she realized that her dream was shattered. With a hint of shock and confusion, Qin Shuyao asked again, "Suzhou, how do you have so much money?" Because she was concerned about Li Mingliang's presence, she did not reveal the entire amount. It's just that Suzhou was too lazy to pay attention to her questions before, let alone now. So he turned his head and looked at Li Mingliang on the side. "Mr. Li, can we sign the contract now?" As soon as these words were spoken, Li Mingliang on the opposite side also came back to his senses. He quickly nodded and said, "Okay, Mr. Su, I'll print the contract over right away." From Qin Shuyao's shock just now, he could see that Suzhou seemed to have a lot of capital, so the 1 billion was no problem at all. It is precisely for this reason that, unlike when he came here, full of anxiety and fear that Qin Shuyao would not lend him the money, he now looks very confident. He firmly believed that with Suzhou's 1 billion investment, Tianyuan Logistics would definitely be able to survive, and might even be able to move to a higher level. Over there, after Li Mingliang left, Qin Shuyao immediately expressed her dissatisfaction.
"Suzhou, you haven't answered the question I asked you just now? Tell me what's going on."
Seeing her pushing him like this, Suzhou frowned. But after thinking about it, he finally fooled the other party.
"The reason is simple. I inherited 20 billion in assets." "How many?"
Qin Shuyao on the opposite side naturally had no idea that Suzhou was fooling her, and she screamed in surprise. This voice immediately attracted the attention of people around. Suzhou was somewhat helpless, and then whispered, 2 billion, keep your voice down."
His words finally reminded Qin Shuyao on the opposite side. He quickly lowered his voice. He whispered, "Suzhou, this is too much, isn't it? 2 billion. How long will it take to spend this amount?" Suzhou rolled his eyes and didn't bother to pay attention to her. He really didn't expect that Qin Shuyao would believe even a lie. In fact, the reason why Qin Shuyao believed Suzhou's lies. The reason is very simple. In the other party's eyes, Suzhou is a person who will not lie, and there is more than 2 billion in cash in an ordinary card. If you think about it carefully, it is not an exaggeration to say that he has a net worth of 20 billion. Seeing Suzhou stop talking, Qin Shuyao rolled her eyes and then said with a smile, "You are a wealthy man now. When can you take me to Jin Jang Hotel for a meal?
I heard there is a presidential box there.
Can you take me to see it?"
Her words left Suzhou speechless.
Why do so many people want to get into Jin Jang Hotel? There doesn't seem to be anything remarkable there, right?
However, considering that Qin Shuyao beside him was also a friend, Suzhou nodded and said, "Okay, I'll take you to see it when I'm free." As for when he will be free, Suzhou said the final right of interpretation is in his hands. If nothing unexpected happens, he will be busy every day unless he meets Qin Shuyao again next time. Qin Shuyao on the side was somewhat aware of it, but she didn't know Suzhou would be so shameless. So he quickly nodded and said with a smile, "Okay, you must take me to see the presidential box."
Of course. Suzhou nodded quickly. Chapter 195. Crazy.
Of course, although he was very good at talking, Suzhou didn't think so at all.
The two didn't chat for long before Li Mingliang came back panting with 2 contracts.
After all, he had never done business before, so Suzhou didn't know where the loopholes might be. Fortunately, Qin Shuyao on the side was very attentive. She immediately took the contract and helped Suzhou look at it carefully for a long time. Then he nodded at him and said, "Suzhou, there is no problem with the contract." He still believed what Qin Shuyao said. So he just picked up the pen and signed his name. Seeing this, Qin Shuyao next to her almost jumped up with excitement. In her opinion, Suzhou's doing this means that he believes in himself. Even Suzhou might not consider her as an outsider in his heart. If Suzhou next to her knew her fantasy, he would definitely hit her on the head. And he shouted loudly, "What beautiful things are you thinking about?" After Suzhou and the other man signed the contract, Li Mingliang was about to say goodbye to Suzhou with a smile on his face, but his face suddenly turned gloomy when he looked somewhere. With a hint of curiosity, Suzhou also turned his head and looked over. Not far away was a young man in his 20s, who came to Suja with a few people behind him in a casual manner. However, he didn't even look at Suja, but his eyes lit up when he looked at Qin Shuyao. It's just that the other party seemed to be looking for trouble with Li Mingliang, so he quickly turned his attention to him. Then he put on a condescending look and asked Li Mingliang disdainfully, "Boss Li, I heard that your Tianyuan logistics is about to close down? How about this, I take a loss and spend 100 million to buy it?" As soon as these words were spoken, Li Mingliang's face on the opposite side turned red with anger. Then he shouted with a gloomy face, "Zhang Hu, what are you dreaming about? 100 million? Even if I declare bankruptcy, I will not sell it to you, your grandson." Zhang Hu on the opposite side didn't pay any attention to his curses. He just sighed and said with a look of regret, "If that's the case, then I'll have no choice but to let Tianyuan Logistics go bankrupt." In Zhang Hu's opinion, in Shanghai, apart from those top groups, it is impossible for anyone to help the other party. That's why he came to the bank to find Li Mingliang so unscrupulously. Originally, he planned to see if the other party would sell the company to him when he was desperate. But he never expected that the other party would be so stubborn even when facing death. It was for this reason that Zhang Hu was no longer in the mood to spare Li Mingliang's life. Since the other party refused to admit defeat, he had no choice but to let him die. Unfortunately, if things had developed normally, Li Mingliang might have disappeared along with his company. But with the existence of Suja, everything became different. So, facing Zhang Hu's threat, Li Mingliang snorted coldly and said, "Zhang Hu, don't worry, my Tianyuan logistics will not only survive well, but will also squeeze your Zhang family's logistics out of the Magic City." His words immediately made Zhang Hu on the opposite side burst into laughter. Pointing at Li Mingliang with disdain, he said, You want to squeeze out our Zhang family's logistics? Li Mingliang, are you sick?" Zhang Hu felt that Li Mingliang in front of him must have gone crazy because the company he founded was going to go bankrupt. Otherwise, how could he say such irrelevant and crazy things? He immediately looked at the poor Li Mingliang with pity. After all, he was once a prominent figure in Shanghai. Isn't it too easy for him to be beaten? They are all crazy. Chapter 196. Say it again. Facing his disdainful ridicule, Li Mingliang said nothing but one sentence. "Just wait and see." Hearing this, Zhang Hu on the opposite side finally came to his senses. He asked in disbelief, "Did you borrow the money?" Li Mingliang just smiled and did not answer his question. Seeing this, Zhang Hu on the opposite side suddenly felt very embarrassed. He immediately yelled, "Tell me quickly, who dares to lend you the money? Aren't you afraid of revenge from our Zhang family?" Li Mingliang sneered and didn't bother to pay attention to him. After all, he is not stupid, so how could he cause trouble for Suja? So he took the contract and turned around and left the bank. Seeing this scene, Zhang Hu was so angry that he stomped his feet and cursed at the other person's back. Suja nodded with satisfaction. Although he was not afraid of those wearing shoes when he was barefoot, he was not afraid of the Zhang family at all. But after all, too much trouble is not good. He also prepared to leave without saying a word. At this moment, Zhang Hu, who had a face full of resentment, suddenly smiled, and then looked at Qin Shuyao next to him. "Beauty, what's your name?" It's a pity that Qin Shuyao was too lazy to pay attention to him. And he quickly ran to Suja, who was about to slip away. "Suja, don't leave so quickly. Can you stay a little longer?" Looking at Zhang Hu, who was gradually approaching, Suja quickly forced a smile and said, "No need, Sister Shuyao, I have something else to do." Qin Shuyao was a little dissatisfied with his eagerness to leave, and immediately said, "Why are you in such a hurry? You don't even listen to what I say?" Suja was a little surprised. "When did I ever listen to you?" But just when he was about to give some reasons, Zhang Hu came over. Then he said with a smile, "Beauty, it doesn't matter if he doesn't listen to you, I will listen." Seeing him coming over to interrupt, Qin Shuyao frowned and said coldly, "Be obedient, right? Get out of here now." Zhang Hu, who was smiling over there, was about to agree when he immediately came to his senses. He immediately said unhappily, "Beauty, what do you mean by that?" Qin Shuyao, who was already impatient with Zhang Hu's sudden interruption, was unexpectedly unhappy to see him. He immediately said rudely, "Don't you understand what I'm saying? I told you to get out." As soon as these words were spoken, Zhang Hu's face instantly turned gloomy. Seeing that the two sides were about to start cursing, Suja quickly whispered to Qin Shuyao, "Sister Shuyao, if there is nothing else, I will leave first." For Suja, who has always been reluctant to get into trouble, it is not too late to quit now. Unfortunately, just as he said this, before the main character Qin Shuyao could say anything, Zhang Hu on the side said coldly, "Don't get in the way here, get out of here."
Zhang Hu was very angry. As the second son of the Zhang family, when had he ever suffered such humiliation?
Just because the man in front of him, although handsome, looked like a poor boy, was actually scolded by the beautiful girl. This made him, who had originally planned to treat Qin Shuyao gently, suddenly become ruthless. He wants the beautiful Qin Shuyao to beg him to sleep with her. On the other side, Su Zhe, who was originally preparing to leave, decided not to leave after hearing his words. Although he doesn't want to cause trouble, it doesn't mean he is afraid of trouble. Immediately, under the other person's incredible look, he slapped him in the face.
Do you have the guts to say it again? Do you really think that just because I'm your father I have to spoil you? Chapter 197 Fork Out. Bang!
The crisp sound of Su Zhe's slap instantly shocked everyone present. Zhang Hu, who was slapped, pointed at him and shouted in disbelief, "How dare you hit me?" Su Zhe raised the corner of his mouth, revealing a look of disdain on his face.
I hit you, what's wrong with that?
This made Zhang Hu on the opposite side suddenly shout in anger, "Boy, you are done."
He immediately yelled at the people he brought with him, "Are you guys blind? Come on."
In fact, because Su Zhe's speed was too fast and what happened was too shocking, those people didn't react at all. However, when faced with Zhang Hu's angry curses, the few of them quickly looked at each other and surrounded Su Zhe. Seeing the scene, Qin Shuyao next to him was a little frightened and immediately said, "Su Zhe, don't be afraid, I'll call the security guard over." Then she glanced at Zhang Hu and said coldly, "You dare to do it in the bank? I think you are tired of living." This threat was nothing to Zhang Hu. After all, as the second son of the Zhang family, the power he controls is not as great as his brothers. But it was easy to deal with a poor boy and a small bank clerk. Therefore, facing Qin Shuyao's threat, he laughed arrogantly and said, "Come on. Shout. I'll see if you can get someone to come by shouting your throat out." The reason why he had the confidence was very simple. He believed that the bank manager would not dare to go against him, the second son of the Zhang family. Su Zhe on the side originally wanted to teach this group of people a lesson himself. But after hearing Qin Shuyao's words, he realized that the other party was the deputy manager of the bank. In addition, with his extraordinary identity and background, it must be easy for him to command the security guards in the bank. With Qin Shuyao having such good conditions, why would Su Zhe have to work so hard to make a move? Immediately, he nodded with a smile, then stood aside and stopped talking. Zhang Hu, who saw this scene, thought Su Zhe was scared, and immediately laughed arrogantly, "Boy, as long as you kneel down and beg for mercy now, I will let you go, how about that?" Su Zhe on the opposite side just shook his head slightly, didn't say anything, but looked at Qin Shuyao. Qin Shuyao immediately gave instructions and shouted to the security team patrolling the hall, "Security, come here quickly and drive these troublemakers away."
Outsiders may not know Qin Shuyao's identity, but most people in the entire bank know that she has an unusual background.
Not to mention that Qin Shuyao was also the deputy manager of a bank, so the security guards had no complaints about her orders. They immediately ran over and surrounded Zhang Hu and his men. The leading captain even said to Zhang Hu directly and rudely, "Sir, our bank does not welcome you, please leave."
Zhang Hu was a little dumbfounded, and then he shouted angrily, "Do you know who I am?"
The security captain shook his head in disdain, and then immediately shouted to his men, "Get them all out." For him, even if Zhang Hu is the boss, he has to abide by the bank's rules.
If you make trouble, get out. Faced with the orders from their captain, the others naturally would not refute.
The steel fork that was originally intended to be used against the robbers was immediately used on Zhang Hu and his gang. Looking at the densely packed iron nails on the steel fork, especially a few that had rusted due to poor storage. If this thing got on your body, you would be half crippled even if you didn't die.
Chapter 198 Discipline.
Faced with the prospect of being kicked out by the security guards, Zhang Hu was completely furious.
He shouted desperately, "Do you know who you have offended today?"
After these words were spoken, several security guards paused for a moment with their steel forks in their hands. Seeing this, Zhang Hu, thinking it was effective, pointed at himself and shouted, "I, Zhang Hu, the second son of the Zhang group." Unfortunately, as soon as he finished speaking, the security guards who had just hesitated ruthlessly kicked Zhang Hu and his companions out. Although the Zhang group is indeed very famous, they don't even know the chairman of the Zhang group, let alone Zhang Hu in front of them. Therefore, no matter who the other party was, they acted under the order of Deputy Manager Qin. By then, even if you want to cause trouble, you won't be able to find them. What's more, they also believed that with Qin Shuyao's background, she was not afraid of the person in front of her at all. Seeing that his identity was exposed, several security guards on the opposite side still tried to fork him out.
Zhang Hu had an urge to vomit blood. When had he ever suffered such injustice? It was Suja just now, but now even the security guards don't give him face. Standing at the door of the bank, feeling the passers-by looking at them with strange eyes, Zhang Hu felt a little angry and embarrassed, and wished he could find a hole in the ground to crawl into. He looked at the security guards on the stone steps holding steel forks and looking down at him. Zhang Hu's face turned fierce, and he shouted at them, "Just wait, I'll get your manager to come out and teach you a lesson." Faced with his threat, the security guards on the stone steps showed no fear at all. Some people even felt a little sad for him.
The person you just offended is our manager, and he is the one whose words carry the most weight.
It's useless to call anyone now.
On the other hand, seeing that they were unmoved, Zhang Hu became ruthless and directly picked up his phone and dialed a number. Not long after, a half-bald middle-aged man came from the bank office area. When he saw Qin Shuyao and Su Zhou in the lobby on the way, he smiled and nodded. When he arrived at the door, he couldn't help but frown when he saw the security guard and Zhang Hu confronting each other. But after all, he was his own person, so he didn't say anything. When he came to Zhang Hu, he immediately said with a smile, "Mr. Zhang, you are a rare guest of our bank.
Come on, come to my office and have a cup of tea."
His arrival made Zhang Hu feel much better. He glanced at the security guards at the door and immediately said, "Manager Jiang, you need to discipline your people." Jiang Qingye was slightly stunned, and then he realized that Zhang Hu was talking about the security guards around him. He immediately said with a smile, "Master Zhang, please be magnanimous and don't bother with them.
After all, they don't know who you are."
Although I don't know what happened just now, I can rely on my understanding of my subordinates. Jiang Qingye understood that Zhang Hu must have done something that angered everyone, so he was picked out by these security guards. It is for this reason that Jiang Qingye would speak well of his subordinates. After all, these are the elderly people who have followed him for so many years, he can't let them down. However, his words of comforting his men made Zhang Hu on the opposite side feel dissatisfied.
"What's up? Am I, the second son of the Zhang group, not as good as these little security guards in front of me?
But after all, you are under someone's roof and have to bow your head." He also believed that if it was his eldest brother who came, Jiang Qingye in front of him would definitely teach those security guards a lesson.
Chapter 199: A Clear Sound.
But after all, I am not as important as my eldest brother, so Jiang Qingye treats me like this. This made Zhang Hu feel very unwilling. However, when he thought about Tianyuan logistics that was about to fall into his hands, he felt much better. As long as he could take over this company, even if he couldn't compare to his elder brother, Jiang Qingye in front of him would not treat him the way he did now. So, Zhang Hu, who was originally about to get angry, felt much better now. But he suddenly remembered Su Zhao and Qin Shuyao who were still in the hall.
He thought, since several security guards couldn't move, should they just deal with the two in the hall?
After all, one of them is a poor boy with little money, and the other is just an ordinary employee. With the support of Zhang Group, I believe Jiang Qingye should give him this face.
Immediately, he smiled and said to Jiang Qingye, "Since Manager Jiang has invited me, if I don't go, wouldn't that be giving you no face?"
Jiang Qingye was slightly surprised to see that he could keep the grievance he had just felt to himself. Originally, he thought that the eldest son of the Zhang family was a great man who had brought the Zhang Group to great success.
But I didn't expect that the second son of the Zhang family seemed to be quite good too.
He was able to swallow his grievances and even laugh as if nothing had happened. However, Jiang Qingye was not afraid that the other party would retaliate against him later. After all, as a manager of CCB, although his monthly salary is only tens of thousands, the power he controls is no less than that of the Zhang family. Not to mention that the eldest princess of the Qin family is working here, it won't be long before he is promoted to another place. That's why he had no worries at all.
He immediately walked into the bank lobby with Zhang Hu, smiling.
When passing by Qin Shuyao and Su Zhou, Jiang Qingye still smiled and nodded at Qin Shuyao as usual. In fact, he had also heard of Su Zhou and knew that he was a rich man. Unlike others, the other party seemed very low-key, with 100 million in cash placed in an ordinary card. However, Zhang Hu, who was standing next to him, did not notice his gaze, so he stopped when he walked past Su Zhou and the other man. This made Jiang Qingye a little puzzled, just when he was wondering whether Zhang Hu knew the eldest princess of the Qin family. The other party's words almost frightened his legs.
"Beautiful lady, do you see this? This is your manager.
As long as you admit your mistake and have dinner with me tonight, I will let you go.
How about that?"
As soon as these words were spoken, Qin Shuyao and the other person opposite them instantly became gloomy.
Jiang Chengye, who was standing beside him, was panicking and yelled at Zhang Hu anxiously, "What are you talking about?"
His reaction was so loud that Zhang Hu, who was standing next to him, was puzzled.
He immediately said, "Manager Jiang, why are you shouting so loudly? Isn't he just a small employee?"
In Zhang Hu's opinion, he was just a small clerk. Even if he asked him to sleep with him, Zhang Qingye next to him might not take it seriously. Unfortunately, Zhang Hu never thought that Zhang Qingye had a very good relationship with his subordinates. Not to mention that the person in front of him is Qin Shuyao, who has a very prominent background. Therefore, Zhang Hu's words made Zhang Qingye want to eat the other party alive to vent his hatred. Looking at the two people with gloomy faces over there, Zhang Qingye didn't say anything. He raised his hand and slapped Zhang Hu hard.
Bang!
The crisp sound stunned Zhang Hu. He covered his already swollen cheek in disbelief and questioned Zhang Qingye.
Chapter 200 Free. Manager Jiang, what do you mean?
Zhang Hu never thought that Zhang Qingye in front of him would dare to slap him. Facing his questioning, Zhang Qingye was too lazy to respond, and said to Qin Shuyao with a nervous face, "Manager Qin, don't worry, I will get him out right away." After all, he was not stupid, so he understood from Zhang Hu's words what the other party had done wrong and why he was kicked out by the security guard. He actually dared to provoke the eldest princess of the Qin family. He must be tired of living. Zhang Hu next to him was a little confused.
Manager Qin? Isn't this just a small clerk? How did you become a manager?
Zhang Qingye, who was standing next to him, didn't want Qin Shuyao to think that he had any relationship with Zhang Hu, so he immediately called the security guard over again. Pointing at Zhang Hu, he shouted, "Get him out of here."
Fork it out again?
Several security guards almost laughed when they heard their manager's order. After all, Zhang Hu was kicked out just now, and the other party came in again because he knew Zhang Qingye. Unexpectedly, Manager Jiang also asked them to kick the person out. Fortunately, several security guards did not forget their business and immediately drove Zhang Hu out waving steel forks.
While being forced to retreat, Zhang Hu did not forget to make threatening remarks. "Zhang Qingye, aren't you afraid of retaliation from our Zhang group?"
Unfortunately, after hearing his threat, Zhang Qingye just curled his lips and said disdainfully, "Don't even mention you, even if your brother stood here, he wouldn't dare to say such words to me."
With a cold snort, Zhang Qingye ignored the other party. He quickly showed Qin Shuyao a very apologetic expression. "Manager Qin, please don't be angry.
I really didn't expect this grandson to offend you. After all, Qin Shuyao on the opposite side is not an unreasonable person." Moreover, she was also relieved that he slapped Zhang Hu without hesitation and had the other person kicked out without any nonsense. So, she was not angry with Zhang Qingye. With a slight smile, she said, "Manager Jiang, this is not your fault. Besides, you slapped him just now, which helped me vent my anger." Hearing this, Zhang Qingye felt a lot more relaxed. After all, he is still young and wants to keep moving forward. So he didn't dare to offend Qin Shuyao at all. Now that the other party is not angry, it would be bad for him to stay here and annoy others. He immediately took his leave. After Zhang Qingye left, Qin Shuyao looked at Su Zhu on the side and said with a smile, "How is it?
I just helped you. Do you want to express your gratitude?" After hearing this, Su Zhu was completely confused. "Did you hear that right? Help me? It was me who stood up and offered to help you just now?" But after thinking about it carefully, it seemed that what Qin Shuyao said was right. After all, when he was about to teach Zhang Hu and the others a lesson just now, he didn't want to be too tired, so he asked Qin Shuyao to call the security guards to help. Thinking about it this way, it really seemed like Qin Shuyao helped him solve the problem. But this made Su Zhu even more depressed. Why was he being lazy just now? Now Qin Shuyao had caught him with something he couldn't refute. At the moment, Su Zhu could only helplessly say, "Well, how about I take you to Jin Jang Hotel for dinner when I'm free?" His words made Qin Shuyao next to him a little dissatisfied. "Free? When can you be free?" Obviously, she didn't quite believe what Su Zhu said.